and beyond. Flex.
McKinnon wins the faceoff. Drouin wards his man aside, and now Hellebuyck will play the puck to the near wall, and Nemesnikov as the set play didn't work out how they envisioned it. Here comes Pionk, a big drive, and he scores. What are the odds of that? Neil Pionk with his third goal ever versus the Avalanche is a slapper that goes high stick side on Mackenzie Blackwood. 17 seconds into overtime, and no one knows how to ruin a party like Neil Pionk. Winnipeg Jets beat the Avalanche in overtime by a final score of 3-2.
It sucks. There's an obvious problem right now with the Avs where they just can't seem to get anything outside of their top dudes rolling. You know, it's funny when you do the comparisons between them and the Nuggets, and we talked about how the Avs were rolling just not too long ago, and the Nuggets were trying to find themselves, and now it's flipped the other way. They've kind of felt like they've been running up against a wall for the last couple of weeks. And they've been doing it, ironically, with really great goaltending. You know, some of the saves by Blackwood again last night were big time. But you can't seem to sustain any consistent offensive effort. Now, few things change here and there. You get the Mikko shot that doesn't go off the knob of the stick of Hellebuyck. You get, you know, McKinnon's 5-hole off the post shot that just trickles a little bit to the right. Then we're feeling totally different about this, but the bottom line is they aren't getting that. And when you don't get those, if you're not the beneficiary of maybe some good puck luck, where maybe you could say on McKinnon's goal, they were. I mean, he gets one that rings off the post, goes right back to him for a wide open net. Yeah, pretty lucky. But when you can't hit those opportunities, and for whatever reason those aren't falling, you need other people to step up and play well, and it's just been a bear to try and figure that out. You can't seem to get sustained offensive pressure unless it's guys named Makar, McKinnon, Mikko, your top dudes. And when that happens, it's tough. You know, you get to overtime, you make one mistake, you try and Makar throws it in what feels like a set play that misses, and you want to talk about the most anticlimactic overtime ever. 17 seconds in, boom, boom, done. And I'm not playing the game this morning of saying Neil's last name who scored the game-winning goal for Winnipeg in the funny way that we usually do, because I'm not happy this morning. Some guys just got to figure it out.
He doesn't get the donkey treatment as a punishment?
I'm not doing it, no, because it feels like that I only want to do that if things are going well, and they aren't right now. There's some guys that just don't got it right now, and we talked to Bednar about this yesterday. When you don't have the backing of some other guys on the roster, and you continue to stress your top line, it's not fair to them, first of all. But more than that, it taxes them for moments like last night when you needed it. Because it just looked like, look, it was 17 seconds into OT, but you just don't look like you're moving right. And so what you gotta have a lot more, I don't know how else to put it. Casey Middlestat's got zeros across the board on everything. No shots, no points, obviously. You need to get more. He's your second line center. It's got to happen. And I know the other night he had a good night when they started shifting around some lines. He had a 3-point night, but that's the outlier. I'll go back since November 21st. Casey Middlestat's got 11 total points. It's a lot of hockey games that have been played since then. And you're on the second line. You need to be able to, if nothing else, your second line has got to be able to bail out your top dogs. But I just never envisioned that the team, with the way that Mackenzie Blackwood has been playing, could struggle kind of like they've been over the last couple of weeks. And we all acknowledge injuries, but at some point it's kind of like you are who you are and you need to figure it out. The reinforcements, for the most part, aren't really coming, at least in the form of Val Nichushkin. We just talked to Bednar yesterday. In fact, can you pull this up when you get a chance, Nelly? Because I also heard Chris McFarland talking about this on, I believe it was PhD yesterday.
Chris McFarland was in the penalty box with the morning sprint.
In the penalty box, morning sprint. Well, he said about Miles Wood that maybe 7 to 10 days from now you could expect him back, which should help. But let's be honest here. This team thrives off of specialty situations, and that's the power play. When you have a man advantage, their MO since becoming this cup contender has been, we are going to eat you alive with the power play. If you decide to do something stupid and let us have an extra person on the ice, you're going to pay for it. And it looked like it might happen yesterday. You get about 4 minutes left in that game. It's 2-2. You get a power play. It feels like, all right, this is time to ice it. Throw the puck in the back of the net, take a 3-2 lead. They'll pull the goalie. You throw it in an empty netter, and you win 4-2. And you just can't. The power play has just been impotent. You go back, and I don't know what the numbers are over the last month or so. But if I remember correctly, I tried to look this up yesterday. I think it was around 14% or something like that. When you don't have it, it's almost impossible for this team, the way that they like to do business, to step up at a high level and play well. I don't know how much easier I can make it than that, because what's not a problem right now is goaltending. And if Texter says, why do the Avs pass too much? I always think that they will change that habit and just start shooting more. It's infuriating. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't want to be the guy sitting on his couch being shoot the puck guy, but sometimes you just got to shoot the puck. The game on Monday, you got Jonathan Drouin at the top of the slot wide open in front of the goalie, and he passes it instead of taking a chance at it. And it's maybe you score, maybe you don't, but from that distance in that open lane in front of you, it's going to be really hard in that game, Fleury to glove it clean. Maybe try and look for a rebound and have what happened with McKinnon's goal go down. bounces off of the post, rolls back over to McKinnon, and McKinnon finishes.
One of my favorite phrases that Bednar has used over the years talking about this is when he goes, "Oh yeah, we're being too cutesy. I think we're being too cutesy with the puck." Well, that's it. I don't care about your dirty dangles, boys. Just shoot.
It's especially tough because you know that everybody feels it. They aren't stupid. They know what the situation is. They know that the power play isn't nearly to the standard that you expect out of them. So a texter says that it's 1 for the last 28, which would be about 3.5%. It's about as bad as you can get. It's a weird thing to watch, which is this team struggling to create dangerous scoring chances. Because if there's been one constant, even through the ups and downs of the last however many years, they've been able to find themselves in situations to finish. So again, difficult. If you guys missed it, by the way, talking about reinforcements, I asked Bednar about Val yesterday, and I gave him the Val statistic because the Avs are now an even 500 on the season. I mean, they're like 14-12-2 without Val, but they're 14-14. 14 wins, 14 losses. When Val plays in games, they're 14-7. So it started with what does he bring to the table that has such a giant effect on that? And secondly, this was supposed to be a 7 to 10-day injury originally, and he's still not on the ice. So what is the situation with Val? This is what Bednar said yesterday.
Unfortunately, he's had a setback with his injury, and he's not close to coming back right now. He's on a week-to-week timeline. So that's not good, So the hits keep coming when it comes to the injuries and the length of our injuries. I said it the other day, Colton missed significant time with his foot. Lehkonen missed a significant time with his shoulder. And then you got Drouin and Val, who I think they've only played one game in the lineup at the same time the entire year, and we're in game 48. So it's like it makes the job more difficult, and there's nothing to do but put your nose to the grindstone and continue to try to get, play your best on a nightly basis. And
it's tough when you don't have somebody like that. So how about this? The last 25 games, I think the Avs are 49 in. So the last half of their season that they've played, their power play percentage is 12.7. It's good for 24th in the NHL. And they've done that, and this is what really hurts. They're top 4 in power plays opportunities in the last 25 games. They've had 71. But when you don't finish at that type of level, it hurts. Now, ironically, as bad as the power play has been, their PK ranks over the last 25 games? First, they kill off 88% of them. So if there's any benefit, you don't allow things. But I'm telling you, this team is kind of built on if you give us a man advantage, you are going to get worked. And they didn't get worked they aren't doing the working. And it just feels like when the game comes down to little moments like that, other teams are taking advantage and you're not. So here's the situation with them. Do I feel as if there should be a giant panic setting in? I actually don't. Because the main things that they have, which is top-end talent and now really good goaltending, I think are going to carry them through just fine. But with this little slide that they've been on, it's allowed a giant golden opportunity to kind of slip through your fingers to jump teams within your division. Now, they're still comfortably in that first wild card spot. The teams behind them aren't close. But you want to start climbing your way up the ranks and starting to play good hockey right now? Just not happening. It's a struggle. And I feel like it's going to probably stay that way until the Four Nations tournament. And then after that gets done, hopefully you're healthy and you can start the roll. But a lot of opportunities kind of slipping through your fingertips over the last few weeks. 303-504-0925. You got something real quick, Nelly?
Pardon my ignorance, but how many players in the Avalanche roster are going to that Four Nations tournament? Because we keep acting like this tournament is going to be the savior of all saviors, but aren't guys on the team also playing in that?
There are, and yeah, there's a risk of injury with that, but I think with guys who are not on the ice right now, it gives them just an opportunity to rest up, and that's the key. And look, I think we're mostly talking about Val here. Because Val is not, from the way that sounded from Bednar, he's not coming back before that tournament rolls along. So broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. I started thinking about something. With all these coaching hirings in the NFL going quickly, I do think there's a couple of names on the Broncos that have the potential to leave and find promotions elsewhere. I'll explain next. I talked so much about that game. I didn't even mention how sick the McCarr goal was, but it felt secondary to what the overall vibe of the game was. Now, I got this thought. The Broncos had this phenomenal season with Bo Nix rookie year making a whole bunch of plays. Was it always perfect? No. But was it better than I expected? Absolutely. And was it better than most expected? Absolutely. For this team to take a rookie QB and have him develop enough and have an offense that's good enough to make the postseason in year one with him is incredibly impressive. Like, just because he's not Jaden Daniels doesn't take away from the fact that he took a team that, if we're being honest about it, felt like they had a dearth of talent and elevated that to the level of a 10-win football team who makes a wild card spot. Now, with that being said, I wonder, because these coaching hires in the NFL are coming fast and furious now. Whole bunch of people getting opportunities. Opportunities offensively within the Broncos staff, I think, are going to come at a rarity. Because the guy who's calling the plays is the head coach. And as long as he's here, that's going to be the case. And so if you want the opportunity to get a promotion somewhere else, then you're going to have to go elsewhere to do it. And I just got a feeling that a couple of Broncos assistants surrounding the performance of Bo Nix are probably going to get phone calls and might get jobs. Like, one of them I'm thinking is Davis Webb, who's been the quarterback's coach here and has, I think, widely been praised for a huge part of that development within that rookie QB. Another one is the passing game coordinator in John Morton. This guy's been in the league for a long, long time. He started coaching with the Raiders back in the late 90s. He was with Sean Payton as a offensive passing game coordinator and offensive assistant. He was an OC for the Jets back in 2017. And with this performance of Bo Nix, I think guys like him are going to get some real looks for maybe some vacant offensive coordinator jobs. Because both Davis Webb and John Morton are both two guys who I think played a large hand in the success of Bo Nix. And like, stuff like this can happen in a hurry. When you got job openings like this and people are scrambling to find the right guys for the right opportunities, and especially, there's always this balance between teams who are in the postseason right now, and you want to give them interviews, but if things fall through, you don't want to be left with your bleep in your hand. Like, do you wait forever for Cliff Kingsbury if you're looking for a head coaching opportunity? And the head coaching part's a different discussion, but as far as offensive coordinator gigs, would not be surprised at all if those couple of names that I threw out to you start getting kicked around here and start happening fast. Because especially with a couple of those guys, there's another aspect of finding maybe the kind of non-hot name that you can turn into one that also applies. But I'm telling you, if I were to put a couple names on the radar, Davis Webb and John Morton are two guys that I think might get phone calls here about some vacant opportunities, and who knows, maybe might find themselves a job. With that being said, there is something I heard yesterday on the McAfee show. And it's a Russell Wilson interview. And we can all kind of take this into account, but I want to point out how beneficial this is for both parties, but especially Broncos fans. So this is in the middle of like a 3-minute answer because it's Russell Wilson giving an answer.
And the context of the question is right now, Pete Carroll is allegedly being targeted for the Raiders head coaching job. And so Pat McAfee said, you played under Pete Carroll. What kind of a person is he? What kind of a coach is he? Would he be a good fit for the Raiders? And so, like you said, this bit we're going to play was a diamond in about 3 minutes worth of rough.
Well, and when people like pointed out, Nelly, this answer, a whole bunch of Broncos people, they threw the quote in there, and I'm going to play it in a second. But for me to try and parse through that answer to get to the actual part that he said this, it's just like I had to sift through him talking about how great his teammates were in Seattle and how many guys he played with that are super great and blah, blah, blah. But here's what he said in response to it. Listen, see if you can pick up on this.
Listen, I think Pete's an amazing football coach. I think he's an amazing individual. I've been fortunate to play for two really special coaches in terms of men and how they think and how they process the game. Obviously, and Coach Pete Carroll and obviously Coach Mike Tomlin are really unique individuals in how they lead and motivate. I think they're culture builders.
I've been able to play for two great coaches in Pete Carroll and Mike Tomlin. Now, there's one big omission in Russell Wilson's career of a head coach who he played with. And this isn't surprising to anybody. Why, Nelly? Because they hate each other. And here's what matters. And I can appreciate this about Sean Payton. I've had bosses like this. I've had friends like this. You aren't supposed to be for everybody. It's funny. I just went off to a middle school. Shout out Newton Middle School. Talked to their media class, a couple of them last week. And the first thing I tried to tell them, especially, not that. I'm not. They had no idea who I was. We had a couple of people that said, though, a couple of those kids go, one said, my mom listens to your podcast every single day. And I said, well, tell your mom thank you. Another one said, I'll have to listen to you in the car every morning on the way to school. My dad drops me off. So shout out to that dad. Also, Nelly, shout out to the school resource officer, the K-9 sheriff that's in the school, Newton Middle School. Every day he listens to us. So shout out to all you guys.
Let's go!
The point, though, to this is I told them, and for anybody who wants to get into this business, you aren't for everyone. Everyone is not supposed to like you. There is a guy, when I first started here, that every morning at 6:10, almost on the dot, would send in one text. You know what that text said? Kane sucks. Every day at 6:10. I hope people like the show and think I'm a good guy. I have no control over that. Everybody's not supposed to like you. Texture says, did you promise them college just like the great Michael Scott would have? I should have done that.
Hey, Brett Kane,
Brett's
what
tots.
you gonna do? What you gonna do? Make our dreams come true.
But Russell Wilson and Sean Payton hate each other because their personalities don't gel. There's plenty of people that I know in life that are nice people that I'm like, we'd never be friends because we just, our personalities don't mesh. I would say hi to you if I saw you. But I'm not going to ask you to go hang out with me. So this was that relationship and then some, because we've had work relationships where you really dislike the person that you work with, but it's work. It's a business. You have to find a way to coalesce and get together and agree on things and come up with a good strategy for your business. Russell Wilson hated Sean Payton as much as Sean Payton hated Russell Wilson. It was never going to work here. And so the first thing, number one thing that you had to figure out was, can I find somebody that gels with me, that has the same type of mindset? If you're going to have what is the holy trinity in football, GM, head coach, quarterback, all on the same page, personality fit has to work. It's why guys like Aaron Rodgers leave Green Bay. It's like after a while, he's like, we've had some success. We aren't doing bad. But I don't like the people I'm working with anymore. I don't trust them. And in the case of Aaron Rodgers, he thought he was better than them, which we've seen how that's played out. But it has to come from a place of you guys have a shared vision on how to be successful. And in the case of Russell Wilson and Sean Payton, it was never going to be there because they couldn't figure out the basics of how do I make the personalities work. Now what you have is a quarterback that feels to be in lockstep with Sean Payton. And I think Sean Payton, more than anything else, it's actually a good point. He also left out Hackett. I didn't even think about that.
Truth be told, I cannot tell you how many times I've forgotten that Nathaniel Hackett coached here.
It does. It feels like
a fever dream.
A wisp of a memory. Like, you know, it's one of those memories that it's like, you ever had this before, Nelly? Where you think about something, you're like, this is pretty vivid, but was I dreaming that? Is that a dream or is that an actual memory that I have? That's what Hackett feels like. Was that a real thing?
I know. It doesn't feel like a real era in Broncos country, and I still maintain that for all of his faults and flaws, the final nail in the coffin that got Hackett fired, this is my hot take I'll take to the grave, was Patrick Starr.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
Yeah,
Once Hackett got roasted by Patrick Starr and they were the embarrassment of Nickelodeon, that's when the Broncos said, nope. The dumb comic relief character on a show full of dumb characters is roasting us. You're gone, Haxie.
Well, pushing this team forward into a place, and this is where culture matters, okay? You push your team to a place culture-wise that everybody's on the same page. It's the most important thing you can have. You know, it's one of the things that I've talked about with the Nuggets for a long time, where the Nuggets have one all-star on their roster. Now, granted, he's one of the greatest players who's ever lived, but he doesn't have any other all-stars that have played with him. So why does it work? It works because everybody's bought into the same sort of thing. It works because there's not egos on the team. Like, you look what happens in Miami. Miami prides themselves on heat culture, and they had somebody leave the nest. And not just somebody, their main guy. No, suspended for another couple of games. Jimmy Butler for, what was it, missing a team flight or something like that? Like, whatever. It doesn't matter. But as long as you have everybody pulling in the same direction, you can get a lot of success. But that's also a hard thing to get to. And this is the benefit of where the Broncos are at now, is they're heading into an offseason where they had success first and foremost, but then they have a vision now to capitalize on. And I just saw in Mel Kiper's latest mock draft that they have Ashton Genty dropping to the Broncos at their draft pick. And I'm like, what a coup that would be. You give me the opportunity to throw that guy in the backfield? To be someone you have to game plan against? That puts fear into a defensive coordinator from your running game standpoint? Like, that benefit would be next level. But another, I guess, measurement of success would be if coaches are being interviewed or leaving other places. We obviously know that Vance Joseph is getting job interviews. As he should, because he had a very successful season. Now, whether these are serious or not, I don't know. And this is kind of the bummer about the Rooney Rule stuff, is that I don't know how to tell what's legitimate and what's not. And I'm sure it's a frustration for a lot of these African-American head coaches in the league. Like, I don't want to be your token waste of time interview that you have to do. I want to know that this is an actual opportunity that I'm getting. But if we're being honest, for whatever reason, it doesn't feel like the Vance Joseph head coaching stuff is real. Even though I think it should be. Because he did a lot with, you know, it's funny, I was going to say less talent. It doesn't feel that way at the end of the year, but I think that's the credit to what Vance Joseph did. Like, what people are going to tell you now is, oh, really? No talent? What about Nick Bonito? What about Zach Allen? What about Riley Moss? What about Brandon Jones? What about this? What about that? And it's like, Well, did you think that heading into the season? Because I didn't think those guys were that level of players, which means who molded them into that? And why doesn't the defensive coordinator get credit for putting those guys in the right position? But when you get guys taking interviews, and I'm telling you, I think there's a couple guys in this offensive staff that are going to get job interviews and maybe jobs out of this. Like the two names I told you at the beginning of the segment were Davis Webb and John Morton, the pass game coordinator. I think both of those guys could very easily, with how quickly things are moving, get a talking to from a couple of these teams and perhaps a job offer.
Serious question with Vance Joseph. Can we throw out his previous head coaching resume with the Broncos because the organization was in such turmoil?
Well,
like the organization
are you talking
was
about if you're another team interviewing him?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can you just go, well, the Broncos were kind of a dumpster fire and Vance Joseph didn't really know what he was doing, so now he's more experienced. Are we counting that as an anomaly? Because I'm wondering if Vance Joseph is one of those people who is better served as a coordinator. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being a good coordinator that maybe doesn't translate to being a head coach. I'm just wondering how much of Vance Joseph's past we need to factor in.
Here would be my response, Nelly. It shouldn't be. Because I know a whole bunch of coaches who got fired and then got another job. Now, the difference with Vance was he had no success in his first go-around as head coach. That makes it more difficult. Like when you look at Mike Vrabel and you say that Vrabel got another job after being fired. Well, Vrabel made an AFC championship game and had a lot of success in Tennessee. A little bit different story. You know, Kingsbury would be, I think, a closer example to that because Kingsbury is having massive success in Washington as their offensive coordinator, leading Jaden Daniels to an NFC title game in his rookie season. And he had a very uneventful Arizona tenure. But it's also different, I think, with offensive and defensive coordinators. I mean, think about it. All it takes for Cliff Kingsbury is to have a season like this, and he's going to be back front and center on radars. It's just more difficult with defensive coaches to have that same sort of rejuvenation, we'll say. Because the offensive guy is always going to be the sexier pick. Always. So 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Still a lot to get to this morning. When we get back to the Avs here at the top of the hour, as we talk about sort of the mistakes and this lull that they're in. How do they get it fixed? We'll get to all of that in just a few minutes. Stick around. All right. Speaking of situations, 8 o'clock this morning, we'll have Jeff Legwold on the program to talk about Broncos, and I think more off-season plan sort of thing, as we're a little bit farther and farther removed from the season ending. It's funny. There is these opening press conferences. Remember the year that we had Nick Sirianni and Dan Campbell and all of them got hired, and it was just like, it was wild answer after wild answer. And I think coaches are mostly reserved when it comes to their opening pressers because
the first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
right. It was that, and then it was biting kneecaps, and there's a whole bunch of different stuff. And I think a lot of times coaches just want to like ease up on the pedal at that moment, show off your personality a bit, but don't say anything super crazy. So Ben Johnson takes this job in Chicago. And he straight up, when I was telling Nelly, it was like he was the Rolling Stones on a farewell tour. He was just playing the hits, baby. Whatever was going to make a Chicago Bears fan smile, he was going to throw to. And I heard him say this yesterday, and I just don't see the benefit to it at all. Because I mentioned this. I didn't know how to feel about the Bears job. To a certain extent, you got a quarterback who is talented and has a very high ceiling. You got a team, a roster that feels like they're pretty talented overall. It looked like it would be a pretty envious gig. You know, Chicago is not seen as some sort of patsy in the NFL. They have respect, whether you think it's deserved or not. They have it. But he gets to the press conference. And more than that, I thought, man, that's just going to be tough when you're trying to take over for a team that plays in a division with three teams that made the postseason and don't look like they're going anywhere anytime soon. Well, this is what Ben Johnson said in his opening press conference as Bears head coach.
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's three teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about two guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
I don't see the point in that. Because unless you, sweep the Packers the first 4 times you play them, you can only play that clip if that happens. Any other result, and you're going to be mocked for it. Especially if the Packers beat the Bears twice this upcoming season. All this is given Packers fans is a receipt to throw at you if they do end up winning, which they probably will because the Bears aren't as good. This year, they played the Bears twice. The Packers won the first game 20-19. They lost the second game 24-22. But if you don't go out and now, blitz the entire roster for 4 straight quarters, it's going to give you a lot of fodder for a division rival that you hate. But it's a balance. Would you rather do that where you get the fan base riled up, or would you rather just keep your mouth shut? Let me make it local for you. Sean Payton takes over as the Broncos head coach. Introductory press conference, he says something along the lines of, I can't wait to beat, I don't think he'd say Andy Reid. How about the Raiders? I can't wait to beat the Raiders twice a year. It's well, you better, or else this is going to be used as cannon fodder coming right back at you for whenever the Packers win a football game.
But, I mean, wouldn't you rather have that instead of, yeah, I'm excited to be here. It's a proud organization with a proud history, and I'm in a long line of great coaches. And
Oh, for me, for my purposes, Nelly, I love this because I do get to use that clip now if the Bears ever lose a football game. Actually, I would never use that because that means the Packers win, and I would never give them credit for anything like that.
But the point is, you want a little flavor. You want a little mustard on your coaches.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
That was after he won. Now, that clip right there, Nelly, when they get their doors blown off by Ohio State, all of a sudden that clip isn't as fun anymore. I've said this about Mike McDaniel. You can be the funny guy at the press conference who says some zany things, but when things start to go poorly, it's not as funny anymore. And it's just leaving. Like, if I were Ben Johnson, I never would have said that. Never. I would have done the boring press conference. Like, you could throw a quip or a zinger in there, but I'm not, specifically a coach. If he just said, hey, I can't wait to win the division, you'd be like, okay, fine. But he didn't do that. He said, that guy in particular, I love beating him twice a year. That's what made it different. It was the specific nature of calling that guy out.
And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
See, and that was crazy, but he didn't call out anybody specifically. But look, that was what, 4 years ago? How long ago? 4 years ago? And
on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
And how many times have you heard people in reference to Dan Campbell? Somebody said something about Detroit. Wow, Detroit wins again. Dan Campbell's got these guys rolling. Yeah, they're biting kneecaps. I've been saying that for 4 years. Like, it's stuck with him forever. And it will. Like, if he coaches in Detroit for a decade and they have a gritty win, somebody's going to say, yeah, they're biting kneecaps. It's like, it's never going to leave him. And I'm telling you, that Ben Johnson quote is never going to leave him. Texture says Ben Johnson's writing checks his ass can't cash. Maybe. Now, again, if he goes out there and he sweeps Green Bay this year 2-0, then it's going to be like amazing for Bears fans. How about this? Let me make it super hyper local. When Vic said what he said at the parade, if you went out there and got swept by the Lakers the next year, what would be the conversation? What would be the discourse between Nuggets and Lakers fans? Now, for us, it's great because they've owned the Lakers in that time since. What is it still? The Lakers have won a single game against the Nuggets, right? Just one? I think one playoff game last year. So, yeah, you still get to do it. And now enough time has passed where maybe that's fading a little bit. But if the next year, because the next year, wasn't it game one? Yeah, it was game one.
Yep, defending champs Nuggets hosting the Lakers.
And the Lakers, you hung the banner right in front of their face in the pregame, and then the game started. Now imagine if the Lakers won by 20. There'd be some extra sting to that one right there.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
But instead, that happens. 303-504-0925. Still a lot to get to. We'll jump back into the Avs in a couple of minutes. I'm scared to see Mosier today. I feel like Mosier's going to be hurting. He's going to be a hurting unit. Mosier was seething the other day after the loss. I can only imagine.
What the holy
what's going to happen today?
Mosier.
Now, you do escape with a point, but still, you just get this feeling pretty consistently as of late with the Nuggets that they're leaving things on the table, aren't taking full advantage of situations. So, I want to break that down in just a few minutes. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. And you can shop Safeway's Winter 4X Points event and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Click the offer in the Safeway app to start learning today. Texter says this, Prime talking all that smack and then nearly lost to Norvell. Exactly right. Like, when you get to that point, not quite as fun than the initial. So 303-504-0925. Mojo Lombardi and Kane starts next.
McKinnon wins the faceoff. Drouin wards his man aside, and now Hellebuyck will play the puck to the near wall, and Nemesnikov as the set play didn't work out how they envisioned it. Here comes Pionk, a big drive, and he scores. What are the odds of that? Neil Pionk with his third goal ever versus the Avalanche is a slapper that goes high stick side on Mackenzie Blackwood 17 seconds into overtime, and no one knows how to ruin a party like Neil Pionk. Winnipeg Jets beat the Avalanche in overtime by a final score of 3-2.
I'm not making the sound.
Yeah.
No, I'm not making the sound. He doesn't get that when he hits a game winner against my team.
Well, stop the puck.
Well, thanks, genius.
I mean, from the circles, it's not exactly point blank.
It was just like 7. See, I told you. I had to be careful. Moj is like.
So that's not a stoppable puck?
Well, define stoppable, Vic, would you please?
I mean, it's right there,
Yeah.
right in front of you,
Yeah.
coming right at you. There's nothing masking it. There's nothing affecting your eyesight. Right there.
It was a 92-mile-an-hour shot from the top of the circle. That'd be like Randy Johnson throwing. If Randy Johnson was pitching to you.
Yeah. Yeah,
But-
he threw 102 mile an hour fastball.
More
Sometimes,
than that.
sometimes you swing and miss.
It'd be more than that because it would be he's closer, right? Less time to react. There's no goalie in the league that can get a piece of that.
But
what
wait,
Mackenzie
are you kidding me? So you're saying that that's an unstoppable shot? That shot by no goalie in the league, not even Hellebuyck himself, is stopping that shot. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is what Mackenzie Blackwood could have done, Vic. If he made the push, optically speaking, when Pionk is coming in and he's looking at the net, and by the way, it's a dangerous play because if he misses the net, it rims around, the Avs will pick it up, and they're going to get an odd man rush going back the other way. So he's got to hit the net. Yeah. If Mackenzie Blackwood come, in fact, I'd like you to ask him, say, why didn't you stop that? I'd love to hear his response.
Okay, well, then.
So what you can do, Vic, is you can push out. So what you do when the skater's coming in and you push out, it takes away more net.
Yeah.
And the angle is that he can't get it by you.
I got you.
Because objects in the mirror are closer than they appear.
Yeah, also.
It was a top shelf 92-mile-an-hour clapper, bar down.
Which the goalie should have stopped if he played it correctly.
I am not saying that game is at all on Mackenzie Blackwood.
And me neither. But I'm just saying, for it to end like that on that shot from the circles, Mosier, play it better.
I mean,
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't think there's any doubt about it, Vic. I mean, the miscommunication between McCarr and McKinnon.
But that's a pretty big deal, too.
And talk. Let me talk about this. The pass up to Drouin was a mistake. He had a guy draped all over him. When you're in overtime hockey, and I want everybody to listen to me because this is incredibly important, possession is 9/10 of the law. If you have the puck on your stick, did you get a haircut?
No. Did you get a haircut?
Of course I did.
Your haircut's terrible.
Come on.
All right, anyway, the point is that you got to keep possession of the puck. Now, if Drouin is, because the guy's in front of Drouin, if it goes through that guy and Drouin can corral it, then he's going to get a head start toward the front of the net and maybe a breakaway opportunity.
Are you an extra in Band of Brothers?
Actually, I look like Brad Pitt and Fury, don't I? Kind of a little bit. Anyway, the point is that it missed him. So Hellebuyck decides to go play it and gives it up for Nemesnikov, which finds Pionk and so on and so forth. So there were two. You won the opening draw, which is exactly what you want to do.
Sucked,
well, no doubt it sucked.
It sucked. You know, it goes back to the power play you had with 3 minutes to play, and you're like, here we go. Let's end this sucker. Here we go.
Hey, Brett, you remember when old Yeller got rabies and got blown away with a shotgun?
Yeah.
That sucked.
Yeah.
Well, no guff, Chet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's unfortunate.
Here's the issue, though, and
why'd they have to give old Yeller rabies for crying out loud?
Well,
he's like the best dog ever.
Why is it so hard for the power play to get off a shot?
I have
what is going on?
I've got no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Riker broke it down pretty good. I mean, the Jets only had one power play last night, but they got like 5 attempts at the net, like in the first 40 seconds.
You know, there's a couple of big details as to. By the way, this is the first time the Avs have lost back-to-back games since late November.
At home, mind you.
You know, you asked me, am I okay today? You know what? I really am okay because I thought they played a pretty good game.
I did too. I thought they played all right.
Outside of Adam Lowry, one of their captain, one of their big meatheads, great player, in my opinion. I mean, just a really important player. It's kind of like their Val, right? Big, strong, can score, all kinds of stuff. Outside of missing him, they're an intact team, and you're right there. I can tell you exactly what happened on every single goal. I mean, here's Velarde. He and Girard are jousting. This is 2-3 feet wide of the net. They're jousting. Girard goes down. Girard gets back up and re-engages. The shot is going 3 feet wide of the net, and it hits him in the leg and takes a 45-degree angle into the back of the net behind Blackwood. Are you kidding me?
Well, here's the other
first
thing,
goal.
though.
On the first goal, it complete and utter mistake coming back on the back check. No, Parson did not take the right guy.
It's how it ended. You tied the game up. By the way, that McCarr goal where he almost Bobby Orred it.
Sick, huh?
Right?
Yeah.
He's in the air scoring.
He's pretty good at this hockey thing.
Yeah. But you tie the game up. You have a power play to close the game, essentially, to end the game, and you can't get it through. It's so frustrating.
So
it's so damn frustrating.
You want to hear something that's like a really huge dichotomy when I put these up side by side? We all kind of know like the Avs' MO over the last few years has been if you let them have an extra attacker on the ice, if you let them play 5-on-4, hell, this year 6-on-5 at the end of games, like it's going to have a massive impact to which they're going to make you pay. Like the Avs will always take advantage or have always been a team that's going to take advantage of you, and teams are terrified to let that happen. They're 49 games in, I believe, this year. So I was just like, let's just take half, the last 25 games. The Avs' power play percentage is 12.7%. It's 24th in the league. But you know what else is going on right now with them? Their PK is operating at 88% in the last 25 games. That's
right.
number 1 in the league. So the thing that you expect them to do well is one of the league's worst. And the thing they've been okay at in the past, but I don't think they've been the best in the NHL, certainly not an 88% clip, is rolling. But the problem is, as Vic just pointed out, there's 4 minutes left in the game.
Right.
They get a power play. Now it's time, put one in, go up 3-2. The Jets pull Hellebuck, you put it in 4-2, game over.
That's
and
correct.
It's just like you have no confidence that that's happening right now.
That is correct. It's remarkable because you look at the way the season started. And from October now to late January, the Avs had the best power play in the National Hockey League. I mean, it was clipping along at about 36% through October, and that's without Val Nichushkin in the lineup. That's without a bunch of guys. I mean, guys were in and out all over the place. How about Lecky, right? You dig what I'm saying? And it went like this. And the penalty kill, they couldn't stop Vic Lombardi and his brothers, right? I mean, it was completely discombobulated.
On that power play op late, there were 2 opportunities where Lecky was right there in the slot and just couldn't get a stick on it.
They tried different things. They started to go to the bumper instead of shooting from outside. I mean, they're trying. You see the try. You see the different tactics. It's just not working. But it went like this. It's almost like sand through the hourglass. As one side fills up, the other side depletes.
Yeah.
And it's gone completely opposite as to where the penalty kill is superb right now, and the power play, and they're getting looks, and they're getting this, and they're getting that, and they're hitting posts, and great saves, and misses in the bumper, and you know all different kinds of things. It's just grinding to a halt.
Well, you hit the beginning of the game,
and you've got the same personnel, so it's inexplicable.
It's just weird. Beginning of the game, there felt like an opportunity that you could have put that game away in a hurry. and Miko's shot hits the knob of the stick of Hellebuck, or else that's going to put you up.
Can you believe that?
McKinnon 5-hole and then off the post, whatever that play was, like.
I mean, you saw Hellebuck's head, right? What did he think?
He thought it was in.
He thought it was in. He thought he got beat through the 5-hole.
Yeah, there's some puck
and
luck factor.
it goes off the back of his skate and then hits the post. Well, listen, on the other side of things, Mackenzie Blackwood made 2 brilliant saves on Scheifele late in regulation to keep that magical left pad. Are you going to talk to the mayor today? Is that why you're all dressed up?
I did that yesterday.
Why are you dressed up?
Because I've got to shoot after this. With Dan Caplis Law, 303-770-5551.
Check that, please, Nelly. What do you mean you got to shoot? Like a TV commercial shoot?
Yeah.
770-5551. Survey says that is correct.
Thank you. Got one right.
The official law firm.
How many different takes are they going to have for that phone number alone? Yeah, that's what I figured.
I can't wait to see this.
By the way, just some news. If you guys missed it yesterday, this is Bednar. We were talking to him about an update on Val. Because now, Moj, I'm going to keep a running tally of this just because I think it's one of the more remarkable stats you can get for a single player. They're now 14-14 without Val, like a strictly 500 team.
Crazy.
Now, it's 14-12-2, but it's like 14 wins, 14 losses. They're 14-7 with him. Here's what Bednar gave us an update on his injury status yesterday.
I think we're doing a better job without him this year. Unfortunately, he's had a setback with his injury, and he's not close to coming back right now. He's on a week-to-week timeline. So that's not good, So the hits keep coming when it comes to the injuries and the length of our injuries. I said it the other day, Colton missed significant time with his foot. Lehkonen missed a significant time with his shoulder. And then you got Drouin and Val, who I think they've only played one game in the lineup at the same time the entire year, and we're in game 48.
Can I say something about that last part? I know that we have a high expectation level for the Avs, and it's why even in games like that where it feels like they play pretty well and they come away with only 1 point or a loss or whatever, it's disappointing. And you can't keep hitting the same button over and over again that they're hurt. But that's pretty remarkable. Like, those are really important players to your team that have not been on the ice together the entire season.
But Coach told us yesterday, you got to get points, man.
Yeah.
You got to get in the tournament. You got to get in. You got to get points.
Well, they're still
they
comfortably.
got a point last night.
They're still comfortably in a playoff spot. Again, I don't think that the worry is that at all, that they're going to miss entirely. But because I don't think that this sort of stretch is going to last either. If there's any good news from yesterday, Chris McFarland joined the morning sprint because they were in the penalty box yesterday.
That was a great interview, by the way.
Here's what he said about Miles Wood.
Well, hopefully we'll get Miles Wood back here, within the next 7 days at some point, hopefully on this road trip. And then obviously hopefully Val progresses here and stay healthy. I think that would be a huge part. As far as on the ice, we've got to find a way to get points and bank points. When it's tied in the third period, we've got to make sure we get points out of those games. And it's gonna be a tight race, and every game is gonna be crucial here between now and the Four Nations break for sure.
That last thing he said, though, when it's tied in the third period, we got to get points.
Well, they got a point last
He got
night.
one.
Yeah. But, if I gave you this on a plate and said, tie game, 3 minutes left, Avs power play.
Yeah.
You'll take that.
I mean, most years you would take it all day. Yeah. And not just all day, Brett. Okay.
And all night.
Also all night, that's correct. Okay, so also all night.
What about all week?
Absolutely, and all month. But take a look at something. I was listening to
year.
Okay. You're
All
getting over
decade.
the top now. I'm not in
millennium.
the mood. Looking at his Peaky Blinder. Look at he went full Peaky Blinders today. Look at the part. The dork.
Take your coat off. Stay a while, buddy.
What are you doing?
I talk to the mayor. Now I wear a jacket all the time, and I wear suit pants.
Ooh.
I came with gifts for you guys today. You see this box right
I
here?
don't want it.
Yeah, what if I said I don't want it?
Okay.
Is it valuable or is it dorky?
All right, guys, I'm going to have gifts available for those listening to the show.
I do want it, but what if I said I didn't?
Hey, Brett, if it's a box full of Rolexes, that's one thing. If it's your little junky stuff that you get at the dollar store, that's something else.
I didn't go to the 5 and Under store this time.
Brett, when you think about this, what if the Avs stayed?
I used that putting thing, by the way, quite a bit.
I do like that too. Yeah, the Bear was excited about it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vic. If the Avs stay in wild card one, who do you not want to see in the first round of the postseason?
Oh, it's too early for me to even start thinking about stuff like
I
that.
I would like to see Winnipeg because I think that thing is still there, right? Like that
You do?
Well, hey, last year they swept the Avs in the regular season. Look what
That's
happened
correct.
in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So-
And the Avs did a lot of that last night too. They got down, they got screens, and look, they solved Hellebuck. That shutout streak is far over.
Playoffs.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Anyway, as of right this second, and this is subject to change, they'd be going to Vegas.
See, that would scare me more than
No,
Winnipeg.
I'd rather take Mark Stone's big head.
Look,
Well-
man, but
I know
rather
with the way
Mark's
they're
face.
playing now, it's hard for me to even begin to try
they're not whole.
Yeah.
They're not whole. But I'm just saying, we've seen it. History has indicated to us that they can go to Winnipeg, even though they were dominated last year in the regular season by that team. They can go there and dominate them. Hell, you remember game one of that series? You're like, oh, geez. And they still
Well, it
won
was
the
7-6.
series.
It was crazy. They put 6 on Hellebuck in a losing effort. Anyway, I listen. Pick your poison. It doesn't matter. Any out is going to be a very difficult out in the
Still
Western
so
Conference,
early.
including the Colorado Avalanche. Believe me, there's no team that's going, God, I hope we get the Avs, because they know.
When we come back, so I think a good hallmark is if your team is in a healthy place, is if some of your assistant coaches start to get talked about with some jobs. And Vance Joseph, that's happened for. Thanks.
Our boy from Cartel Golf sent this package out. So
Should we open them now or later?
I think there's a couple of names of Broncos coaches currently on the staff with how fast things are moving that could get a job here soon.
I'm going to open this.
Well,
open it. Yeah, I'll open mine. I mean, listen, we.
You brought a gift for yourself too.
He gave me one too. We advocate if somebody wants to give us free stuff. We
give me
will
free
certainly
things,
open
I'll wear it.
Yeah. And that's-
Stop, collaborate, and listen. Look at now. It's my condition.
What's that say?
It's a T-shirt.
What's that say? 5 yards short. 1 out of the money. I ain't paying. Yeah, that pretty much describes.
Oh, I kind of like this.
That describes your golf game.
Let's go pick. Oh, look, I like this.
Yeah.
Let's go. Pick it up. Play bad. Play fast. It's getting dark.
These are nice.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for a friend.
What is it? But what is it?
What do you mean? What is
Also
it?
a nice shirt.
It's
It's
golf.
clothes.
It's golf wear.
Oh.
It's clothes.
It's that. You know what? This is a sign. We need a golf trip. We need a golf trip.
I think you're right on that. Should happen. Has to happen.
How many more signs
dude, this
can
is-
we get?
It's a double XL.
Yeah, that's for you. He specifically had your name on it.
I wear an L.
He specifically
This is
put
for
your name on that.
Okay, hey Andy Lindahl. I know it's not a 3X, but you just got a new gift.
Okay, again, let me repeat something.
Thank you. The word you guys use when you receive something.
I did. I said
is
thank you.
Thank you.
I did say thank you.
Thank you for the pup tent, Vic.
It's not from me. I would have given you a quad XL.
Somebody said, what was that sound, by the way? That was the sound of me trying to go to break, and then Vic threw something that hit my microphone. Yeah. That's what the sound was. Now, again, it's a sign of a healthy...
My T-shirt is also a 2X. I'm not a...
Dude, it's not my fault people think you're a 2X.
Can I try and do my job for a second? Just for a second, can I try and do my job?
You can try all you want, but I got two 2Xs
Color
here.
is this?
Lindahl's going to have a field day.
What color is this?
It's pink. Or salmon.
Notice the size on that? Medium.
I think there's a couple of coaches that could get potential jobs here coming up. I'll explain next.
Guys, you got a bad ankle. You're going to do something about it. Elbow, you're going to do something about it. Got a problem with your sinuses, you're going to do something about it. What about erectile dysfunction? You know what? Do something about it. Don't laugh it off. Don't pretend it doesn't happen. If you've got a problem, fix it. And the people at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you fix it because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%, and you can last a long time. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor. If you're dealing with this, don't pretend it doesn't exist. Don't laugh it off. And honestly, don't be embarrassed about it. Just get it done. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's 2025 for crying out loud. Call today at 720-440-7900. Your initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your appointment's totally free, but you know it's going to. They've got an expert staff, so don't wait. 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Again, call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So I think a good hallmark is if your team is in a healthy place is if some of your assistant coaches start to get talked about with some jobs. And Vance Joseph, that's happened. That's I mean, I'm just sitting here. I'm trying.
That's cool.
Trying to do my thing today. I'm with 2 children.
God, he's so ungrateful.
I get one guy who's like, he's angry about everything. I get another guy who is just
I'm
not
totally
paying
good,
attention,
actually.
throwing things.
I'm totally good.
You really seem like it. That seems like a well-adjusted, happy human being
you're
this
not a
morning.
good
What
player.
you're doing?
Avalanche, okay, we're going to get to some football here. The Avalanche played a good game last night, bro. It's just unfortunate that was a package being thrown at
I think that was
Brett.
the sound of Pionk getting the game winner against the Avs in overtime.
Put that side by side with Jamal Murray made a shot. Let me hear the difference between the two. The mic drop and then that sound. It got pretty close.
The point is,
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Pretty much.
That's
okay.
Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
Vic, I appreciate.
Why are you saying it to me? Wes is the guy you need to thank.
I appreciate the gifts, Wes.
Thank you,
very
Wes.
much. I don't wear a double X. Okay, so they're
I don't know.
they're useless to me. No, you're being funny. I weigh 180 pounds. It doesn't even matter, Brett. It's very thoughtful. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead. Continue on, please.
Here's the deal. I think it's a sign of a healthy franchise when you get poached. It's a good thing.
Of course. It means you have talent.
So the Broncos have already a couple of different guys out there. So the new GM of the Raiders, John Spytek, he's got the job. There is another
former Bronco front office man, by the way.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like former Broncos front office guy, Broncos assistant GM Darren Mogi. He's en route to New Jersey where he has a second job interview with the Jets for their GM job today. Vance Joseph has gotten interviews for head coaching gigs. But one thing I was thinking about with how prolific this rookie year was from Bo Nix, like not Jaden Daniels level, but still incredibly impressive. Everybody's going to be out there looking for, the next big hot name as far as offensive coordinators go. I think there's a couple of guys in this list that, with how fast things are moving in the league, that could get phone calls. One of them being Davis Webb, the quarterback's coach, who I think pretty widely across the league has seemed to be doing a good job. Not to mention he's 30.
Yeah, he's an OC waiting.
It's so interesting because I'm thinking Davis Webb is still a quarterback. Yeah. He should still be a quarterback as far as I'm concerned. But he's a coach in the National Football League at the age of 30 getting strong consideration for this, that, and the other. Very interesting.
There's another name, too, on the Broncos staff, a guy by the name of John Morton, who is the pass game coordinator, who I think could be getting interviews here quickly, too. Like, they got a couple of names. And here's the thing. The offense wasn't, like, super impressive, super crazy, but it was effective enough with a rookie where you win 10 games. I think that would impress most people across the league. Because here's what's funny, and I'll tie this back to Vance. It's always a weird thing when coordinators have success or assistant coaches have success and your team, like, continues to move along and push down the playoff route. Like, Cliff Kingsbury, I'm sure, is a name on a lot of teams' radars, but it's a matter of, do you really want to wait and maybe miss out on some other names in case he says no? But what do you think the difference is between Kingsbury and Vance Joseph as far as head coaching gigs? Two guys who were former head coaches.
Yeah.
That things did not go well at a previous stop, but they went back to their coordinator roles and excelled.
Yeah.
But it feels like Kingsbury would be a lot more coveted than Vance Joseph. Is that just the offensive part of football that's doing that?
I think so. I don't think there's much a difference at all in the two of them. You just described them to a T. They were both head coaches. They failed in those endeavors. They were let go in those endeavors. They returned to be very good coordinators, and here they are. So there's not much different at all. But it is one of those things where a young, hot, offensive mind always seems to be top of the list when it comes to head coaching spots, right?
And I think it's just easier, I guess, when you have good offensive football to keep a fan base happy than it is a good defense. If you got a team that wins games 17-13, it feels like fans will still be upset even with wins.
No, we talked
than
about
if you
it.
lose 33-30.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think you're correct. We've talked about it on the show.
Moj, read Twitch.
All right, I will. You can be bad and you can be boring, but you can't be both. So a good offense an exciting big play capability offense, even if you lose games, Brett, it'll be fun. What?
From Cartel
From
Golf.
Cartel Golf. I'm sorry, Moj. They do run small. I thought it might fit you better. You are a little big boned. I'll gladly send you another one.
The guy's apologizing in Twitch now, Moj.
You made him feel bad. I
He
mean,
also did not say you were big boned. You
I know, I
added that.
I know. I did add that.
Boy, the hits just keep coming.
But you're in the
Tell him thank you. He's apologizing to
I know.
you.
He's apologizing for something he gave you. You guys are the most ungrateful.
What do you mean, you guys? I said thank you 100 times. Thank you.
You guys, people just gift you stuff. I gift you stuff. You guys never really appreciate gifts. This is the world we live in now.
I really do appreciate it. I love the shirt. I love the sayings on it. I think it looks great. I love my T-shirt. It's just I could use both of them as a pup tent in the forest while going wild game hunting. That's all. No offense.
But it's based on perception. It's based on when somebody sees you and hears you, how big do they think you are? That's why you get the XXX. That's just the way it is. That's how life works.
Okay, Brett.
Yeah. What are you? You're just leaving? Are you leaving now?
No, but I mean, what do I look like?
It's possibly in the 6 years we've done this show the most unfair thing. I was going to say but it's not even me that Vic has done is make people think that Mosier's like 250 pounds. It is the most unfair thing in the world, and it showed itself here.
We're getting a good view there, Moj. Front, back, side.
I wear larger size clothes than Mosier does. I do.
Sorry, I'll give it to Coach Sanford. You're fine. Yeah, it'll fit Coach Sanford. He's a man.
It's okay, Moj.
He's 40.
It's okay.
I love my sticker.
He's not going to improve his DNA.
Can I say something else, by the way? I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. Okay, go ahead.
I got a little sticker here, which I very much love.
Is it the right size?
Yeah, it'll fit anything.
Okay.
It says, you read it out loud.
It takes a lot of balls to golf like I do. That is pretty clever.
Yeah.
That's really clever. Thank you, Wes.
Okay, now listen.
Yes.
Do you guys remember a few years ago, we had a couple of introductory press conferences in the NFL that were just like off the wall crazy? It was Nick Sirianni and it was Dan Campbell.
That's the first one that comes to mind. Campbell on biting kneecaps and Sirianni just, I don't know what the hell he did.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
We had, listen, we've gotten a lot of mileage out of both of those news conferences. And rightfully so. They were not abnormal, but they were a little bit
bombastic. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
A little bit bombastic. And Campbell not only talked about biting kneecaps and body parts, but he wanted a real live lion on the sideline with a chain.
He was cursing in the middle of it. It was just like, we haven't had one of those for a while, though. And I think, look, if I got a head coaching gig, I think I would do my best not to be boring, but not to have something that sticks with me like that. Because I think you could go a decade from now, if Campbell's still the coach of the Lions and they grit out a win, somebody's going to mention biting kneecaps.
Oh, sure. And I mean, in Nelly, I think he secretly really, really loves the Sirianni quotes. I think he does. I think we all do.
Thinking equals talent take over.
Yeah. But it's bizarre. But here's the thing. We haven't had one of those in a while. And yesterday, Ben Johnson, the brand new head coach of the Chicago Bears.
Now, this is where he falls into that young, hot shot, offensive mind type of thing. I mean, did Sean McVay, you think, start all of that? Was it Sean McVay in his early 30s that started? He got the head coach.
No, young, hot offensive names have been, Mike Shanahan.
You know what? Mike Shanahan was actually he wasn't that young.
But he was younger.
But he was younger.
Adam Gase is one of those, right?
Through the test of time, there have always been in the NFL young hotshot coordinators who have moved to the front of the line. It's just what happens. Oh, look at this. Look at the way.
Yeah, but like when George Seifert took over for Bill Walsh with the 49ers, he was already kind of an older dude.
Yeah.
See, but here's the thing. I think I'd go out of my way to not have one of those moments because I don't want that to stick with me forever. Like, it's worked out for Sirianni and Campbell because they've had success, so it's okay. But what Ben Johnson did yesterday is, I think, even a step beyond that. Not in the novelty part of it, where it's just like, oh, that's a funny thing that he said. Calling out a specific head coach within the division before you have coached a practice with your team is a wild decision. This is what Ben Johnson said yesterday.
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. there's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league, having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
Yeah, that was odd. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for that.
I don't think you stand to gain anything by saying that out loud.
I was waiting for him to say something. Hey, and Matt LaFleur is a hell of a coach.
Had a ton of success in Green Bay.
Yeah, that was odd.
No, he goes beating him twice a year, and
first of all, you didn't beat him. You didn't beat him.
Jared Goff and David Montgomery and Sam Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Those guys beat him twice a year.
I'm going to take Ben Johnson and put him on my list. I don't like him already.
It's pretty cocky.
Yeah, I don't like him. I don't like that. You haven't even coached a game, and you're calling out an opposing team's head coach?
This is what I'm saying, though. The only way that this comes back as a positive is if he, like the first 2 years, is 4-0 against Green Bay, then it's fine. But think about this. And here's the comparison I made. The thing at the parade, the first game of the year was against the Lakers the following year. If the Nuggets lost by 20, that wouldn't feel very good. Now, luckily,
it wouldn't.
They've been kicking the Lakers' butts ever since then. But what I'm saying is, what if they go out to Green Bay that first game next year, because they play them twice every single year, and they lose by 20 points?
Exactly.
That's going to be the meme of the week.
Yeah.
And you're going to be made fun of.
I am now rooting for Green Bay every time they play Chicago.
Well,
every time. I mean,
not going to get that out of me.
I've never heard a peep out of Ben Johnson. I never heard him speak.
Mm-hmm.
All I needed to do is hear those comments right there. Yeah.
And I understand what he's doing. I told Nelly, this is like he was part of the Rolling Stones on a farewell tour. He's playing the hits. He was trying to say everything in his power just to get Chicago fans riled up. Whatever they love to hear.
He's trying to go Kurt Signetti.
Yes.
That's what he's doing.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
2 weeks later, he lost by like 40 points to Ohio State after that, by the way. And that wasn't so cutesy anymore. Like, this is just, if I were doing an introductory press conference, I'm going, I think, out of my way to not say anything remotely like that. Be like, yeah, once I win a couple of games, then we can start to figure that stuff out.
I think there's plenty of time to get your fan base fired up through the course of the offseason and into training camp.
Yeah.
You don't need to stand up there and say, by the way, I like to beat their ass. Well, yeah, dude, you haven't done jack. And you've got the worst team in the division to try and do it. Now,
that's a Rex Ryan move.
Yeah. Now, if you do win, if you do put the Chicago, I mean, what's he going to be? A Sean McVay, or is he going to be an Adam Gase? If you do win and you do put the Green Bay Packers on notice, every time you meet them, then you become a legend because you've backed it up. But that's a big ask with the kind of talent they have there in Green Bay.
It's kind of the same thing when Sean Payton, it wasn't like an in-division thing, but when Sean Payton said, I think last year might have been one of the worst coaching jobs I've ever seen, well, that puts pressure on you that if you don't perform then you're just as bad as the idiot you said was here before.
Well, he knows he made a mistake there.
Yeah.
He acknowledged it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
we'll talk to Jeff Legwold at 8 o'clock this morning. You can always listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Okay, I got to ask Vic something in a second, but first, we were just talking about this. I asked Mosier, you're calling the game. You have no choice, Moj. You're on the TV. Here's what I did. I'm watching the Avs. Overtime, I'm jazzed up. Turnover, Pionk, goal. And within 3 seconds, my TV was off, power off.
I think I was a second.
Because I couldn't take it.
Yeah, I think I was a second and a half. I saw the Avs start to walk to the locker room, start their meandering to the locker room. TV off, covers on, sleepy. And this is
So you guys are like top fuel drivers at the line.
Yeah.
Where the Christmas tree goes.
Just done.
Yeah. Dot, green, and then you're boom.
Especially the way that happened, because I went from being excited to that quickly it was done and over with.
Yeah, 17 seconds in.
Which begs a bigger question. I have to ask you this question. And I probably shouldn't be asking this question as the guy who hosts pre- and post-game shows for a living, right? With the Nuggets. But I'm going to ask how a viewer handles this. You're the viewer. You people listening, you're the viewer. Do you watch a post-game show when your team loses? Or do you just get the hell out of there and you want nothing to do with it? Like when Notre Dame lost the other night, you think I wanted anything to do with the broadcast? You think I was going to watch Ohio State party? I turned the TV off so fast. When the home team, when your team loses, do you just go away?
I'm out. I'll tell you this. It does depend for me. If there was a moment like the Wedgwood game, and I know that ended up being a win, but I think I'd want to hear what they would say about that play anyway to see if some people are fired up or something.
If there's something controversial.
Yeah. If there's something controversial, then I'll watch some post-game to get some insight from the players and coaches afterwards. But
People
I'll tell you
are
this
saying,
right now.
I watch because it's more interesting when they lose. I get that. Most people, TV off immediately. Off immediately.
Here's what I told these two, though. I said, when Pionk scored, I turned it off as fast as I could hit the off button.
So fast.
And I said, I wonder if they could actually show me what viewership was a second before Pionk let that shot go and 10 seconds after the goal went in, what the rating change would be. Because in my household, it's immediately
You might want
gone.
to ask XL, the electricity bill, it just Metro Denver wide, it changed at that moment because everybody stopped streaming, everybody stopped using
But it's
television.
like, whether it's that or turn the TV off or change the channel or something. I mean, whatever you do.
So you can understand then. You can feel for me.
But as a guy who's on, but
who
as
does
a
a post-game show
Yeah.
after like when the Nuggets lose big, like when they lost to the Knicks or they lost to the Cavs and they lose by 30. And you're sitting there doing an hour post-game and you're sitting there going,
you realize you're talking to yourself.
What am I doing?
Yeah. It's not just that the Avs lost last night. It's how they lost. It's a bomb clapper from Pionk from the top of the circle so quickly, right? It's like, I mean, if it was a back and forth goalmouth scramble, da-da-da-da-da, I think people stay around like, what happened? I want to see how this happened. Why did it happen?
I want an answer. Yeah.
It was pretty easy to see why it happened last night. I mean, it was pretty simple. You gave the puck away and then a little miscommunication, and dude made a perfect shot.
It's rage watching. You rage watch. And if you're in rage, like I just told Moj in the break, I am weirdly angry about last night's game. And I'm not as close to it as you are. I get more angry for Nuggets losses. But I was weirdly angry last night after that Avs game because I just saw the opportunity unfold with the power play late. And then for it to end with Pionk from the circles like that. And we can go on and on about what should have happened there, if that should have been saved or he should have come out of the crease a little more, whatever. It just left such a bad taste in my mouth. I didn't like it.
Now, when the Avs win, I like to hear Kiefer and JML or Johnny Mitchell or Ryan Riker and Yanni. I like to hear all that stuff and why it happened and what went down and see the cool goals again and great saves again. I mean, that's kind of fun, Vic. If the Irish had somehow won the Natty,
I would have watched through midnight. I would have been
you
there.
You would have been awake until 3 in the morning watching play after play after play after play after
That's
play.
what we do. That's as sports fans, do you watch opposing teams' parades?
No.
Right? You want no part of that crap.
Football is especially weird because it's only one game, and you have to relive that for a whole week before you get another shot at
Right.
it. So, like, if your football team loses, at least what I do, if they win, I consume everything. Yeah, tell me how great my team played last week. If they lose, I don't watch a single thing about it.
In fact, I propose
can't.
that from now on. We only do post-game shows that the teams win. Are you listening to me, Matt Kroll?
I'm sure he is, and I'm sure he would disagree with what you're
Only
asking.
victories. Eric writes in, I watch your post show because it helps provide closure. Okay. I can see that, I guess. Closure.
I can see that too. I mean, it listen, it's a good hockey club. They're 8 points up for a postseason spot right now. They just got to get healthy. They just got to find their groove a little bit. I think all of this is coming. You got to make a push here. Hey, they're going to go on the road. Have they been good on the road this year?
Yeah.
They're going to go
They're better on the road.
They're going to go on the road. Got some fun games coming up, man. At Boston on Saturday afternoon, at New York on Sunday afternoon, then against Patrick Waugh on Tuesday night. That's a national TV game. So you know what I'm doing, Vic? I made a commitment to you. See, you always ask me, well, what have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately? Do, 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 do. Right?
Spit it out.
Rather than hang out in New York because it's a national TV game, I had travel book me a flight back from New York City after the Rangers game to get home that night to be here in studio on that Monday morning, this coming Monday morning.
For what?
So that I could be here in person and do the show properly. So I'm not flying on Monday, missing anything. Straight to the airport after the game, straight home.
Do you want a cookie? What? I'm trying to figure out what he wants for this. What's he aiming for here?
Do you got a cookie? Because if you got one, I'll take one.
Well, maybe that shirt'll fit. You eat a couple more.
Listen, so I'm coming straight home, but we've got great games on this roadie. This is, and they get pumped up. It's fun to play in Boston. It's fun to see that B and play it. It's fun to go into Madison Square Garden. These are both afternoon games. 1 o'clock game Saturday, 1 o'clock game on Sunday. Let's go get it.
Yeah. So in conclusion,
And by the way, if they went on this road trip and smoked those fools, it wouldn't surprise me at all because they can.
In conclusion, yeah, I just kind of turned the game off afterwards.
Mosier,
keep in mind, by the way, win or lose tonight, I will be doing the Nuggets postgame show on Altitude Television. So
you are? Again? Hold on a second.
I'm very important.
You're coming down there again to do what? What do you add to our postgame show,
to
Zach?
spread my basketball knowledge. What do you mean?
I often ask our producer, why is Kane on with us again? Oh, I never hope for a loss.
What? Yeah, you better watch what you say right there. You better watch it.
Might just hand you the keys and you finish it.
So wait, you're going to be on with him on the set.
Are you doing postgame tonight?
Yeah.
All right.
Pre and
I'll
post.
see you on the couch.
Sacramento, by the way.
Can I sit on your lap during it?
So Moj, this is where I agree with you. This is a game you got to win for this reason. Sacramento won last night. They came back to beat Golden State. I guarantee they didn't get into Denver because that was a late game. They probably didn't get into their hotel rooms until 3 a.m.
What is the okay, the league rule in the NHL is you can't start a game less than 22 hours from the start of the previous game.
Those rules change all the time.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that the game they don't consider the travel time, losing an hour and all that kind of thing. Hey, good. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's you lose an hour from Sacramento to beautiful Denver, Colorado, and now you've got to go up against Joker and company who are playing terrific basketball, especially defensively. You should win this game. The Nuggets go in as an 8.5-point favorite.
I believe that the Nuggets tonight have an opportunity. This is a Sacramento team that's been red hot ever since they fired Mike Brown. And that's one of those coaching changes that sparks you.
They got a
Sometimes
bump. They got a Doug Christie bump.
They got a big bump.
Yeah.
Sacramento's been very good. They're playing their best basketball. Man, if you can get through this week, you can beat a Sacramento on the second game of a back-to-back and then find a way to go to Mini and beat that team.
Yeah.
What a week that would be.
What time is the game in Mini?
It's an afternoon affair, I believe. It's on ABC.
Okay, so you're not doing the game.
No.
Okay, so you're not going to Mini.
No.
Okay, so that means that we're probably going head-to-head with the Nuggets on Saturday, the Avs at Boston. But one's on national TV and will be on Altitude Television. Copy. Okay, good.
The Avs, at least on the radio, will be on AM 950. The Nuggets will be on 92.5 on Saturday.
Copy.
303-504-0925. So, again, jump back to the Broncos with Jeff Legwold here. I got a couple of questions. Like, we talked to him last week, sort of discussing the end of the season, what went wrong, blah, blah, blah. We can now kind of look forward to the offseason. And what are the main sort of objectives of a Denver Broncos offseason? We'll discuss it with Jeff Legwold next. Sacramento Kings, winners of 10 of their last 11 games, but on the Circus Sportsbook, the Nuggets still 8.5-point favorites tonight. If you download that app, you can check out the best odds in the game. Get an early look at the championship round of the NFL as well. And if you do that, best odds in the game, tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now at Circus Sports or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. Jeff, I think we can now move towards some off-season objectives, okay? It's the healthy time to do so. And with that, if you listed your number one off-season objective, what would that be for the Denver Broncos?
Well, I guess I have two for them. One would be to maximize the draft. I think if they learned anything this year by force feeding themselves their salary cap situation was you can win with young players. And, they have 5 guys. We've given them a lot of grief for the Russell Wilson thing and the Randy Gregory thing, but they had 5 guys named All Pro, and 4 of them were their own draft picks. So I think that should be the lesson they take away, because that's how you don't become the Saints. There's $70 million over the salary cap for next year already, and the Super Bowl hasn't even been played yet. So that's how you stay out of that trouble. That's how you do what the Chiefs have done, which is sign your core and replace the other spots with young draft picks of your own. And, the Bills have done that, and then you play in free agency a little bit, but maximize the draft again, make that a priority. Sean Payton hasn't always done that in his career. He's had moments where they had great draft classes in New Orleans, and then they had several drafts where it was just kind of an afterthought. So I think that would be one for me. And the other one would be figure out what you're going to do with Benito. You're going to try and sign him to a deal like you did Meinertz and Surtain before the season. Get your finances arranged for that, figure out what you think his value is. But those would be kind of my 2 for them.
Got to ask you a question about the staff. Already they're looking for special teams help, losing that guy. Would you be surprised, Jeff, if Vance Joseph is working for another team next year?
I guess he had the Jets interview. I haven't heard too much buzz. It's just a matter of if any of these new head coaches, want to give him a promotion, like, assistant head coach or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, what would it take? He's already DC. What would for them to pull him away from Denver?
And frankly, the richest ownership in the league pays its employees pretty well. So it would take a lot, I think, for a non-head coaching job. And I may be wrong, and I may have missed something. I never want to give people the idea I've got it all figured out, but I talk to an awful lot of people, and I don't hear the discord that people think there is between Vance and Sean and some of that. That isn't really a real thing among the people I've spoken to. So maybe there's something bubbling beneath the surface there I don't know about. But again, I don't think he's unhappy here or anything like that. I think it would take a promotion, a better gig, because you're going to be in position here to get interviews if you're on the staff. I think they're at the point where, will they win the division and all of that? That's a lot to ask with Mahomes around, but I think they'll be in the mix. So you're going to get interviews here if you're on the staff. So I think him being around here next year is still the most likely thing.
Okay. And I don't have a reason to disagree other than we've talked about it. Did Peyton ever really give Vance credit, this season or even last year when the defense played really well, and then Dennis Allen is out there. I know that Ben Johnson wants to talk to him, and he worked for Sean before. I don't know how that relationship is. So, I guess there's just speculation here, Jeff, that they're going to get poached and they're going to have to be finding new dudes, or Peyton will finally, be able to put together the entire staff the way he sees it because his guys are now available.
What's the question?
Yeah, I don't see.
He knows.
I think it would take a lot for Dennis Allen to work with Sean again. I don't know that they parted on the best of ways, but coaching's weird. People argue, and it's the end of the world. And then a year and a half later, they're working together. So, but I think unless somebody you can't block a guy from getting a promotion if you're the current team. So the Broncos couldn't block Vance Joseph from, an offer of an assistant head coach, defensive coordinator or something. They couldn't block him from interviewing for that. Now he could simply elect to stay and do whatever he wants, but you can't block a guy from getting a promotion, and that's what it would take for him to go somewhere else.
All right, then here's a question. Von Miller, if the locker room was on fire, he would say, you know what, no, it's great here. We've got plenty of water. It's put out. Everything's just fine. I mean, he would say just all the good things, and players will do that. But reading your article, and I always read your stuff, you know that, the Quinn Miners and Cortland Sutton comments about Bo Nix seemed incredibly genuine. What was your reaction, and what was your feeling when you heard them say what they said about the growth of their young quarterback?
Well, Moshe, I think everyone understands from a football perspective what he needs to do, where he's limited, what defensive coordinators were doing as the season wore on. But the one thing he did better than most rookies I've ever seen is simply win his teammates over by getting to work. They didn't have to give him the lecture about what it takes to be a pro. And usually, often, a rookie has to be pulled aside and people have to tell him, all right, this is how you do it in the NFL. Nobody had to do that with Bo Nix. He showed up early. He worked hard. He stayed late. He was prepared. He never went out to practice and wasn't ready with that day's install. He did his work. And I can't tell you how much that means to other players for any rookie, let alone a quarterback. And for a rookie quarterback to do that, I think he won the locker room just by his approach. He didn't beat his chest. He didn't tell everybody how great he was. He didn't sort of wave around false confidence. He just showed up and went to work. And I think the players really respected that. And I think it meant a lot for him moving forward. And I think that's why guys, you could tell, they were playing for him in a lot of ways because of that. But that's a big deal in a locker room because too many rookies kind of wheel in and they think this is how I do it. And guys have to remind them, the other people in this room got mortgages, they got families, they got people depending on them, and you can't be doofing around because you're some, rookie who thinks he's great. But I think that's how he won the room.
On the subject of Vance, I asked this question earlier in our show, curious to see what your response is. Vance Joseph was a super highly successful coordinator the past couple of years outside the beginning of last year. And another guy who was a previous head coach where his previous stop didn't go well, but is excelling as a coordinator is Cliff Kingsbury. Why does it feel like Kingsbury is getting a lot more love in that department than Vance? Is it just because he's an offensive guy, or is there something more to it?
No, that's the world we live in. Defensive, I've written stories about how defensive coaches have a much harder time getting a second chance than offensive coaches do.
Like Dan Quinn's rare in this case.
Well, and it took him a minute.
Yeah.
He interviewed for a bunch of jobs, including here, and didn't get them. It takes defensive coaches a longer. That's just we lean offense on everything now. I mean, we almost don't care how teams are comprised now. We just talk about touches and who's getting what, because that's how a lot of people consume football. They don't sort of consume the team building side of it. They consume the offense, touchdowns, touches, catches, rushing yards, quarterback. And, quarterback is such a big deal right now. I think the quarterback, head coach, offensive play caller relationship is very important and in winning too. I don't want to diminish that. And I think that's why, because that avenue of maximizing your quarterback is such an important part of winning in today's NFL that owners are going to lean toward. I think owners have a better handle on offense than they do defense too. I think it's just the way it works. But Aaron Glenn, Aaron Glenn's biggest hire for the Jets will be, who is your offensive play caller?
Yeah. Leggy, speaking of quarterbacks and the Jets, Zach Wilson, former Jets quarterback, Jarrett Stidham, free agent. Both Broncos backups are free agents. Who stays, who goes?
Yeah, I think they're working through that, Vic. And a lot of it is what kind of interest will either or both of those guys get in the market. They'd like one or both back, of course. They love continuity, and I think from a football perspective, the ceiling is still a little bit unknown for Zach Wilson. What can he be? I will tell you, one of my favorite parts of the season was his pregame warm-up every week, and I never missed it because he can sling the ball. And I know, look, I talk to GMs and personnel guys all the time. I know what everybody says, how he played in New York. I get it, but I don't see the same guy. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think there's a lot there, and somebody's going to notice. And by the end of the season, I saw a few of the advanced scouts were taking in that pregame warm-up as well.
So he's the BP intimidator. He's the guy you trot out there before a baseball game just to rip bombs for about 5 rounds of batting practice.
No, I did, and I don't want to. I don't want to puff it up too big, but it was entertaining because he has the rare arm, and I didn't give it enough credit when he came into the draft. I admit that, but he's got the rare arm, and it was fun to watch. Now, does that mean he fixed his pocket presence and all the rest of it? That was such a problem, but I think we've learned from, other players that maybe guys who didn't succeed with the Jets, maybe it wasn't totally their fault, as players. So,
yeah. Well, Jeff, you say it sounds smart. I say it, and these guys treat me like an ant farm at a company picnic. You know what I mean?
It is a little ant farmish. I admit it. Because it's, Bo Nix is the starter here. What's the guy's incentive for staying here if you think you have some room to grow? But I think both guys, Stidham and Zay, are better quarterbacks than they were before they got here because Davis Webb is a really good position coach, and the Broncos are going to have a hard time keeping him at some point. Whether that's next year or the year after or whenever, but at some point there will be a point where they're going to have to do something with Davis Webb. You're going to give him a promotion. You're going to let him call plays in the preseason. You're going to do something because he is a really good position coach, and he has helped make both of those guys much better players than they were.
Were you a big fan of Engelbert Humperdinck?
I'm not that old, dude.
Okay. He's still alive, by the way.
Old.
He's still kicking.
I'm old, but I'm not that old.
We had a song. See, this is me from my boy, Zach. Because like you, Jeff, I'm fascinated by his arm. I'm fascinated by Jordan Love's arm. I love the big arms. I'm fascinated by Joe Milton's arm big time. So I think that I just want to see these guys get chances and see what they can do with it. But Engelbert had a song before I was born, but I've heard it. It said, "Please release me, let me go." And I want Zach.
He wasn't talking about free agents.
No, he wasn't. He's talking about his lady friend. No, but the point is, I want to see if it's me and I'm an advanced scout and another team. I'm like you claim, Jeff, insta-claim. The guy's a free agent, man. We've got to take a stab at him if the price is right because the raw ability is just too much. And if you're the Denver Broncos, I can see why you'd want to keep that around should something happen to your number one. But for crying out loud, if I'm Zach Wilson, I'm like, no, man, I'm never going to play here. I need a shot someplace else.
Well, I think for both those guys, you're pretty sure you're not going to play here, unless there's an injury. So, but from the Broncos' perspective, you want the best. I mean, every year we see a team crater because they didn't prepare the backup quarterback plan well enough. So if you're the Broncos, you want the best guy possible behind Nix, and they all get along. Those guys are really close, and I think that's a benefit too, because I think they're both young enough, especially Zach Wilson is young enough to think, he could stay one more year if it worked out and still, maybe play more in the preseason. Maybe if it's just a 2-man show, he gets to play more in the preseason and gets to show people how much different he is if he's different, how much better he is if he's better. He would get to show that more, and then 2026 is a different deal. But they would like to keep one or both, because those two guys were very important to how Bo Nix played. And I don't want to underestimate or undervalue what both of them did. They were both really integral parts of how Bo Nix's rookie season went, because they helped take care of Bo Nix. They helped get him through. They helped show him how to do it. And they both were very honest with him about what didn't go well and what they would recommend for him to avoid it.
Bills or Chiefs?
I can't. It's hard for me to pick against the Chiefs. I mean, people keep telling me how ugly they're winning this year, and I just see them keep winning. And if it's a 1-score game, I just don't think you beat that guy.
Yeah. It's interesting. Do you think how about this? The Super Bowl winner will come out of the AFC. Would you say that?
If Philly gets through, and I'm not saying they would, because Jaden Daniels is on a heater. So, quarterbacks on a heater are tough outs in the playoffs. But Philly has that haymaker power football, and they could grind you. They could grind a good team and not give them the ball, which is always, I always say it's an old way of thinking, but it's still pretty reliable. Don't give the really good teams the ball too many times. And they're the one team in the playoffs that can keep the ball away from you for a very long time.
I'm blown away by Saquon this year. He's just like, it's unbelievable what that guy does for that offense.
Well, I think all the running backs in the draft should send Saquon and Derrick Henry thank you notes.
Okay.
Because they've sort of shown us all, hey, you know what? Maybe you can win a lot of games and still run the ball from time to time if you've got the right guy.
What would Vic look like if you just took Saquon's legs?
I would look like Ashton Genty.
And you stuck him on Vic.
Like Ashton Genty.
Vic's already making
he's big,
the move.
He's thick up here too. I mean, he's a
I've
bag.
already done the measurements. I would look exactly like Ashton Genty. By the way, Leggy, any chance, and I know you're going to come up with your top 100, any chance Genty falls to the Broncos?
Yeah, just because of the analytics of the time. There are just some people now who think, do not take the running back in the first round, even if he walks on water. Don't do it.
Barry Sanders is available in the first round, and there's some teams that be like, no.
Well, that's always my question back to people when they give me the speech is, okay, you're telling me
don't take Eric Dickerson in the first
round. Don't
round.
take Derrick Henry in the first round.
My fanny pack.
Okay. I do that a lot for sure. But I will tell people when and they bust my chops a lot about the top 100 and what I think and all that. They give it to me good, but they always crush me because I always got backs way too high, because I still think it's a part of football. And, I think this season was a victory lap.
Yeah.
I just look at the teams that run the ball effectively, and they're all the best offenses. Detroit, Buffalo, Baltimore,
Jeffrey,
Philadelphia. They all run the ball effectively. So, I don't want to hear it anymore. I just throw all the time, and there's room for it.
Last question, and this is quick because we got to go, but 2 full seasons under Sean Payton's watch. Not once have the Broncos produced a 100-yard rusher in a game. Not once in 2 full seasons. Is that the system or the runner?
I think it's a conglomeration of yuckiness. I mean, they don't have a rhythm running the ball. They don't literally look like they have a plan sometimes. And to me, the poster of the dysfunction is you make Audric Estime an inactive player for a playoff game, and the guy you pick to replace him that day got 2 carries.
Yeah.
So make up your mind about what you want and what you're going to do.
Jeff Legwell of ESPN.com joins us every week. Thank you, Leggy. Always appreciate the time.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All Conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Oh, God.
You sing it, Engelbert. Humperdinck.
Vic, what'd you do last night?
Nothing.
Great.
You did something last night.
No, I made risotto from scratch with Christian Brown and some select season ticket holders. We cooked risotto. We made a risotto dish with I don't know how to cook, as you guys well know. I don't know how to chef. Neither does he.
I was going to say.
Yeah. He knows less than I do. And I thought there's no human being alive.
Does he have a private chef?
I don't know, but he sat there like we just sat and stared as the guy was showing us how to do it. And we said, yeah. Uh-huh.
Said this forever. It's number one. I win the lottery. Yeah. You're going to be seeing somebody cooking at my house.
Let me tell you something about chefery and cooking. And I have
chefery, here we go.
Excuse me, chef. I would like a snack, please.
All the respect in the world for those people because, at the end of the day, the end of the night, the food was really good, the risotto. I ain't got time for that.
That's a lot of work.
Let me tell you something. I ain't going to sit there for 25
Shuffle
minutes
a pan.
with that wooden spoon and do the little flippy thing.
I know. I watch.
I love, listen, the gentleman who taught us, you people are artists. You really are. You're so damn good. I ain't doing that. I ain't going to flip the food around. I ain't going to, add stuff and just sit around and look at it and watch it and taste it. And Mosher, I know you like to cook. I don't know how you do it.
Well, I'm not a super big fan, but I'm not against it either. I like to experiment and try things. But here's the thing. As we all know, the Bear is an amazing cook and baker. I mean, they say cooking is an art, and then baking is a science.
I don't know
something like that. Is that
whatever?
Anyway, there's a big difference, but she's phenomenal, and I don't know how she does it, but she whips things up quickly. Like she could turn this phone into a 5-course meal, and I'm like, and it tastes better than a restaurant. I'm not even kidding you, dude. Like her steaks.
She can turn something into an edible thing.
1,000%. So last night we get home, she's dead tired, right? She went to the game last night. And I says to her, I says, how's about a little quesadilla snacky? She's like, okay. She whipped up a quesadilla for me, dude, that would blow any quesadilla's doors off anywhere. And I'm like, this is unbelievable.
I wouldn't even know where to start. Like
but people who can do it, it's like a talent, Vic.
It's more than a talent. It's an ambition.
No,
I mean,
it's
I don't even know what it is.
That stuff, I don't mind cooking, okay, but I can't cook the kind of stuff that needs my attention the entire time.
It's not going to happen.
Like, you sear a steak, I throw it in the oven, there you
walk
go,
away,
boom, I walk away, back and get it when it's done. Like, that sort of stuff.
I'm not going to sit there and pay attention for 25 minutes.
We were just talking about guilty pleasure TV shows with the Nuggets players yesterday.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if this is a guilty pleasure, but I'm in on anything that has Gordon Ramsay. I'm a big Gordon Ramsay guy.
Right.
Love him. Kitchen Nightmares.
Do you
great
like
show.
it? Do you like it when he's cursing people out, or do you like it when he's actually making stuff?
It's like you watch Bar
because the guy's obviously an awesome chef too.
You watch,
and he also has a foul mouth.
You watch Bar Rescue for one reason. You watch John Taffer yell at people. That's what the show's about. So yes, that's why I watch Gordon Ramsay.
You're stealing the money.
Shut this kitchen down. It's filthy. You're gonna get somebody sick. The reason why I watch a lot of these shows is, yes, for the yelling, but Hell's Kitchen is one of Ramsay's shows that I really like.
Hey, Vic, I watch the show for the yelling.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
but hang on. With these guys, the main thing that they do every night during dinner service for this Hell's Kitchen show, these people make risotto. And I'm just watching them twirling the pan with the wooden spoon for like 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not doing that.
I'm not joking.
And I love risotto. It's delicious,
Brett.
but I don't got the effort to do it.
Me and Christian last night, we're both like doing the thing with the wooden spoon. After about 3 minutes of it, I said, "Does your wrist hurt?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, "They're doing this for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Like you can get injured
over
doing
and
this."
over again."
Yes. I'm like, well, how do you keep doing this?
You get turf toe from making
I'm
risotto.
not joking. And then by the end of the night, they're like, well, wasn't it good? Yeah, it was good because I was 25 minutes of flipping that thing. I was hungry. I would have eaten anything at that point.
Now, if I'm cooking, like I'm making a nice dinner, Like, I'll do things that take a little extra time. I'll get the block of cheese and grate it myself and have fresh cheese as opposed to stuff that comes in the bag. Like, I'll do that, but I'm not doing things that require babysitting.
Hey, let me tell you how impatient I am when it comes to food. When it says put the burrito in the microwave for 2 minutes, I purposely eat it cold at 1 minute because I ain't waiting that extra minute.
Okay, I'm so glad
I'm going to tell you
said
right
this.
now.
I'm so glad you said this.
And when my wife says, well, it's not all the way, I go, I don't care.
Here's the difference. One subtle difference between you and me. If I'm making, like I said, if I'm making a meal, what me and my wife do, we make a meal on Sunday that we make enough for like Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday for leftovers.
So you have some guts to go.
So
right?
I do
I
do one like invested cook that's going to last a few days for all of us. But when it comes to reheating, this is how impatient I am. I had chili. I ate the chili cold. I made chili this weekend. I do it all. And my wife goes, what's wrong with you? It only takes a couple of minutes. I was like, not going to wait for it.
I ain't got time for that. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I will not sit there. Like, if it says microwave 4.5 minutes, I'm like, nope, not eating that.
Dude, if we order a pizza, I don't heat the pizza up. I just eat it.
We have this. You call that a meme or a GIF? GIF, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Did he really put, I mean, that's a real thing on his show. He put 2 pieces of bread around that woman's head and asked her what she was.
Yeah.
And she said, I'm an idiot sandwich.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, he really did that.
He was
to
a lot
somebody.
more savage at the beginning.
I reckon he was.
He's gotten a lot nicer.
Yeah.
He's gotten a lot nicer. He was really
I've
mean.
seen some shows where he goes to like some country and then he cooks like on a wooden or a picnic table and they bring him fresh fish and it's pretty, I mean, he's a pretty engaging guy.
I want to bring something
But real quick, it's funny. Brett says he watched the show, especially Bar Rescue, for the yelling. I'm sure my wife watches Judge Judy.
You're going to get somebody sick. Shut it down.
I'm sure my wife watches Judge Judy because she says, you're a loser and a bum. Vic, I know why you watch some stuff. I would die to hear why people listen to this program or watch this program. I can't imagine the different tastes of, you know what I mean? Like, you guys are morons, and it makes me feel better about my own self. I think I'm a moron, but then I watch this program or listen to this program, and I realize, I'm really not that bad.
I don't have time for that.
People said, by the way, just quickly, Vic, you have zero room to talk about questioning Mosier's food choices now. Here's the difference between me and Moj. When I eat things cold, it's at safe temperatures, though. It's not in the back of my car overnight. Yeah.
And I admit, I'm spoiled. I take it for granted. Every day at 1 o'clock, I go to North Denver, and I'm sitting there, and I have a hot homemade
fresh meal
that my mother makes for me and my brothers every single day at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
So that's how I live. I ain't got time to sit there and do the thing with the wrist for 25 minutes. That's not what I do. I eat it. That's what I do. That's my role in this process.
Bambi's got a trained wrist when it comes to risotto.
My role is to eat it. All right. I want to ask you guys a question. We've seen noted athletes like, Peyton Manning has taken the stage before big-time country artists before, right? He goes to a concert and he'll sing along with a country artist.
Sure.
Saw Sean Payton do it this summer. Who do you hang out with? Who's the little guy my size that goes to all these football practices?
Kenny Chesney?
Yeah. He goes there. The world will break the night we see Nikola Jokic on stage with 50 Cent. How do you pronounce it? 50 Cent.
50, yeah, sure.
The world will break when it happens. Because I don't know if you guys saw this.
No, I didn't see it.
You didn't hear about this?
No.
I saw it. That's nonsense.
So word comes out that one of his favorite songs is Many Men by 50.
Yeah.
Right? And that he knows all the words. Mm-hmm. Post game the other night, TNT brought it up, and Joker blushed a little bit. Yes, he knows the words. So 50 Cent took to Twitter. He went to X and said he would gladly support Nikola Jokic on stage with him and back him up if he chose to sing the song with him at a concert.
Get out of here.
Mosier. Jokic is not going to do that. But it would be. It's fun to think about.
It would break.
It would break the internet. Yeah, that for sure it would. Well, listen, we've seen him get down at parties, right? We've seen the videos. I don't think he has a problem getting down, dude. He got down in a tree. Wasn't he dancing in a tree, Vic, a couple years ago?
There's a massive distinction, though. If Fitty went to Sombor at one of his local bars and did it, I'm sure Jokic would grab a mic and be all in. Jokic ain't doing that here. He is not doing that in front of TV cameras in America.
Yeah.
He's not
Plus,
doing that.
There's some words in that song that I don't think could come out of his mouth.
Did you watch the TNT postgame the other day?
Yeah.
So who's the host that fills in for Ernie? Whatever, whoever that guy's name is.
I forgot his name.
So he asked him the question, I was told by DeAndre Jordan, all the words of 50 Cent, and he starts doing the words, right?
Yeah.
And he kept going. I thought he was just going to say a couple lines. He kept going all the way to the chorus. Well, immediately in the chorus, there's a word you cannot say.
Let me hold on a second here.
Moj, you don't need to look it up.
What's the name of the song?
Many Men.
Yeah.
All right.
And here's the thing. I almost felt like he was, are you teeing my boy up to say something in a second language that he's not supposed to say? What are you doing to him?
That's why Joker immediately, he said, no.
Well, he paused at the exact point that the thing was supposed to happen.
I know. Yeah, it was awkward, to say the least.
I'm sitting there, I'm like, what are you doing to my guy over here? It's a second language. Don't do that to him.
Yeah, you couldn't.
But Moshe, he stopped right before it and looked at Joker like, would you like to carry the rest of the tune?
Sure.
But can I say this though about 50 Cent? When he curses in his tunes, and he does a lot, he's really good at it.
There's some people that are good at it.
50 Cent is probably, he's one of the best smooth cursors on the planet.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well,
because when you hear me say, hey, he's a blankie, I sound like a dork. This guy is as smooth as it gets.
He almost says it to a way that if he said it in front of your kid wouldn't even notice what he said.
Probably. But you would, and you're like, that was pretty cool. This guy's smooth. Anyway, okay, that's okay. Either way, I want to get back into the Avs and the Nuggets coming up here too, because the Nuggets right now, they're rolling, Vic. And they're sitting here waiting for the Sacramento Kings. Yeah. Well, they were sitting here waiting yesterday as the Kings played and rode into town overnight. I got a great feeling about tonight.
Well,
really good
you should.
feeling.
I mean, again, I'm not to go too Mosier on you, but I feel good about a game like this because I've seen it on the other side when you roll into a town at 3 a.m. and you're dead tired. And the Kings rolled in probably at 3 a.m.
You think they liked rolling into 12 degrees as well?
Exactly.
You think they enjoy, hey, man, I got into my truck today. You know what it was, Brett?
Yeah.
What do you think the temperature was when I rolled off my driveway?
Considering I left earlier than you, probably a little warmer than when I left.
It was 4. My truck said it was 4.
The worst thing for those opposing teams that roll in. So they beat Golden State last night. And what time's that game end? 11 o'clock.
Probably.
Our time,
Our
yeah.
time?
Yeah.
So you get in the plane, you're in the locker room, you're on the plane at 1 o'clock. Yeah, you're in at 3 a.m., okay? And then they got to drive from DIA to downtown where they're staying, that extra drive.
That has to be
Let me
just
tell you something.
death, that drive.
Oh, let me tell you something, brother. Those boys, by the time they're in bed, they're like, okay. So, yes, I like the Nuggets tonight.
They're probably still sleeping. I mean, the guys are still sleeping right now.
I told you, if you're listening to my Circus Sports ad, it's a team that's won 10 of their last 11 games, and they're an 8.5-point dog tonight.
The Nuggets are now 11 games above 500. They're closer to second place than the fifth place is close to them. So they've got a little room. They got a 3-game gap over the Lakers and Clippers. They're right on the heels of the Memphis Grizzlies. They're in a good spot, man. They're in a really good spot. We looked at the month of January, and there were so many games to be played in January, a critical month of basketball, and so far, A+ for the Nuggets. They're
Also,
killing it.
Can I ask a quick TV question before we get to a break?
Is it about the freezing cold weather? Because I'm over it.
No. I'm looking at Shams, who's on ESPN right now. Just take a look at him real quick.
Yeah.
How long does it take to be that manicured?
The hair?
Everything.
He's always looked like that, though.
I know.
I see him at All-Star
but
games.
How
He's
long does that
always like
take
that.
for him to get ready in the morning to go on television? Because that's why I wouldn't do TV. That's insane.
Well, what is there
It's
to
an insane
manicure on
thing.
your face? Your hair's short. There's nothing to do.
I know.
His beard is
But
scraggly.
you know but
I mean, you got
Yeah,
a
I
neck
haven't
beard.
buzzed my
you got
face
a,
in
you
a
got
while,
a
yeah.
neck beard going on
Hey, do you
right
think
now.
you think I just pop out of bed looking like this?
Yeah, but
This takes time.
He's got like the Patrick Bateman morning routine where he puts on the face mask and he's got all the oils and the lotions and like he's got way too much going on. Way too much.
He does.
Calm down.
He
Chance.
does like a.
You don't wear cleansing oils before you go to bed?
No.
Like oil of Olay and stuff. What's it called? L'Oreal. He's got L'Oreal.
As far as taking care of your skin, I might as well live in 1600. I'm doing the same route they did. It's you wake up and you throw some water on your face and then you leave.
Seamus, rub some horse dung on your face.
Exactly, yeah. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
It's a brand new year. Did you make some resolutions? Maybe you're not one of those people, but it doesn't stop you from taking care of yourself. Why not do that like I did and talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Are you feeling down right now, energy down? You aren't sleeping well. Maybe your sex drive's a little MIA, putting on a little weight. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you if you are suffering from low testosterone. You might be, because guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year, and it happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, oh my gosh, what is going on? Well, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, very simple. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood. They'll have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical providers going over everything with you. It's only $99. The consult, the T, the PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment on the day of your appointment, your visit is absolutely free. In fact, I'll be over there today. I've got an appointment with them. Got to pick up a couple of things. So maybe I'll see you there. Do yourself a favor. No need to wait, because most guys wait a year or longer. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. Yeah, I'll be right here in central Denver today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, just something quick because I want to get back to the Avs in a second. You guys will enjoy this. A report from Shams, who we were just talking about. And the subject, how can the Lakers improve their roster? So here's the report from Shams.
I am
hold on,
so
hold on.
tired
Hold on,
of
hold
the
on.
Lakers
Let me say
improving
first.
their roster.
Let me say this first. LeBron James and Anthony Davis are, quote, growing concerned about the Lakers' ability to make significant roster upgrades. Quote, LeBron and AD have expressed that they want the franchise to make moves to contend for a championship with the co-stars, believing the Lakers are potentially a piece or two away. Now, I say that to say this. Let's go through something here since LeBron and AD have taken over.
I didn't know this was coming, but I can't wait to hear this.
They wanted, what's his name? He didn't play well the last couple of years. He's having a really good year this year. Who is it? Russell Westbrook.
Down?
I was doing a thing. Russell Westbrook. They wanted him.
Yeah.
Vic, I think that was a modified.
Gotcha.
And then they didn't have the Westbrook thing work, and now Westbrook thing is working elsewhere.
Well, because they told Westbrook to go sit in the corner and wait for threes.
They wanted that Frank Vogel guy.
Yeah.
And then they didn't want him anymore.
Then they said goodbye.
Right?
Yeah.
And then they wanted D'Angelo back on the roster. And then they didn't want D'Angelo
yeah,
anymore.
we were wrong there. Sorry.
And then maybe it's just like maybe if I draft my kid, that'll do it. That's not that didn't help either.
That'll get us over the top.
So what moves are these roster constructing geniuses thinking about making now? Like at some point, this is what
that's what I'm saying.
I want to rip this in half.
Go run your own league.
Hang on.
He wants to run a league. He wants to own a team. Go run your own damn team.
Can somebody just do me a favor with these two? Los Angeles is a big place. They make a lot of things. They make movies. They make music. They make most. I would think they would have your everyday goods in your household items, right? In LA, I would assume they make them somewhere.
I'm sure.
Can somebody buy these two a freaking mirror? And have them just take a look at it for a second.
No, they can't do that.
Can they
Brett.
try that
No.
once?
There's zero self-reflection on what the issue is in LA. Zero.
Like
absolutely zero.
by the king.
Here's the problem with them. They're two good great basketball players.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody acknowledges that. They're really great.
Mm-hmm.
Their ability to find things that work with them is god-awful.
Brett, LeBron hand-delivered his friend to be the next head coach. His podcast buddy. His podcast.
He was not involved in that process. Vic, didn't you hear him?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, right. He hand delivers his podcast buddy to coach the team. How are they asking the same exact questions year in, year out? So here we are, half of the season through, more than that, and they've got the same questions they had last year at this time.
Yep.
And they make all the moves. First of all, let's not confuse Anthony Davis with LeBron makes the call. Anthony Davis is sort of like, oh, okay, he's just there. Nobody. Anthony Davis is in the room saying, I want this. It's LeBron who wants things.
I think LeBron discusses things with him. That's fine. LeBron's the ultimate decision maker, yes.
And yet they find themselves in the same situation every year. Screw the Lakers. Enough.
I just think it's funny that every year these guys are like, why won't other people give us help? And if you're Jeannie Buss or Rob Pelinka, you got to be thinking, you told me to draft your son who can't play. What if they said this? Oh, my God, would I love this. Vic, what if they went to him and said, all right, I'll tell you what. We got this deal for X player that you want, whoever the player is, Bradley Beal, whoever. But Phoenix did tell us that if they are going to make this deal happen, they need Bronny. What would he do?
He would say no.
What would he, honestly, Vic, if they said, we can get somebody that you want, and I'm just throwing a name out there
First
saying
of all,
Bradley
it would
Beal.
never happen. No, Bronny would never make a deal.
But I'm just saying, in the scenario I've laid out, because LeBron is so concerned with winning.
Let's say Bronny was a real NBA player.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say he was Gabe Vincent.
LeBron is so concerned with
two.
winning. He said, we can make this deal happen. They have said a non-negotiable in this trade is Bronny James. Would he do the trade or not?
No.
So shut up, LeBron.
Yeah. Which of the teams? All right, so the Nuggets are in 4th place, and they got a good foothold on the top 4, okay? Which of the teams giving chase? I'm going to give you a list of teams. Lakers, Clippers, Kings, T-Wolves, Mavericks, Suns, Warriors, in that order. Which of those teams is going to be on the outside looking in? One is going to be.
Outside of the play-in, you mean?
Outside of the play-in. They will not have any chance whatsoever. They'll be a lottery team. Again, I'm going to list the teams.
I think it's going to be Golden State, as crazy as that sounds.
Well, right now they're
a mess.
They're a game
Where
back.
are they?
They're a game back of the Suns. They're in the 11th seed, so they are
Okay.
out of it right now. The Suns,
Sacramento's got to show me a better than a 10-1 run.
they're balling, dude.
I know, but they weren't.
Yeah, but
before.
they are now.
They are now.
They are now. They're balling. That team is scary.
What happened to Mike Brown, by the way? He was coach of the year, got gassed, went to Sacramento, got gassed.
He had apparently.
What's going on?
There was an issue with him and the star players, De'Aaron Fox.
Really?
Whatever issue there was, they've since gone on a run.
Yeah, they have.
Probably because he annoyed them by like getting on him possession after possession after possession
Possession.
after possession
After
after
possession.
possession
After possession.
after
After
possession
possession.
after
After
possession
possession. After possession. After possession. After possession. After possession.
Come on.
After possession.
Swear to God, I'm going to leave
After
the show.
possession.
Stop.
By the way, for those who
possession.
don't know what that is, that's Mike Brown.
After possession.
This is real.
This is not looped,
No.
by the way. This is him just repeating it over and over like a machine.
After possession.
Okay, yeah, Nelly,
Okay,
now
now
I'm
that-
over.
now I'm
right there
annoyed
is
as
grounds
hell.
for firing.
Well, I think it worked.
100% it is. So who's going to be the outside looking in? I think everybody has a potential for whatever reason. And I don't know what the heck is or is not going on down in Phoenix.
Yeah.
But I don't know that Bradley Beal fits with what they want to do there.
Clearly.
I think that they're a mess, and I'm here for it. I love the fact that Ishbia is panicking. I think the Lakers probably will be in. The Clippers probably will be in.
The Mavericks have lost 7 of 10.
Well,
I mean, not having Luka.
They've had the injury problems,
Yeah.
right? That's how a team goes from winning the West.
Yeah. Minnesota's middling. They're 23-21. They did win last night. They beat Dallas by 1, but that's a middling team. That's all they are. That's all they have been. Nothing special about the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Right. Yeah, I don't. It's tough because I was going to tell you, Vic, like, I'm not really scared of anybody, but I'm not that confident in the Nuggets either.
Hold on a sec. Here's where you're going to be wrong, Brett. By the way, Shea went off for 54 last night. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, he
20
talked about
free
the,
throws.
You talked about the teams behind him, though, right?
Yeah, no. I'm just saying, I'm looking at Houston and Memphis. I look at the standings, and with the way the Nuggets are starting to ramp it up, dude, and maybe something's coming before the deadline, maybe. I feel really good about where they are. Vic, I feel really, really good about their ability to come out of the Western Conference. Really good.
Do you think the Denver Nuggets will make a trade before the deadline at this rate?
No.
I don't know that they can.
You think they'll go as is?
I think they'd like to. I just don't think they'll find a way to pull it off.
I think a minor trade will be made. I think something will occur, and I don't know what that something is.
Is it a deal that's going to help the club and actually be a piece that? Well, no, what I'm saying is, it may help the club. But is it a piece that you can utilize for a postseason run,
perhaps,
or is it just something for positioning for future years?
Could be too. I just think something will happen
because they've made some like more ornamental moves before.
I think something will happen. I think someone will go. I mean, for crying out loud, everybody played in the last game except Dario Saric. You don't think they're trying to deal Dario Saric?
There's no way that's Ice-T's real hair color, is it?
I mean, I'll ask you.
Yeah.
You don't think they're actively out there calling around to try to deal Dario Saric?
I'm sure they are.
Who wants to though?
Well, dude, the guy, we've seen him play. He could play. He played well for Golden State last year. Just not playing well here for some reason.
No. Hang on. He's not playing well.
He's not playing.
He's not playing. Yeah. I can't even say he's playing bad because he doesn't play. Anyway, you can jump back to this a little bit later. I want to get back to the Avs. Can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm there in your corner. But first, 30 seconds, please. Keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
Kings Nuggets, Vic, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Malik Monk. He has been a Nuggets killer.
He has.
He really dials it up against the Nuggets. That speed, he's fast, he hits shots. Keep the perimeter intact. That's the key tonight. And get off and run early. You saw what they did the other night? 18-0 in fast break points early in that game. Just ran them out of the gym. Same concept tonight. Run early. This is a tired team. They got into their hotel rooms just hours ago. Make them more tired. Run.
Is this a game, Vic, where after the first quarter you can take away the Kings' will to live?
Well, I don't know if the first quarter you'll do it, but by
Halftime?
the third quarter.
Okay.
Keys to the game powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Don't say a word. Let's see if Vic knows what this is.
My one regret in life is waking up every morning to a bunch of music nerds.
As fast as he can. Somebody left with the cup.
I had a question to the people earlier in the show.
Hold on.
I'm not holding on.
What's the question?
No, I've held.
This guitar, though, right here. Okay, I'll take it.
I had a question for the people earlier. The question was this.
Stupid ass questions.
When the Avalanche lose the way that they lost.
So funny.
It is funny.
Was that after the Minnesota loss, the Game 7? Is that when that
No.
was? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it was.
Somebody was asking him about how much the loss hurts, considering you were at it was Game 7 and you were at home and you blew a lead. And
Yeah.
Dude, that was. Let me tell you how painful that was.
Stupid ass questions.
That
Yeah,
was the
that's
most.
exactly what
I'm
it
going to
was.
tell you how painful that was. To this
Next
day,
question, man.
that was the most painful loss in Nuggets history.
Well,
Did you just hear what I said?
hang on.
No. There's no doubt about it.
No, I'm not doubting that. I can think of a question that made somebody even more angry at the end of a season that happened maybe a year prior to that, or a couple years prior to that. I seem to remember Nathan McKinnon being so mad that he didn't even answer the question. He shook his head and he said, whoa. You guys remember what I was
After
talking
the
about?
Vegas loss?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
About thinking too much.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You've got to go through. See, but here's the thing about being a sports fan.
all of that's allowed, by the way. After losses like that,
Yeah.
whatever a coach or player wants to say afterwards, I'm like, you know what? You go ahead. You get your
I would
grievances
argue
out.
to you, if you don't go through intense pain as a sports fan, then you can never really appreciate when your team actually does win.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
right, I plan on winning.
yeah, because the joy, it just feels so much better. You know, it's just I don't even know how to describe it. And I'm not even sure, Vic. And listen, the Nuggets won the championship, and that was great. But does it erase all the pain that we've experienced over the years?
Well, hang on a
I
second.
don't know. I don't know if it does.
Because what I want to get to here is when the Avs lose yesterday, and they lose the way that they did, like you pushed this game into overtime, you felt like you had an opportunity with the power play towards the end of the game, which, by the way, can I just say something? I felt like that was kind of weak. That trip call, it looked like it
on
he
Ehlers?
was,
No, he definitely got the stick on the skate first and then the hip check over the body.
It felt like okay, fine. But I'm just saying, if that was the Avs, I don't think I'd like it.
I don't know. The guy, he took him out.
Okay. I'm saying the hip check would have taken him out anyway. That's all I'm saying. It was like a split second later. Whatever.
Why did Manson get busted for a high sticking on a follow through? Yet other dude, when Parker Kelly got,
we
his
don't need to go tit for tat. I'm just saying in the
I
moment.
want titting for tatting.
All I'm saying, moment of the game.
I will tit for tat all day.
It was a big call, and it was a call that should have had the Avs winning. Okay, you get a power play with 4 minutes left in the third period, tie ball game. You should win. They didn't. Goes in OT, and within 17 seconds you lose, despite winning the faceoff in overtime, which is, I feel like, almost impossible. I immediately turned it off. Immediately, like that. It went in. They said it's a goal, and I turned the TV off right away.
Who's
turn
they?
it off.
Who's they?
You turn it off out of disgust because there's nothing anyone can say to you that will interest you enough to stay and watch that.
No.
You're done. You're done.
Like
You're too disgusted in the loss.
What could have happened, let's say that they were offside and Bednar challenged it, I would never know until this morning.
Yeah.
I would have no idea.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The game could be still going on.
Right. But Nelly did dig something up. You said
But it's the way it ends. It's not just it's not a breakaway or whatever. It's shocking because it's Pionk. Now he's a good player. Okay. He's actually the one who went to Winnipeg in the Trouba trade that sent Trouba to New York, and now obviously he's in Anaheim, but he's a good player. But of the dudes who could be on the ice and the kind of shot it was, a clapper from the top of the circle, I was stunned. It stunned me.
Yeah, it was very stunning. Now you know what it felt like if you're a Lakers fan and Jamal Murray made a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Same feeling. You ain't watching.
Well, to be
You're
fair,
done.
the Lakers did that to you a couple years prior to that with AD in Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals. Same feeling. Hit the shot, and you're just like, all right, I'm done. I don't need to hear another word from anybody tonight. But Nelly did dig up. When was this, Nelly? What year was this?
This was February 17th, 2020, pre-COVID. And if you can remember back that far, and you remember we used to do a thing, even after Mosier made the jump from radio to TV, on Mondays, him and McGahee would swap. We would do Manic, McGahee, Mosier Mondays. So this was one of those random Mondays where Mosier was back in the radio booth. They were playing the Tampa Bay Lightning, 3-3. It goes to overtime, and here's how the game ended.
Kucherov, it's pump free. Oh no, Kucherov's got a breakaway into the Avalanche zone. Down the slot, shoots and scores. Or did he? I think it's in the back of the net. It is. No, they're saying no. It is. It's behind the camera. It's a good goal. Avs lose 4-3 in overtime on the Altitude Radio Network.
That's everybody.
That's the equivalent, by the way,
That's like,
of a play-by-play
guy
guy doing what I did.
Let me get the hell out of here. I don't have time to make risotto. I am not going to stir this risotto all night. Let's go home.
I want to hear it again, please. Because, wait, before you do it, the only bummer with that sound is that it wasn't known right away whether it was a goal. Because if you knew it immediately, you would have thrown your headset immediately afterwards. Let's hear it again.
McKinnon tried to get away from Kucherov. It's pump free. Oh no, Kucherov's got a breakaway into the Avalanche zone. Down the slot, shoots and scores. Or did he? I think it's in the back of the net. It is. No, they're saying no. It is. It's behind the camera. It's a good goal. Avs lose 4-3 in overtime on the Altitude Radio Network.
There's no hanging around, talking how the play started, what caused the goal, the break, nothing. Just get the hell out of here. Let's go home. But you know what, Moshe? You speak for everyone. That's exactly how I would have done it. There's nothing else to say. The game's over. Game's over.
If that was a clean goal that you knew right away, it could have sounded like this. Shoots and scores.
Yeah.
As postgame next.
In fact, last night
what was that thumping going on? What was that? Somebody's thumping?
Probably you pounding the table. I don't know.
Last night when the game ended, just so matter of fact, boom. And you just sit there for a split second going, all right, the game's over.
Yeah.
You heard it, right? You heard the crossbar. Did it hit the crossbar before it went in? Or,
yeah, it was barred down.
Yeah, it was barred down?
Yeah.
And you heard that. Is there a more sinister sound than that to lose at home?
No, because you know exactly what it is.
And then you're seeing Pionk celebrate. Come on, man.
You know what's interesting? That identical shot, essentially, from a guy who was on Winnipeg last night. Back in the day, Vic, when the Avs lost to the Minnesota Wild in 7 games, Nathan McKinnon's rookie season, remember that?
Yep.
The 4-1 goal leads given up in the
and
third
then to
period.
lose in overtime.
Nino Niederreiter came down the right wing, just like that, and beat Varley. The same exact kind of shot.
See that?
And it's barred down, and you know exactly at that moment it's over.
When you see shots like that, it's further proof. Shoot the puck. Put it on net.
Let me tell you what happens if you
shoot
the
puck.
Let me tell you what happens if he misses that shot. If he
misses wide
or over the top or whatever.
Okay.
That puck from that angle goes around the boards, around the glass. And starts coming up the ice, and the Avs are going to counterattack.
They got a 2-on-1,
and they're probably going to have a 2-on-1 to win the game. So if you're gonna take that shot, you'd better hit the net. Considering who's on the ice for your opponent, if you're Pionk, and Pionk did it, man, he Pionked it. Listen, the Avs played a good
post game next.
Yeah, I thought the Avs played a good hockey game last night. There were some big mistakes. The first goal was a big mistake on the back check in confusion. The overtime goal. I mean, Velarde just got lucky. Morrissey shot it 3 feet wide of the net, and it hit him right in the crotch and went in. I mean, what are you supposed to do, right? I mean, it literally took a 45-degree angle change.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Into the back of the net. You're like, what? I mean, come on,
So were
man.
they were looking to see if that hit his hand?
If it was off a glove, yeah. If he
But it
punched,
wasn't- but it
if he
wasn't a-
punched at it or something.
But it wasn't a challenge from Bednar.
No, but this is a league thing.
Okay.
So anyway,
So it's like a sky cam deal?
Kind of, yeah. So the deal is that they in my opinion, they deserved a better fate, but deserved as we've found out from the movie Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood and Gene Hackman, right? What did he say to Little Bill? He said, I don't deserve this, Little Bill said. And Eastwood says, deserves
got nothing to do with it.
Okay? So did the Avs deserve a better fate? Yeah, but deserves got nothing to do with it. You take your point and you get ready to head to Boston coming up tomorrow. You've got a good hockey club. You played a good game. I mean, a lot of the habits that, bad habits that crept in, I think, at times during the homestand, I thought they went away yesterday. And then the game-winning goal, miscommunication, a missed pass, and there you go. It's the way it happens in the game of hockey sometimes.
In the second half of their games played this year, they played 49. So in the last 25 games for the Avs, their power play is clicking along at 12.7%, 24th in the league.
It's got to pick up, and they know it. I mean, the penalty kill has been terrific. I think
that
overall,
has been number one over the last 25 games.
What would you rather have being prolific? Considering you're the Colorado Avalanche, this might be a tough question.
The power play. I remember 2
question.
years ago when they were on the power play, it was you just mark it down. That's a goal.
I would rather have my PK be rock solid, knowing that 5-on-5, I've got the horses to be able to put the puck in the net.
That's a fair argument. Yeah.
That's me, but at the same time,
I think Blackwood changes the conversation.
Okay.
I think him being between the pipes now changes my answer on that. That I would rather have the power play humming along.
Okay. Well, listen, you've got too much talent to have it not start humming again. It's going to hum at some point. It just ain't humming right now. And they're trying different things. They've moved guys around. You saw them, and I don't want to say force it, but you saw them try the middle of the ice. Both Drouin and Lehkonen had their sticks, I think, lifted or just, just a hair off, right?
Yeah.
Last night, trying to find the man in the bump position or at least a quick pass to the slot for a little turnaround one-timer. I mean, so you're trying different things. You're looking for different things. You're mixing it up. It's just not going in right now.
Well, until they get that figured out, it's such a massive part of what their advantages have been that it's going to be really tough for them to consistently win games without it. Yeah, that was a hell of a fight.
Did you see that fight last night between Ryan Reeves and Matthew Olivier, Vic? Did you see that between Columbus and Toronto?
That's just hooking right there.
We're talking about ultra heavyweights, man. We're talking about big, strong, tough
Reeves
sons
never
of
denies
guns.
anyone.
No, of course he won't. I mean, it's his, whatever job is left in the NHL in that regard.
How many of those guys are left?
Very, very few.
What? Reeves, Rempe, McDermott?
Yeah.
Where's Curtis at now again?
Yeah, where's McDermott?
New Jersey.
Does he play at all?
Not really. The point is that, but it's when you see two big uns go at it like that, man, it's pretty cool though still,
Well,
right?
they did. This is what I love. See, I like UFC stuff.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate the art of the wrestling and the jiu-jitsu because I don't understand it, and it's not as aesthetically pleasing to me. So when two guys just stand in a ring and bang with each other, like that's what I want to see. Those two grabbed each other by the collar,
right?
And it was like a seesaw. Swing,
bam.
swing.
Bam, bam,
like no
bam,
covering
bam,
up, nothing.
Ouch, ouch, hurt, angry, bang, bang.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
Can you take a punch?
I think so.
Can I?
No. A free shot? No. Can
Just
I get one back?
No, you're the one who said you like.
No.
Just one.
I would give you a free swing if I could swing back. And
Well, that's
you'd
not
have
fun.
to take it.
That's not fun.
Well, it's not fun for you. It'd be fun for me.
How about a slap?
No. Can I slap back?
You can slap Mosier back.
No.
Oh, I see. I'm the innocent bystander over here. Wait.
I can give you the first as long as I get one back.
You pay the tax to him, but I
Actually,
pay the tax to you?
I wouldn't do that with Vic because I know what Vic would do. He would do what he would try and do with Chris Apple, which is run away after he tries to throw one punch, and I'd have to wrangle him, but now that becomes assault.
Yeah, but think about it. I mean,
you
one.
ever get hit in the little dingy?
If you break something, he's going to give you the bread to fix it anyway.
What, did you get punched in the jaw? What happened to you? Why's your hair like that? Did you get punched?
You punched all my hair off?
What if that was like an ancient way of a haircut?
Yeah, exactly. I've been punched in the face. I think I can take one. In fact, I didn't realize it when I
may have just one.
When I had my sinus surgery, my very first sinus surgery. This is before that. My surgeon goes, "When did you break your nose?" I said, "I don't remember breaking my nose, Doc." He says, "I said, I mean, look at it. It's a great nose. It doesn't look broken, right? But I've been punched in the face." And he says, "At some point, you broke your nose and you didn't realize it because the whole middle part crushed all the way over. And so they had to cut it out, put it up in the middle again, and re-sew it back in. That was part of the whole deal."
Why'd you allow yourself to get punched?
I don't know, man. I guess I had a
Bob
low.
and
I
weave.
guess I had a low. I guess I had a low left hand.
All right, so a couple things here. I want to play a piece of audio from yesterday, and everybody's talked about this. I'll play it for you on the way to break. And I know the immediate thing that people have talked about, I got a different sort of take on this, but this was Russell Wilson on Pat McAfee's show yesterday when he was asked about Pete Carroll maybe getting back into coaching, Raiders rumors going around. And he said this.
Listen, I think Pete's an amazing football coach. I think he's an amazing individual. I've been fortunate to play for two really special coaches in terms of men and how they think and how they process the game. Obviously, and Coach Pete Carroll and obviously Coach Mike Tomlin are really unique individuals and how they lead and motivate. I think they're culture builders.
And you're just thinking to yourself, hey, I'm checking the till here. It's been a couple more than two coaches that you played for.
Surprised here?
No, but I got another thought on this because everybody's going to point out the Sean Payton stuff, and I get it, they hated each other. But I got a different thought when I heard that yesterday that we'll get to in just a minute. Stick around.
It's a good goal. Avs lose 4-3 in overtime on the Altitude Radio Network.
Mojo Lombardi and Kane. Tonight, the Nuggets host the Sacramento Kings, and the Nuggets, the hottest team in the Western Conference right now, outside of the Kings. The Kings have won 9 out of 10. The Nuggets have won 8 out of 10. The Kings played last night, deep into the night. They didn't get into bed here in Denver, I guarantee, till 3:30 in the morning. The Nuggets will be very well rested and healthy. This is one of those games where I agree with Mark Mosier. Normally, I soft pedal these games. Normally, I'm the guy who says, watch out. But tonight, foot on throat versus a team that should be tired.
Should be. The wood. Lay the wood. Here we go now, lay.
And look, you're at a point to where you're trusting the Nuggets again. Like in games like this, you're like, yeah, I expect them to play well, which I didn't have about a month ago.
Vic, I guess the way I looked at it, and I asked Julian Strother this question yesterday, there seems to have been an uptick in seriousness. And he said, yeah, I guess you could say that. He also said, but, we dealt with some things earlier on in the season that caused some inconsistency. But I just feel like right now the Nuggets are really starting to look more like themselves than they have at any other point this season. So that tells me a game like tonight, especially when you went for 144 the other night, you stick it to them. And I mean, you continue to stick it to them all 4 quarters. Make them want to go away. This is a game, Brett, where if a team is coming from their place to 4-degree weather, snow, overnight, get to the hotel at 2:30 in the morning, whatever it is, and you got to go to altitude, and you've got to play the best player on the planet and all the studs that are going to be on that floor, you can take away their will to live by the first 5 minutes of the third quarter, where they say, we can't win this game. We know we can't win this game, and the game is over at that point.
Motion. Did you guys see how Cleveland lost to Houston last night?
I did not.
And Darius Garland missing those freebies at the end.
Houston is up by 2 with time running out. Darius Garland attempts a 3 with 2.1 seconds remaining. The 3 misses, but there's a flagrant foul whistle.
Oh, my goodness.
They fouled him outside of the 3-point area. I don't know if the flagrant went through or not, but he got 3 shots. It did. 3 shots, okay?
Wait,
down
so Garland's at the line with a chance to put the Cavs on top by 1.
Exactly.
Okay.
You got 3 free throws. And Garland is a 91% free throw shooter. But those are the free throws where nobody is in the key.
Mm-hmm.
It's you by yourself.
All right. So you're sitting there. Yeah, you're all by your lonesome.
He misses the first 2, makes the third. They lose.
Yeah, pretty brutal.
I'm looking it up. Last night he was 3 for 8 from the line. Ooh,
he's at 91% foul.
That's crazy. It's almost automatic, right?
Let me go back to something real quick. Again, if you guys missed it, this is Russell Wilson talking about Pete Carroll being rumored for a head coaching gig again on Pat McAfee's show, and he said this.
Listen, I think Pete's an amazing football coach. I think he's an amazing individual. I've been fortunate to play for 2 really special coaches in terms of men and how they think and how they process the game. Obviously, and Coach Pete Carroll and obviously Coach Mike Tomlin are really unique individuals and how they lead and motivate. I think they're culture builders.
So the obvious thing that people pick up on is there seems to be an omission on that list.
Shea Aiden-Pay?
I have no problem with that. I have no problem with him omitting Sean Payton.
I mean, either.
He doesn't like Sean Payton.
I don't like you. You don't like me. Listen,
leave it at that.
Sean Payton has done nothing to express joy and love for Russell Wilson. I'm sure that there's 0 coming back, and that's fine. It didn't work. It lasted a year. It didn't work by.
Here's what hit me, though. That one's obvious. Everybody knows he left off Sean Payton, and that, I'll say it again, they hate each other. You guys remember when Hackett was his coach, too?
Yes.
Just for the record. Because he's had 4 coaches now. Hackett was also a coach. And what hits me is, you guys ever had a memory before that you remember vividly, but you're like, did I dream that, or is that a thing that happened? You ever had that before? Where I have this thing in my head that I think happened in my life, but was it just my imagination? I feel like the Hackett year is that for me. Like, I kind of remember.
Like, what was that?
But was that actually real? Was it real? counting down the play clock, leaving a game before overtime starts. Like, all the things that took place that year have just like...
Well, it represents an era. It represents literally the bottom of the barrel, the lowest point. When you look at Broncos history, my generation of history, because early Broncos history, when it was a new franchise, I get it, they were bad. But I'm talking
there
about
also was an expectation.
Modern Broncos history. It was the lowest of the low. That was the low point. That season. Lower than McDaniel's season. It was the lowest point ever.
But I almost feel like Hackett's is worse in his omission. Sean Payton was just, they didn't like each other. And he talked about culture building, and he didn't like the way that Sean Payton was going about building a locker room. He didn't mind Hackett. Hackett did everything he wanted him to do.
Allowed him to do what he wanted. He allowed him to office up in the headquarters.
Yeah, but the season was a total failure.
Yeah, but hang on.
You're not going to say that I played for this dynamic coach. And
listen, it's different, though, saying, I think that guy's mean. The omission for Hackett was like, that guy's an idiot. That's the difference. It's like, he didn't hate Payton because he thought Payton was bad at his job. He didn't like Sean Payton. He left out Hackett because Hackett just was bad at it, which I think is somehow worse, isn't it?
Well, I mean, did you expect him to include him in that list of coaches?
Of course not. Well, you know what? Being Russell Wilson, Vic, would it have surprised you if he mentioned, and Hackett, I know it didn't work out. He's a great guy, though. I love him. Would that have surprised you if he said that? No. Just funny that every time one of those guys talks about, remember Peyton when he was doing his end of the year press conference heading in the offseason? And he goes, last year was misery on top of sorrow on top of, and you're just like, dude, how much did you guys despise each other last year?
Probably as much as two football people can. Hey, real quick, looking forward to this weekend.
It's Thursday.
I know, but I'm looking forward to this weekend, okay? How bad do you want the Buffalo Bills to win? Like, what would you...
Really bad.
What would you give for the Buffalo Bills to win? Is there? I mean, do you have that vested of an interest?
I'll give them the ultimate compliment. I will pull for Buffalo as if they're mine, as if they're my children. So like it's a Broncos game. That's how I will watch. That's how I'm going to invest my time in this game.
Yeah.
And that's the ultimate compliment you can give a team that's not in your city or under your jurisdiction.
So do you want Philly to win? Do you care if Philly wins?
That game doesn't matter as much. The AFC result matters more.
Well,
Washington.
No, on the overall picture, we're all pulling for Buffalo the most, correct?
Yeah.
We're glomming ourselves
on many levels. Buffalo's never won a Super Bowl.
Hey, would you do me a favor? I've been to your house. Would you please, on Sunday morning, because I'll be in New York City Sunday morning, would you please jump off the roof of your garage onto a flaming table in support of Bills Mafia?
So let me get this straight. You want me to leap?
Okay. Do you have a table? Do you have a portable, like one of those tables? Okay. Folding table. Okay, then you need to get some lighter fluid of something. I mean, Easy's probably got bottles of kerosene at his house dating to like 1971. It doesn't matter. Anything flammable, okay, fine. Gas, whatever. Light it on fire. It's going to be cold, so maybe it'll keep you warm a little bit, maybe even snow a little bit. And then your garage is high enough. Yeah. I'm trying to measure like Winnebago height. Vic's garage is kind of Winnebago height.
Probably about 15 feet.
Yeah, okay, so Winnebago height. And just get a great video, have the Queen of Chicken out there with the camera.
And just leap backwards like you're doing a wrestling move.
What if Vic died when he did it?
Well, they need
content. Hey, content.
Yeah, good content.
You would content.
I will say this, you'd be a Bills Mafia legend forever.
Yeah,
you would go viral all over Buffalo, your death.
I would rather make risotto than do that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I would rather stir for 25 minutes straight than do that. Let me tell you something that happens when you get older. Tell me if this happens to you, Moses.
Here we go.
So when you're young, when I was a young kid in North Denver, and we used to have blizzards all the time, back when it really snowed, we used to go to our rooftop at Easy's house, and that's 3 stories. And
that's
we would
pretty tall.
Jump off the roof me and Adelio, into the snowdrifts.
Really?
Oh, yeah, because it was fun as hell. And then we would jump off the different assorted balcony. We'd jump off the balcony, whatever.
Yeah.
Do you know when you're older and you're up there and it's not even that high? You're 10 feet off the
But
ground.
you look, it looks
Doesn't
scary.
it feel
Terrifying.
like it's 1,000
Yep.
feet?
Yes.
And you're like, there's no way I could survive this
When
fall.
I was a kid, I'd jump off the high dive and flips and all this kind of stuff. Dude, I stand on a high dive now. I don't even want to just jump off with my feet in the water.
Just looking at it, saying, how do I survive?
I was, my old house, I had a part of my roof over the covered patio that was about 10 feet high, maybe 12 feet. And my ladder fell when I got up there.
Oh, boy.
And I was like, it's no big deal. This isn't that high. And all I saw was I have this little place where the mulch is, and I got a brick outline. I'm like, I can easily clear that, but everything about this tells me I'm going to die if I jump off this thing.
Or broken leg.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, my jumping days ended this summer when, after a tennis match, I tried to show off and jump the net and caught my back foot. That didn't end well.
My jumping days ended when I was playing with my dogs and I blew my Achilles.
Can I say something about our producer, Steve Nelson, for a second? I would hate to be in your head, Steve. It feels like anything that is mentioned to you turns into a song, starts playing. Almost like you got an Alexa inside your head. You hear the word jump, and that song starts playing. You're like, ooh, that one.
Might as well jump.
Is that what happens? Are you having conversations and it all just turns into music lyrics when people are talking?
I don't know what you just said because I was singing Jump in my head. Were we talking about Alexa or music?
During this break, I want to find in this massive studio here, let's find a point where we jump off of that makes you uncomfortable. I want to find it and tape it.
You look like these tables right here.
I'd be fine on that.
Those are
that's
fine.
3.5
There's
feet.
got to be something a little higher that's going to make you go.
What's
little
that called
nook,
up there?
that
That
little
little
nook.
upstairs
Yeah.
area. What
That's
is that
about-
called?
what's about-
Dude, that's an easy broken leg.
That's only 12 feet. Back in your day, a 12-foot jump like
That would be
that's
nothing. Yeah, but
Hold on.
give it a look real quick.
Yeah, take a look.
I want to give it a jump. Want to see?
Oh, that's high.
Yeah, it is high. I told you.
Yeah, but
If you go, hang on. If you go
Yeah.
over the railing
Yeah.
and you stand on like the outskirts of it, that's probably like 12, 13, 14
that's
feet.
not
That's a broken
that's not
ankle,
no,
bro.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
That's not a big jump.
Well, I'm not doing it.
Well, I'm not going to do it either, but you told me what would make you uncomfortable. Like, that would make me incredibly uncomfortable.
You just have to know how to land.
Tuck and roll?
Yeah.
You got to tuck and roll, baby.
How much if I do it?
Vic, if you do it, we'll give you 5 big booms. Boom. Boom.
You want the booms? Is that what you want?
So I know tomorrow, and I'll be leaving tomorrow a little bit early to get to the airplane.
My wife got home yesterday. I got home. She showed up shortly after me. She's got the look, I'm not sorry, Colorado. I haven't adhered to your bag policies at grocery stores. I'm always taking the paper bags or whatever you guys got. Every time they ask me, I'm like, no, I didn't bring my own bags. Sorry. But my wife does. So she walks in with those bags. And she goes, yeah, I stopped at Costco and I got a whole bunch of things. And I said to her, did you get the double chunk chocolate cookie?
Like that? And what did she say?
Yeah. No idea what I was talking about. Zero idea. I can't help it, though. I hear Costco. It's the first thing I think of. How about a chicken bake? You give it a boom or doom?
I hate those guys. Hate them.
Matt says, don't try
Am
that.
I the only one, by the way, just to people, am I the only one that has not adhered to this bag policy?
Dude, no, my wife.
Because here's what you guys have done.
here's what-
You know what you guys have done?
Yeah.
You've taken away my poop bags.
Yeah, here's what happens to me. Because I'm
Not for you, for your dogs.
I'm very
Make it
Obviously.
clear.
I'm very
Obviously.
thrifty, right? I'm very thrifty. So I'm in line and I'll get like 8 items when I go. And they said, okay, you want a bag? I go, well, yeah. Okay, that'll be 30 cents. I go, no, not doing it.
Yeah.
I'm not paying for it.
Have you ever
So-
just you stuff your pockets?
Yeah. So
yes, I've done that before.
There I am.
Yes.
I'm walking out.
I'm proving a
with
point.
assorted
Yep.
goods just hanging out all over the
Yep.
place. I mean, everywhere to get them to my car.
I do the
and
same
people
thing.
are staring going, what is this loser?
Yeah.
No, I'm not paying you for that.
My lovely wife
It's a
brings,
principle thing.
My lovely wife brings the reusable bags, right? I'm just like Vic. If I'm getting like a couple handfuls of things,
No.
I will stuff my pockets
Yeah.
and then I will carry the rest
Let's
out.
make
I don't
something
care.
clear. I already paid for my food and everything else.
Yes.
You made me
I'm
go
not
through
paying
this
for your
line.
bag.
I ain't doing it.
Let me tell you something that
How many store provided bags do you use? 256. Bill me. Sue me, Safeway. I mean, what do you tell you?
Here's the thing.
Joke.
Dude. Here's the thing.
Golly.
You know what really upsets me, though, more than anything else, is when they do have plastic bags, which is a rarity now, and they go, you want to use these? And they go, yes, I do. And they look at me and they go like this.
They give you a look.
It's 10 cents a bag. And I go, do you think I need to call my bank over 10 cents a bag? Just put them in the bag. What are you staring at me like that for?
Because of guys like me. No,
that's going to be an extra 40 cents. Do you want to check your checking account before you go ahead and pay for these, sir?
Hey, listen. At
Is that
McDonald's,
in your 401k?
Yeah.
At McDonald's in Vancouver, I got charged for. I had a to-go order. I got charged for a bag at McDonald's. And I got charged for extra napkins.
Okay, hold on. What do you mean you got charged
Extra
for a
napkins?
bag?
Yes.
How do you get charged for a bag?
I got
at
charged
McDonald's?
it was a to-go order.
They charge for bags
They
to go?
charged me for a bag
Tell
to
them
go.
no bag. Tell them
Wait,
I would just
wait.
give me the burger.
Do they also charge you for the cardboard that comes with the fries?
I don't know.
What's going on?
Somebody in Canada told me that, dude, that in the province of British Columbia, that they're over the top with that stuff. Anyway, look, I don't mind helping the environment, that sort of thing, but it's the principle of the thing to me. I carry, if I can, I'll just carry stuff. I got a bag of dog food over one hand, or over one shoulder.
Yeah.
I got my pocket stuff with mustard and this and that, and then I've got eggs and bread in the other.
You know what I do?
And I'm carrying it like a football out to my truck.
One of these days, I'm going to order like 3 carts full of just random fruits and vegetables. Say no bag. And one by one, I'm just going to go to my and everyone's going to go, what are you doing? I'm going, no bag? You made me do this.
Texter says, come on, Kane, buy the roll of poop bags. Here's what you don't understand. I don't pick up poop every time my dog goes outside. I wait like a week, and then I bulk it up, and I throw it in the trash. One little hand roll thing that you put on your hand, and then you twisty tie it, that's not going to work for me.
That's a different story. You guys are gross, you dog poop picker-upper people running around the streets like with that happy look on your face. Bunch of freaks.
Bringing your own bag is easy. I don't. You know what? I'm a creature
My
of
wife
habit.
my wife does it. She's very good at it, and I've learned. I went to the store with her last week. This
I
week.
love your idea, Vic. I want a week's worth of groceries,
I'm
and I take
telling
out
you,
one by one.
One by one. I got this apple. I'm going to walk it out to my car. Hold. Come back. I'm going to get this
That's
peach.
awesome.
Hold on line, please. I have some things to take care
She was
of.
going to leave it collected at the end of the
Yes.
at the end of the checkout.
Yes, and and I'm going to say, that's what you get.
That's awesome.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
You know, if you've been in business for 65 years, you're doing something very, very right. And that's what they are doing at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Greg Larson and his staff are simply unbelievable. And right now, during stock show time, you got great savings on trucks. I'm talking about Ford F-150 trucks. It's the number one selling truck for 48 years straight. They're all over the road. You see them everywhere. I do too. They're good. Also right now, how about lease a brand new Bronco for just $469 a month? Do yourself a favor. Get that new ride at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, Highway 36 and Wadsworth, or go online and pre-shop at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. This is a great place, folks. This is where you want to shop. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Okay, we did it. We all walked not did it, but we all walked over there to this railing that we're talking about. I would ballpark that at 12 to 13 feet.
Yeah. It doesn't look that big a deal from down low.
I got up there. I'm telling you right now, not doing that.
I got
not doing that
dizzy.
at all.
I got dizzy going up there. No chance.
If that was like 2 feet lower, then I think I'd be okay. But it's 2 feet sounds like nothing, but it makes a huge difference.
The ground looks so hard.
That's what it was. Yeah. Like you said, if there was water there, you wouldn't jump in. I would jump in if there's water.
No.
Like you give me a mattress down there, I'd be okay.
Doesn't it make you appreciate Red Panda, the lady who has halftime?
Oh,
on the unicycle,
the tall unicycle gal.
She's on a 10-foot unicycle.
Yeah,
just throwing bowls up on her head.
Yeah,
it's one of the most impressive feats that nobody else will ever learn how to do.
Hold on a second. What do you think? I haven't seen her in quite a while.
I've seen her like 5 times in the last month.
Really?
She does like every halftime everywhere in the NBA now.
Wait, I Googled Red Panda and what came up about real Red Panda. Hang on. Red Panda bowls. All right. Okay, she's an it's a 7-foot tall unicycle.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, one other thing real quick, going back to the discussion we were having.
What, Red Panda?
No, plastic bags are allowed to produce. I don't pay extra for that. Never noticed that?
Oh, that's a good point. What you should do?
That's a good point.
Is just get
Why
the
don't you get a bunch
plastic
of
bags
those?
from produce and put all
You want
your
to get some
stuff in
asparagus?
those?
You want to get some
thought about
apples? You want to
that.
get stuff like that? Nobody cares about that, but all of a sudden I get a plastic bag at checkout and I'm the devil.
I never thought about that.
I'm not
all of a
getting-
sudden, you just out of your back pocket, you pull out 70 produce bags.
You know what's I know the right end because you rip it off and it's the other end to open the produce bag.
Yeah.
Right? I can't. I have to lick my fingers and then squeeze it and then
it's impossible. Yeah.
In order just to get that little tiny opening and then try to it's not an easy thing. By the way, Red Panda Vic, she's from China. See China. She's from China. But it says here she was.
Did you say China?
Yeah.
Like that was a tough thing to say?
Well, China thoughts. That's what I meant.
Oh, China thoughts.
So born in 1970 or 71. No one really know.
So she's
China. Are you talking about China?
Yeah. So Red Panda she's 50 plus, dude.
She's mid-50s.
And she's still unicycling and throwing bowls on her
You know
head.
how strong you have to be to do that, by the way?
That's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
One of my favorite videos I ever saw was watching Marshawn Lynch watch her do that.
I know.
You are not going to throw all those bowls on your head.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah. Well, with some F's mixed in, but yeah.
She's not always successful, but when she is.
She mostly is.
But when does everybody know what we're talking about with Red Panda? Does everybody understand?
Everybody knows. The unicycle bowl thrower
She
person.
puts the bowl on her foot, then she flicks it up in the air on the unicycle and catches it on her head, and then she stacks like 8 bowls on top of her head.
I interviewed her about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
She was at the All-Star game. She doesn't speak very much English, so her attendant or handler did most of the talking.
Was she still throwing bowls even during the interview? I feel like she just does that every day.
She just smiled a lot. Now, and they had the assortment of great halftime acts, right? Like, what is your favorite halftime act? Is it Red Panda?
Frisbee Dog.
Is it? No, we're talking about noted acts. Is it the Simon Says guy?
Who's
He
that?
shows up at the playoffs.
know
He
who
plays this giant game of Simon Says. Is it the couple that change clothes real quick? Like, you know that I forgot what they're called, but they switch their clothing around like in a second that you're like, how'd they change their clothes that fast? Is it that couple or the dude who does the flips with the little chihuahua?
That guy's cool. I like him.
I saw him in Orlando
I like
over
Chihuahua
the weekend.
guy.
That dog is amazing.
Yeah, the dog is really cool.
Yeah, but
Red Panda's still like...
once that dog croaks, the dude's out of a job.
Okay.
Because
It's a training thing, though. You could train.
Yeah, but you got to have a special. I mean, you could
It's gotta be
train 10
special dog.
chihuahuas.
Like my dog, if you tried to do it with my dog would just
Yeah,
pee on him.
you can have 10 chihuahuas, and it's the one special one that's able to do that in that environment.
No, it's Red Panda because nobody's going to do that. Like you're never going to see that again. You can find dogs who do tricks. You will not find somebody who's going to learn how to unicycle and then throw bowls on their head.
You know, the guy that bothers me is the older dude who balances stuff on his chin.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Hey, what about the dude who used to put himself inside a giant balloon and jump around? Remember that dude?
Yeah.
Texture says,
whatever happened to that guy?
Best halftime show is Janet Jackson.
Hey, this is fascinating to me.
Quick Change is the name of that couple that changes clothing. Quick Change. For anybody who's ever seen that, it's amazing.
Okay. Hold on a second. Her performance lasts about 5.5 minutes. This is Red Panda.
Mm-hmm.
Includes 16 metal bowls painted white, so they're metal. They're not going to break all over the court.
Ouch.
She estimates she has a perfect show about 75 to 80% of the time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Apparently, during her hiatus in 2014, she took some time off because her old man passed away. God rest his soul.
Where are we going here?
She was making $5,000 per show per
Good.
halftime.
So
5.5 minutes of work, and she's getting $5,000.
That's legit.
And she's doing
That's
how many
legit.
shows per month?
That's
legit.
She's rich.
You were scared of jumping off a couch that was a foot tall out there. Go jump on that unicycle and throw bowls on your head. I'll pay you $5,000 for 5 minutes.
A 5'92" woman.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of excuses. Hey, do you guys know how to spell?
It depends.
Go ahead.
Spell Eagles for me.
Oh, that's a tough one for the mayor of Philly.
EAGLES.
Yeah, well, the mayor of Philadelphia messed it up.
Well, listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say ELGS, Eagles. Let's go, Birds.
There is nothing I hate more. See, this is the thing. I try and stay in my lane, okay? We do a sports show. We do not do a political show. I like to stay in my lane. Stay in your lane. People in politics, you stay in your lane.
If you're a mayor, do mayor and stuff.
But that's sort of part of pro sports, right? Mayors always bet each other stuff. One mayor calls me out on Twitter.
Girl, please.
Actually, yeah. That was pretty.
So I'm waiting.
That was. In fact, I love that he did that.
So
to be honest with you,
so do I.
I love it.
All the respect in the world. I have no. I mean, I don't wish any evil upon him. I think it's hilarious. But I am trying to manufacture. If Buffalo goes into KC and wins this weekend, I got to get him. I got to hit him back.
Hang on a second.
Well, listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say ELGS.
ELGS. They went to
Elgsis?
the DNVR school of no vowels over there.
Elgsis. I can't get over this. I'm sorry. I've just you completely lost me. In 2008,
Enough with the panda.
Hold on a second.
Enough with the panda.
Everybody wants to hear this. In 2018, her custom-built unicycle was stolen from the baggage claim at San Francisco International Airport.
I remember that.
She temporarily used a makeshift unicycle made from old and broken parts.
See, she's a baller, dude. $5,000 ain't enough.
She is, man.
Ain't enough.
Yeah, she is.
How does, in this country, we have trouble teaching 7-year-olds how to ride a bike. At what point in her life did she get on a unicycle and start flipping bowls?
That's the thing. It's to where did that start? How did you then say, I'm going to progress this into doing this with a unicycle and then do more bowls and more bowls?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how did that go? And then take the unicycle higher and higher.
Moser, you hit on something, though. We are so predetermined. We got to make sure our kids are qualified for college. I mean, get your grades up, or let's get a college scholarship.
Just bought my kid a
we
unicycle.
Should get
for
kids
God's sake.
halftime entertainment opportunities.
Yes,
where they make $5,000 a hit.
Turn my daughter into a frisbee dog. She'll make a mint.
Hey, guys, we'll get back to the game in a second. Let's play Fill the Cup of Foam.
Yeah. Come on, man.
All right, Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier today, Brett was trying to toss to break, and then Vic literally tossed a T-shirt at him, and it hit his mic and made the most perfect sound effect. Sounded like this.
Some of your assistant coaches start to get talked about with some jobs. And Vance Joseph, that's happened.
And that sound in particular actually reminded me of something. I think I've heard that sound before.
Oh, that's good.
That is good.
I'm telling you, Nelly, your mind is an Alexa. Yeah. You hear something, you're like, I know where that came from. All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever the hell you get your podcast.
Can all over the place.
You look up Mosier, Lombardi, and Can. You guys have a wonderful Thursday. We will talk to you tomorrow. Love you very much.
Great job, Nelly. Great job.
Your intimidation tactics suck.
It wasn't Scheifele who beat us. It was Neil Pionk. It's the guy who I should have been going after. Wonder if that's ever been spoken, that nothing can ruin a party quite like Neil Pionk. You think that guy's ever ruined a party before?
I would have anticipated he's probably a fun guy to hang around.
Yeah,
Not last night for Avs fans, but
where's Neil Pionk from?
He's got to be Western Canadian. I'm gonna guess that he is from somewhere in British Columbia.
So he's more of a Kokanee.
I have no idea.
Kokanee more than a Labatt Blue guy.
Kokanee's so good.
Really good.
Kokanee's a heck of a beer. Morning Sprint. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy, hanging out with you guys until noon today. So much to get into. CU gets slapped with some minor NCAA violations. We'll get into that in a bit. We've got our AP NFL Awards finalists that were announced. Nuggets taking on the Kings this evening, a resurgent Kings team. They fire Mike Brown. They go 9-1 in the subsequent 10 games. Denver is on a heater right now. You've got 4 straight triple-doubles from Nikola Jokic, in which he hasn't set foot on the court in the fourth quarter. But we start right here with the Avs last night, and a really good hockey game, Coach. And I've been trying to make sure that my mood isn't soured from watching the Avs play a good game last night. They did, against a really good club, a Stanley Cup contending Winnipeg Jets team. I'm trying to not let my mood get tainted by the loss, because I saw good things. The homestand as a whole, disappointing. 5 out of 10 points wasn't enough there.
It wasn't. And, I think you had a good opportunity last night, after you played really good hockey. I mean, across the board, you didn't have as many opportunities and cracks at the power play to really fix that woe, if you will.
It looked better.
Yeah,
Still wasn't dangerous, but it looked better.
It's a little different when you're facing regular season Connor Hellebuck in that power play as well.
Holy crap, is that guy good?
Very good.
He got lucky at the beginning of the game too,
he did.
But he's legit.
I mean, the top of the nub of his stick was in the right spot a couple times. It's unbelievable.
That's the best goalie in the planet. That is the best goalie in the world. And I don't think it's close right now.
I'm a Shesterkin guy.
See, Shesterkin does things that Hellebuck can't. Shesterkin has Hasek in him, right?
The aesthetic of Shesterkin is bananas.
Right. He's exciting to watch because he can make these, again, Hasek-like saves. If you remember Dominic Hasek with the Buffalo Sabres and Detroit Red Wings and Ottawa Senators, he can make those type of circus saves. Hellebuck is just... He's always in the right position at the right time. And even when pucks come at him from angles that they shouldn't, they go off sticks, they go off shin pads. Somehow he's there to block the puck away.
He's big and he's in great position.
And Blackwood was good enough last night. He was good enough. You had a bad bounce go in, but those goals, like the one that goes off Gabe Velarde's hand or shin pad, whatever it was, from a 45-degree angle and goes into the net.
I was tuning in, listening to the morning show talk about, they were describing their reaction at home to the goal going in 17 seconds in overtime. Neil Pionk scores a winning goal 17 seconds in. Also, we were discussing if he's ever ruined a party before. He is from Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh, he's American?
So, yes, he has ruined some parties.
Never knew.
He's he's an Omaha guy, went to Wisconsin Superior. Or his father did. His dad actually was... might have coached there. And then Pionk was raised in Hermantown, Minnesota, a suburb of Duluth.
He played his college hockey for Minnesota Duluth.
Great place. Go Bulldogs. But talking about that reaction 17 seconds into the overtime, really strange miscommunication. It was kind of like, who's on third, who's on first? I got him, you got him, nobody's got him between Cale Makar and Nathan MacKinnon.
Miscommunication.
I'd love to hear how the heck that happens. Be interesting to me, but I did something very strange that Vic was talking about, which is I tuned in, and my wife doesn't understand regular season overtime. Like, she sees overtime in any sport, and she's like, this is going to be a really long extra extension of when I wanted to go to bed. So I turned it on because I went from outside in the living room, and I'm like, honey, can I watch this just right before we go to bed? It's not very long. She's like, overtime, it's going to take forever. 17 seconds in, right? Boom.
It's forever in her world, you know?
It's the morning quickie for a reason. So, and really overtime was the evening quickie. 17 seconds of pure fury.
Oh, yes!
So I did exactly that. I turned it off. Just turned it off. And she goes, "Hey, how much more overtime's left?" I go, "Honey, it's it. It's over." It really is a strange deal. Like you're done. You just disconnect. And it regular season overtime in hockey, Raj, it's a really effective way to do it. You still get a point. You get half the point, if you will, of a win. But it's very anticlimactic. Even sometimes in a win, it's a little anticlimactic.
Yeah, 3-on-3's lost its juice for me over the years. If
How
you
long
guys
has it
have
been that
listened,
way? Is it
since the half
15
lockout,
years?
it's been a while.
More
man.
than 15 years?
I think it's been since the lockout that they changed it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It's been a long time. It's lost its juice for me. It's okay. It's a good way to end games before a shootout, and I'm okay with that. If you guys have listened to me talk on Between the Pipes for the last 6-7 seasons, you know my take on overtime in the regular season. The extra point really doesn't matter, especially against a team like Winnipeg. And I know it was a divisional matchup. I don't think Winnipeg is catchable. And I haven't thought Winnipeg is catchable in the Central. So I've given up on the 1 seed in the division. I really don't care about that. I care about jumping for the 2 seed with Dallas and Dallas in Minnesota. You got your 1 point. I looked at that game and I went, sure, it's a divisional matchup, but they could be the Florida Panthers for all I care. They're not in my purview right now. You're going to have to take on Winnipeg in round 2. So you got your point. That's fine. The 5 out of 10 is disappointing because of how you got there. You threw away a game against Minnesota when they were very undermanned. You had to fight back in a game that you were terrible against the New York Rangers to get 2 points in that one. You pissed away a 3-0 lead against Edmonton early in a game. You come out with 0 points there. Had it been 6 or 7 point home outing in 5 games, I would have been fine with it. 5 is not enough. The reason why it's happening is very clear. You're missing Miles Wood, you're missing Val Nichushkin, and therefore you don't have depth in your lineup. And if you look at the game last night, your fourth line was directly responsible for the first goal against Morgan Barron. Parsonen doesn't pick up his guy in the back check. It's funny.
It's kind of becoming a bit of a common occurrence.
It's becoming a thing.
With Juuso Parsonen.
And Bednar doesn't...
He was acquired, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, from Nashville.
It was right around the time of just right before New Year's, right? December 29th.
He's a work in progress. That fourth line is something that they're piecemealing together right now, and they only play him 6 to 7 minutes. Honestly, it's kind of like the deeper parts of Michael Malone's rotation.
Oh, yeah, that, and also, man, I just feel like, Raj, that the issues that the Avs are having, we can bang our head against the wall. We can wish the power play
is
back
terrible.
in, but it's 2 things for me, man. And after spending time yesterday with Chris McFarland, you could hear it in his voice.
They need him back.
It's Val Nichushkin, and it's net front presence. Who is the guy with net front presence? Who is it?
It's Val.
Who else?
He hasn't played in 2.5 years, but Gabe Landeskog.
Yes.
Miles Wood can be that guy too. He's a big dude.
Yeah. Just doesn't have the ability. The deflections aren't elite like Val Nichushkin or even Gabe Landeskog. It's like, I'd love to see Gabe back just to stand in front of the net and look to deflect pucks into the net. That's it. Just find a way to get there. But the other thing, Raj, is, and you brought this up to McFarland, he didn't give a complete straight answer, but you could tell he was looking.
They're looking.
It's deep into the D pairings.
They're looking.
Because deep into the D pairings it's not good. It's not good, man.
The Blackhawks GM was at the Avs game for, I believe, the third straight game last night, and McFarland and Davidson were talking to each other, chucking it up, high-fiving. Chicago's going to be a team that is trading in a month and a half. They're going to be moving on from pieces that they don't need. They did not take the requisite step forward in year 2 of Connor Bedard that they have wanted to this year. There are some veterans on that team that, if you could make the money work, would look really good here in Colorado. Seth Jones is one of them, but he's mega expensive, long-term deal. You'd have to find 2 teams to launder the money to get a former Colorado native back here in town. And Seth grew up playing youth hockey with Littleton and the Thunderbirds. Popeye's kid.
He has another kid that plays
he has
hockey?
3 kids. Yeah, he's got Caleb, who was an Av.
That was last season. He was an Av.
As recently as last season.
Seth's the most accomplished, though.
Seth is without a doubt the most accomplished. He has an older son named Justin, who I think he signed to play with the University of Denver, but never ended up playing for them. Seth would be a good guy, but you would have to make the money work, and it would almost be impossible. You talk about what McFarland said to us yesterday. He goes, I'm very nervous both about cap situation and draft picks. So what that's telling me is we don't have that much wiggle room to bring in guys. The bottom two pairing is they don't know who they want there. DeHaan hasn't worked. Middleton's been hit and miss, more miss than hit. Sam Malinsky is a work in progress. He's kind of been a turnover machine over the last month. I thought he was better as of late. Shillington's been injured. You need to fix that. But you got to get healthy on the forward side, because then that fourth line that we talked about, they played 6.5 minutes yesterday. You start moving talent down the roster. And then you can start playing those guys 10, 11, 12 minutes, and they can start helping out on the score sheet. They were frustrated last night. D-Mac said, Brendan didn't really make anyone available last night. It was quick. It was just get in, get out. Nate turned away reporters.
It was like a 17-second.
They're frustrated.
Rendezvous, if you will.
I mean, I'm not frustrated after 17 seconds. Find myself to be pretty satisfied after that.
Oh, yeah.
Half the party's satisfied. I don't know about the other half.
Cale Makar was pretty down. Pretty down after the game. And he had a spectacular goal, Raj. Spectacular.
Both goals that the Avs scored were spectacular. McKinnon's one that he ripped off the bar and then gets his own rebound. Makar's getting tripped, finds a way to beat Hellebuck on the glove side. Hellebuck has stopped 110 of 112 regular season shots in his last 4 games against the Avs.
Crazy.
He's the best goaltender on the planet. And when you take away their superpower, which you kind of have, you've kind of neutralized it with Blackwood. Blackwood is not Hellebuck. But if Georgiev's in net last night, the Avs don't sniff a point. They lose that game 4-2. Maybe 5-2 with a couple of empty netters. At least you have brought that gap closer. If you put Nichushkin into the lineup, I think you win that game. You put Nichushkin into the lineup, it looks a little bit more like what the playoffs did last year. The loss against Winnipeg last night does not concern me. The win-loss is a little concerning. The way that I have soothed my concern over the last 12 hours, I'm forgetting about the Winnipeg Jets. The 1 seed doesn't matter to me. Doesn't exist anymore.
I agree. Same thing with the Nuggets. I look at OKC, I'm like, hey, have fun. Have fun. Go tire yourself out on your way to 58 regular season wins. Probably more than that. They'll probably get to 60. I don't know. What are they? They're on track for the 35-7 right now. It's the same thing. Let them take their 1 seed. Both the Avs and the Nuggets are at places in their franchise, just like the Kansas City Chiefs. You're not quite there yet, Raj, but you're kind of close. You're scratching the surface where it doesn't really matter what form is per se in regular season. Just get to the tournament in the right form, like the right health, the right condition.
Let's go out to the hotline. Jim, you got a question. What's up, man?
Yeah, Raj. Hey, I've been looking at the lineups, and, you see the injury report. Who is Tucker Pullman, and where did he come from?
Tucker Pullman, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Tucker Pullman is a long-term injury reserve player that the Avs traded for in the offseason. It was essentially a salary cap dump. He is never going to play for the Avs. He was never going to play for them. He essentially has I think it might be career ending for Tucker Pullman, formerly a Winnipeg Jet. He's not part of the equation, unfortunately. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emy. Chris Dempsey's going to join us at 10:40 to preview the Nuggets and the Sacramento Kings, talk about Joker's last 4 games, talk about the revelation that Aaron Gordon had when he went to his head coach and went, hey, even when I'm healthy, make me the 6th man. We're going to talk about that at 10:40. NFL Notes coming up at 11:15. NFL AP Awards finalists have been announced this morning, but before we get into that, Coach Deion Sanders and the CU Buffs, a little slap on the wrist, self-reported a number of minor NCAA violations under Deion Sanders, mainly about the recruiting of one Julian Lewis.
Yeah, it was a little wild. I mean, I was my old NCAA compliant world that I used to live in 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Start having nightmares.
Well, I remember like hearing about Julian Lewis on national programs like Pat McAfee, and this one was actually in reference to, I guess, the Deion Sanders head coaches show that airs.
It's a YouTube thing, right? YouTube TV,
Well,
isn't it?
I think
or Tubi or whatever.
it's also no his actual like CU.
Oh yes,
head coaches show during the regular season.
The one with Mark Johnson.
Mark Johnson. In the one that I used to do when I was for 2 months, it was at a chicken place in downtown Boulder. Good spot. I'm trying to blank on the place, but and then for Coach Prime, they just did it. It was actually co-sponsored by Aflac, of course, and they did it just in the facility. It was just Mark Johnson and Coach Prime. And then they'd have a player. Well, apparently during that, and I didn't know this at the time, but during one of those coaches shows, there was open conversation about Julian Lewis by name.
CU has decided to stop live streaming that weekly coaches show with Deion Sanders. Also removed 2 episodes of the show off of YouTube that aired last fall. It did feature Julian Lewis's name in both of those episodes. The minor violation happened in November, and it came up before Juju signed with the team.
It's interesting because the NCAA doesn't exist anymore, and it's almost comedic to me that we're slapping people on the wrist for things like this, when I think that what Coach Prime and his team, including his son, including Well Off Media and all the different YouTubes that are outside of the Colorado official nature, this is an actual official CU channel, if you will, that's going out, and an official CU coaches show. But if you were to go to all the different YouTube things that are happening, like, I don't even know how you could even.
You can't control that.
No, I mean, it's much ado about nothing, man. It is. Although
I saw what the sanctions were. They're not sanctions, but like what the reaction to those violations were. It was Deion Sanders is going to go through a little bit more education. Rules education.
I love the NCAA rules education in 2025. There are no rules. Okay, so here's your education. Hey, Raj, I'm going to take you on a fun little journey, and you are going to go to NCAA rules ed with me, okay? Hey, excuse me, Alex, would you take a seat? Thank you for taking a seat there, Alex.
Taking my seat.
Yeah, could you go ahead and put your name at the top of this piece of paper, this quiz that I'm going to give you?
A Scantron?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the answer, Raj, to this test, this
I would
quiz.
have had way higher
Okay,
GPA
you ready?
in college.
So this is what the question is. Are there any rules in 2025 for college athletics?
Is this a yes or no?
So yes, you're going to answer no.
I think I'm supposed to answer yes.
There are no rules. Are there any rules in 2025? No.
No.
Okay, that's our rules education. You passed.
Sweet.
Go on your way. Because there are no rules.
This is the audio from Mark Johnson and Deion that got him dinged.
Those kind of things.
What I feel in my spirit.
Okay.
You know, I'll get Juju on the phone and get his pop on the phone. See if his dad want to come down and just sit down and chop it up with me. And he sat in my office, I think a few weeks ago for a couple of hours. And I said, come on, give it all to me. Because I know you got a bunch of questions in your mind. Let's go. And we did that.
Yeah.
And he walked away feeling really comfortable about where we're headed.
2007 NCAA compliance called, and they are mortified about what just happened.
Red hot.
They're like, dude, I can't believe he said that.
Suspended for 3 games. And it's funny. It was 2 syllables that get you whacked right there.
In 2007.
Juju.
In 2024, when this mistake was I don't know if you want to call it a mistake. It's not. There are no rules, Raj. The NCAA has admitted as such. And you know what happened to me? I cared about the rules a lot. I was the liaison with the compliance office everywhere.
Altar boy. By the rules.
And you know what it got me?
Fired.
Behind the 8 ball. Let's just say that everybody else was doing whatever the heck they wanted in college football. And I'm like, I started realizing it about 3 years ago. I'm like, hey, they don't follow that rule. They don't follow any of it. What? Oh my gosh.
How dare they?
And they're going to win a national championship and nobody's going to say anything about it? It really is almost it's a mockumentary. It is almost along the lines of Best in Show and, that whole.
You have to be seething.
Dude, like, it was the biggest thing when you got hired at a new place. You met with the compliance office and you signed all these different documents that if I see anything, not even if I do anything wrong, if I see anything and I don't report it immediately, I am in danger of being fired with cause. Contract is gone.
And that's the biggest thing. When you look at with cause, those are the two worst words in the coaching profession.
You don't want that, man. And it's just unbelievable that everybody's saying, oh, NIL portal, blah, blah, blah. You know what all that was? The whole thing was done for one purpose, Raj, is that everybody was cheating, namely one conference that has a 3-letter acronym that is so powerful, the SEC.
I thought you were going to say the Atlantic Coast Conference.
No, who cares? They just mired in mediocrity. Just mid, as the cool kids call them these days.
It is such a mid-conference. It's a mid-conference in basketball now, too, man.
It is.
The SEC's taking over basketball.
My favorite thing about the Mid-America Conference is that it actually has a mid in it. That's awesome. Mid-America.
See, but they don't feel mid.
They're worse than mid.
Yeah.
Way worse than mid.
Yeah.
It's actually, it's a kind of a glow up for them to have mid in their name. But Raj, the SEC was they were paying players like crazy. And I'm starting to see even Nick Saban talking how there's this new narrative that the Big Ten is taking over as the power conference in college football. And this is real. The Big Ten as an entire conference was not paying players a decade ago and before that. Wasn't paying players.
There were programs that
Ohio State under Urban Meyer, because Urban Meyer came from where? To go to Ohio State, Florida. What do you do in the SEC?
Pay players to win.
Cash money, homie. That's how you win.
Pay him.
The SEC was doing it back in the Bear Bryant day. It was doing it. The Red Elephant Club. Everybody knew about it. The NCAA knew about it. It turned a blind eye. The Red Elephant Club is this kind of semi-secret, worst kept secret in sports of the booster club that you'd get together and play at a golf tournament and be like, and hey, hey coach, how much do we need to get that receiver from Jackson, Mississippi? Yep, gave you a little plug there. KJ Granderson, Jackson, Mississippi. I don't know, probably about 50 racks, coach. And it would happen. It would show up on their doorstep in a duffel bag. And you were getting players. Alabama's doing that for 50 years. 50. And then, of course, to stay competitive in a league like that, when you know it's fully going on, what did everybody else do? Same thing. Meanwhile, the culture at a lot of these other schools, namely the Big Ten, was compliance. There was a culture of compliance. Why? Because a lot of these academic institutions, they take the academic model of the NCAA
Northwestern
very seriously. All of them.
Notre Dame. I know it's not a Big Ten program.
People want to say that Ohio State's like a terrible school. The average ACT that's admitted into Ohio State.
Michigan's a tough school to get into.
The average ACT at Ohio State for a normal student is like 31.5. This is a really good academic institution. Michigan, really good. Top 5 public institution in the United States. They weren't about that life. They weren't going to allow that stuff to go down. So the SEC was getting to a point where it was bubbling over. And it was getting to the spot where the Cold War was about to end because one school was about to tell on another school. And then if one school tells on that school, then that other school goes back and says, oh, how about you in basketball? Huh? Oh, Kentucky, you run a pretty clean football program? Oh, let's talk about your basketball program. Huh? You really want to open up that Pandora's box? And the NCAA, and namely the biggest saver of all of this, Cold War that would have imploded certainly the SEC as we know it, was ESPN. ESPN's like, mm-mm. And they get behind, it's all TV money. It's all, so we got to protect our own interest. They get behind closed doors and say, we should allow this lawsuit to go through. Alston versus NCAA.
Is this the last NCAA violation Deion Sanders sees at CU?
Why do you say that? That he's going to be hired in the NFL as a head coach, or that he's not going to be coaching at CU next year, or that CU is going to say, I don't care anymore?
Any one of the three.
Maybe.
Mainly the last one. Is CU getting into that point? Because Colorado, again, and you know better than anyone, right? It was so difficult for you to round out a roster with transfers because of the archaic transfer rules that CU used to have.
Yeah.
That's now been thrown out the window.
CU in just 2 short years ago, 2.5, no, exactly 2 short years ago, you did not have the ability to take any form of credits from another school as a transferable credit unless that exact course that came in was offered at CU and the same major was offered. And if you didn't have the exact same major with the exact same course nomenclature, the naming of it, then you were ineligible because you were not anywhere near your process towards degree completion.
How comfortable is the university now with getting into bed with the likes of those other programs that have now out in the open, paid for players and been okay with these recruiting violations and sanctions that get put down on? How close are they at CU to now being Ohio State, Michigan, any of the SEC schools where it just goes, do what you want. If you get whacked, we'll deal with it, and we'll sit you 4 games like Harbaugh did at Michigan, and we'll deal with that later. How close are they to getting to that spot?
Well, I think that everybody is at that spot, Raj. The problem with stuff like this that happened on a coach's show is that if it lives externally in YouTube land, and you could just go search right now, and that's low-hanging fruit. You have to do this. You have to give a little slap on the wrist. But in terms of big-ticket enforcement of NCAA rules, I think CU is just like everybody else. They don't really care because there are no rules. There's nothing enforced. There's no death penalty like SMU had in the 1980s because they were giving out cars and bags of cash. SMU was competing like the SEC had been competing for 2 decades. And we're getting some text here that you all sound very unbiased against, very biased against the SEC. Wow, very objective take. Raj, I recruited the Southeast for 18 years. I was down there. I heard from coaches. I'm at Stanford. You think Stanford is I'm just gonna call up the booster and be like, hey, listen, Mark Zuckerberg, or name some tech giant in the Silicon Valley. Hey, you want to give
Zuck's a Harvard guy. He's not going to help you out at Stanford.
Yeah, he dropped out. Could have been a ceremonial fan. Think I'm going to ask them, hey, I need a bag of $50,000 just to drop off at this kid's house to have a chance to recruit him. No. So what happened for me? I was recruiting kids with good academics, and then the coach told me, Coach, you're not going to be able to get that one. Huh? What do you mean? The number I heard for like elite players, like franchise-altering players, and this is before NIL. This is before it was legal, Raj. $400,000. That was the going rate for a 5-star linebacker.
Okay, what's a
$400,000?
What's a program?
Raj, this is in 2012. This is $400,000.
Who'd you lose the recruit to? 2012.
Ole Miss.
Pass rusher?
Linebacker.
First round draft pick?
No.
Oh, all right. I thought it was a different guy.
Bust,
All right.
like a lot of them.
Thought it was a different guy. I thought you were talking about like Jadeveon Clowney. But that probably is a $500,000 player too.
So people say here, kids getting paid is not just an SEC thing. I agree with that. It was happening at programs prior to NIL, programs that were infiltrated by SEC assistant coaches, coordinators, or head coaches that had previously been at an SEC institution were starting to play that game. James Franklin, Penn State, it was going down because he had been where? Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt, the only time Vanderbilt really won was when James Franklin was there, and they were doing it. They were doing it right. Urban Meyer, where was he?
Florida.
Dan Lanning, Where was Dan Lanning as a defensive coordinator? University of Georgia. Goes up to Oregon before NIL was even really in place. It's going down. So there was a culture that was inherent in the Southeast Conference. There's a reason why there was a run of about 20 years where it seemed like every single year there was a SEC program in the national championship game in football. And so, yeah, it was baked into the entirety of the conference. And instead of the NCAA going and giving the death penalty to 10 programs in the SEC, because it wasn't every single one. There were a couple that weren't doing it as aggressively. I'll tell you what the two best were at the very end. It was Alabama and Georgia. Nick Saban even talks about it. He doesn't like this new NIL world. Why? Why don't you think he likes it, Raj?
It's kind of an even playing field
yes,
now.
It got even, didn't it? Leveled out.
Well, look at all the old heads that have left in college basketball too over the last few years.
Well, I mean, in basketball, a lot of that goes to the original NCAA cheating was Rick Pitino in the Northeast.
The Big East cheated like crazy.
Yeah, you better believe it.
My alma mater as well, man.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy Boeheim has like 150 vacated wins.
Kansas.
It's legit, dude. It's legit. All right. We're going to be joined on the other side by Altitude TV's Chris Dempsey. We're going to talk about the Nuggets matchup tonight against a red-hot Sacramento team. Sacramento, just 10 games ago, was out of the playoff picture. They fire Mike Brown. They've now gone 9-1 since. We'll get you ready for tonight's matchup on the other side with Dempsey's NBA Baseline.
front court. Jokic, bounce pass, Brown, dunk, 2 hands. You rock him, you chalk him, and you dunk on him. And that's the Kansas way. Jokic has it. He gets double-teamed. Cross-court pass over to Murray. Murray goes baseline. He leans in, throws out of it. Jokic 3. Yeah! Outlet pass off over to Christian. In the corner, three-pointer Porter. Let's go! Top of the key, Strawther 3. Got it again! Julian Strawther! He is 7 of 10 from shooting, 5 of 8 from downtown, and gets a season high with 21 points in the game.
Nuggets, Kings tonight, Ball Arena, 7 p.m., 6:30 p.m. pregame show with that man Kaz on the call. Mark Bertinoli with your pregame show. You can watch the game on KTVD Channel 20 this evening, where you will see our very own Christopher A. Dempsey. He's here with his weekly NBA Baseline Report. Demps, what's up, brother?
What's going on, man, guys? I mean, this is, this should be a real fun game tonight. I mean, the Sacramento Kings, vastly different team than the last time the Nuggets saw them.
Yeah, Demps, this has been a team that since last year, you and I would talk about. I have a lot of respect for this team. Really, even before that, two playoffs ago, the year that the Nuggets ran through the postseason on the way to their first ever NBA championship, I thought that one team that scared me from a youth and athleticism standpoint was these Sacramento Kings, and they barely were eliminated that year in the 2022-23 playoffs by the Golden State Warriors. What do you see from this team, especially with this nature of a back-to-back with a road trip involved? Do you think the youth of the Sacramento Kings and maybe just the stretch that they're on right now, they don't want it to end? Do you think that that's enough for the Kings to come in and not be fatigued coming into this matchup against the Nuggets?
Well, it's interesting, coaches. And I remember us having those conversations last year about the Kings, and you were worried about that team, and this team looks vastly different. It's really rare these days to have a team making this type of road trip and having Denver as the second of the back-to-back. And so that's going to be very taxing on Sacramento, but they do have a lot of young legs, and I would expect that they will still put together the requisite effort. You're talking about a team that's 10-2 since they changed their coach. And, to hear them talk about why on earth they have been able to correct their season this drastically, this quickly after a coaching change to just an interim coach, Doug Christie. He talks about, the team holding each other accountable, the team coming closer together, the team just being bonded in a way that it just wasn't prior to him taking over. But very tangibly, this is an offense that scores the most points in his time since he's been there. It's 122 points per game, and they've played pretty good defense to go along with that. They talk about running the basketball on makes, misses, turnovers, everything else, which is also what the Nuggets want to do. So if you're betting on this game, smash the over because these two teams are going to really run.
Demps, I want to talk about Aaron Gordon and him going to Michael Malone and saying, I know I'm on a minutes restriction right now. He's played 22 minutes in each of his 3 games back. You've won all of those games, and you've looked really good. Granted, against teams that aren't like Philly, Orlando, and Miami aren't teams that they're not championship contenders this year. Sacramento is now a dangerous team in the 7 seed. Minnesota is a team that you have to find a way to get past in the playoffs this year. So you're going to start going against bigger and better competition. What does a rotation with Aaron Gordon coming off the bench look like?
Wow. Well, I think look, for the Nuggets, if it looked anything like it did against the Philadelphia 76ers, and that is perfection, because what he was able to do off the bench was really it was pretty significant. And then afterwards, I'm going to get right back to that in a second, because afterwards he was asked about coming off the bench and would he continue to do that. And he said basically simply that he would do whatever the team wanted him to do. And he relayed a story in which, years earlier he had come off the bench in some circumstances, and so he was fine doing that, which just says everything you need to know about the character of Aaron Gordon, a starter who's basically would just say, hey, look, if I got to come off the bench, then just let me come off the bench and I'll get right to it. But what he is able to add off the bench. Obviously, he can score. And going against other teams' second units, he's much better than the majority of those players. So he should be able to do what he wants from that aspect. But then, and I think, we came into this segment with a bunch of Julian Strawther sound, and I think what I saw in that game was a point forward, basically. They had the ability to handle the ball, get the Nuggets into offense, and then just distribute it to everybody. And Julian Strawther had 2 assists to Julian Strawther in that game the other day. So it looks great. And if he's amenable to it, sounds like he is. I don't know why the Nuggets would change what's going on right now, but I do still think that they need to worry about the wear and tear on Russell Westbrook, but he only played 25 minutes in that game. So if you can do that, start him, and Aaron Gordon's good coming off the bench, that equation looks really, really good for the Nuggets.
With all the good things that are going on with the Nuggets and trending in a positive direction, one of the offseason acquisitions, Demps, that has not trended at all in any form of positive direction is Ben Dario Saric. What do you see as the path forward for a player that was brought to Denver, potentially to bring about some of the offensive acumen that Nikola Jokic can provide in terms of a scoring big, but just doesn't seem to fit any form of the defensive identity that the backup big position is going to be needing to show from Michael Malone in order to go forward? What do you think the path forward is for Dario Saric?
Well, unfortunately for him, I think it's just to stay ready. That's the old adage, right? You stay ready, and then when your number is called, you try to take advantage of the opportunity at that time. You just play hard. This is one of the reasons why that's why we're seeing a lot of DeAndre Jordan in the lineup now, and DeAndre's played great. And it's so for Dario, they gave it. Look like they gave it the good old college try earlier this season with him being the backup 5. He just didn't play well enough to be able to keep that spot. And now that DeAndre is playing really well, I think there is no path forward in terms of significant playing time for Dario at this time, barring some sort of injury or just ineffectiveness out of DeAndre. And I don't think that's going to be the case. I think the Nuggets have really figured out how to utilize him in that second unit and really lean into him. And we've seen that a lot with the high screen roll, put pressure on the rim, throw a lob pass up to him. Everybody does it now. And it has put the best version of DJ on the court each and every night, because that is the thing that he does best, which is put a lot of pressure on the rim. And then defensively, he's been good, certainly rebounding wise, which the Nuggets had been a little bit up and down in that category this season. His ability to really collect defensive rebounds. So you're finishing your defense off with the rebound. He gets it out to anybody else, and they just sprint it up the court for fast break points. So for Dario, he's just going to have to wait and bide his time, and maybe it comes and maybe it doesn't, but he's just got to stay ready.
Demps, we'll get you out on this one. Trade deadline's in 2 weeks. Greater chance to happen. The Nuggets make a move, Chicago moves Zach LaVine, or Miami moves newly suspended forward Jimmy Butler.
Gosh. I know the Jimmy Butler thing is the craziest thing. You're gonna miss a team flight. It's mind blowing to me, because he could actually really positively impact his trade value by not doing those things. I think the most likely thing is of the 3 that you gave me, I would say Zach LaVine being moved. I don't think the Nuggets are gonna. I think the Nuggets are going to try not to do anything. Unfortunately for a great many of us out there who love to see the transactions go by, if they continue to play like this, they are going to lean right on into Julian Strawther improving, Peyton Watson improving, Aaron Gordon leading that team off the bench. Their bench looks fine right now. It looks like a normal NBA bench. And your starting lineup looks as lethal as it's ever looked. So that's the version of the Denver Nuggets that they were always trying to get to. And if you don't have to add anybody to get to that version, then you stay put. And especially with the dearth of assets, tradable things, I think the Nuggets, kind of technically have to, but also they're playing so well right now, they might not think they even need to.
his weekly NBA baseline report. That is Altitude TV's Christopher A. Dempsey. Follow him on Instagram at Chris A. Dempsey. Dems, we appreciate you. Can't wait to see you tonight on KTVD.
Absolutely, fellas. We'll talk to you.
Appreciate you, Demps. Miss you, brother.
NFL Notes is coming up at 11:15. We'll get back into the Avs. They're lost. What do they need to do to change this anemic power play? We'll get into that and so much more in hour 2. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Hour 2, Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy on the morning sprint. Much warmer today inside the confines of our cozy little studio in Lone Tree after yesterday being on ice level. Before we get into the NFL AP Awards.
Hold on.
How was your experience yesterday?
It was so fun. I was a kid in candy store. You even said it. I was standing up the whole time. I felt like I was in it. And that's the thing about when you've been a coach, which you have too, Raj. Like when you show up to a high level of practice, you just feel like you're in it, even though you're clearly not. And I was not in it at all. But I was kind of in it because I almost got into two fist fights on the opposite side of the glass. It started with the backup goalie.
Eric Comrie stared you down.
Big time, too. He was a little guy, too, man.
He's
little
like
pudgy
6'1".
face.
6'1".
I would have smoked that dude. I would have outlasted him. He would have learned what it's like to get absolutely obliterated by the 42-year-old man. Would have been fun. Now, Shifley, I would have given the old college try. I would have fight.
Big fella.
Yeah, I would have fought pretty hard. It was funny because you mentioned how mean he is as a hockey player. I watched him last night. I'm like, yeah, he's mean. Yeah. Just a lot of little things. Like a lot of elbows, a lot of just
little cross checks in front of the net.
Finds you and just kind of gives you a little.
Gives you a pop.
A little, how's your father?
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah. What's
not going anywhere. I'm here.
So one of the things that when you came to do the morning skate, we did we were there for 2.5, 3 hours almost. Like
about
by the time. Yeah, 3 hours. And like I love going to a hockey game because I love it being cold in an indoor venue. It feels great. Like sometimes you go to a Nuggets game and it's a playoff. It's hot and
too
sweaty.
Warm. It gets a little. I wouldn't say the atmosphere gets sleepy, but if you get too hot, you get a little.
In
sleepy.
Hockey, you're kind of fresh, man. You feel like, this is. Well, being in a stationary position for 3 hours and right next to the ice, I saw you come in and you had this like kind of fancy thick jacket with like high collars.
My coaching trench coat.
Yeah, you had a coaching trench coat for being on the ice. And I'm like, that's weird. And when I got to
settle down just a little bit.
When I got there, I was wearing a thin sweatshirt and a t-shirt. And then just some joggers, basically. That's it. Normal socks, and nothing thick. I felt great when I got there. It just feels good, man. Why are you so soft, Raj? Why are you showing up with this big old trench coat, bud? I gave you a little flack about it.
Been there, done that.
Raj, what happened about 2 hours after we were both had gone home?
I hightailed it home, cracked open my laptop to do a little bit of work, and I get a call from Mike Sanford. He goes, dude, I haven't been able to shake this chill the entire afternoon.
I was freezing.
It was like 4 hours after we'd finished the show.
I was like, I'm chilled to the bone. And I always make fun of my wife. Any day that's really cold outside or we go to a game, like say like a Broncos game, it'll be like 2 days later and she'll be like, I just can't shake this. I'm chilled to the bone from Sunday's game. Like, come on.
New environments, baby.
That's not real.
New environments.
Dude, I was so soft yesterday at home. Like I turned on all of our heaters to like 76 degrees in our house. I'm a 64 degrees in the house guy. Like I like it freezing.
Yeah. What? 64?
What do you keep your house at?
I like to keep it between a measly 69 and 72. Listen, I am from Mississippi.
72 is insane.
72 is so hot.
Listen, let me tell y'all
I'm
something.
I'm a 63, 64 guy as well.
No wonder you take 6 showers a day because you're sweating on your sheets, bro.
You throw on a pair of fuzzy slippers, sweatpants, and a sweatshirt, and 64 is fine. That's the perfect temperature, man. At home, 64, love it.
Yeah.
My wife disagrees, but that's where I want to keep it.
You guys have been living in Colorado too long.
It's funny.
For me, it's Minnesota.
Like yesterday, Coach, Ball Arena for hockey rink standards, relatively warm. All NHL arenas kind of feel the same. There's a few of them that are a little bit chillier. Like, if you go down to Monument and you step foot where the Colorado Rampage play, just outside of the Air Force Academy, just north of it, that is like you need long johns, long socks, 3 layers, and then my big jacket that I wore yesterday.
It's probably like 40 degrees in there.
It is miserable to coach in that building.
It's a strange phenomena to be indoors and to not feel like it's that cold, but it really is cold over time. My knees felt like they were like locked. They were so stiff. from the cold. Anyway,
Your joint started to hurt.
Football. AP
News.
Awards.
MVP finalists this year: Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff.
Weird.
And Lamar Jackson are your AP finalists for MVP.
No Derrick Henry.
No Derrick Henry.
It's a little surprising.
You know who I would have thrown in there? I'd have thrown Jaden Daniels in there before Jared Goff.
I know.
Look at where the Commanders are. And I know that you finalize these voting
yeah,
before
you have to
the end.
omit the 2 playoff appearances, and that does jade. I mean, I'm jaded because of what Jaden Daniels, pun intended, Jaden Daniels. He's jaded me in a positive way because of what he's accomplished as a rookie in the postseason.
A guy who does not belong here, Goff. Yeah. The other 4, without a doubt. Other guys coming in on the text line. Big Bear's the coldest. I coach at Big Bear. I don't think it's the coldest. Foothills from Justin, Foothills Ice Arena, the old one, legit, maybe the coldest. That's where I learned how to skate. Coach of the year in the NFL, Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell.
This is the one that really surprised me.
Dan Quinn, Andy Reid, and Colorado's own Denver's own Sean Payton, baby.
Interesting. Did you see that coming?
I would have been upset had he not been on the list. Do I think he should win it? No. He should not win that. Kevin O'Connell should likely win that award. Dan Quinn is also another one that you could do because of how good Jaden Daniels has been and the fact that you're a double-digit win team. Dan Quinn and Dan Campbell are the 2 guys that I would look at finishing probably second behind Kevin O'Connell. Sean Payton brought a team that over-under, they were supposed to be a 5.5 win team. 5.5 win team.
But
they made the playoffs. They won 10 games, man. Yeah, you deserve to be a finalist.
I agree.
Playoffs.
I agree. But, all right. Sean Payton's the head coach. So 5.5 wins to 10 wins. You have to throw credit where credit's due, period. I don't even know what the preseason win total was on the Commanders. Do you?
No, but I can look it up. I bet you it was probably 6.5 is my guess.
Really?
That's my guess. I'll look it up.
How bad were they last year?
I mean, they were able to pick Jaden Daniels in the top 3. I bet you they were a 4 or 5 win team last year. I don't know off the top of my head.
So when I
6.5.
6.5 was their win total?
6.5.
And what they end up winning? 11 or 12?
The Commanders ended up winning 12 games. They went 12-5.
Okay.
And didn't win their division.
So really,
they didn't even come close
Sean
to winning their
Payton-
division. They were 2 games out.
Sean Payton outperformed the preseason Vegas expectations by 4.5 games.
Yeah, he doubled it. Just like Dan Quinn doubled it in Washington.
Double would have been 11 wins.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
That's a big difference. 11 and 6 is a big difference. What did Quinn do?
They did essentially the same thing. 6.5 over win total and got to 12.
That's not the same.
It's a full game. It's one
5
game.
and a half.
It's a game.
It's 5.5 games, man.
No, it's a game.
Well, Sean Payton's was 4.5.
Yeah, one game. 4.5 games to
So
5.5.
So Dan Quinn,
it's one game.
Dan Quinn is going to be the leader in the clubhouse, obviously, to win this award. Or is Big Red, or people are just bored, tired of Big Red winning a ton of games?
Why are we not talking about Kevin O'Connell?
KOC did a great job with. I mean,
again, these awards are done after the regular season.
I got to keep reminding myself that regular season.
Regular season.
Now, Sean Payton, on the other hand, if the award would have been after week 16, after week 15, prior to what I thought was a pretty unimpressive clinching.
Yeah, you whimpered your way into the playoffs.
Lost to the Chargers. So you're like, I thought this team and the way the defense had been playing had all the ability in the world to actually win 12 games and feel more confident going into the postseason.
It's funny, you mentioned the defense. You know who isn't in the running
that's
for
what
assistant
this
coach
is what
of the year?
I've been trying to get at.
Assistant coach of the year. Here's your list. Ben Johnson.
By the way, really weird press conference.
Press conference.
Adam Gase vibes?
Weird.
Do we have some Adam Gase vibes?
It felt Adam Gasey, dude.
Are we a little...
We'll listen to that in NFL notes in a few minutes. It was weird.
Strange.
Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, both coordinators from Detroit. Brian Flores, Minnesota.
Okay, agree with that.
Vic Fangio, Philly. Joe Brady, Buffalo.
Yeah.
Vance ain't part of that?
Vance, to me, outperformed Vic Fangio this year. Maybe not
Relative to expectation.
Relative to.
Relative to expectation. And with the amount of younger players that you're playing with all the dead cap money, Vance not being part of that's kind of a slap in the face.
Raj, read me the Defensive Rookie of the Year awards. This is going to show incredible drafting from two franchises.
Cooper DeJean.
Okay, who else from that same franchise of the Philadelphia Eagles?
The other corner, Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo.
Dude, you drafted both those guys. Keep going.
Brandon, is it Fiske?
Braden Fisk.
Braden Fisk.
Yep, Florida State defensive lineman.
Chop Robinson.
Okay, no, same team.
Oh, Jared Verse.
Jared Verse.
Those were two players that when we went over the draft and you were
obsessed,
like non-quarterbacks, you went Quinyon Mitchell, Jared Verse.
Yes.
Those are two guys that you went.
And Braden Fisk.
I don't remember you talking about him.
I glazed him so hard when I was at the combine, and he was at the Senior Bowl too. Braden Fisk and Jared Verse were teammates at Florida State. Like they're teammates at the LA Rams on the defensive line. Those dudes were teammates at Florida State on a team that what would they go 14-0 and didn't make the CFP last year?
Remember they got crushed by Georgia in that bowl game.
Yeah, and I think they both sat out, right?
Yep.
But you think about that. The LA Rams and the Philadelphia Eagles drafted in just the 2024 draft 2 Rookie of the Year candidates each. That's incredible.
DeJean could have ended that game way earlier than the Rams-Eagles game ended last week, too. That little overthrow from Stafford as he started that drive to try and go win the game down 6. DeJean dropped one, and I know it's a blizzard. It's very tough to hold on to those balls. Cooper DeJean's the truth.
For sure.
Quinyon Mitchell is lanky.
Dude, I fell in love with him at the Senior Bowl, man. I was like, this guy is a freaking dude. Okay, I want to read a list. Since Howie Roseman has taken over as general manager at the Philadelphia Eagles, these are some of their draft picks.
How long has he been the GM there?
2020. So I think the 19 season. He is known as one of the most eccentric and was actually he's known as being very challenging to work with and a little bit of kind of in control of everything, and a head coach hates working with him. All right, cool. You're the general manager. You've drafted Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, Landon Dickerson, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Nolan Smith, Quinyon Mitchell, J. Alex Hunt, Cooper DeJean.
You left out Jalen Reagor, who was a solid
Jalen
wideout.
Reagor, yep.
That's a hell of a 5-year run, man.
I mean, you're talking about a generational run drafting players. And it's wild because we're sitting here talking about what's the storyline that's unique about the Eagles, because there are so many cool storylines that we could root for as fans for the Super Bowl. The one I'm probably most passionately rooting for, just as a general football fan, I'm rooting for a rookie quarterback to go 3-0 in the postseason on his way to a
I think
Super
most
Bowl.
people are rooting for that.
That's the one to me. The other one, I mean, another narrative is nobody's ever three-peated.
It's a crap narrative here.
The Chiefs, everybody
I don't
hates
wanna
that narrative.
Yeah, but
nobody
the other
wants
narrative is Buffalo has been begging for a professional sports championship forever. That's way more intriguing
Agreed.
than Patrick
Those
Mahomes
are three,
in another Super
but those
Bowl.
are 3 very worthy narratives to root for from a historical perspective. Correct?
Yes.
Three-peat for the Chiefs. I hate it. Ugh, gross. We hate the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes, he's going to flop his way. It's not. I hate it. Okay. Bills. Yeah, I think everybody in Denver's rooting for that. Everybody. Just about everybody.
D-Mac's trying to get everyone on the Bills
Yeah,
bandwagon.
he's a little too hard. I mean, Rob Trujillo, he's really rooting for that, and he should. It'd be beautiful. It'd be awesome for him.
We talked to Montana Mike yesterday about it.
For sure, man. It'd be awesome. And then, of course, the Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the Year winning 3 straight. It's never happened. No rookie quarterbacks won a wild card, divisional, and championship round.
And he'll win the Rookie of the Year. The Offensive Rookie of the Year finalist for the AP, Jaden Daniels, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr. with Jacksonville, Brock Bowers, who had one of the greatest tight end seasons of all time with a terrible Raiders team, and then Bo Nix, finalist with the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about drafting, man. Roseman's drafted well in Philly.
Dude, so's our guy, George
Payton's been fine.
He's been on fire,
2021,
man.
Patrick Surtain, Quinn Miners, Baron Browning, Jonathan Cooper, all in that draft.
Really good draft.
Javonte Williams, You had one good season out of him, but you got a contract out of a second round running back.
And for a running back, it's not terrible.
You got a contract out of him.
You can't control that the knee was gonna give out.
In 2021, you drafted 35 combined sacks from two dudes, and arguably is he a top 3 guard in the league right now?
Are we talking about Benito?
Browning and Cooper.
Oh, okay.
The next year, sorry, when was Benito? The season after? Or 2 seasons
22
after that?
or 23.
Benito was the season after. Nick Benito added another 23 sacks to that total with Cooper and Browning. Dulcich, Wazarike gets suspended. The rest of 2022 is kind of crap.
Is there anybody else in there that's playing for this team?
No. I don't see anyone else.
Truly, 22 draft. It's only Benito.
That's all I see right now.
Wow.
That's
a pretty good one, though. I mean, you get a guy who finishes in the top 2?
Marvin Mims in 2023. Drew Sanders, fine linebacker.
Yeah, he's coming around.
Riley Moss in the 3rd round in 2023. Good. He's not Cooper
really
Jean,
good.
but he's just solid number 2 right now. Alex Forsythe, who's still on the team. And then in 2024, you get Bo Nix, Jonah Ellis, Troy Franklin, Audric Estime, and Devon Vele in the 7th. George Payton has done a very good job since 2021 drafting for this team.
2022 draft, man. You left out.
Who am I missing?
The starting center, Luke Wattenberg, man. You got him in the 5th round. He ended up grading out
I looked
tremendously
over him.
well.
I looked over him.
So
I apologize.
Benito. Damari Mathis, not really. He played a little bit, but not great. Delaren Turner-Yell, not great. Montrell Washington, hardly knew you. Faion Hicks and Matt Henningsen.
It's a solid 4 years of drafts. I can't complain about George Payton's job at all. At all. And now you're paired with a guy who has a true vision for where he wants this team to go. I'm excited for the draft this year.
I am too.
That's a great history.
One thing that I have after going through 1 year, and I got FOMO this year, man. I'm not going to the Senior Bowl. It's in like 5 days, and I want to be there so bad. Somebody feels really bad for me. You start a GoFundMe, send Coach Sanford to the Senior Bowl because he's a weirdo.
He's got some itches. Let's get into some weird audio from new Bears head coach Ben Johnson on the other side when we get into NFL notes. Is he Adam Gase?
You're a strange one, Mr. Grinch.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here at 11:20, we go over the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. A note for me to make. May have been a dumb thing to put Jalen Reagor in the Eagles' good draft cap.
Yeah, whatever.
You want to hear the wide receivers that were in the draft after Jalen Reagor? And Reagor was the fourth guy taken off the board.
I like Jalen Reagor coming out of college.
You'll remind yourself that the wideout draft in 2020 was sensational. Like really, really good. Henry Ruggs, obviously we know what happened with him off the field.
Not
but
good.
He was like a can't-miss prospect coming out of Alabama.
Yeah, not been great.
Judy goes at number 15 to the Broncos.
Not great.
Had a great season this year.
But not great.
CeeDee Lamb at 17. Reagor goes at 21. You know who the next pick is? He's the best wide receiver in the game.
Oh, it's JJ.
Justin Jefferson goes at number 22 to Minnesota.
Jets.
Ayuk goes 5 picks later at number 25 to San Francisco. The first 2 picks of the second round back-to-back are T. Higgins and Michael Pittman Jr.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's not great at all. I'll take that one on the chin. That was a dumb thing to say.
Jalen Reagor has in 5 seasons with 4 different teams. Philly for 2, Minnesota, New England, and the Chargers.
Yep.
He's got 86 catches over 5 years.
Some things, sometimes I say dumb things, and I admit to it. That was dumb. KJ?
There's another guy who's been on 3 teams in 4 years. His name is Russell Wilson. If Romeo and Juliet
radio
needed,
segue if I've ever heard one.
Listen, baby, I do this thing, all right?
Yeah, baby. Give it to me, dude.
If Romeo and Juliet needed an antagonist version of their play, it would be called Russell and Sean. Sean obviously took a jab, and we played it a couple of weeks ago where he's talking about, it was so this and so that. It's God,
But it was also a direct jab. Am I right?
Absolutely.
A very direct jab.
And so Russ decided to take a direct jab back on the Pat McAfee show yesterday when he was asked about Pete Carroll getting back into the NFL and potentially landing in Las Vegas.
Listen, I think Pete's an amazing football coach. I think he's an amazing individual. I've been fortunate to play for 2 really special coaches in terms of men and how they think and how they process the game. Obviously, and Coach Pete Carroll and obviously Coach Mike Tomlin are really unique individuals in how they lead and motivate. I think they're culture builders.
One of my favorite things to do in life is to go above and beyond to praise somebody in order to throw copious amounts of shade at somebody else. It's so great. It's like choosing optimism and positivity to be like, gosh, those 2 guys are amazing. Russell Wilson's played for 3 former Super Bowl winning head football coaches, correct? Tomlin, 1 Super Bowl victory. Obviously, Pete Carroll won. Sean Payton won. Yeah, I don't think there's Christmas cards going back and forth between the Paytons and the old Wilson family.
No, Hackett is he's not obviously a Super Bowl winning head coach, but Hackett was not mentioned.
You almost can't, right?
I don't know. He's Russell Wilson. Russ glazes everybody.
But that's with his current team, typically.
What are you talking about?
And
Even
when
he was here, when he was talking about his days in Seattle, he would rip off lists of like 18 different people, 9 of which you've never heard about. He did it when he was here talking about his days as a Seahawk.
I have a thought about why he did this. And he went about glazing Mike Tomlin, his current head coach, maybe. We don't know if it's his actual current head coach for the 25 season.
It's spicy.
But we'll call him a prospective head coach. Who else might be a prospective head coach for Russell Wilson in 2025? If indeed he does get the Raiders head coaching job.
You talking about Pete Carroll?
You betcha.
Does Pete really want him back?
I don't think so, but if you're Russell Wilson, you want to keep playing.
If I'm signing on,
you want to get an opportunity.
If I'm signing on,
you might as well just be positive about everybody, right? Because Sean Payton deal's done. That ship has sailed forever. And Russ is getting along in the tooth anyway, so you don't have to glaze Sean Payton at all.
What I talk with Russell about's none of your business.
if I'm Pete Carroll and I'm signing on to go to Vegas, man, I'm doing that with full intention of drafting my quarterback of the future this year. Full intention. Or I go in with, we have the number 6 pick. There might be a team that wants to get into that pick. Let's trade down so we guarantee that we have an opportunity the next season. We're going to be okay with kind of sucking again. We'll be the worst team in the AFC West, and you get your quarterback in the next draft. I'd have to have those guarantees.
Speaking of the Raiders having the opportunity to potentially draft a quarterback at number 6, still keeping my thought process alive of potentially Coach Prime.
They'd have to trade up.
Did you see what the Tennessee Titans have said?
Yeah, that they're going to give Will Levis a chance to compete for the job.
More importantly than that, if they said if there is a no-brainer generational talent available at number 1 in this draft, we will take that no-brainer generational talent regardless of position. That sounds a whole heck of a lot like Travis Hunter to me.
They did it last year with Brock Bowers. They did it last year. The organization showing you we just want talent in the door. It doesn't necessarily have to be a quarterback.
Well, I'm talking about the Titans not drafting Shedeur or Cam Ward. And now the Raiders are truly in a better position to potentially have the opportunity to move up a pick or two to get Shedeur Sanders. I still think that's a real possibility.
Could Tennessee take a guy like Travis and then, like, if Sam Darnold is looking for a job, maybe, hey, come here on the Baker Mayfield.
That would make a lot of sense.
The Baker Mayfield contract is edible. That's something that you gobble up all day long as a team trying to find a way to build around youth.
You're making me hungry with all this talk.
I'm starving right now.
Of the paycheck of Baker Mayfield.
I have had an espresso and I have had a Americano about an hour ago, and that's it.
You and I are on the same wavelength right now.
Need it now. KJ, what's next?
Ben Johnson's friction in the NFC North has been highly reported over the last 24 to 48 hours. Ben decided to do some reporting of his own, guys, in his introductory press conference on Wednesday for absolutely no reason at all, as Matt LaFleur catches an absolute stray, an absolute right hook to the chin.
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
Very uncomfortable silence in a Chicago Bears press conference.
Yeah, no one gave him the media laugh.
There was no media
courtesy.
laugh. There's got to be some people in that press conference that aren't media as well. There wasn't like a, let's go. There was nothing. Awkward. And I thought about this for a minute. First of all, you did beat the Packers twice in 2024. You got the wheels beat off you in 2023. So Ben Johnson comes out and says that he's going to miss.
It's an age ago, Coach.
He said beating them twice a year. As if it was a trend. It happened. He could have said, I'm going to miss the 2024 season where we defeated Matt LaFleur 2 times in that season. You didn't do it the year before. So what are you even talking about, bro? You know what Ben Johnson sounds like? He sounds like one of these guys that's been a non-position coaching offensive coordinator for a little bit too long and has lost the ability to relate to human beings. Sounds like Adam Gase, where he's going to have the silly star chromosome look off into the space. He had those types of vibes.
It was a little awkward.
Yeah. And a head coach, man, there's a reason why some of these guys that were great coordinators don't necessarily work out. Josh McDaniels, your ability to relate to people when you're in charge of the entirety of the organization, that matters a whole heck of a lot. And for Ben Johnson to say that, this is your opportunity to talk about your journey. It's about your opportunity to talk about your franchise. And I get it. You're trying to play a little bit of a red meat to your fan base, orange and blue, navy blue meat to your fan base. Dude, it fell terribly wrong. And that's just going to be a circled game for the foreseeable future for you.
Maybe an unpopular opinion. You and I are orange and blue guys.
We are.
We are.
Yep.
Grew up here, Broncos fan,
Boise State guy.
Syracuse orange and blue.
Yeah.
I was a born and bred New York. Like, orange and blue are my colors. I hate the Chicago Bears orange and blue. I think the navy with that, like, it's such a wussy burnt orange to me.
Yeah, it's
the not
orange
a good
doesn't
color
pop.
combo. And I know it's historic. It's crap. It's a bad orange and blue combo.
I agree.
Just like Auburn does it. Auburn feels better to me. The orange is better in Auburn.
Auburn's looks pretty sharp.
But like, I also don't love.
How about Illinois?
Illinois is good.
Good, me too.
Illinois
I
is
agree.
good.
I agree. I've always respected it.
Solid orange.
The
and blue.
Illini. And I like the solid orange helmet. It's like the Syracuse orange.
Yeah, they have the same. If you take Illinois and Syracuse football uniforms, it's the same thing.
Dang near.
Same thing.
Identical. Just one's a block S, one's a block I.
Chicago has crap orange and blue colors. Be better.
You know what is the best iteration of orange and blue? It's evidenced by the best uniform for the Denver Broncos. It's royal blue and bright orange.
The orange crush jersey is
Boise State.
It is perfect.
Boise State. It's orange.
It's perfect.
Royal blue.
And
True blue.
I'm sure that the Boise State uniform and color combination is directly taken from their regional
100%.
NFL team.
100%.
You know, the team that is named the Broncos.
100%.
It works, man.
It works for me too. It's convenient for my wardrobe.
KJ, what's next?
The Washington Commanders are 60 minutes away from a potential Super Bowl berth, but if you ask anybody outside of the DMV before the season, that was not likely. Dan Quinn has embraced being the underdogs, and he talks about embracing being the underdog since the beginning of the season. And here's his message to all the doubters.
We just don't let the outside narrative kind of drive it. And internally, we've got a lot of expectations about how we can play and what we do, but we never, went too far outside of things. Did we feel dismissed or put off? Yeah, of course some. I think that happened in the opening game. I felt dismissive. Hey, man, hang in there. It's going to be a long time. I was like, hey, F you, that's not how it's going to go down. And I was upset, but it wasn't disrespect. It was dismissiveness. And I felt some kind of way, but it didn't motivate me more to say, that's how they think of us. It wasn't disrespect. It was, we're going to be a lot better than what we just showed today. And eventually we'll show that. So it's not a prove it to everybody else or underdog story. It's, it's how we get down. This is not a 7-game series. And so, we got to play our best on Sunday at 3:00. And that, to me, is the biggest factor.
As awkward and as uncomfortable as Ben Johnson clearly is in being a human being and interacting with humans, Dan Quinn is the exact opposite. This is a great leader. This is a head coach that has gone through previous failings as a head coach and he's pushing every button exactly correctly. I am rooting for something that I don't think many Broncos fans in our listening public. I want to see the rookie quarterback be the person that unseats and ends up getting the baton passed to him in the Super Bowl. I'm rooting for Jaden Daniels defeating and ending Patrick Mahomes in the actual Super Bowl. That's what I want. That's way more dramatic than the Bills just beating the Chiefs.
I can't do this with you, man. I can't.
Why?
I can't.
It
You
would
can't
hit,
sit here.
It would hit that hard, though, man.
You can't sit here and ask for another Patrick Mahomes Super Bowl. Even if he's going to you can't do that. You can't do it.
I think I'm allowed to.
Josh Allen?
I think that we're able to have freedom of speech today, maybe. And I really want...
You want the Chiefs to win another AFC championship. It is a ridiculous thought process.
I want Jaden Daniels in real time to
if
say...
If Jaden Daniels wins a Super Bowl over Josh Allen, it's going to be just as exciting.
No, it isn't. Not nearly as exciting.
At least if you get the Bills in there, either outcome is awesome. While a three-peat for Kansas City would be historic, it's not an awesome outcome. It's a crap outcome.
But Raj,
it's
we
historic,
talked about
but it's crap.
What was missing from the college football playoff? We talked about it. There was no SEC team in there. The team that you want to see go down. I want my Super Bowl Sunday to be highly emotional. I want to be geared up and revved up to see the Chiefs go down to a team that was picked to win 6.5 freaking games. The rookie quarterback doing something that's never been done in the history of the National Football League.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Coach, you're crazy. At least you got one person on the text line that agrees with you. Christina says he's got a dang good point. It would be very exciting to see the Chiefs lose in the Super Bowl. The vast majority of our texters after that, it's not a new comment from you. You are standing on that principle over the last couple of days. You want to see the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, Coach.
I think you're trying to paint me into a corner. Nobody puts baby in a corner, Raj. All right? You understand that? I want the most dramatic fall from grace for the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes.
Wouldn't it be more dramatic if they get blown out at home by Josh Allen?
They're not going to, Raj.
After Stephen A.
Their
Smith
defense
comes out and
way
says,
too good. You can say this all you want. Their defense is way too good. They're really good at stopping the run. They're really good at pressuring the passer.
They've got a good defensive they
won't get blown out. They can lose this game for sure. No question. But they ain't getting blown out. And so, yeah, I mean,
at least if they lose in an AFC championship game, they're one step farther removed from winning again. If they lose in a Super Bowl, it will inevitably be again. Like Washington's not going to blow them out in a Super Bowl. They'll lose a close game. And then all you get from Mahomes fans and Chiefs fans is, well, they were right there. One call the other way. One turnover goes Kansas City's way, and they win 3 straight again. But they're there once again. And Mahomes improves to 5-2 in AFC championship games, and the only guy that he's ever lost to is Tom Brady and Joe Burrow.
This is going to sound really sick, and if Rob Trujillo is listening right now, I really apologize, man. Apologize to D-Mac, who's become a Bills fan in the last week or so. Since the Broncos have been eliminated, he's made sure that everybody knows he's a Buffalo native of a couple of years, and diehard Bills fan. So yeah. Anyway, I have a certain thing about particular sports franchises where I like where they stay in their box. And I actually like the fact that the Bills could be a franchise that can stay in a box of just can't get it done. Just keep blowing it in the most epic of ways. And it makes for awesome storylines for years to come. And so, yeah, I am.
Don't you eventually want to give them a bone? Remember how cool it was when the Nuggets won a championship? The Nuggets were the Bills.
No, they weren't.
They never got to a championship game,
Raj,
but they were the bad news
Bears.
Dude, the Nuggets were the bad news Bears for 3 decades.
The Nuggets were insignificant in the NBA, for basically forever. Insignificant. If you grew up in Southern California, Nuggets, huh? Who are they? But the Bills have been in the mix.
They have been in the mix.
Multiple generations of their history. Certainly in the 90s.
Remember how good it felt for the Denver Nuggets to win a title?
Cool.
You're going to deprive Buffalo of that because you want to see Patrick Mahomes with a shot for another three-peat?
I don't want Patrick Mahomes.
The first three-peat.
I want him to have the chance for a three-peat and then have it just swiped from his hands because there's a rookie quarterback that is just an awesome football player and he's great to watch. And I would love that matchup. I like the quarterback matchup better of Patrick Mahomes versus Jaden Daniels in a Super Bowl. I do. I like Josh.
Hold on.
I like Josh Allen.
MVP, likely the MVP of the league versus the offensive rookie of the year, who may have had one of the greatest rookie seasons ever by a quarterback, isn't intriguing enough for you?
I want the storyline to be that you slayed the dragon, man. That a rookie quarterback did something that's never been done in the history of the National Football League.
Josh Allen's a dragon. Josh Allen's a dragon. He's not the dragon. He's a dragon.
He's had his chance to do it multiple times, and he's 0-for. He's 0-for against Patty Mahomes in the postseason.
The 9-3-0. Baseball is more fun when the Cubs and Red Sox were cursed. Got a good point. Ever since the Sox beat the Yankees, I actually watched that 30 for 30 last night, 4 days in October. Ever since the Sox came back and beat the Yankees in 2004, down 3-0. They won the World Series. They win 2 more after that.
You know what else it did?
The magic around Red Sox Yankees hasn't been the same.
Because all it did is it turned the Yankees into the payroll team. Like, oh, they won one? We have to now start spending. Well, then guess what happened? Then the LA Dodgers were like, oh, the Yankees are paying that? We got to outspend them. And then it just became a nuclear arms race to see who can have the largest payroll between, 3-4 franchises? I don't like it.
You're not going to win me over to it. I see the merits of your argument.
Which Super Bowl would you be more passionately watching?
That's a good question.
Like, which one would you have?
My hatred for Patrick Mahomes outweighs my love for the fans in Buffalo. And I do have a deep-seated love for them, having spent my college years in that area. But my hatred for Mahomes outweighs that. But it's not to the point, like, I would be just as happy if Mahomes loses in the AFC Championship as if he were to lose in the Super Bowl. I would be just as happy if they get beat by Buffalo than if they get beat by Philly or Washington.
Josh Allen this will be his third crack at the Chiefs. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep. 2021, youngster.
2 in the divisional and 1 in the conference championship. Is that correct?
2021. Yep. It was AFC championship. His second year in the postseason. 2022, divisional round, lost at Kansas City. 2024, AFC championship, or divisional, lost to the Chiefs at Kansas City. All 3 games in Kansas City. I don't see him slaying the dragon, brother. Don't see it.
They're going to get it done this
You
year.
know who is the dragon slayer? And the witch killer? It's Jane Daniels.
Who is Jane Daniels beat?
Doesn't matter.
Who's he beat?
F you.
Oh, you just told me he was a witch killer, a dragon slayer. Who is the guy beat?
Skill set.
But he hasn't done it.
Skill set, baby.
So if the argument stands for Josh Allen, who has one of the best skill sets of any quarterback that we have ever seen, if the argument stands against him that he hasn't beat anybody, and the guy's going to win an MVP this year, why doesn't the argument stay the same for a rookie quarterback who, again, admittedly, is playing great football, but he hasn't beaten anybody? What are we talking about? He beat Jared Goff.
That's pretty important.
And he beat Jared Goff. That's a dragon to you. He beat Jared Goff.
As a rookie? Yeah, it is. On the road against a team that was a heavy Super Bowl favorite.
Heavy Super Bowl favorite with nobody playing on defense.
Scored 45, bud. In a playoff road game. 45 points.
You can't get me on board with this. I'm trying to see it your way, but every door that I open, I have to shut immediately. I can't do it.
Just think about the Super Bowl parties in the Denver metro area. Themed commanders. Just everybody just is a full mander. Like I'm going to become a mander for 2 weeks. How fun would that be? They have really cool jerseys, like the black mander with the weird little small W or whatever it is on there. I love the Manders. I've said it all year. I want the Manders to beat the Chiefs.
You'll have the Nuggets and the Kings tonight. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can watch it on KTVD, Channel 20. Coach, over their last 10, Sacramento's 9-1. Nuggets have vaulted themselves back into the conversation for the number 2 seed in the West. 4 straight games, triple-doubles for Nikola Jokic. Hasn't set foot on the floor in the fourth. I expect him to play fourth quarter minutes tonight. Give me a prediction because I'm not allowed to.
I love the Nuggets in a close one. It's going to be a fun game. Nikola Jokic is going to play 4 quarters, and we're going to have 2 triple-doubles between Russell Westbrook and Nikola Jokic yet again.
You heard it here. Ryan Johnson texting, didn't know Coach was a commie. Neither did I. It took me a few weeks to figure it out.
I believe in freedom. Love freedom. Big fan.
PhD's next. See you tomorrow morning at 10.
F you.
God, I should know what a skid steer is at this point.
Come on, that one's easy.
Is it just for the tires?
I mean, that's like by far the most simple.
Is it?
Snowflake.
Come on, I can't even help you on this one.
Skid steer. It's something for your tires.
No.
Can I say something? My brother.
Oh no, wait, a skid steer. Wait, I think I do know what it is. It goes underneath the truck, so like if you're going over rocks or something, it protects like the undercarriage of the truck.
No.
Damn.
And it's also not when you've got the runs and you're wearing shorts and you're trying to track to the bathroom and you got
That's not a skid
steer. No, it's one of those little bobcat things.
Oh, that's a skid steer?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. I wasn't even close. No, I really did not know what that was.
My brother owns one.
They're fun.
Yeah.
What's the most fun thing you can do with a skid steer?
Move dirt.
Move dirt.
That's awesome. Did you see the YouTube video with the little kid who's got a dump truck and he comes up to like the real like
oh yeah, that's cool.
And the guy with the big claw thing, you know what I'm saying? He pours the dirt into the little kid's dump truck.
Guy's little dump truck.
Come on,
that's cool.
That and cats. YouTube.
I can show you.
Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. I was at the Avs game last night. I know what the problem is right now. I kind of got it dialed in a little bit. And Bednar said, you heard him say, it's inconsistent. And listen, man, it's a tale of, first of all, they scored a goal against Hellebuck, right? Like, wow.
It was still very good.
Yeah, that dude's lights out.
I'm talking to Connor McGahey afterwards. We were doing the math on it. We came to 216 minutes and 9 seconds of shutout hockey, regular season action, Hellebuck against the Avs. Until Nate, scooped up the garbage, put it away, like, hey, how exciting. You actually scored a goal against this dude. Then you go down 2-1, and like, is it going to happen? Are you going to lose? Are we going to get 4 out of 10 points, and then Cale gets a Bobby Orr type of,
That's the first thing I thought about, right?
Yeah, you see a defenseman get tripped up and score a goal, you think of Bobby
now,
Orr,
they're
right?
like all jamming about how cool the shot was, and it should have been a penalty. I mean, the guy tripped him when he went over.
Yeah.
But if you saw his face, he hit that board hard, and I would not be surprised his left hip today is a little bruisey.
Well, let me get to that in a second. So then we go to overtime, and, Cale was out on the ice, and I think he feels bad because he wasn't really in the right position, and it's not a 2-on-1, it's like a dude on none, and if you go back and look at the play, perhaps the positioning wasn't right. It happened like that into overtime, and you freaking lose. And
well,
it just
your two biggest stars are going on the breakaway, and I thought, this is just my non-hockey view.
It didn't start as a breakaway. But it became a breakaway.
McKinnon had the inside view to take the puck. Then McCarr could peel back and take the weak side, which he'd already given up the second goal on kind of a weak side.
Perhaps, but the defenseman's responsibility, I would think.
Well, then he's got it. Well, but just going on basketball fast breaks, first guy back. If you're back there and you can stop the ball, you stop the ball.
All
And
right.
I thought McKinnon had the inside. Instead,
he did.
He just peeled off, and McCarr was like stuck. And
I think we had a combo meal of a screw up.
You coached baseball how long?
How long have I coached baseball?
Yeah.
40 years.
40 years. So how many times, early on, especially when you got the young kids, you see the shortstop and left fielder run into each other, and you go, talk.
I got it.
Yeah, and
Right.
and they're how old are they? 8?
Right. There's priorities.
You still see it in the MLB, though, every now and then. It's fun. I love when you see it in the MLB.
Shortstop priority over all infielders. Center fielder priority over what? You kind of can go down the line.
And coming
second
in over
baseman,
coming out, right?
Second baseman priority over first baseman. It just kind of goes like that.
And everybody,
outfielder.
Everybody had priority over the pitcher.
Pitcher get the hell out. Outfielder priority over infielders backing up.
Yeah.
Like there are some rules on that.
But you still you don't want to say, because if I'm backing up and I think I got a beat on it, even if I'm having to molder, I'm hoping that guy's there. I can't just stop and hope he's there. That's where what? Communication.
Gotta get called off.
Yeah.
One of those two guys got go. Take him. No, I got it. I got him. Boom, and then go, and then the other guy's got to peel, and they were just laissez-faire on it.
All right, so going to
and I will say this: their goaltending is much better, and that was still a hell of a shot the guy made in overtime.
Blackwood and Wedgwood are exactly what you need because you have two different versions of Darcy Kemper. That's good enough to win a Stanley Cup. They're not spectacular, but here's in my opinion, what goalies need to not be a drain on the rest of the team.
Right, which is what you'd have with Gordon.
Well, not only was it not a drain, but in the third there, when Mark Scheffel, is that how you say it? Yeah.
I think it's Scheifele.
Scheifele. He's got that one. He's got a clean shot right in front. Gets the rebound. Still almost gets. I mean, that was a hell of a stop right there. And I'm thinking, all right, here we go. We're going to overtime. Got ourselves a chance to rock and roll. I love these goaltenders, man.
I do too. But I'll just tell you, in a team dynamic, there's only so much a goaltender can do for a team dynamic. What you don't want to be is negative to the team dynamic.
Right.
But there's only so much you can do as a leader in the team dynamic. It's got a ceiling, okay?
Yeah.
The game's over. It sucks.
Unless you're a Hall of Famer.
Well, yeah, true. Unless
unless you got Patrick Wall back there.
Do you? Do we?
No.
Okay. And
Ceiling.
most teams don't, by the way.
You think Hallebuck would have a voice in that locker room?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But we don't have him. We don't have
Yeah.
Shesterkin. We don't have these guys.
Our guys just fit in.
But you can win with our guys. It's great to have one of those guys, but you don't need one of those guys.
Right.
You can't have a drain. We got two of those guys. We're good. They're doing exactly what they need to do, leadership-wise, goaltending-wise. That's answered.
Check that off, move away side.
Go into the locker room afterwards.
I saw you, by the way, on
I know.
on
I
Channel
did.
9.
That was unintentional.
Right
Oh,
there
on
with-
Channel 9 this morning?
Well, I was still on 20, and it was last night after the game.
Oh, yeah. That was
with McHale or McCarr.
Well, of course you saw me because he was the only guy talking. He was it.
Wow.
And that room was a ghost town, and other leaders on that, Nathan McKinnon and others, just no, go talk to Cale. Well,
like the designated survivor.
Kind of. Cale turned out to be the designated survivor. And I'm telling you, that's Gabe Landeskog is not walking through that door anytime soon in that role. And I'll tell you this, man, and as great as Nathan McKinnon is, I guess I'm calling out Nate just a little bit here today because we all know how great he is. But you know what? You cannot just say, Cale, be the guy night after night after night after night to answer every single damn question. And he is. And good for Cale. Because Cale never turns away from that responsibility. But there's other guys on the Avs that are, and they got to stop that.
And I'll say this, which Joe Sakic was that guy too. Good through good and bad too. Joe Sakic was always, he wasn't turning down microphones.
Okay.
Cale's actually a little bit unusual for the dude that is as good as he is to be that guy. Justin Simmons is a little bit like that also. But a lot of times the guys that are the go-to microphone dudes, they're really not the stars on the team. They just happen to be the nicest dudes on the team.
I've gotten an opportunity the last couple of years to do some sideline games. I'm going to do one up in Chicago. And when you don't win, the worst part of being sidelined in the NBA or probably anywhere else, because you're that reporter that goes in the locker room after the game, is in a losing locker room. It ain't comfortable. You were there last night. It's not a comfortable place. You know who always talks? Now you have to wait for him. Joker always will talk to you. He'll come out of like getting stretched or whatever he's doing. And he's done it twice this year. He looked at me and goes, "Do you need me?" Boom. Step up. And it might have been, I don't even know, one of the games it was not a pretty win or loss. And he goes, "You need me?" Boom, boom, boom. Did it. I was like,
cool.
Now, I understand people may, hey, up yours, Demo. Why do they got to talk? They don't have to this, that, the other thing. I got it. I got it.
Apologist.
I got it. I understand what you're talking about. But you got to understand how much more pressure that specifically puts on Cale Makar if nobody else is going to hang around and do it. By the way, last year, one of those guys was Andrew Cogliano. He's gone.
He's always talking.
And not in a egomaniac sort of way.
No.
Okay? Like, hey, man, there's only so much you can say to a goaltender, and Wedgwood and Blackwood have been great. But seriously, guys, what else are they going to say? You need to collectively, and it's not just Nate. It's not just Nate, okay? You need to collectively give Cale a freaking break on this. It's got to be more than Cale. So it's not just Nate, but it's other guys too. And what this shows me in that Avalanche locker room right now is why they're inconsistent. They're kind of all over the place, unfortunately. And here's what the deal is with the Nuggets. They're not. They are not all over the place. They are rock solid in every department you can imagine right now. And yes, Jokic sucks for other leaders on teams. Why? Because he's the best player in the freaking world, and he's always accountable after every damn situation, period.
Let me ask this, and you may know or may not know this, but I talk to the PR staff a lot. There's times, in fact, there was one game they won. Joker had a big game. You know what I asked for? DJ.
Sure.
Only because, A, the bench played good that game, but also
give him a little break.
Why don't you give the guy a break once in a while? And so I do that intentionally where I know that because he can't even. You need Joker. I know Joker would have done it.
Do you know how you saw me on TV near Cale Makar?
On his right shoulder.
Because right. Think about that too. Why was I way over on his right shoulder? Why? Because the 20 people that were in there, 15 or whatever, there was nowhere else to go. Nobody else was talking about anything. So I got in late on the game. I actually didn't want to go over to Cale. I'm kind of looking around. Is anybody else? No? So that's why you saw me where you saw me. Because Cale was being surrounded by everybody there. Yeah. And listen, man, I love the Avs. I've got a great relationship with everybody there, but I'm seeing why they're inconsistent right now. They have the talent to win the Stanley Cup this year. Scott, Tyler, they do.
Yep.
They have the talent to win the Stanley Cup.
If Nichushkin comes back.
You need that too. You gotta have
that size.
But look what they did last night to the top team in the Western Conference without Val Nichushkin.
Mm-hmm.
They played pretty good.
Yeah.
That game, that could have, listen, they got a point, thank God. They figured it out.
Well, and think about this, and this goes down to bigger schemes, what you look into. You poo-pooed the bed against Minnesota. You beat Minnesota, which you probably should have at home, right? Now you split with the best team. You're not as bad. But now you have 6 points instead of 5, which sounds better than 5.
Yes.
5 those sounds better than 4. So.
Listen, you've had your coach.
Which now everybody's trying to fire him.
That's the stupidest thing of all time. Anybody who thinks Jared Bednar is not the right guy for coaching this team should have their freaking head examined. You are a moron. You are a flat out, this is not just my opinion, this is a fact. If you think the problem is Jared Bednar, you're an idiot. How's that for a hot take?
That's not a hot take. That's
just a fact. That's not even a debate.
That's a hard statement.
That is. And by the way, Malone, too. Perfect guy for this team, too. What are we talking about? We have Bud Black running things. You want to look at a problem. Golly. I'm sorry I'm so fired up about this. But
because that's a winnable game last night against a really good team.
It's a winnable game against a good team. And here's what's got me fired up. There's too much damn talent on this team to not shoot for a championship this year. There's nobody that's that much better than the Avs. The only problem is there's a few teams that are just as good.
Right.
So what is the difference going to be?
You got to get lucky here and there, and you got to give it a break, and you got to stay healthy and all the different physical stuff, but you also got to be cohesive. And you're what you're talking about without really saying it, they're not cohesive in the locker room, which bleeds over into the ice.
And that's why Jared Bednar says, sum up this homestand, and he goes, inconsistent. Okay, got it. Check. You had a horrible game against Chicago. He called you out. You had a terrible game, but you won against the Rangers. He called you out. How many times has a guy who's a great coach got to do this for you guys?
George Karl said you had 6 bullets in your gun.
All right.
Yep.
Well, we're
not much more than that.
Yeah, man. It's we're getting there. So Avs, they got a cool weekend trip. They play in the afternoon in Boston and afternoon at Madison Square Garden. Playing in the Boston Garden, new one. And then Madison Square Garden. Then you go to see Patrick Waugh on Tuesday. Get it together, guys. Get it together and show some more significant leadership. Besides Cale Makar. Will somebody besides Cale Makar please step up as a leader for the Colorado Avalanche? Please. We're begging you. And if you can do that, you're probably going to win a championship. You could. You could win a championship. This year, you're that good.
Yep. I don't disagree. Now, I don't ever promote Andy and I. We do a stupid podcast, Hot Mic. You want to hear something funny? Because we're on right towards – in fact, I had paused to take my daughter to bed, the game, and then came back and watched it. So I saw him tie it up. I didn't miss – and then I see him lose it. And we're already in starting the podcast. Oh, there it is right there. You should hear his rant. If you thought that, you just had to go.
Okay.
Go back and listen.
Are we on somewhat of the same page?
His is more X and O-ish.
All right.
Wait, hold on. X and O-ish and opportunity. You both are in the pool of opportunity this year. That this is an opportunity year to win this thing, And you go more to the leadership side. He's going more. He wants another Nichushkin body and stuff like that, depth in the third and fourth lines and all that, and bing, bing, bing.
I want to be 5 inches taller and be able to dunk. That ain't happening either.
Don't give up.
I gave up a long time ago. There's good news here, man. The first 4 games of the season, I don't know if the Avalanche would have a shot at making the playoffs. They're making the playoffs. But that's not good enough, right? Right?
Shouldn't be. Hey, listen, we talk about the Nikola Jokic window. Are we not in the window with Nate and Kale and those guys?
Of course.
I'm
you
telling
may not
you
have Rantanen next year.
Well, we can get into that. And the Spit and Chicklets guys were talking about that. We can get into that. And I do wonder if that's why Mikko's a little
If he hits free agency,
standoffish.
he'll be the biggest name in free agency, that's for sure.
I would hate to give up Mikko.
They're not going to lose him. They're not going to lose him.
It's a deeper conversation.
Yeah.
Let's have it. We can have it today. And kind of a cool game tonight with the Nuggets, man. I mean, Sacramento, I know everybody liked Mike Brown. Nobody liked how he would fired. They're freaking 10-2 since they blew him out, and they won last night. And finally, the Nuggets get a back-to-back with the other team playing them.
Right, which doesn't happen here.
And Sabonis leads the NBA in three-point percentage, and Jokic is third. Where are we?
And I think Sabonis leads the league in double-doubles.
I think you're right about that, too. So really cool game. The only reason I'm fired up and excited is because my expectation level is high. And I think these teams are great. And I just want them to get there. That's all. That's where it's coming from. And I'm seeing it firsthand.
You know what?
It is frustrating.
And then people take that right there. That's passion and critical passion. And we've got a fan base here in all the sports that don't understand that at all. And I don't know if it's a younger fan base or what, but they don't understand critical passion.
Okay. All right. We have some a bunch of other stuff to get to, some cool stuff to get to. Just trust me on that.
Not a Star Wars thing.
Oh,
pew!
Oh no, of course we do.
Pew pew.
Oh, we got all sorts of mock draft stuff. It all ties in. It's PHC on 92.5. All right, hey, it is DMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's something to feel passionate about. Well, maybe passion isn't part of your life, and perhaps erectile dysfunction has something to do with that. Okay, if you've laughed it off, hey, not a big deal, this, that, the other thing, and maybe if it's happening time after time, it's a little bit more emotional, it's having a bigger impact. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're here when the pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Front Range of Colorado, they've served literally tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult. The initial visit, only $99, and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and you could be having sex the day after your appointment with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Inconsistent. Simple. That's, I touched on it this morning about my thoughts on just struggling to get everyone playing well at the same time, And the games we won, we did. Or we had big performances from some guys, Yeah, inconsistent. Not like coming off a stretch where I thought we were really good for a long time and then kind of riding the roller coaster here on this last homestand. And even before that.
Guys, we have a caller. Holy cow. I didn't know let me blow the dust off the phone. Dave, you're on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with
What's up, dog?
What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. What's going on?
Stuff.
I think Mikko Rantanen's contract's a huge distraction for this team, and it really sucks because whatever he's going to make with the Avalanche, if he stays, there's going to be more money he can spend anyway. And I think I read an article where he's looking for top dollar, and there's like 4 or 5 different clubs interested in him.
Of course.
And then I read an article the next day that says he's staying. He's not going anywhere. So I think the club is just they're kind of worried about that. He's a huge part of this team.
Well, I don't know if you heard.
Thank you, Dave. What a great call.
Good job, Dave. I don't know if you heard Connor on yesterday, but Connor talked about they're kind of waiting to see what the salary cap does because it's supposed to go up. And again, other teams have gotten caught. They say, hey, the cap's going to go up 10 or 12%. It goes up 3 or 4, and then you've already paid that money. Now you've got way too much invested, top heavy. And I think my biggest fear of them is they get top heavy.
Well, we've seen that in other sports for sure, where you get ahead of things with contracts, and then it comes back to bite you. Mikko is so important to this team. I would be flabbergasted if he actually hit free agency. But if he hit free agency, I don't think it's just going to be 4 or 5 teams. I think it's going to be half the league that's going to want that dude.
Well, here's what you got to remember, and it sucks if you're a fan, but this is the hard reality of sports. You have a lifespan, if you're a great player, of 8 to 12, 15 years, and then you're done.
Well, let's get into that in just a second, because this is Biz and Whitney talking on Spittin' Chicklets about Mikko.
If Rantanen's not signed, you can't risk losing him for nothing. That will up that entire organization. But then, imagine telling McKinnon, we just traded Rantanen. This is one of the crazier ones I've seen, and this all goes back to the Draisaitl contract. That's when everything changed with his ask. But what do you do?
Do you think you consult McKinnon on saying this is where we're going to go number-wise? This is the max we're going to go, and if he doesn't go to it, we're going to have to move on from him? Do you have to run that across McKinnon's table?
You don't have to do anything, but you're crazy if you don't. You're crazy if you don't.
Okay.
Well, Nathan's certainly in that category. I mean, sure.
Listen, those guys are good buddies with Nate.
Yeah,
okay?
that's keep that in mind, Dave.
Keep that in mind. They're not around the team all the time, but of course, they're hockey guys through and through, so I do respect their opinion, and I understand their relationship with Nate. I don't think the club has any obligation to run anything.
They hardly ever do. Hardly ever do you have an obligation. And hardly ever is it a necessity. But every now and then there are certain guys that are just important enough to the franchise that you just say, hey, here's what's going on. It's not asking for permission, but I don't think that this is one of those situations. To me, when you involve a player in conversations, it's more in terms of trades. It's more in terms of, hey, we're thinking about adding this piece. What do you think about him? How will he fit in? Not so much when it comes to actual dollar figures of contract negotiations.
The tricky part here, and this is a bigger sports conversation, if you think you're going to get nothing for a guy,
you got to move.
Right. And I don't want to move on from Mikko Rantanen.
Dude, this might be one of those rare exceptions because you're right. The Patriots did it for years and years and years. They got ahead of it. They got value while they could. But do you feel like you got a chance to win this year?
It kills you.
I got it.
It kills you in the future.
I got it. But there are always exceptions to the rule.
I just want to get it done and keep Mikko here for the record.
Couple things. And the NBA is 2 weeks before trade deadline. So I'm going to tie both of these in. Free agent guys that are going in their last year contracts and guys whose names come up in getting trades, it's human nature. It affects them. Mm-hmm. So to sit there and say that there's zero chance going into his last year of a great career in Colorado and not knowing what next year holds, does that affect the player? You're naive to not think that there's something in there with that. So that's a portion of what he has to deal with every single night. Now, I'm going to go back to your first rant and spitting a chicken. You better run it by Nate. Better run it by our boy. Run it by Nate, our boy. Nate, run it by Nate, our boy. If he is so big to the organization, and there are guys like that. There are certain guys you've got to do that. I don't think anything gets done anymore with the Nuggets without Nikola saying, "You cool with Russ coming?" Mm-hmm. Oh, you are? Oh, okay, cool. Mm. Does he have to get permission? He might go, I don't care, whatever. But I guarantee it's probably run by.
That's right.
If you're one of those guys that are a run by guy, mm-hmm. If you're I got to run it by you guy, mm-hmm. talk to the media.
I couldn't agree more.
If you're a run it by guy for the future and direction of this organization, then step in front of the cameras on a bad loss. That's part of the job too.
Step in front of the cameras every night.
That's part of the job.
Yes.
So being able to say, no, run it by me or I'm going to be PO'd, but hey, we had an ugly loss and I may have messed up on that line. I ain't talking to nobody.
Really? I'm right there with you. Because it's not just about satisfying the media. You're communicating with the fans. And maybe Nate doesn't quite get that, which is amazing he wouldn't, but okay. Also, you're hanging your boy Cale Makar out to dry night after night by not just
you're
taking
being selfish.
And by the way,
is what you're doing.
I got nothing against Kiviranta or Colton or Drouin. They're all good dudes.
I don't think
against the other goalie, Kiviranta has about 3 goals in that game.
I don't think Nate has a responsibility to step up there every night, personally. I don't. I don't think that any player has that responsibility to step up there every night. But I do think that there are pivotal moments in a season. I think there are key games. I think that there are emotional situations that do require the front man of the team to be the front man of the team. But I don't think
any week or any game when you played with Peyton that he didn't step up in front of the mic?
No, but it was different in the NFL because we were only required to do it once a week after a game, whereas in hockey and basketball and other situations, it's 4 or 5 times a week sometimes, right?
Because we have 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I understand that. But I'm just saying I don't know what the actual league requirements are. I don't know what they have to do. I don't think that he has that responsibility every single game. But I do think in pivotal moments, it is important for a front man to be a front man.
It's also in moments where you've let it go, and if what you're saying is right, that Cale Makar is the only guy night in and night out after bad loss or tough game or whatever it is, and you're not speaking, it's either because you think you're too good, and listen, it ain't about us. I don't care. I don't go down there, so it ain't no sweat off my lower T's. It don't bother me. But you're hanging out a teammate to dry, and it's disrespectful to your teammates if you can't step in front of the heat. And it shows a lack of leadership if we're being real honest.
Can I tell you something too?
And he's a great player.
He's unbelievable, of course. We're lucky to have him.
You guys are kind of killing the dude. I'm not gonna lie. I think you guys are killing the dude right now. I don't feel that strongly about it.
Well, I guess maybe it's one of these you got to be there to see it. If I'm not painting the picture well enough, it's kind of ridiculous.
I don't know of any great team I've ever been around, on, covered with, traveled with, whatever, played with, that didn't have upfront leaders.
Yeah.
Sure.
Listen, this is the
So who's that guy?
This is the
it's supposed to be Nathan McKinnon.
That's right.
Generally speaking, your best player is that guy. But there are circumstances where that's not true.
It's true in this case. It's not even close. It's not even close. He's your best player. He's the best player in the league. You just finished up a 5-game homestand.
This is it. You're 5 out of a possible 10 points.
And by the way, you realize it's the same 9 people in there. You realize that, right? It's not. What do you think? It's murderer's row of how long do you think these guys actually talk for? 3 minutes max.
And listen, we got a media group here.
What are we talking about?
All sports that are that want to be the kiss up to the guys, and not the what's the dude, the deep throat. Bernstein, Woodward, and Bernstein.
Yeah,
we ain't got Woodward and Bernstein sports reporters.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
We ain't got them 2 guys.
You're not getting hammered.
You're getting muggles that like you.
Of course. Every question is one softball after another.
Yeah. So You ain't getting up from a fire. If you're getting up from a fire squad, they're shooting marshmallows.
And it's not just about being nice to the media. It's the dynamic in the locker room amongst each other. Like, who are we together as a team?
If your leader doesn't have to stand up in tough times, then why does the guy in the third line?
That doesn't ripple down to the rest of the team?
I think it does.
I think it does too. And yes, Nikola Jokic, every game. And by the way, guess what happens when you go on the road? There's like 3 people in there. Scott, help me out.
Maybe. There's a person from the home club that gets game notes, to puts it out, that sends everybody in their emails. There's the camera guy, maybe a guy that's carrying the charge of the audio, the reporter, maybe one other guy.
So you don't have to worry about it for half the season.
No.
It's not even an issue. Whatever, man. It's you don't have to do me any favors. What do I care?
Yeah.
I really don't. What I care about is the dynamic of the team. By the way, I can tell with Mikko, there's something bugging him. It's clear, okay? And again, this is sort of like,
Dave just called.
Are we talking? Are we doing everything? Like, all of a sudden, Mikko, who is one of the most generous guys, always talking, always open, all of a sudden, Mikko ain't around these lately either.
Well,
Mikko's a bit of a ghost, and he's been very consistent. So there's something
they
going on.
They were engaged in public conversations that have now stalled. So it's not complicated.
And you can feel it.
Yeah.
And you can feel it.
Hey, by the way, when you hung up on Dave Walker, did you tell Logs thanks for calling?
I did. I sent him a text real quick.
Okay, good.
Heart emoji. Best of luck, Creek. All that. Anywho, let me give you a get off of this. This is all, listen, this is all out of love here because we realize how good these teams are.
It's critical passion. I just coined a new phrase.
I like that. I'll make up a t-shirt.
Wait, you do like it or don't?
No, I do. Somebody was making fun of you on the text line, though.
What about what?
About that critical passion.
Yeah, because you're a soft marshmallow. They don't want anything bad because everybody watches.
Here's the text. Is Gabe in the building? Well, you guys can speak on this. In my opinion, you can only do so much as a leader if you're not playing.
Yeah.
Yes, true or false?
True.
Yeah.
You can have personal one-on-one talks. You could give advice, especially to younger players. You can kind of get a heartbeat.
Nothing holds the weight of going through a game together.
Yeah,
nothing
it's
holds
tough.
that.
It's tough.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter if Gabe is around. He's around. He's around fine. It's not that.
Well, he's been skating.
I think the Mikko thing is hanging over their heads. I think I do. I think that's hanging over everybody's head. So
Well, that'd be a question that you got to ask Chris McFarland.
I agree. And that's a good question to have. And I think they did talk. Hey, listen, they had Chris McFarland. They had Chris on yesterday on the morning sprint. They were down at the hockey rink there.
What's the morning sprint?
That would be Mike Sanford and Raj.
Well, that's what they call that thing?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's what they call it. What'd you think they called it?
Morning walking through mud.
That's what you thought they called it? That's what you thought they came up with, huh?
Walking in a storm.
Okay. They had Chris on yesterday, Dan. Maybe you can dig up if they asked him about Mikko. That'd be kind of interesting. All right, let me give you a.
That'd be a tough question.
Okay.
Well, they sprinted right by that.
Where are you with Mikko?
They sprinted right by.
I mean, it's an easy question.
You either got to sign him or move him. And you got to do it right now.
You're talking to the general manager. That's an easy question. Where are things right now with Mikko? It's not more complicated than that. He's either going to tell you what he wants to tell you or not. You know, it's up to him.
You're sitting there
right now. At where?
Right there.
Yeah. And? What? I have a choice for you guys. I have a fun
tuna fish.
A fun ethical dilemma that would pertain to what's going on as you guys as pro athletes, Mark Andrews. Or we can make fun of the fact that Sean Payton is a nominee for Coach of the Year. What
Are you asking what we want to do?
I would ask you what you would prefer.
Well, I prefer the moral dilemma.
The moral dilemma?
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. We'll make fun of Sean then later. We'll get to the moral dilemma coming up next. Well, you gotta love being passionate about sports, right? It's just sports. It's not life or death or anything. You just care. That's all. Care about what you care about. I'll get to the Sean Payton Coach of the Year thing in a little bit. This Mark Andrews story.
Poor fella.
Okay, this is the ethical dilemma. Now it's got to be a little different with you guys than normal people because you guys
failed.
No, not at all. In fact, the exact opposite. You guys succeeded big time in ways that the average person cannot even imagine. No, high compliment to you guys. But I can frame it in a way that I think you guys would appreciate. Mark Andrews now has a GoFundMe from Buffalo Bills fans for his charity?
They're donating to his charity, I think.
Okay.
It's the way I understood it. Is it an actual GoFundMe?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
It's yeah.
They're giving money.
I read they donated like $90,000 to his charity.
If you don't know, Mark Andrews was the tight end for the Ravens who dropped a 2-point conversion that would have tied the game. Who knows what would have happened?
No.
But it would have tied and extended the game.
Giving you an opportunity in overtime.
Correct. Like Raheem Moore made a bad play that ended up tying the game. People forget that game actually went to double overtime, and the Broncos had the ball. Peyton Manning had the ball in his hands 3 times with a chance to win and didn't.
The only difference being Mark Andrews is a freaking dude. It has hardly ever let down that franchise. Like, he is an absolute legend. Raheem Moore was a guy.
Bill Buckner had a close to a Hall of Fame worthy career. And when the ball went through his legs, that was game 6. And the Red Sox had the lead in game 7 that nobody remembers. They actually led game 7, and then they ended up losing it to the Mets. But that Buckner thing did not end the World Series.
Well, it could have.
It could have won it for them.
Boston, that game
but
6.
it wasn't over, and they had a chance to win the next game. Okay. Here's where I'm going with this. There's no doubt Scott Norwood is different. Scott Norwood, you just lost the game. That was it.
And that was the Super Bowl.
That was the Super Bowl, and you just lost that game. Here is, for normal people, it's different than what I'll ask you guys, but I'll frame it for you guys. When you guys were on championship teams, I don't know how much you played for the Pistons during the championship series. Did you play a little bit?
The one that won.
The one that won?
Yeah, the one that won.
Were you out there in critical moments, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
You were?
Yeah.
Okay.
One game.
Okay, no, I'm being serious. So one game.
Yeah.
But that was it.
Yeah.
Okay. You were incredibly important, but you didn't end up playing that much in the playoffs. But you certainly were part of the team, an important part of everything. It was weird that you didn't play more in the playoffs, but you did.
Yeah, but even in the playoffs, I had really key situational packages that I was always in on.
All right, let me ask you guys this question. Would you rather, because you both got championships, fine with your role, or would you have rather been in a position where you might have made a mistake that might have cost your team the game? However, you just have a much bigger role in everything that's going on.
Well, you're saying that it would have to actually cost the team, right?
Yes.
Because if it doesn't actually cost you the championship, then that's a dumb question.
It would cost you the championship, and you would be remembered for it forever. However, you would have been a much bigger part of everything.
Let's see. So what you're saying is, I would have cost a championship,
but you'd be the man.
But I probably would have made $15, $20 million more.
Correct.
In my career.
Correct. Money would come with it. And for you too, money would come with it. Money would definitely come with it because you'd be the man.
I think you got to take money out of this conversation.
No.
Because
and here's where it would be for the regular guy. Money's a big part of it. Would you just be a regular guy like me and Dan, or a professional athlete? But the caveat is you're going to make a mistake in your career that you're going to be remembered for forever, but you get to be a professional athlete. See, that's what a regular person. I have to frame it differently for you guys. But me and Dan, and I'd ask Dan that question to myself, I suppose. This is regular people talk. You get to be a pro athlete, but you're going to cost your team a championship.
Yeah.
For you guys, I'd have to use money. I would have to use money because there's nothing else. Because you guys were already pro athletes. So yeah, money would be a huge part of it.
It's a tough one, man. I mean,
But you're gonna have to live with that the rest of your life. But you're gonna have a lot.
And
more
look,
money.
I mean, at the end of the day, we all play the game because we want to play, right? That's why you play the game. You want to be a major factor of what you're doing. So I guess I would prefer the opportunity to be on the field. I would.
But you're gonna be responsible. You're gonna
Yeah,
have to live
and that
with
sucks because that
rest of
sucks
your
that it
life.
happens. But I certainly didn't plan on that happening.
Whenever anybody says Tyler Columbus, the first thing they're gonna remember is you losing the team in the Super Bowl.
Hey, buddy, I was there. Where were you?
Hey, cool.
You know,
if you can live with it, you can live with it.
I mean, I don't know. I actually had a pretty unbelievable experience in my career that I didn't have to make a decision like that, right?
Correct.
Because I got
Pretty
to
cool.
I got to start for 4 years, be the dude, be
Right.
the guy, you know, and then I got to just kind of ride off into the sunset with the championship as a role player on the team.
Worked out great.
Yeah.
Hey, you know who's not sleeping bad? Lively, the other tight end for the Ravens. He's not having any problems sleeping right now.
Nah. I doubt if Mark Andrews is having too many problems sleeping because of the type of career that guy's had.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna affect him. It's gonna
realize
affect him.
everybody will
but
remember.
this is not a Raheem Moore type player, man. This is a legend that is cemented.
So was Bill Buckner forever, and it affected him for 20-some years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, he was having that career.
Remember
now
they-
he had this.
Remember they finally brought him back to Boston. He
I know.
basically
He played.
wept.
He played again for them.
But I mean, when at the end of his career, 20-some years, he wept when he got an ovation. He was an older guy, so I think, and there's been stories written about that.
Yes.
I'll give you something that's
Well, wait,
similar.
what would you do? First of all, what would you do?
I'd want to win a championship, but
you got more money. You're a
let me
key
tell you a story.
figure, but you lose the championship for the Pistons.
I was a really good college basketball player, like All-American teams and whatever, in a handful of Hall of Fames because I was a good college basketball player. My last college shot was a missed baseline 15-footer that would have won us the game and sent us to the Sweet 16. I remember that shot 40 years later.
Yeah.
Still.
You remember the bad stuff, huh? That stuff's easy to remember.
It was my last shot of my college career that would have won the game for us and sent us to the next round in the Sweet 16, and I missed that shot. So
does that missed shot define you?
I don't think it does to others because I don't think people remember it like I do.
It might have if you didn't make it into the NBA. It might have. You might have felt like it defined you had you not had the opportunity on the other side.
Does Chris Webber's screw up in college define his
Hell
career?
no.
That he had a long-time career in the NBA?
Hell no.
I don't
Because
think so either.
Yeah. I do think the context of what comes on the other side matters greatly.
Yeah. Not a great moment. Wish it was better, but doesn't define you. We're talking about it defines you. Like, that's it.
And I know this from Mark Andrews. That ain't going to define him. His career is written in stone, man.
You don't think Ravens fans will remember that when they
Of
think
course
of Mark Andrews?
Of course they'll remember
forever?
it. Of course they'll remember it, but I would be shocked if you talk to any true Ravens fans if that changed their opinion of Mark Andrews because of what he's already done.
I don't know if it's going to change the. Well, okay, if you don't think it's big enough of a moment,
for me, I think it's got to be a moment that like changes changes everybody's opinion of you forever.
Do you think? So you don't think? Do you think it was a career-defining moment for Mark Andrews?
It will be for a few years, but it should not be.
I don't even think it'll be that.
All right. Well, let's for the sake of the argument, let's say it is because certainly, Bill Buckner, Scott Norwood, Raheem Moore, they've had those moments. And whether where it goes, who knows? But it certainly exists right now. I just want to ask it on a personal level for you guys. So let's just assume that it is, or you could use another athlete as an example. What would you prefer to have? The money?
I listen. Knowing in hindsight what the result is certainly makes it a tricky question. But choosing in advance that I want the opportunity to go out and compete and put it out there on the line, that's what I choose.
Okay.
I choose to go out there and compete and put it on the line.
Mark Andrews' season this year was his highest percentage between targets and catches in his entire career.
How was Scott Norwood's
year? He
year?
got 68% of his targets he caught.
Was Scott Norwood having a good year when he missed the field goal?
And he had to be. They got to the Super Bowl.
Probably doing pretty good.
I remember that game? I was at a buddy's house watching that game. I was with the Pistons. And we'd pick pools, ding. I had the Giants, because we didn't care who won. I had the Giants. He had Buffalo. And we're at his house, and he's jumping up, down and gloating because Buffalo's about to win the Super Bowl. Doink. Misses.
I wonder if most people, the reason, this is a bit big here, The reason they don't succeed as much in life is because they're not really willing to take that risk. Not really. You may say it. You may say what I would do.
Yeah.
But how many times in your life?
If you're afraid of that, that's why you're not going to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, here's the thing about Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews is going to be defined by a gold jacket. That's how he's going to be defined.
Okay.
He's going to be defined by a bronze statue.
Okay.
We'll see if he gets there.
Oh, he will.
We'll see.
What's Bill Buckner defined by?
That moment.
That grounder.
Scott Norwood. Raheem Moore.
Well, see, I don't know enough about Bill Buckner's career. So
he's defined.
Well, I'm talking about the success on the
borderline Hall of Famer.
Borderline.
Arguably.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a long career.
But say he made it into the Hall of Fame. Then what defines him?
The ground ball. That's it. That's
Okay.
all anybody thinks about. I think it's an interesting choice, and I'm feeling for Mark Andrews on that, because you realize when you get to that high of a level in sports, the possibility that you get defined by something bad is probably even higher than being defined by something good. But in our minds, we always hit the last second shot. We catch the touchdown, right? Nobody is in the backyard putting up jump shots saying 3, 2, 1. I just lost the NBA championship.
Somebody says you guys are you're not bringing up Russell Wilson throwing an interception to lose the Super Bowl rather than letting Marshawn Lynch run it in. Is he losing sleep over that the rest of his life?
I don't think so, because I think that play is defined by the coach's decision rather than Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too.
You're probably right. That's a pretty damn unique one.
Yeah. I mean, he just did what he was told to do.
He kind of gets a free pass on it almost.
He actually, they called the play. They had the right look. He made the read. He made the throw exactly where it should have been. It wasn't his fault that it was scouted out. And we know this now because we've seen video. Belichick's talked about it. We've seen the Patriots practice that play, and we know what Malcolm Butler was coached to do. It was more of an extraordinary play by Malcolm Butler. And it was, what was Russ supposed to do? Change the call?
Probably.
Well, that's a tough spot to do, man, isn't it? Change the call on the goal line of the Super Bowl, like overrule your coach in like the most critical moment of the game.
And if you didn't get the right look, then yeah.
But I think the look was right. I think the look was exactly the same. But the Patriots, what they didn't know is the Patriots had scouted it, practiced it, were fine to give that look because they had a different reaction to it. They kind of baited them into it.
And what's missed on that, if you remember that drive, they were running all the way down, and New England could not stop the run.
Well, actually, if you really remember that drive, they got that really goofy thing. I forget who the receiver was, but it was bouncing off his helmet or something for like a 35, 40-yard play that got him down inside the 10-yard line. Was that Percy Harvin? Or
that was a Giants game.
No. That happened in the I was there. It was, I forget, it was, the ball was, you'd have to go back and look at it. I forget who the receiver was, but there was a deep pass that got them down that far. But that being said, sorry, I don't mean to step on that. There's no doubt all you had to do was give the ball to Marshawn Lynch. You were dominating with Marshawn Lynch. It was an insanely stupid move to not. I got to tell you real quick. That was the one moment. I've been to thousands of sporting events. That's number one in I can't believe that just happened.
Shocking moments.
In person.
Marshawn's response in real time.
Could not believe it.
You should go back and look at his response in real time. It's unbelievable. He walks. He takes his helmet off. He walks out the field, throws his helmet. He's just staring at Pete. Doesn't say a word. Just yep.
It's one of the handful of times where I've been at a pro sporting event that I've actually literally jumped up, you jumped like you can't believe it. You had one of those moments. You were caught on TV doing that. The Jamal Murray made a shot moment.
Really?
You jump. Go back and watch a replay. They got a camera on you and Marlo. And all of a sudden, it's just Scotty's interesting area.
Oh, because I stood up and they got the camera for us.
Oh, God. Do we have that, Dan? Do we have Scott's reaction? You freaked out.
Was that first round against the Lakers?
Yes.
When Jamal hit the
Jamal
shot?
made a shot.
Well, everybody's standing in front of me. I got to see.
You're in the front row.
Oh, but
no, I understand.
We're back.
All right, fun conversation. Throw it in.
Hey, the fans are being snarky. Good on Andrew's charity because they made $90,000 extra on it. But the fans are just being, hey, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, Bills Mafia.
Thanks, buddy.
They're acting like they're the good guys. They're rubbing it in.
No doubt about it.
They're absolutely rubbing it in.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Look at that picture right there.
Black Mamba. Bill Russell.
Bill Russell and Kobe both right there. One of the championships.
Both
gone.
Both gone. Sad.
Well,
Stuart Scott.
David Stern there and Stuart Scott. All four of them gone.
Wow, that's a trip. Well, on that note, welcome to the show. Thank you for listening. Sean Payton gets nominated for Coach of the Year. NFL honors. He's one of the 5 finalists.
Give us the 5.
Do you know him or not?
I could guess him.
Do you know him or not? It'd be more fun if you guess. If you didn't know, if you know, just tell me.
I don't know the coach's name, but
okay, let's see how you do. There's 5 of them.
Minnesota.
Kevin O'Connell. Yes.
McVay and the Rams.
McVay, no.
Wow.
Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn, yes.
Dan Quinn. Kevin O'Connell.
Yes.
Dan Campbell.
Yes.
Sean Payton.
Yes.
And
easy one. Actually, really easy one.
What am I missing?
Be incredibly obvious.
Oh my God.
The most obvious guy there is. Really? We don't know the most obvious guy? Really?
I guess not.
The most.
Can you give me a clue?
The most obvious guy.
Well, I'll say this. I think.
What team is doing really well these days, the past few years?
Andy Reid.
Right.
Yeah. I wouldn't put him on that list. That actually doesn't add up to me. I wouldn't include Andy Reid on that list because the team's been so damn good.
Well, what can I tell you?
Well, but unless the rest of the league going, they're doing a lot of smoke and mirrors this year.
I think they are doing with smoke and mirrors. I think they are going to be the worst Super Bowl championship team of all time.
Except it'll be their 3rd straight.
It's unbelievable. How many AFC championships in a row has Mahomes gone to? Like 7?
It's like 7 in a row, isn't it?
Isn't it something like that?
Yeah.
So them are your 5 finalists. No Jim Harbaugh.
Okay.
No DeMeco Ryans.
So let's cross off guys.
Tomlin was there about 2 months ago, and he's not there.
No, the Philadelphia guy, Mumblemouth there.
We can cross off guys that really have no chance of this. Sean, no chance. He's out. Honestly, I'm really, really surprised.
How did he get to be a finalist?
Well, there was a period in the middle of the season that I felt like it was either him or Dan Campbell. They were going to be the front runners for Coach of the Year. But that period came and went, and then you had an awkward ending of the season. It didn't make sense. So I have no idea how he's on that list. Okay, so
you got to ask who nominates.
I don't know how it works, man. I have no idea.
Is it media guys or is it football?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
But whatever. I mean, somehow, you know what? I get the sense.
I bet
there's a little PR going on behind the scenes. So
to me, it's going to come down to 2 guys. It's going to come down to Dan Quinn and Kevin O'Connell. Those would be my favorites for that list.
Okay.
I think Dan Quinn should win it.
Well, you probably should.
I
mean, are you kidding me? You've got a rookie playing to make the first ever appearance in the Super Bowl.
Timeout. Dan Campbell, the Dan Campbell cult.
Right? Really? And he just lost 2 coordinators, so he's doing something right.
Well. Okay, that is an interesting question.
Yeah, did you guys see?
Is he doing something right, or did he have 2 talented guys that were lifting him up?
Hey, listen.
Which chicken or the egg there?
Listen, Truman had generals.
Did you guys see Ben Johnson's presser with Chicago?
I did. It was awesome.
Oh my gosh, awesome or awkward?
I thought it was awesome. If I'm a Bears fan, and by the
I
way,
think the dude is awkward as all get out.
Oh, I don't know, man. He says I'm gonna like beating Matt LaFleur.
Did did you read that or did you listen to it?
I listened to it. I watched it.
Dude, the way he says it is the most awkward, uncomfortable way I've ever heard it. The whole room didn't even know what to do with the comment.
I thought he was boys with LaFleur, but I found
Dan,
out.
Can you try to find that?
I found out he has no previous relationship. So he just told with a guy he has 0 relationship with in the same division that the Bears fans hate the Packers. I can't wait to beat you twice. And you think that's awkward for Bears fans?
You got to listen to the way he says it.
I saw it. I saw the whole thing.
It's awkward as hell.
I would love it if my coach came in here and told me why I was going to beat the Raiders or beat Andy Reid. I can't wait to beat Andy Reid.
It was like forced trash talk that he was like trying to come up with something creative, and he just couldn't get there.
And the biting the kneecaps on the way up was
authentic.
But it was already taken.
Well, it was already taken, but it was authentic. And then you could tell this is a guy that's been coaching for Dan Campbell, and he was trying to get a couple Dan Campbellisms out there, but it just didn't come across the same way.
Oh, all right.
I'll say this.
I thought it was cool.
of any job of the new coaches, I think a
All right,
chance to really succeed. If you look at if this quarterback is as good as everybody predicted him to be, I mean, there ain't nothing but up. There's only one way to go for the Bears. That's up. That's a good opportunity.
Listen to this. You tell me if this sounds like authentic trash talk.
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year. That was not authentic, dude. That was fake as all get out.
That's kind of funny, though.
I thought they were boys. To find out that they are not boys, they don't even really know each other, and you're just saying, I love beating the Packers because we are the Bears and I hate the Packers.
Well, I mean, the only thing weird is that you've hated that when you're in the division, you hate everybody in the division.
Right.
I mean, that's the black and blue division, right? I mean, that's a historic division that goes back a million years.
Yeah.
To go cross pollinate the division now,
it's weird.
It's a little weird.
I give him credit for that though, because he knows exactly what he's signing up for.
Yeah.
And he ain't afraid of it. So I do give him credit for that.
We're going to have Adam Schefter on in about 20, 25 minutes or so. We'll go through all of it with him because now we see, by the way, Dion, forget that. We know now.
Who's it going to be?
It's going to be Brian Schottenheimer.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Talk about uninspiring.
But you know what?
But controllable.
It's actually, you guys kind of nailed it. It was Jerry Jones has a guy he can control. Jerry Jones will still be the star. You got an offensive guy who will just do everything you want. And there you go. And that at the end of the day, you were right. At the end of the day, you were right. Deion Star was just too bright. And Jerry Jones is just going to go with a guy that he can just manipulate like he has for his entire
you're
life.
going with the guy that if he lives up to his billing, he can be an offensive guy. And a lot of your money are tied to two with the wide receiver and your quarterback, right?
So it is what it is. So that's, by the way, so VJ is not going to get a job.
Talk about an awkward promoting from within, though. Like, when do you let a coach leave / fire a coach and then promote from within that same staff? That's weird to me.
That's weird. Yep.
Especially after failures over the last couple of years.
By the way, it looks
you know
like
where Brian was born, by the way?
Kansas City.
Denver, Colorado. But he does have strong Kansas City ties.
Yeah.
Real quick.
He went to high school there.
There's a good chance Darren Muji, the assistant to George Payton, gets the GM job with the Jets. It looks like Rizzi, the special teams guy, it's still maybe coming here. And Chris Banjo, who's the assistant special teams guy for the Broncos, may be going with Muji to the Jets as well. That's kind of that's what's up in the air today. That's a nice promotion for Darren Muji, man. Coming, to get a GM job in New York like that, that's pretty good.
Shout out to John Spytek, by the way, also.
How about that?
Got the GM job with the Raiders. He's another former Denver Bronco guy, been around here for a long time, went down to Tampa Bay, and now is the GM of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Did you realize he played
He's a great, great dude.
Did you realize he played football with Tom Brady at Michigan?
I did realize that. They're best friends. I think they're roommates.
Helps getting jobs these days.
It helps to have buddies with the owner.
Yeah, because we were like, why were we overthinking this? We heard that Tom Brady was making the decisions. Who does he like? Like, that's it. That's all you got to think about these days. I mean, that makes perfect sense. Spytek makes absolutely perfect sense. But you're right. Good guy, Broncos ties, won a Super Bowl with Brady. Why are we overthinking this? Who's going to be their coach? It's going to be somebody Tom Brady likes. Who's that? Who does Tom Brady and Spytek like? The most logical thing is to look at those two dudes and see who they like as a coach. And that's probably who the Raiders' next coach is going to be.
That's a good point.
And it's not going to be Prime.
No.
The NFL told you what they really think of Prime. Not that
So
much.
you guys tell me, who's it going to be? Here's the list. Pete Carroll, Aaron Glenn, who just got hired.
No. Yeah.
Vance Joseph.
Nope.
Todd Monken from Baltimore.
I don't know enough about him.
Ron Rivera, Robert Saleh, and Steve Spagnuolo.
I don't know their relationships with Tom Brady and Spytek.
I don't know if any of those guys have got direct ties. Maybe Spags was Spags the Patriot.
Hey, Tyler, start looking up Wikipedia, and you can figure out who the next coach is going to be there relatively quickly.
Would Spytek have a relationship with Vance, wouldn't he?
We'll do.
Yeah,
I guess.
Well, he wasn't here with Vance, but that doesn't mean they don't have crossover.
We have no dumb questions coming up. Adam Schefter on the way. Got a great topic for sports, not sports, that happened at the Nuggets game. Big story of the day. All still to come here on PhD.
Hey guys, if you're struggling with hair loss, first off, know that you're not alone. It happens to the best of us, and I know it's a bad feeling. You might have already gone online looking for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and nothing's working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to. So it's time to invest in yourself with my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call Advanced Hair Restoration today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. And when you go to Advanced Hair, you can be comforted knowing that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That is a lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So pick up the phone, call today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Adam Schefter will join us in just a little bit, but we do have time for No Dumb Questions, Scott Hastings.
You know, I had one, and when you and I just started talking, then
You
I
lost
forgot
it? You gotta
I
take-
got a no dumb question.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't know if it's a dumb question. It kind of goes with a pet peeve, and it's something I've been trying to work out about a lot lately. I started watching this. You ever see people that come out of the mall, for example, and you're taking a left on the big street, and maybe at least a 2-lane street.
Okay.
And it's a 1-turn lane left, so it's not double lane turn, so it's a 1-lane turn.
Okay.
And they don't turn into the inside lane, which I think you're supposed to. They just come in there and drive over that second lane. I'm like, dog, you ain't supposed to do that. I mean, right? And I don't know why, but I've noticed it a lot lately. And now I've caught myself, and I got a big truck, and so I got this one where I come out of the little shopping center by my house, and I take a left, and it's tight. And they got one of the big cement mediums and stuff like that you can't run over. I mean, it's, so, you got to get up there and make the turn perfect to get in. But it's a dumb pet peeve of mine. It just bothers me when people take a left turn on a 2-lane road and they turn into the outside lane. I don't know why, but it bothers the hell out of me.
That's more of a pet peeve than a dumb question.
Well,
You're
what
asking,
do
like,
you
why
do?
are-
Do you make sure you stay on the inside? Here's a dumb question. When you
So
take a
then-
left, do you stay on the inside
I'll
or
tell
do you
you
go
this:
outside?
when you get off the highway in Castle Rock, you go like turning left on Founders. If you're going south, that is a major problem, big problem.
Tough to
Because
get in that stop lane.
Well, no, because people are constantly veering over 1 lane further as they're turning left, and it's dangerous as hell.
Yeah.
It really is.
I've had that one time getting off 470 at either University or Broadway, and same thing, and they turn left and they just.
I'm probably a
You're a
drifter.
meanderer?
I'm probably a drifter.
Drifter.
My wife kills me all the time about, you have to take a left. You got to be in the left lane to take a left. And why don't you know? Bum. So it's like, we got to take a right a mile down the road. So make sure you're in a right when you have to take a left, not a left, because you're going to have to merge. She kills me on that stuff. I don't even care. I just figure I'll merge at some point.
I saw a great meme.
I probably would kill you on that.
Saw a great meme. Husband's talking about his wife. He goes, it's amazing. For 25 years of driving by myself, that I've been able to survive without being told I have to make a left up here in a mile, or I need to stop at that stoplight. Or
Scott, she gets on my back about driving.
you're saying your wife's a backstreet driver?
I have
backseat driver
multiple times pulled the car over and said, "You drive." Multiple times. In fact, I always just let her. I kick myself when I drive. When I just should let her drive. She will give me a hard time. Do you know how often I drive downtown from the suburbs?
With her or without?
Without her.
Oh, I would say 1,000.
Yeah. We're driving downtown, and I'm like, you realize I do this like 5 times a week by myself. No accidents. But thank God you're here.
And I get where I'm going. So now anymore, if you're going on downtown to dinner or Rockies game,
you drive. You drive. Yeah. I've given up, and I kick myself when I don't, because I never do it right.
All right.
So I probably would.
Scott, this one's for you. If electricity comes from electrons, where does morality come from?
Morals.
Morons.
Boom.
I saw the dad joke coming. Dan Tanner, you got one from the text line? What do you got there,
From
Dan?
the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. No dumb question. How would prime Carmelo Anthony have worked out with Nikola Jokic? How would those two have worked out playing alongside each other?
Not good.
Yeah, it'd been tough with them in the same jersey trying to play 2 positions.
There would have been 2 15s out there. That start there, how confusing that would have been. I don't know if that's a dumb question.
Well, hold on. I mean, is Nikola Jokic truly the type of dude that anybody would change their game just by being around him?
Oh, that's a good question. These are not dumb questions.
I think it might have been fascinating. I wonder if Carmelo was around Nikola Jokic, what would that have looked like?
Who's a better basketball player, Carmelo Anthony or Michael Porter Jr.?
Carmelo.
Why?
Consistency.
2 legs.
Okay, so no doubt.
No back problem.
No doubt about it. It's definitely Carmelo over Michael Porter Jr.
I would say so.
Okay.
Right now.
Who had the ball in their hands the most when Carmelo Anthony was here?
Carmelo.
He did?
Yeah.
It started with him.
Well, it started with
AI.
Whoever the guard.
Yeah, who's the
were.
guard? Yeah, who's
or Anthony Miller? Not Anthony Miller.
Who's our guy we saw? Jameer Nelson.
Jameer actually, he was in town the other day.
All right,
he
pick
got
out
some
who,
with
you want
Jokic.
to pick out AI? He was here too.
No, what was the Miller guy that's coaching? Andre Miller.
Okay, all right.
Andre,
So
a lot of it.
What the
Ty
question
Lawson.
is, you want to just pick one. Andre Miller. Okay. So your team is Andre Miller, Nikola Jokic, Carmelo Anthony. How's that team going to do? And Phil Kenyon Martin, you want to throw him in there too?
No, I'd rather have AG.
Oh, well, no. I'm just saying, like, if we were to put
Nikola on his team.
Yeah, Jokic on
So
his
put
team. how would it
Joker
go?
in the role of Camby.
Yes. There
So
you go.
all you're saying is that the teams
Replace those two.
they win an NBA championship.
Right. So
Yeah.
actually, to Tyler's point, it probably works.
Right.
It's probably unbelievable, actually, because you're telling me essentially Melo would have had Michael Porter Jr.'s role, right? Because he's not the guard, he's not Jokic, he'd be the 3.
Yeah, he'd be
Michael Porter Jr.
He'd be a cross between Porter and probably Jamal.
Yeah, so
Sounds pretty cool.
It'd be right. It probably would be unbelievable because he wouldn't be taking the ball up. He wouldn't be. It'd be incredible. You'd win a championship. It'd be
Well, I
unbelievable.
mean, they got to the Western Conference Finals right against
They
Kobe
did.
and them, and
they did.
Lost 4-2. I think they beat. I think they beat the Lakers.
I remember. I was at that game 6.
And hold on,
they went down like dogs.
and your point guard that time was Chauncey. So now you got Chauncey. And,
Take your choice.
Yeah,
Either way, it's not the ball starting in Melo's hand. He would be Michael Porter Jr. So the real question is, who would be better, Michael Porter Jr. or Carmelo Anthony? And if it's Carmelo Anthony, it would be spectacular.
Seems pretty awesome.
It's a simple question, actually. The ball would get stuck with Melo, but just every now and then. It wouldn't primarily get stuck with him. He probably got the ball too much when he was here. And if Jokic was here, that would not be the problem. He would just be a pure scorer, and he wouldn't have to worry about defense that much. No, it would be amazing. They would win championships.
They'd have beaten the Lakers that year.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And plus, Chauncey's your point guard. So
And Chauncey's your point guard.
That'd be a pretty sick team, dude.
And then Kenyon would be the 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He would be
and Chris Anderson's your backup 5.
Oh my God.
Dude, wouldn't you love to have Chris Anderson?
Yes! Birdman coming off the bench for this team would be awesome.
Talk about a spark plug.
Oh my God. Who would not love Birdman coming off the bench right now for this Nuggets team? Oh my God. Actually, that'd be
Birdman's probably
amazing.
still playing somewhere. We could probably still get him.
Well, who knows what Birdman's.
Yeah.
You know what? That would be a good where are they now? Seriously.
I think he hangs around Denver a little bit.
Somebody's got to have done, like, not a 30 for 30, but somebody's got to have done some documentary on that dude,
I'm
right?
sure they have, but I would love to know what he's up to right now. It's been a minute since we caught up with Chris Anderson. Yeah, what do you think he's doing right now? Seriously.
I think he's done real well in some real estate stuff.
I hope so. I hope nothing but the best. That'd be a fun guy to get on sometime, if we get time and something. It was cool seeing Marcus Camby around.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty amazing to catch up with Chris Anderson. We'll catch up with our guy, Adam Schefter, coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction. Who needs it? That stinks, man. If that's what you're going through, that sucks. But that's not the end. That's not the end story. It doesn't have to be, at least. Not with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've been in the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit, it's not that expensive. It's $99. It's a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But if you're like most men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations. Again, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we'll have Adam Schefter on a little bit. I saw something with Adam that's pretty funny because Adam does radio shows all over the country, and it is funny. Like, everybody's sort of gripping right now. Not so much us. You know, the Broncos made the playoffs, and, you know, but what if you are one of those bottom feeder teams? And there's a fun example of Adam dealing with that in Boston, of all places.
Patriots, bottom feeders. Love it.
It's pretty funny, right? So we'll have that and more coming up with Adam. To our original point where we kind of talked earlier, the Mark Andrews situation. How is he going to be defined by things? He has put out a statement on Instagram. I'd like to read it to you guys. This is a very heartfelt thing that he's putting out there. It's impossible to adequately express how I feel. I'm absolutely gutted by what happened on Sunday. I'm devastated for my teammates, my coaches, and Ravens fans. I pour every ounce of my being into playing at the highest level possible because I love my team in the game of football like nothing else. That is why it's taken me until now to collect my thoughts and address this publicly. Even though the shock and disappointment are unlike anything I've felt before, I refuse to let the situation define me. I promise that this adversity will only make me stronger and fuel us as we move forward. I thank everyone who's shown me and our team genuine support these past several days. Despite the negativity, I've seen heartfelt love, encouragement, including from those who have generously donated to the Breakthrough T1D, I don't know if I'm reading that right, organization, his charity. Even when the moment seems darkest, perspective can reveal there's a lot of light in this world. I'm now going to do my part to bounce back and contribute to it. Adam Schefter joins us. Adam is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Adam, we were talking earlier today about defining moments in athletes' careers, that you run the risk when you play at the highest level that if things, you could be defined by a touchdown catch, or in this particular case, a 2-point conversion drop, or maybe not be defined by it at all. But that is the risk you run by playing at that level. How do you think Mark Andrews will be defined, Adam Schefter?
I don't think that play will define him. And if it does, that would be unfortunate because he's made too many great plays and been too great a player for too long a period of time to have that one drop define who he is and what he's been about. Now, what people don't fully get is that Mark Andrews is a type 1 diabetic. And my wife is a type 1 diabetic. I know the daily challenges that they face on a daily basis. And I will just say this. My wife is blown away when she sees somebody playing football who's a type 1 diabetic. Like, she can't believe in her mind that these people do that because it's hard enough for her to get through every single day. So this guy's out there competing at the highest levels, challenging himself at the highest levels, producing at the highest level. He had a drop. He had a big drop. He did. Okay? That's a part of his career. He's a human being. That's the way it goes. It's unfortunate. Came on a big stage in a big platform. He made a mistake. We all do. And if people want to remember that, fine. But they better sure damn remember that this is one of the toughest guys who's fighting through a serious disease, being out there and producing at a higher level than just about most every player in the National Football League.
It's funny. I just got to say this because maybe wasn't it Saquon Barkley, who's now playing in the NFC Championship game, that had a 2-point conversion drop against somebody earlier in the year and they lost the game?
Yeah, the Atlanta Falcons, a Monday night game. It wasn't people. Yeah, it was a pass. Yeah,
and we forgot about that though.
That's what I said. Mark Andrews, he's got so much goodwill in the bank with that fan base right now. I know it's a big moment, but I'd be shocked if they turn their back on that guy.
Right, let me do some quick word association. Ready, Adam?
Mm-hmm.
Bill Buckner.
Boy, are we putting him in that category?
I'm asking. Well, go ahead. Scott Norwood, Raheem Moore, Mark Andrews. You tell me. If we're not, we're not. That's fine. But I'll tell you this. I can tell you Bill Buckner could possibly be in the Hall of Fame. Raheem Moore was a good starting cornerback for the Broncos. I know what he's remembered
But what
for.
came on the front side of all that with the Red Sox, and I know that might be similar to Baltimore Ravens fans, where they're dying for success and they can taste it, and maybe it's similar. But what comes on the backside is also important, right?
Okay, I'm just asking. If the answer is no, don't worry about it. Then fine. I'm not.
Well,
not pressing it. I'm just
I guess
curious.
if you're looking for somebody who came up small at a big moment, right? So I guess technically he did do that. But that was to tie the game, right?
The Broncos went to overtime, double overtime against the Ravens. It didn't decide the game. Here in Denver, everybody remembers Raheem Moore. Scott Norwood.
Buckner's with Game 6.
Buckner's Game 6. The one guy is Scott Norwood. That was the end of the Super Bowl. That was it. That literally ended the game. So, Adam, you're right. I get it. It's not on the Scott Norwood level, but how are fans going to remember him? If you're telling me they're not going to, you're telling me they shouldn't. I know that. You're saying they shouldn't. But I'm asking you, will they?
Well, they probably will. And what I would say just is that they also should remember that this guy has fought through a sickness, a disease, and overcome more than most people have done. I just think.
Well, I thought he was going to.
I thought
it was more.
No. I finished my thought.
We thought that was
for you guys. I didn't realize I was going to leave you speechless like that.
We thought that was dramatic pause.
I mean, we were waiting for the mic in front of you just to hit to let us know that that was over.
Here's what's going on. Adam's staring at his phone. What's going on in coaching or GM circles, Adam? What's going on?
We got 4 teams with head coaching openings. We got 2 GM openings. We got Mark Andrews making a statement. I got my show starting in 15 minutes. They're changing up some plans. It is what it's just life. It's all good.
It's life. It's all good. All right.
What's going on down there?
D-Mac gets very paranoid that I'm going to break some news as soon as I hang up the show. Okay? Very paranoid.
Every time.
It happens one time and he thinks it's going to be history now.
Exactly. Honestly, I guarantee back in the day there was some woman that broke up with him, and he's probably carried this with him the rest of his life. He must think his wife is going to leave him because this one girl once broke up with him.
Wait a second. You're saying there was a time in my life where I had a girlfriend?
Before the wife?
Wow. Thank you.
Hey, listen, Adam, he's 1 for 1. Let's be honest about that. That's D-Mac we're talking about. Hey, what's your best storyline in the four teams remaining?
Ooh, good one.
Oh, boy. Scott, honestly, it's hard to narrow it down to one. So let me give you one in each area, okay? I think the Chiefs would be the 3-peat. No NFL team's ever done it, right? Obvious, but still, the Green Bay Packers are the last NFL team to win 3 straight titles. They did it in 65 to 67 in a day and age when there was no salary cap, when there were 16 teams in the league, when they won 7 playoff games total over 3 seasons, the 3-peat, and it wasn't Super Bowl and there was no salary cap. So what the Chiefs would be doing is unprecedented. The Buffalo Bills. I know we could talk about, it's 2 things. It's dual, right? We got a quarterback who's trying to get past his postseason nemesis, who's trying to forge his own legacy. And just like Peyton Manning once had to beat Tom Brady in the postseason before he was validated, I feel like it's the same for Josh Allen, while a city that's never won a Super Bowl is waiting to see if finally they could have a parade that they've been waiting to have for the existence of that city. Philadelphia. I don't know that there's one storyline that stands out there other than people ripping on Jalen Hurts. People are ripping on Nick Sirianni. People questioning can they do, and if they go and win, and they're hosting their 6th conference championship game this century, and their 8th since 2000, that would be pretty impressive. And they built a quiet little underrated dynasty there in Philly.
Yeah.
And then Washington, one man.
Rookie quarterback.
One man.
Yeah.
One man. Okay.
Yeah.
And one rookie elevate an entire franchise to a spot that no rookie has ever done. There's never been a rookie that's ever led a team to the Super Bowl.
All right, you're a lifelong journalist. What's the best out of those 4? What's number 1?
Well, I honestly,
yeah,
I think
no,
it
lie
would
to
be
us.
Buffalo or Washington.
Well, which one? Come on, Adam. Which one? We agree, but which one?
Buffalo.
Thank you. Get a little moment right there.
he spent 2 years in Buffalo, and now all of a sudden
6 years.
He's denied it all season, right?
Right, and now his whole mission is
he's
making
the
sure
adopted
everybody's behind
son
him.
once again.
Hey, if you want to eat at Gabriel's Gate off Delaware Ave, right down from Frank and Teresa's Anchor Bar, I can tell you how to get to Ted's Hot Dogs. I can do it, Adam.
No further conversations between you and Dion. What's going on? Is that dead? Dallas Cowboys? Where we at?
Dion knows where to find me.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not hard to find?
You ain't hard to find.
No, that's going
he
to
knows where I'm at.
Should I just
you know
tell?
what? He knows where I'm at. Jerry Jones knows where he's at.
Yeah.
Everybody knows where everybody's at.
Okay.
And nothing's really happened yet so far.
Yeah, but Brian Schottenheimer is going to get that job, right?
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right. Where's the Jets GM stuff? Because Darren Muji, who's here with the Broncos, is a candidate for that.
Yeah, he's got a shot. He's there.
He's got a shot.
interviewing. Yeah, he's got a real shot.
Okay.
So we'll see if it works out. He's one of the finalists, one of the 3 finalists for that job.
Right.
He's got, I would guess, a 33 and a third % chance to get that job.
Okay. I saw you on, it's so funny how things just kind of come up when you're flipping through your phone on stuff. And I don't even know how it came up, but it came up a video of you on WEI in Boston. And what I really enjoyed is just another city just gripping, one of the bottom dwellers, and they got you on, and they're talking about this draft pick and that draft pick. It is fun to see other cities having a hard time, especially Boston. What were they so upset about? Who do they really want there in Boston? Is it Travis Hunter? And I know
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I think Travis Hunter would be the guy.
It is the vibe there. Mayo really screwed us by winning against the Bills, and now we might be out of that sweepstakes. Is that the vibe there?
I don't know if that's the vibe. I mean, I don't feel like that. That he won the game. They fell like, but you know what? It helped cement the decision, and they hired Mike Vrabel. So let's see how that works out.
Okay.
It might have been
Right?
better for him in the long run.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we don't know. We don't know. We're waiting to see how that plays out.
All right, let me give you a quick one here. That's a fun one. Tennessee said they're looking for a generational talent in the draft.
Yeah.
Okay. I like Shedeur Sanders. I like Cam Ward. I don't think either one of them are generational talents. I think Travis Hunter is a generational talent. How seriously should we take the Titans that they would do something at number 1 besides drafting a quarterback?
I think when they said what they said, and they also said that we would consider moving the first pick in the draft, I think those 2 statements by themselves tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are not locked into taking a quarterback. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that they won't take one.
Right.
But I'm just telling you, those 2 statements told me an awful lot.
All right, one last quickly.
Those 2 statements told me that it's wide open. And in fact, I would say that they're not going quarterback at 1 right now.
That's
if
wild.
They stay there.
Who is the most likely team, in your opinion, to want to move up to number 1 then?
The Giants or the Raiders. They're both within striking range. The Raiders got shut out last year. They would be the most desperate. But again, it's going to be a steep price, and these quarterbacks are highly rated, but you're going to have to love one of them. And there seem to be some mixed opinions. So let's just see how it plays out.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say that it's going to cost a whole lot. That was going to be my question. Who do you see movement at? And when you get by, is there a number? And I don't even know if you've got into the draft yet, but is there a number of like position 8, position 9, position 10, where basically you take the best person that's available still?
Well, again, I think when you talk to, I'm just saying what Mel Kiper Jr., Phil Yates have said, like that the 2 best players in this draft are Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter.
Right.
Now, again, there may be a team out there that loves Shedeur Sanders, that loves Cam Ward, and maybe they want to take them ahead of those guys, and they're going to need that position. But again, their belief is that those 2 guys are the 2 best players in this draft.
Okay.
Is Abdul Carter a generational player?
I don't know enough yet on January 23rd to tell you that yet. I want to
Thank you.
speak to some people.
You know what? God bless you. I've always loved you. That's why we snuggled together in Holiday Inns across the NFL before. Right there, that statement is as pleasing to me as anybody that it's just January 23rd.
Hold on. Is Travis Hunter a generational player?
No.
No.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
You don't think so?
No, I haven't seen him play. Have you seen him play in the NFL?
Oh, my.
Well, that's different than I don't know is different than no.
Yeah.
If you said I don't know, that's radically different.
Let me rephrase, Your Honor. Do you think Travis Hunter will become a generational player?
I don't know yet. I mean, like, he's got a chance to be a great player, a generation. In fact,
the Titans said it, not us. The Titans said it.
Yeah.
Oh, but you don't know what he's talking about. They might have been talking about the defensive end.
No, exactly. The Titans said that they're looking for a generation. They didn't see Travis Hunter as that. They didn't. I mean, maybe they were talking about. I don't know. Maybe they're talking about Abdul Carter. I don't know.
What do you know, Adam?
I think he's the most brilliant. I think you're the most brilliant, centered in the moment person that we ever have on this station. I look forward to these conversations every week.
Go be on ESPN and just give them all the information.
Hey, how's your fantasy basketball team going?
I just lost Derek Lively to that injury. That's brutal.
I think he hurt it during the Nuggets games, didn't he?
Yeah, he helps you with field goal percentage, rebounds, and blocks. That was a killer injury. And there were a couple of moves I didn't make that I really regret not making on a couple of guys. You're like, I had Khalil Ware, if I'm saying his name correctly, the Heat rookie center, and I was going to pick him up a couple of times. I waited, and they got picked up. And since then, he's off. And I had Donovan Clingan, and I wanted to hold on to him, and I got in a buying 1 week, and I released him, and he got picked up, and I can't get him back. And now I lost Lively, and so now the two centers I really would have liked, I can't get. And
well. Hey, Dario Saric,
he's available.
Yeah. Best of luck with that.
What's he? What's he doing?
You just pick him up. You won't be sad.
You won't.
With all due respect,
no regrets.
With all due respect, Dario Saric had a nice career, but I'd be just as successful picking up Scott Hastings right now.
All right, we'll let
you know. I know that was attempted a shot at me, but
no, it wasn't. I love you, buddy.
But
I love you.
It was a shot.
It's an honest assessment right now.
We'll see you, Adam. Go be on TV. We'll see you. Talk to you next week.
See you, buddy.
Adam Schefter brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love your bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. We got a good sports, not sports, but I want to give you guys a second to react to anything he said there. Anything stand out to you guys?
I think he's brilliant.
Well, the only one that's really fascinating to me right now is the Tennessee conversation.
Yeah.
And when I first heard it, I kind of rolled my eyes at it, like, they're making noise. It's everything that I hear right now is white noise. It's in one ear, out the other, because we are now entering the line season, and this just when you create narratives. That being said, there's no reason for them to be overly motivated to create a narrative. Right, I mean, if they are in love with the quarterback, they don't need to play games.
They do not.
There's no reason for them to play games if they've got a guy.
It was a fascinating statement, yeah.
And so I now that I sit here and I process it all, I'm like, you know what? We got to listen to that. And what does that mean? Well, nothing for the Broncos. I mean, but if you're fascinated in terms of what's going to happen in the top 5,
not at all.
It's a game-changing move that really comes down to now how motivated is Cleveland? Are they that desperate to get the first quarterback off the board?
Yep.
Who will it be?
I did read an article today that Tennessee may try to get Derek Carr.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then you would go.
Well,
that makes sense.
So if they're going to pass on a quarterback, I do believe that makes all the sense in the world because they have to have a veteran. It's not going to be Will Levis. I mean that's not the plan.
No.
There's got to be somebody that they view.
Derek Carr may be available. You have to trade for him.
I heard Aaron Rodgers is out there.
Sam Darnold is going to be a free agent.
We'll see, right? And by the way, I think the draft this year for us here in Colorado sports fans, it is two things. It is Shedeur and Travis, and then it is the Broncos. Mm-hmm. And I think those are both pretty compelling. So I think it's a fun draft this year because there'll be intrigue, and it's not a slam dunk what's going to happen at the top of the draft, as we're seeing. And I have seen.
You think we'll know more on February 23rd or March 23rd than we know on January 23rd?
Yeah, we will.
Let's wait.
We will.
Well, let's wait.
Who's the coach of the Raiders right now?
Who cares?
Well, I got you, but who's the coach? I mean, that's going to have a significant amount. How aggressive are they going to be to step up?
Well, I would say that would be more significant to who the general manager is going to be.
Well, it's Spytek now. We know that.
Well, then that's the guy that's going to make the decision to move up or not.
Well, we'll see who they pick as a coach.
And how much Tom Brady thinks these two guys are generational quarterbacks.
I know you're like, hey, the draft is all this time away, but I'm telling you, it's pretty interesting right now because you don't know what these GMs and coaches, how things settle in.
But that's not interesting to me.
It's fascinating to me. I freaking love it. I love it. I don't like it. I love it.
Why?
Because it's a story, and it's one hell of a story. And it has to do with local guys here, with Shedeur and Travis. And we now know what the NFL thinks of Prime, which is not much.
I do agree with that. I knew that. Even if you weren't intrigued in the top 5, you got Travis and Shedeur. So if you followed that storyline.
Yeah. That's not interesting? I think it's fascinating.
God, I just hope Shedeur doesn't land in Cleveland, just anywhere but Cleveland.
Well, let's go.
I think, who do we have on there? I actually don't think Cleveland's going to take quarterback.
1 and 2 passes on QB. Oh my God, that would be nutso.
I have a fun sports, not sports. I want to get to you guys real quick, but it's fun.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
And we'll get to the Nuggets and the Avs in just a second. But at the Nuggets game the other night, and this is one of my favorite topics, so I'm more curious about your feedback than mine on this. There was a Jumbotron engagement.
I thought of you. Gosh, I hated that when I saw it. I'm doing the radio with Kaz, and I see it, and I go, because I didn't see it in the pregame show, or in the pregame presser.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, I didn't see it in the pregame presser, and I'm like, I wonder if Darren's here watching this.
I sure was. I videotaped it. I posted it. There you go. What's your feeling on Jumbotron?
Well, only voice I heard in my head when I saw that was, I gave him a 50-50 chance to last more than 2 years.
I mean, does it change anything if the woman is a hardcore sports fan? Does it change anything?
No.
Really?
Not in my
opinion. Because what if sports is her love language?
You know what? I'm pretty clear. I'm probably anti 2 things more than anything. Don't play Don't Stop Believin' ever at your arena for any reason. And don't get engaged on a Jumbotron. I've been pretty adamant. How do you guys feel about it?
Real fast, Don't Stop Believin' was my drop-off dance music for my daughter the other day.
That's fine. That's
a good one, right?
Of course, that's fantastic for the
and I pull up and I'm hollering
for the dance party. Yes,
I'm walking down. I'm like, LA, don't stop. Believing.
For dad dance party, that's great. But when you're down by 5 with a minute to go, the game's over. Don't play it. All arenas never, ever play Don't Stop Believin'.
Don't 5 with 2 minutes to go? You're in the game.
Dude, I'm telling you, you play Don't Stop Believin'.
Gets me going every time.
You're saying you never win.
You never win and you're desperate.
So this is a wedding engagement type thing take.
Yes. We can play it on the radio and have fun with it. Oh, by the way, if you play this at your wedding, that's another death sentence. If you have to play Don't Stop Believing at
Jumbotron and Journey, you're in trouble.
Yeah, engagements are good. Don't Stop Believing is a great song, but context. Can you imagine?
I don't.
This should be Dan Tanner should play this in his pocket when he walks into a bar downtown.
My only real
Friday
surprise
night.
with the Jumbotron is that more women don't say no on the spot. Like that's the best you could come up with.
Chicago used to.
That's the best you could come. So you think it's kind of weak?
Well, I think it's a weak attempt. Yeah.
Why is it a weak attempt?
But I don't necessarily feel that it implies that they're doomed.
Okay. Why do you think it's a weak
Divorce? What?
I mean, it's like you're 5 years old still. Like it's
right.
Like that's what you think is cool.
And it's always the guy's idea.
It's like when you take your kids to the ballpark and you put up "Happy Birthday" to Tommy when he's 10 years old. Like that's pretty cool on the Jumbotron.
Yes,
Chicago, I believe, did it for a Bulls game and for the hockey also, where it was staged and thing like that. And the girl looked at me and walked away.
Those are all staged.
But the first time I saw it that was staged,
yes,
it was awesome. I mean,
you didn't realize it was staged.
Not at first. Oh my god! And I think the announcer watched it and said the same thing. But
yeah, those are all
Commanders
staged.
had a player ask somebody to marry him directly after the game on the field after Week 18. How do you feel about that?
I'm okay with that because it was after the game. It wasn't like our dude in preseason during the third quarter the offensive lineman whose name escapes me, who asked his girlfriend,
Menelik Watson.
Menelik Watson, you want to talk about a guy without his eye on the prize, and he proved it on the field too. That to me was ridiculous.
You remember that wide receiver / joker kind of player from Miami way back in the Marino era? I think they called him Crash or something like that. Jensen, I think his last name was. He did that with the cheerleader. Came over, made a play.
Yeah, I remember that.
And came going over right over to the one of the cheerleaders and dropped on a knee.
Listen, man.
The Boise State kid after the Fiesta Bowl, or in the middle of the Fiesta Bowl.
Big win.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
No, I think that was just after a touchdown. I don't even think the game was over, if I remember right.
Yeah, but they were handing it to Oklahoma. That was a fun game.
I wish him the best.
That's back when I used to watch bowls.
I hope I always wonder, like, after the big dramatic Jumbotron thing, it happened midway through the second quarter. What do? You just go back and watch?
You know what that is?
Just go back and watch the rest of the game?
I think when you do something that big of an engagement type thing, then it minimizes how big you got to go for the wedding. And that saves you lots of money.
Well, that's true.
It saves you lots of money.
I don't know, bro. Like,
if there should ever be a trend in life, it should be shotgun weddings.
Private ceremony. Private ceremony. Let's just go to the judge, whatever.
Yeah, but you set the bar so high, you can go lower? I don't think so. I think your whole life is going to be trying to top the Jumbotron engagements.
Big engagement, quiet, small ceremony, nice honeymoon. That's
good luck. Good luck on that one.
Well,
how about we start real small and we try to build up rather than start way up here and
Have
whatever.
you had to pay for a big wedding?
Yeah.
Small ceremonies. All you dads out there, listen to me. I know you love your daughters. Small ceremony.
It's time for the big question of the day. Let's go, Dan. What did we learn about the Avalanche and the Nuggets in terms of where they are based on, and we do have one more home game, but we've had a cool run at Ball Arena. Avs, Nuggets, going back and forth for the past week or so. What have we learned about these teams? And we have another banger with the Nuggets and the
I think what I've really learned is that Val Nichushkin is as important as Nikola Jokic.
We got to think about that. Are you being serious?
Yeah, I'm being dead serious.
Val Nichushkin is as important as Nikola Jokic.
To that team.
Meaning you can't win. You can't really win without him.
You're just not the same team without him. It's just you can't replicate it. You can't replace it. It's just if he's not there, good luck.
Do you think the Avalanche would have more success if McKinnon was out and Nichushkin was there?
Ooh.
Yeah, I do. Ooh. I do, which sounds insane because I'm not arguing that Nathan McKinnon isn't the best player in the world. That's not my argument. But the value to the specific role that he plays on the team, maybe.
I don't think it would be worse. I think that'd be similar.
I mean, we got dudes that could score.
I would say if you said Rantanen, I think you'd be better with Nichushkin.
Yeah, I gotcha. But
McKinnon, I mean.
Well, I'm looking at the best player on the Avs. He won the Hart last year. I mean, he's the guy.
Yeah,
he's the man.
I wouldn't say you're better off without McKinnon and having Nichushkin. I think those two guys on the ice at the same time makes you deadly, personally.
Then again, there's a lot of good stuff. I mean, it's not like it's all bad without him.
Right.
There's been some good stuff.
I think it's a tricky comparison only because hockey's just so much different than basketball. Basketball. And this is why the salaries are so much preposterously different. Basketball it's so much more impacted by a smaller amount of guys than hockey.
I mean, as good as Nathan McKinnon is, he cannot win hockey games on his own.
Correct. However, the statement about the value of Val is actually kind of insane. So it's hard to say, hey, it's like Jokic. However, it's fair to say, can you believe how important it looks like Val really is? Because they finished this
but this is different than hey, can you believe that Riley Moss is out for the Broncos? Look at what's happened to their defense when Riley Moss was out in the month of December. They went from the number 5 overall defense to number 31 out of 32 teams, right? Well, that never felt real.
Right.
It was never like shut up. Like that's not like don't tell me the number 2 corner on the team is what's causing this.
Correct.
This is not because of one dude, a corner. Val, I don't know.
Okay. Jared Bednar said they were inconsistent. Do I have that here? I might have that here. Do I got that? No. Yeah, I got it here. All right, here we go with Bednar after the game.
Inconsistent, simple. Yeah, that's I touched on it this morning about my thoughts on just struggling to get everyone playing well at the same time. And the games we won, we did, or we had big performances from some guys. But yeah, inconsistent. Not like coming off a stretch where I thought we were really good for a long time, and then kind of riding the roller coaster here on this last homestand, and even before that.
Yeah, let's go through it. You win in overtime against the Rangers. This is the homestand. You win in overtime against the Rangers. He rips you. He rips you for how bad you played, but you get the win. Next game, you play. Help me out here. You played Dallas, I believe, and killed them. Killed them. You look great. Then you play the Oilers. You get a 3-goal lead, and you blow it. Then the next game, you play Minnesota, and you lose to a 40-year-old goalie, and you can't generate anything. And last night, you were going down the tubes until Cale Makar got a goal, and it ends up you lose in overtime. Yeah. You get a point.
But you played well last night.
You do lose, but you get a point. So you get 5 out of 10 points. Technically, you did lose 3 of the 5 games, though. You did lose 3 of the 5 in the homestand.
Right.
And the coach afterwards wasn't angry. Bednar wasn't angry because they played well. But they were, like he said, inconsistent. Then, after the game, the only guy willing to talk at all about anything in the locker room is Cale Makar. Again, Nathan MacKinnon, nowhere to be found. Actually turned down a request to talk. Mikko Rantanen, nowhere to be found. No Colton, no Drouin, no Kivi Ryan, nobody. Everybody's just like vapor trails out there except for Cale Makar. Okay, guys, what do you do with all this?
Well, I said this yesterday, and I believe it. It's not just, and we don't know what Nichushkin brings into the locker room, although during his suspension and while he was out, they kept saying
in the locker room,
the guys love him in the locker room and blah blah blah.
They're fine with him. He's just kind of like wallpaper. It's not good. It's not bad.
But on the ice, there's no one that does what he does.
Correct.
There's no one with his size.
That's his value,
and that's his main value.
Yes.
And my question, same thing. You saw this go down 2 years ago against Seattle in the playoffs, and you've not done. I don't think. Have you found anybody even close to his size and his ability to kind of fill in for those spots where he's going to be tough to help, or he's gone, he's hurt, or whatever?
Well, I think that's a fair question because going into the offseason, when we were all still dumb enough to have the conversation about whether Val was going to even be around or not, and that was a huge conversation. It's like, well, you got to prepare either ways if he's not going to be here, and this is different circumstances of why he's not available at this point in time. But we did say at that moment in time, you have to, even if he's going to be on the team, you have to plan on how you're going to play without him in case something comes up. And I guess that's the conversation that you're asking there.
And they haven't addressed that part of it.
On the text line is, if Landy was there, is Val so essential? Yes. However, if Landy was there, everybody would be more accountable, period, to each other.
Dan, pull up the Stanley Cup roster, and Andy and I did this thing last night. He started writing off guys. They were still a fast team. Remember, they just outskated some guys in that playoff, that Stanley Cup run. But they also had some size.
Burakovsky was on that team. He was a little bit bigger, scored some big goals in the Stanley Cup final.
And they lost.
Kadri was small though. Kadri was not a big guy.
He's not small, but he's not big. But you know what he had, and we talked about him too. He's a gritty guy though. He wasn't afraid to stick a nose in anywhere. Who's that guy now?
They want it to be Casey Middlestat, but he's not right now.
So nobody. The answer is nobody.
No, there's nobody right now.
Cogliano was your fourth line guy, but that guy wasn't afraid to say nothing to nobody. Who they replace that with?
They had another key guy, that's Darren Helm, who did not play much in the season, but seasoned veteran, former Stanley Cup champ. In the playoffs, that turned out to be, pretty important.
Well, they had.
Who am I forgetting?
They had Eric Johnson on that team, Jack Johnson on that team. They had
both of the Johnsons.
A younger Manson on that team. Yeah. They were still fast, but guess what? They were bigger than they are now.
Okay. Nobody's as big as Keaton Middleton.
And you had Nichushkin.
Keaton, you realize Keaton Middleton is the biggest guy I ever recall on the Avalanche.
And I love when he got down on that dude that tripped him.
Dude, you got to see this
He
guy.
just pounded that guy.
You thought, who was our guy? McDermott? You thought Dermy was a big dude? And he was. But Middleton makes him look small. So we got a big guy. Manson's a big guy.
But you're also missing the point. I'm not just talking about a big guy that's going to take care of people, and that's always nice to have that guy also.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm talking bigger guys, bigger bodies that can muck it up in front of the crease.
Well, you know who?
And bang people around, and they don't have that guy.
Yeah, because they had Gabe Landeskog, and they don't have him now, and he could do that too.
Yes.
So it wasn't just Val. Gabe could do that too, and that's where you miss Gabe on the ice. That's where you miss him on the ice. And Gabe could fight guys too, and he would. And you're fine having Gabe fight guys because he's like your fifth best player, and your fifth best player, go ahead, take swing away. No problem there.
You had Rantanen that season, they won at 92 points, McKinnon 88, Nazem 87, and Makar 86. It's a lot of points for four guys. And guess what? Burakovsky's your next guy at 61.
Yeah, he had some big games. He got a game winner, I believe, in the Stanley Cup final. Listen, man, I'll tell you this, though. There's enough talent on this Avalanche team to do some serious damage. And here's the good news. No matter what that roster, you got to compare teams to teams. And you just saw last night what the Avs did to Winnipeg, who's up top. There's nobody in the Western Conference that's that much better than the Avalanche. But here's the problem. There's not teams that they're that much better than that are going to make the playoffs. How about that? There's nobody they couldn't beat, but there's nobody that couldn't beat them of the playoff teams. So what do you do with that one? There's definitely playoffs.
You enjoy the ride.
There's definitely going to be playoff teams the Nuggets are going to would slaughter, that they're just better than. Quite a few, actually. It's different in the NHL. It's different for the Avs. So what's the difference going to be, fellas? They're going to make the playoffs. This situation is not going to change. This is exactly the way it's going to be going in the playoffs. They could beat anybody, and they could get beat by anybody. So what's the difference between a good season and a bad?
Nichushkin comes back and plays healthy.
Mm-hmm.
One.
I mean, I don't know what else you're waiting on. You solved the goaltender issue, so you got better via that. You're waiting on Val to come back. I guess some people might be naive enough to still be waiting on Gabe, but that's not it.
I think you got to settle this contract issue one way or the other with Mikko. You got to give him the deal or get rid of him.
Ooh.
I think it's making things murky behind the scenes. I think it is. I think it's clogging things up a little bit. And I think Nathan McKinnon very specifically needs to make sure Cale Makar is not the only one talking after games. You can't just pile on Cale Makar and put that all on him. You got to share some of that burden. Those are the answers to me. It's got nothing to do with Landeskog. I think it's as simple as that. You got to get Val back healthy. You got to settle the Mikko situation one way or the other. And Nate's actually got to be a captain. And he's got to act like it. And he's not right now.
Is Lehkonen out right now?
No, he's there. But Lehkonen's...
You haven't heard anything from him lately.
Oh, my God. He's... Okay, well... I'm rolling my eyes because the guy can't talk. It's like talking to a doorknob.
Well, I know, but I mean...
What's that have to do with anything?
He's not a leader either. I
don't think that's what Scott was talking about.
He's doing his role just fine. He's contributing goals. He's shockingly productive for his physical nature and what he's doing. Lehkonen's not your issue. He's fine. He's really fine in his role. Middlestad's a bigger issue. Colton has like 3 assists on the year. That might be an issue.
Right.
You may want that guy to be a little bit more of a playmaker. Kimmy Ronta's fine. Duren's okay. A lot of potential, though. There's a really good team in there. Yep. I'm telling you, there's a really good team.
I don't disagree with that. I do not disagree with that. And I tell you what, last night you could, whatever you want to say, you play a lesser goalie, you win that game last night too.
Yeah.
You played well enough to win that game.
Nuggets, on the other hand, Nuggets are right now like, hello Cleveland or hello Boston. Seriously, you see what SGA did last night?
56 or something.
I thought it was 54.
54.
Career high.
Did you see how many free throws he shot last night?
No.
18.
Jeez.
He was 17 of 18 from the free throw line.
I'm really going to be fine if he wins the MVP.
Oh, I think he will. I think they
big
want
deal.
him to.
That's fine.
And I mean, you're not shooting 18 free throws if people ain't loving on you.
But they are going to fold like a card table in the playoffs, and I can't wait to see it.
They're pretty good.
I'm telling you this, man. If the Nuggets just do what they're doing now, we're playing Cleveland or Boston. Disagree?
I think there's an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
Yeah, I do too. Got to beat Sacramento tonight, though.
Yeah, I think this will be a game. I think Sacramento's really good.
Yeah, but they played last night. Got a nice win, too.
Yeah, got a late win against Golden State.
Yep. So, going to get a win tonight. Ball Arena's going to be rocking again.
Needs to be.
Yeah, it will be. When is it not?
No, it'll be rocking, but they need to win this game. They need to win this game, and then you need to find a way to win in Minnesota.
And then, Tyler, we say goodbye to Scott because he's
See you, buddy.
Yeah, you're
enjoy your
Wait,
enjoy your work vacation.
Are you with us tomorrow or not? What's your deal tomorrow?
Plane leaves or boards at 12:30. So,
no.
I'll call in from the. I'll call in from the car. Call me from the car.
All right, Let's Football Go is coming up next. That's good. Hey, I have a twist that I thought of during the break on the ethical dilemma. Let me give that to you guys in a little bit. It's an interesting, there's another side to it. Give that to you in a second. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, thank you. Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. Let's football go, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Russell Wilson, fellas. He was
Russell
on
Wilson.
Pat McAfee yesterday. They were getting into Pete Carroll and, his opportunities or potential opportunities to become a head coach in the NFL again. And here's Russ talking about some of his former coaches.
Best coaches ever?
Best coaches ever, and may have been a subtle shot at Sean Payton.
Oh, subtle? Really?
Listen, I think Pete's an amazing football coach. I think he's an amazing individual. I've been fortunate to play for two really special coaches in terms of men and how they think and how they process the game. Obviously, and Coach Pete Carroll and obviously Coach Mike Tomlin are really unique individuals in how they lead and motivate. I think they're culture builders. And so, I think people, do a great job wherever he goes. I'm not sure exactly where he's looking or whatever, but if he gets the opportunity, I know he'll do a great job.
I mean, obviously, those are the two best here. You thought Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson had beef? Russ loves Pete Carroll now. That's like the best dude of all time. Like, hey, I used to think I didn't like Pete Carroll, but no, that dude is my hero.
But wasn't that reunion where he showed up there? Pete's Dubai thing, and they kind of got together.
And it's not crazy to think if Pete Carroll gets that Raiders job that they'd bring it not to be the main starter, but to be in the mix with things.
That's insane. That's insane.
That's
nutso.
Time. Well, by the way, subtle. No.
And by the way, but for the record, I don't know if you're following the other stuff that was going on in that news, in that interview with Pat McAfee.
No, what?
Russ said that he's in contract negotiations with the Steelers right now.
Okay, good.
He said that they've opened up conversations and that they're already discussing numbers.
Well, good. I don't wish any ill will on Russell Wilson. In fact, I'll say this. Good for Russ, because Sean's been taking shots at Russell Wilson for the better part of a year, including in the final press conference about how miserable things were last year. Dan, brutal. See you later. Mic drop. That was all about Russ. So Sean's been doing far worse to Russ in terms of indirect, subtle shots. So, Russ, good for you, man. Stand up for yourself a little bit. Should have stood up for yourself when he was screaming at you on the sideline.
Yep.
Would have gone better for you.
And he might have still been here.
You might have still been here if you didn't take that crap from Sean Payton. You make a lot of money.
Dude,
you don't
could
have
the
to take
Steelers
that.
really be opening contract negotiations with him?
Oh, yeah. They're
could
really,
that be for real? That's for real,
Tyler, they're a really dumb organization when it comes to quarterbacks.
When
it comes to quarterbacks.
It's not just that they're dumb, though. They're desperate. They know where they're drafting. No, it's not. It's not the same thing.
I think dumb teams do desperate things.
Well, what is the solution then? If you're the Steelers, you're sitting there at the bottom of the draft with no hope of getting a quarterback. What do you do?
Well, and you still got a guy that's going to get paid another $100 and some million from the Broncos.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll sign a 2-year deal at $15 million. It's worth it.
So I don't think that that's dumb. I just think it's just the situation they got, and it sucks.
No, here's what was dumb. They committed to Kenny Pickett when he wasn't their guy, and they didn't move up to get him. They waited too long. They took the guy that nobody else wanted. Then they replaced him with Justin Fields. That confused the situation with Russell Wilson. They have been a dumb team when it comes to the quarterback position. At some point, you got to either move up or you got to commit to somebody fully. They have been dumb, and they put themselves in football purgatory.
Roethlisberger only retired 2 years ago.
Okay.
So they've been a dumb organization for 2 years.
You need to start thinking about this shizzle.
It's more than that, but
I don't know how long he's been out. But they kind of lucked into Ben Roethlisberger, sort of. I mean, he was
there for 16 years.
Yeah, man. I mean, they've been lucky in terms of quarterbacks kind of off and on for a while. But Mike Tomlin does not have a solid plan on developing quarterbacks. They are not good at it. The Steelers stink at it, frankly.
But they've also, I know you keep saying that, but they've also been in quarterback purgatory. It's not easy. Like you call it dumb, and maybe that's fine because it's bad decisions. I don't know that it's bad decisions. It's just the only decision they could make. They've been a good team. they've been a good team that makes the playoffs, and that's really freaking hard to find the next answer.
The problem is that they've been a team that just wins enough to stay
right.
above.
So I don't know that makes them dumb.
Yes,
it just makes the job incredibly difficult.
I'll make one more argument how dumb they are. When you get Justin Fields with 1 year, you're gonna fly or die, and it's better to die and then be in a better position to draft a guy. What they did was dumb, was bring in Russell Wilson as if he was going to be some sort of long-term answer. They clouded the waters, as the Broncos did, by the way, when they brought in Teddy Bridgewater with Drew Lock. Either Drew Lock is going to work out or you sink to the bottom of the ocean because it's easier to start again. A dumb organization will find somebody to put you in purgatory. That's what the Steelers did, and that's what the Broncos did with Teddy Bridgewater.
Purgatory in a 17-game schedule is 9-8.
Correct.
10-7, 9-8.
Correct. Without a quarterback for the future.
Yeah.
Trevor Siemian was never going to be the quarterback for the future. The Broncos put themselves in purgatory.
How do you know they couldn't have been, though? If they'd have just, what if they'd have invested in him and made him the guy?
That's where I'd fight with you on that stuff because sometimes you do roll with guys with genuine curiosity. It doesn't mean that it's the long-term plan, but it's a genuine curiosity to figure out if they could be a long-term plan.
Well, I laughed my ass off when they picked up Russell Wilson after Justin Fields because I thought it was the stupidest thing of all time, and here they are.
They picked up Justin Fields after they made the trade. For
Most
Russell.
people, and I'm not arguing with you did that, but most people universally praised what they did in the offseason.
I know.
Because they brought in 2 quarterbacks for absolutely nothing, extremely low risk with high reward potential.
Oh, you're right. So they got Russ first, and then they got Fields. Is that how they did it?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Super stupid. Super stupid. And then they started, of course, Russ got hurt, and he was terrible, too, in preseason. Do you remember that? How bad he was?
They played 1 game.
Yeah, and then Fields was 4-2. Just roll with Fields, bro. Just roll with Fields. And if he doesn't work out, fine.
Then maybe the problem in the organization, it's the organization that they give Tomlin too much. Maybe it's time for Tomlin to move on.
I think it actually is.
So because Tomlin's got a record, right, of never having a losing season.
Never.
And that's what he's fighting to do. And so he's always trying to get there.
Why did George Karl get fired?
Because he wanted more money.
Come on.
Because he wanted.
That's the reason?
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with only getting past the first round one time in 9 years. No. It was just money. Yeah. So he's the coach of the year and he got fired, and it was because of money. That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the majority of it.
All right, then forget it. My argument would be one of the reasons he got fired is he couldn't take his team beyond the first round of the playoffs consistently enough with a lot of good talent.
Maybe.
Okay.
But I know there was a contract dispute.
Tomlin, Tyler, where are they going with Tomlin?
It's hell, man. It's a really difficult decision for an organization that's only had 3 head coaches in the history of their franchise. They love stability, man.
They would have to get lucky as hell with the free agent, but who's that guy going to be?
I know, but that's where it's like, for me, I'm like, that's tough. I don't think that makes them dumb. I think it's tough. They've been a damn good franchise, and now they're in the same situation. So they can go out and they can get another free agent, or they can just ride it out with Russ for another year.
Yeah, well, here's the funny thing. You can ask Pittsburgh fans, would you rather have been going through the last 8 years of in the playoffs, above 500, miss the playoffs, in the playoffs, miss above 500,
right.
or went through 3 or 4 years of suck and got a QB?
Yeah, or go through 8 years of not even sniffing the playoffs and get a QB.
But that's the problem, because you can't choose when you suck. And because I hear people say that all the time, oh, only draft a quarterback if you love them. It's like, hey, man, sometimes you got to get a little bit lucky too. Like if you're in the position to draft one and you can't guarantee you're going to be back there next year, or there's going to be a free agent quarterback, you got to get a little bit lucky.
Some people thought that Randolph was going to be a guy, though.
Mason
Rudolph. Yeah, Rudolph.
But he's a second rounder in 2018. And that was a heavy quarterback class, and he was a solid second rounder. There were 5 quarterbacks off the board, and he went in the second round.
Yeah, which
so 6 quarterbacks?
What that 6 quarterback is.
Yeah, geez. Yeah. That'd be insane.
Yeah.
Well, how good is that class? Listen, man, Mason Rudolph, same issue. If he really was that good, I got it. But the 5 quarterbacks in 2018 went through 32 picks, not 12. And the Lamar Jackson one was where, see, that kills me. Not only should the Broncos have just gotten Josh Allen, but it would have been simple to move up to get Lamar Jackson. It would not have been that difficult. And then you would have had Bradley Chubb. You know how Jeff Legwald says, well, you could have had the tight end Brock Bowers and Bo Nix. Well, the Broncos literally could have had Bradley Chubb and Lamar Jackson.
Yep, that's true.
And they blew that
I
too.
remember that job, and we were begging. That was Lamar Jackson, the guy I loved.
And he was sitting
The league
there.
did not, though. The league did not.
I got you.
I did.
But you're
I guess I was right and the league was wrong.
He's
Yep.
for sure. He's sitting there at 30, and you're the Broncos. You're just back like 6-7 spots. You're right there. Like you could do all sorts of things to get up there. And believe me, teams that are Super Bowl teams or AFC, NFC championship teams, they would love to trade those picks for more picks. They're not hoping that they really hit on that guy 29-30, 31-32. They're dying to make moves. They already have championship teams. It's easy to make deals with them. And the Broncos just sat there.
Wasn't that Ozzie Newsome's last draft for the team? I think that was.
I don't know.
Ozzie Newsome's last draft.
It was.
You know who you'd have been giving up for Lamar Jackson had you moved up with the Broncos? Cortland Sutton. Who would you rather have?
Lamar Jackson.
Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, the NFL Coach of the Year finalists are out. So Kevin O'Connell, who is the favorite with the Vikings, Dan Campbell, Andy Reid, Dan Quinn, and Sean Payton, who last won the award in 2006, his first year in New Orleans. Fellas, who is your NFL Head Coach of the Year?
I don't even know how this one could be an argument. I get the Kevin O'Connell one, and if he wins, that's fine. I think that's fair. But Dan Quinn should be by far and away the front runner for this job, for this award. Are you kidding me? You're a game away from taking a rookie to a Super Bowl, doing something that's never been done before, and the radical. And we're talking about overnight turnaround of a franchise. Kevin O'Connell, this has been a slow birth, right? Like this thing's taken some time, and he's gotten there. Kevin is worthy of the award, but in my opinion, it should go to Dan Quinn.
I couldn't agree with you more. I don't even know how you'd vote for anybody else besides Dan Quinn. What's the argument for somebody over Dan Quinn?
I don't know, but I stood on the table tall and loud, wanting Dan Quinn here in Denver.
By the way, Dan Quinn
I was tall and loud, screaming for Dan Quinn.
I would have loved it if Dan Quinn was here because
you would have hated it if Dan Quinn was here.
Why?
A defensive guy, you would have hated it.
All right, but here's what Dan Quinn proves: you don't have to be a miserable turd to be a great coach.
Yeah,
you don't have to be like that. He's a good dude in a pretty good mood that inspires and knows
because he's not a goofball. He's a positive guy, but he's not a goofball.
Correct.
He's a scary dude. Like he could be a scary dude also. He's not Nathaniel Hackett where he's the class comedian, but he's positive about life.
I love that. I think I would have. I know what you're saying, but I think I would have loved Dan Quinn.
If you'd had him, you probably would have had Brock Bowers and not.
No, I think he understands the value of a quarterback. I think he gets it. Who would have our offensive coordinator been if it was Dan Quinn here?
I don't know.
Well, they got Cliff Kingsbury there, right?
Well, it wouldn't have been Cliff because Cliff was. Well, maybe it could have been. He was at SC. No, where was he? Cliff might have been without a job that year, actually. I think Cliff didn't even have a job.
That is a really interesting question. What if it was Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn for the Broncos? Would we still have
Bo? No.
Bo?
No. Bo Nix is not a Cliff Kingsbury quarterback.
Why?
Cliff loves dynamic. And that is, well, I guess Bo's pretty dynamic. I don't know. I shouldn't say that so quickly.
As it turns out.
You know what? I probably shouldn't say that so quickly.
Yeah. Or would they have been aggressive and moved up a little bit and got J.J. McCarthy? Or Michael Penix?
I think he would have fallen in love with Michael Penix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have got a quarterback one way or the other. I mean,
you could have gotten Cliff, or you could have got Penix because same thing like you were talking about
Okay.
Lamar. You just move up 2 or 3
Let's
positions.
yes, for Penix, right? Because the Falcons did. They moved up to get him. Would the Broncos be better off with Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury, and Michael Penix Jr. or the current setup?
Oh, I don't know. I'm fine with what we got.
Okay. Scott?
Timeout. Oh.
All right. We'll take a break. I've got a twist in our ethical dilemma. I got a twist.
The new one?
Yeah, I got a twist in it. Coming up next.
Hey, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go to my friends at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a fantastic experience. and you're going to become a customer for life. That's what happened to me when I bought my first car over there, my rookie year in the NFL. I've been a customer for life ever since. I just keep going back because I know them, I love them, I trust them. They take care of me, they respect my time, and they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's what's going to happen to you as well. And when you go to Phil Long Ford, we're talking about one-stop shop and no reason to drive all over the state of Colorado. There's only one car dealership you need to go to, Phil Long Ford, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, Phil Long has got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right now. And with an award-winning service department, there's no reason to shop anywhere else than my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They're going to keep your car in tip-top shape for a long, long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
All right, tonight, 7 o'clock. Nice start time. Nuggets and the Sacramento Kings. The storyline here is you fire Mike Brown and you win games. They are 10-2 since they bounced him. Is Christie the guy, or is he still interim there?
Well, he's interim, but I mean, he played
Okay.
there, he announced there, he assistant coach there, and now he's the head
Wow.
coach. If they continue winning, I'm surprised he won't be given the head job.
Well, they're doing good. They had lost 5 in a row with Mike Brown. They gave him the Ziggy right after Christmas, and they've been good. They won last night. They beat Golden State. Sabonis, believe it or not, has a higher 3-point shooting percentage than Jokic. Crazy. They're both right up there, but he's just slightly better. So the 7-footers, Tyler, have invaded basketball, and they're the percentage-wise the best 3-point shooters. Things have changed for the short guy. It's,
Freaking the Madden characters have literally made it to the NBA.
Yeah, so
The build your 2K player is actually there.
The short guys thought they had something, and that's just a dead dog.
God, I was looking when Jokic was hugging Jameer Nelson at the court. I was like, God, that dude looks tiny next to him.
Oh, it's hysterical. So really good game tonight. Scott, what are you? Where are you by Marlowe? You roaming the
I'm over
aisles?
there by Marlowe.
Okay, well, have a great call tonight. Should be easy for you to find, Tyler. Just should be.
Thank you.
Regular TV. I know that was perplexing the other night with HBO and all that sort of stuff. Twist on the ethical dilemma, which was you can be, for regular people, a pro athlete. You can have all the success you've ever dreamed of. But the caveat is you're going to be remembered for screwing up a championship for your team forever. You're going to be defined by that, but you're going to have a long career and a lot of success financially. And for you guys, it'd be a little bit different, of course, as pro athletes. Like, you get to be the star, a bigger star in the team, more money for you guys. You get to be the premier. You get to be the highest paid guy, but you're also going to have that moment in your career, would you do it or not? What we found recently when we were just poking around, almost everybody I've talked to about this would say, you know what? Shoot for the stars, grab the brass ring.
I'll be the guy that doesn't make a
whatever.
mistake.
But we're assuming something. We're assuming the mistake you made was a physical mistake on the field. What if the mistake you make is irresponsible personal behavior off the field that costs your team? Now, you get everything, but the mistake
Well,
is...
that's radically different.
I know. That's the twist.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the dude that hurt my team because I got a DUI, because I got arrested.
Okay, so you would give up millions and millions of dollars to not be that guy.
How many millions are we talking about?
Highest paid player at your position. You're a left tackle.
So I'm giving up $20 million a year.
Yes.
To not get a DUI.
To not get a DUI?
Barrett Robbins, Raiders, missed a Super Bowl because he went on a binge.
Can I go to rehab and
afterwards
and redo my image and everything?
Mental health issues. Though.
He had, yes. You are going, yes, all that, but you're going to be remembered forever for Eugene Robinson, Falcons.
Yeah, player of the year for the Falcons.
Yeah, you're caught with a prostitute the night before the Super Bowl, and you're not available to your team. However, guess what?
Do you marry her?
No. You get, and it's not a prostitute, whatever you want to make it. You did something irresponsible.
No,
personally.
I would.
But you get $100 million.
Money.
That's a lot of money.
There you go.
I take my life as it is. All the mistakes that I made.
I want to, you know what?
I wouldn't want to be that guy.
I'm joking about the money, but if I've learned anything in the last few years of my life, there ain't nothing like being content in life and being proud of who you are. Right. You know?
Yep.
So I think that's the twist. That's to me too. I would give up being a pro athlete and all the dreams, and I dreamed of it, like most kids do that play sports. I wouldn't want that. I would rather not be a pro athlete. Me, I want to be the third baseman for the Boston Red Sox. I'd give.
You weren't better than Wade Boggs.
No, kidding. He was my hero, though. Loved him. Oh my God, Chicken Man. He was my guy. He likes sex. He had an issue in that department. Didn't cost his team a championship. Went on and rode a police horse with the Yankees and, gravy trained his way to a championship, didn't he?
No dumb question. Did that hurt you that your idol Wade Boggs wins a championship in New York?
Broke my heart. I've only booed out loud one professional athlete at a live sporting event ever in my life. It was Roger Clemens pitching for the Yankees at Coors Field against the Rockies. I stood up and booed him every inning. It's the only time I've ever done that. That's it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't live with being personally irresponsible, costing my team.
Yeah.
So I couldn't do it. I would forego money and being a pro athlete. I wouldn't do it. I couldn't live with myself.
No, I couldn't. And that makes the dilemma easier to take.
Yeah, that one's not even that difficult.
The other one, because you still have the athletic ego of saying, I would have caught that Andrews dropped.
Well, that's true, but also the man, I don't want to be afraid of making the mistake, right? Like we would never be in that spot if we were afraid of making that mistake.
When you see Mark Andrews' statement today, does it give you a little like, ooh, that is really hitting him? He's really dealing with something today.
Yeah. Oh, you knew he would be.
Yeah.
I don't know a competitor that I've ever been around that had as public a fail from a performance standpoint that just didn't destroy him. And now the key for Andrews, how long do you stay destroyed?
Great question.
Is it a month? Is it an off season? Is it 5 games in? Is it your rest of your career? I've also seen guys that never really bounce back.
I don't know how he bounces. I don't know how he ever forgets it. Oh, it's so harsh. I feel for him. But I think it's harsher to be Eugene Robinson because your own personal behavior
helped cost you.
Yeah.
Not that they were going to beat Denver.
No, but you know what? You don't know.
Yeah.
And did you do everything you could to put yourself in the best position for your team? And the answer is simply no. You didn't. And your team got embarrassed. And Rod Smith caught a pass over your butt. And you better live with that one. And that I don't know how you deal with that.
Especially when there was a bar of Dove back in the hotel room.
Tell you what. All right. Well, there you go. I don't know. That's it. That's all I got.
You just kind of
random like.
You just kind of Adam Schefter this again right there, didn't you?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we thought about this before we saw that statement with Mark Andrews. The statement kind of puts it in a little bit heavier perspective. You know,
I would just be so surprised if Ravens fans feel that way about him. I think that dude has got so much goodwill in the bank with that organization, and I get why you're asking the question. I don't think anybody's going to be coming out. I don't think he's going to get death threats. I don't think he's going to get like the things that you usually think of in situations like that. I mean, he is a god out there. Like that dude is everything to the Ravens.
Okay. I hope so. I hope in life you're defined by your better moments, not your worst moments, period, for everybody. So I hope that's the case. But then again, it's a weird situation as an athlete.
If John Elway threw an interception in the Super Bowl as his last throw of his career, and they lost the game, is that how he'd be defined?
Context matters because Mark Andrews dropped an easy pass. A pass that you catch. Was the interception by Elway like idiotically stupid?
Sure. Sure.
He had 3
and he never, but he never wins a Super Bowl.
No, that wasn't the situation I painted. I said the last game of his career. So in other words, I'm implying he's already won.
Yeah, you're fine because you already won a Super Bowl. If you've already won it, Jokic misses a layup and it costs you Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and it's a layup that he should normally make, and he misses a layup. It's not going to define him. He's already won a championship.
No, but he would beat himself up on that.
Sure. For how long?
Till he gets to the Xbox.
till the bottle runs out.
Okay, you know what I mean? Like Elway is never going to beat him. You got a championship. You're an MVP. You're in the Hall of Fame. I don't know. The guy that you really look at seriously in this conversation, seriously, is Scott Norwood. Like,
yeah, what's he doing now? I mean, that's your guy.
A great. He was not there when I got there. They had already moved on from him
because he kicked a couple more years in the league.
We kicked for the Bills one more year, and then I don't think he did. I think he missed the field goal. He came back one more year, and they replaced him with Steve Christie. And I got there. Steve Christie was there, not Scott Norwood. And all I heard was stories about Scott Norwood, and they respectfully hated him. They were nice. They were nice to him. But they really never forgave him. Not really. You know when he gets forgiven? When Josh Allen wins the Super Bowl. And that happened with Buckner too, by the way.
You know who loved him?
That happened with Buckner.
Carly, Connor, and Corey. His kids.
You using Wikipedia right now to end
Yeah,
the show?
I just looked up. So what year was that?
I want to say 91, 92, something like that, maybe.
Well, 91 was his last year with the Bills.
So 90 to 91. Why are you laughing? What?
Who cares?
On that note, Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Money.
Oh, welcome to Kreckman and Lindahl. I got to take this one. That hurts, Spring. That hurts. That didn't even occur to me. Spring didn't even need to be directed. Overtime was a Michelle Branch bit. Are you kidding me?
What was the official timing on that one, Spring?
Yeah, Spring.
The NHL, the box score says 17 seconds, but with the audio of the radio feed with Connor, I had it at 11.5.
That fast, dude. That fast, yeah. Box score said 17. Pionk. Which I believe pionk was the sound when Anthony Davis dropped the microphone. That's a pionk. Jamal Murray made a shot. Pionk.
I don't know.
17 seconds.
Mic drop or clang off an upright?
Pionk. That's a pionk right there.
Yeah, I hate those guys.
McKinnon scored. McCarr scored. The Avs or who?
No, not.
Okay.
I love the Avs. I hate how they're playing.
I see.
My mom used to tell me all the time, you don't hate them. You hate what they do.
You love them. You're just disappointed in them right now.
Oh, no, I hate how they're playing. Okay. There's no doubt about that. Okay. Last night was, I don't know, man. It's probably better if you, I get, it's good that when McCarr and McKinnon score, but if you want to support that scoring, I'd be all for it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you do. This is starting to suck. 5 out of 10 points on a homestand.
Yeah.
You're desperately trying to climb out of wild card territory.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, we're talking about a team that is in the window, and it just feels like, who cares?
I'd say they're in a lull at the moment. Let's call it a lull. Since they beat Buffalo in OT back on the 2nd of January to get to 23-15-1 on the year, they've basically just been trading wins and losses, although this is back-to-back defeats. They did get the loser point last night. So even though it only took 17 seconds, they still got the loser point.
Yeah.
So that helps.
But that not totally. You had a 10-game, you had a 5-game homestand for 10 points.
Yeah.
You had Minnesota down 2 of their top defensemen and their best scorer.
Mm-hmm.
Got nada out of that thing.
Yeah.
You know, look.
What did they, let's see, homestand, they got 5 points.
Right.
And that's not enough. It's not enough.
I know you don't trust my math, but
I don't.
You can trust me on that math if you'd like. I'm just telling you.
You know I don't.
I'm just telling you. It was, believe me, when it comes to the Avs, locked in on that math.
Uh-huh.
It's real easy. 2. You know, the one like you like to call the loser point.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Hockey keeps it simple. I'm glad. Guys like me like the simple math. Simple math is you're going to be...
Wait, what's simple about it? You lost, you still get a point. How is that simple? If you lose, you get nothing. If you win, you get something. That's simple. Loser point is where things get confusing. I hate the NHL standing system.
Well, you don't like the NHL. Well, just get it off your chest. Let's go.
I don't. It's dumb. Just you win or you lose. It's real simple. Why?
I'll be honest,
why is there a point if you go to overtime?
I don't have a problem with that. I don't like second assists. I don't like, although
that's dumb
Ross
too.
Colton made a good argument for second assists, but I'm not a second assist guy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get some of that. Look, at the end of the day, they got to figure this thing out. I don't know, and I don't know. I want to believe that they will. But I guess what's added to my level of irritation is, but what everybody agreed was the biggest problem for the last calendar year.
Yeah,
is the goaltending.
Yeah.
Well, McFarland went out there and solved all that stuff.
He did.
So what? I mean, again, and yet you can't seem to keep a whole squad of NHL players healthy. So half the time you got half the Eagles up. With all due respect to the Eagles, glad you're getting some playing time.
Mm.
But you don't know who the bottom 6 guys are in the forward category half the time. So I don't get that.
A lot of passengers.
Yeah, that's got to end. You got to kind of, now we'll see. Hopefully the Nuggets don't make me eat these words tonight. But again, Nicola said it after the game 2 nights ago. It feels like that team's being serious. It feels like that team knows it's time to put the foot on the gas and press down the accelerator. I really thought the Avs were in that place 3 weeks ago when you and I boldly proclaimed they're the most likely team to get a trophy in this town next. And now I'm not sure. Maybe we probably jumped on that too soon.
The absence of Val Nichushkin has hurt.
Yeah, but
considerably for this team.
But Nate, why have you not solved the fact that you are not a big enough hockey team up front when he goes out of the lineup? How is that still a thing here?
Yeah, he is one of the to be fair, he's one of the very best in the game at his skill set. And Arturi Lehkonen is steady and can do it, but Nichushkin's elite, and that's why you extended him, you signed him the way that you did, and you relied on him the way that you have, despite the fact that he doesn't often repay that reliance for you. But that's a whole other thing right there. Yeah, real simply, Andy, you cannot replace what he does.
No, I get that. But you can have somebody else that's willing to put their big, fat rear in front of the net. Not fat if you're a hockey player, but his big rear in front of the net, block the goalie's eyes, be there for the rebounds. Go back to the stupid goal, and it was a Nate Kreckman classic stupid goal last night that gave him the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, it was
But
dumb.
guess what? They had 3 guys all around the net, and they had inside position on your defense. Can we get a little of that going on? Can we get a little somebody committed to that going on? Again, this team sometimes needs to just play some ugly hockey. They dedicated themselves to ugly hockey at the start of the Winnipeg series last year, and they ended up winning 4-1. And along the way, ugly hockey allowed you opportunities to open up and play your pretty hockey again. But when it comes down to these top-level teams, I said it yesterday. I was talking to Scotty last night. I pulled up the roster. You don't have the guys, you don't have Burakovsky, you don't have Kadri, you don't have, you don't have the guys you even traded for on that run. You don't have an Abe Kubel who was not afraid to go and get a little nasty when he needed to. You don't have the depth that you did. So I don't think you can keep just thinking we're just going to outskate everybody every night. You were living, in 2022, we were playing the rich man's hockey. You were living in Cherry Hills with how pretty your hockey team was, the depth of talent you had, the amount of scoring you could rely on. You are now back in middle class. You're living in Andy's neighborhood now, okay? You got McCarr, you got McKinnon, you got Randon. But guess what? Outside of that, Lehkonen tries to chip in when he can. Their top guys are doing all they can. But Jared Bednar warned us 2 weeks ago that we're asking too much of the top guys. The guys that produce on the power play, the guys that are in the top 6 forwards, Taves and McCarr, we're wearing them out. So someone has got to come along and help out. And again, I just think it goes back to the basic muck it up in front of the net, make life uncomfortable for goalies, get the offensive positioning for rebound. You got to do this stuff. You just got to do it because you don't have 3 lines of scoring anymore.
Nope. No, your payroll is balanced in such a way that you're not going to be that. And so when you lose a critical cog like Nichushkin, They won, by the way, the last 5 games that he played before he went out. The last game he played actually was I believe the last time they played Winnipeg, back on New Year's Eve. He had 3 goals and an assist in that stretch. They were absolutely rolling. Seriously, Andy, like everything that you're lamenting is exactly what he brings to this hockey team. And since he has departed the lineup, they have devolved back into mediocrity.
Well, and the reality is you don't have Landy either.
Yeah.
Gabe Landeskog and Val Nichushkin were your size that made you a special team that got you to the cup. And I don't think it's a coincidence that basically without Val in 2 playoff series, first Seattle, then last year against the Stars, and without Landy for any of them, you can't get out of the second round. And 1 year you couldn't get past the first round. Because that's what playoff hockey is when you don't have Kadri in. And look, I know Burakovsky wasn't exactly on a heater when he left the Avs that year, but the dude could get going. The dude could snipe.
They really okay, so road trip opens on Saturday, back-to-back Boston, New York, and then they'll play the Islanders before they head back home, okay? Tough road trip, good opponents, all that good stuff coming up right here on this road trip. Val's week to week. This is what I'm going to tell you, and this will offer no reassurance to you whatsoever. Unless Mackenzie Blackwood plays Vezina quality goal, this is going to continue. They're going to be floating and playing 500 hockey until if and when Val Nichushkin returns.
You are absolutely right, and the problem is he's been damn close to it.
Been pretty good.
There's been a couple of times where he's used that big leg pad to stop second shots that nobody else has been around. I mean, again, you just try to play this wide open style and it gets you, you know? And I know we're going to get the text, and it's funny, I was talking to a friend of mine. just about my frustration. Because again, for those, I will admit to everybody, I freaking love this team like a fan. It's one of the few teams that I don't have a bunch of insiders to talk to really find out what's going on there. So just
To
like
make you hate them.
I probably get ignorantly or unnecessarily angry, but that's just how it is. Because I love this freaking team, and I just think you've got, man, any of us that remember how long it took for you to find another cast like this, man, we love Sakic and Forsberg and Hayduk and Tanguay and Waugh and Foote, Bork and Blake. I can go on and on and on. Guess what? You went a good double-digit years before you had anybody like that to lean on. You now got guys like that again, and it just feels like you're not taking advantage of it, because this year feels like it's destined for how the last two ended.
But also, and again, let's examine. I'll be the sober-minded
No,
one.
I
while
get
you're...
it. There's a salary cap. You can't keep all the guys together like you could the
Thank
last
you.
time.
Thank
I know.
you.
I know there's all that
You
stuff.
got
But you know
there.
what? Everybody else is playing with those rules too, Nate.
Yeah.
So figure it out.
Yeah.
And I know we're going to get the Bednar text, and I'll just tell you this. I'm not ready to talk about Bednar because somebody else needs to motivate on the ice. Bednar has used every coach's trick in the book he can throw at you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want a Yeller to come in here? You want to go try to change the systems? Not really. It's led to a lot of point scoring. Somebody's got to play. We're going to go back to the classic. Do you need a captain? And everyone keeps asking, can Gabe go in the room? You and I both know that a guy that's hurt, and I will always go back to the Rod Smith example when I asked him back in like 2007 or 6, can't you just walk in there and tell? I literally just said, you are the dude everybody talks about off, when we get our little interviews. Oh, Rod Smith has taught me so much. Rod Smith's a great leader. And Rod looked me dead in the eye and goes, Andy, I can't do anything to anybody when I'm not playing.
Yeah.
When I'm not out there, they don't care what I have to say. So, yes, Gabe can go in there and give the speeches. Unfortunately, Gabe has not played in 2 or 3 years, and I don't know if, I'm sure he's trying to. The guy, I'm sure, is doing anything he can to try to help this team get out of this muck that they're in. But I don't know that it matters when he's not been part of the mix the last. You can respect a guy's career all you want, right? But isn't there a part of it, I think, comes down to, well, bro, you're not in the trenches with us right now.
I do enjoy this aspect of hockey meatball, Andy. But then I just and I'm telling you something you already know. Okay, this won't change until Val comes back.
It's fine, but is that going to be enough? Is that going to be? I will ask you. Is that enough?
I will,
because
say,
here's the thing.
Well, no. Well, okay. Is it enough? It makes them able to make a deep playoff run. Doesn't mean they will.
Sure.
Okay. Again, weird playoffs in that sport. It just takes a couple of bad nights and you're toast in that game. But here's a little bit of good news, okay? Let me shine a little bit of sunshine. All right? The Avs have 58 points, which puts them right now top wild card spot. They're 7 up on Calgary. I know they got several games in hand, but they're still basically in good shape. They've scored 162 goals, second only to Winnipeg in the entire Western Conference. They are still a good team, but if they are not 100% whole, and this is the result of what their life is without Gabriel Landeskog, who has suffered an unprecedented injury in the sport, unless they are 100%, which includes having Val Nichushkin, which is always an iffy proposition, then they can't do anything of note. They can go to the playoffs. They won't go far.
All right, so then I'm going to ask the toughest question that's out there. People have already asked on the text line, and you know where I'm going.
Sure.
Is it time to just decide what you're doing with Mikko? And I know you and I talked about it, and it felt like the right conversation a week ago, but man, I don't know. As we struggle for answers to figure out why this team, and again, Mark Mosier, dude, forget about my anger. I'm not even around the team all the time. Mark Mosier is about the most cemented, even-handed Avs guy we got. When he's hacked off on Tuesday and Connor's hacked off on Tuesday because this team played awful on Monday against the Wild, you know that you're trying to figure out then what is going on. What is emotionally happening on the ice that needs to get fixed? And is it because Mikko, are you worried about the Mikko extension? Is he worried about the extension? Is it just hanging over the team, not knowing what the future holds? Do you just got to solve that issue?
Are you willing to punt on a season where you have got a who's going to be a Hart Trophy finalist in his age 29 season, who's going to be a Norris Trophy finalist in his age 26 season? Are you willing to punt on a season inside the championship window by making that move right now.
Let me ask you this, though.
Because I don't think you're a Stanley Cup contender without Mikko Rantanen.
Fair enough. And Nate, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong because I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not quite sure.
Mhm.
But what if you were to get 2 or 3 more deeper grinders? What if you were to add a little more size? Look, I don't love the thought of trading Mikko Rantanen. I don't. But
Yeah.
they can't seem to come to a damn conclusion as to what this thing is.
Right.
And as you said, you laid it out perfectly. And some people are texting it in. You may just accept you can't afford all these guys. And it sucks, but it's the new NHL.
Maybe by next year, you've found your way. Okay, if you make that move now,
You're absolutely
you
right,
have
Nate.
found your way, and you make another push next season. But then it's always it's hockey. Okay, is your goaltender going to stay healthy? Are your
Sure.
stars going to stay healthy? Et cetera, like that.
Is
that's-
Val still going to be in the mix?
Is it absolutely, which is always a weird question hanging over this team. And in so many ways, all of the consternation that we had about what this team was going to be last offseason coming into the year, that where they sit right now is actually probably pretty good. Considering everything, because again, you're talking about subtracting Val Nichushkin and Gabe Landeskog, 2 superstars of a championship-winning team.
I'm going to give you a knight's name, and then we'll give you another one when you tell everybody what's going on with your hand. But for right now, we're going to call you Nate the Level-Headed, because you are. And I'm not. Just so you know,
Yeah.
I'm not discounting or necessarily even disagreeing with anything that you said. So now let me ask you a question, because I think you've already answered it. Let's say Val stays in the mix the whole year. Do you believe they're a cup contender, even as whole?
I believe they can win the Stanley Cup.
But see, they can or should.
I don't believe there is should in that sport.
They were should in 2022. They're not should anymore.
No, you're right.
Their defense is not as big as it was. And look, man, I just went through the front line.
Yeah.
I haven't talked about it. Jack Johnson
The-
and a healthy Eric Johnson and
Here-
the guys that you
but-
had in the mix on the defensive side. And remember,
But this is the thing about that sport. The best team doesn't win the cup every year.
no, you're right. You're absolutely right. But-
And you're right. The year that they beat Tampa Bay, they were the best team in hockey, and they finished the job, and they did exactly what you're supposed to do. But we watch it year in and year out. Some team that is not the best in their conference goes to the Stanley Cup
St.
final.
Louis did what a few years ago.
And sometimes they hoist the damn cup when it's all said and done. Florida last year getting it done was pretty damn special. Okay, that team was complete and healthy and rocking and all that good stuff. This is not a year where the Avalanche can pull that off. The Avalanche will have to do it between good fortune, hot goaltending, and having health amongst some of the best players in the sport. So no, this is not a year where they should win the Stanley Cup, but this was never a team that should win the Stanley Cup.
I get it. But again, do you have to accept reality? Because Spit and Chicklets said it. It was funny. They had the conversation you and I did.
Yeah.
And the Spit and Chicklets boys basically said that if you don't trade Mikko because you can't extend him, then you're going to just basically blank up the organization for a while.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
Tough
Nate.
spot
It
to
just
be in.
is so frustrating.
Much more on this coming up. Craigman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you here on a Thursday. But I got a question. Did the NBA schedule makers do the Nuggets a solid tonight? We'll explore that next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's your life been as far as energy? How has your life been as far as getting proper sleep, getting the gains at the gym, maybe having the sex life that you want? All this can be signs if the answer is not as good. If it could all be low T causing your problems, and you could find out if that's the case over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Do you know in your early to mid 30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year? It can lead to the decrease in libido, putting on some weight, although I know it is to blame for me. It's called ice cream. Less productivity at the gym, And again, poor sleep, waking up feeling tired, that was the big sign for me. And brain fog, some people can even suffer from depression. Don't let this happen to you if you're suffering, especially from the depression. Go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take their low T quiz, simple 10-question quiz, yes, no answers, and then schedule your appointment at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's real easy when you go in for that first appointment. They draw your blood, and they have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. He'll go over the results with you. At least it was a he for me. And you can make the decision together. Do you want to give testosterone a shot? The cost of the appointment's $99, but if you do start on the testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's free. So go find the location nearest you. They've got 5 throughout Colorado, including in the Springs and Fort Collins. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It is the Craig and Lindahl Show. We join you live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Andy's passion is yelling about hockey.
I like my Avs.
Doesn't sound like you do right now.
I love the franchise.
You do love the laundry. I don't know how much you love the team.
Look,
right
I'm
now.
loyal to the logo.
Yes.
I always go back to
those colors don't run.
Do you
they
remember,
also don't get in front of the net.
Do you remember Dick Vernon, the principal from the Breakfast Club,
Sure.
walks in after he's got Bender in the closet or the room or wherever, and he goes, when they've all forgotten about you and this place forgotten all about you and you've forgotten all about it, I'm going to be there. Well, that's me for the Avalanche. For all the players, when everyone's forgotten about you, I'm still going to be there loving that big A with the puck coming down the mountain. That's me.
You're going to be Dick Vernon?
There's days where I feel like it. That dude had the longest fingers. When he goes,
He did.
2 months, I got you 2 months. I was like, look at that. His fingers are like lances.
Spindly.
What is going on?
They were creepy.
He was kind of a character. Did he ever play like a likable guy? I forgot he was in Die Hard. I didn't like his guy in Die Hard either.
He wasn't he the crooked cop?
Yeah, he was uptight and this is
Sure.
on me.
Sure.
You give me who you're talking to in there.
This is good though. No, I like this. Let's see. First off, character actor Paul Gleason.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Paul Gleason. Let's see. Oh, he was in Trading Places too. There you go. Not a bad resume.
Oh, he was in a bunch of the 80s movies, but did he ever play a likable guy?
I think being the unlikable character actor was this guy's sweet spot.
I will ask you too.
Mhm.
Has Buffalo Bill, the guy that played Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs? God, I just saw him in something recently too. There was one movie where he tried to be the good guy. I'm like, no, you're a terrible serial killer. You're shoving people in vans. You're talking about the dog. I will not like you.
Ted Levine, actor Ted Levine, I believe played the part of Buffalo Bill. Did he not?
Sure.
Yeah. Ugh. He was in Heat.
Really?
Yeah.
See, you're naming a bunch of these movies that, frankly, in the 80s, I was basically a kid.
Uh-huh.
And my parents wouldn't let me watch half of these.
Oh, I think Heat was the 90s. Heat's good. You never saw Heat?
I didn't see Heat.
Oh.
One of the texters says he was a good guy cop.
Yeah, De Niro
In
and
Heat?
Pacino in Heat. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Oh, why did I think that was a Stallone flick? Oh, I'm thinking of Cobra. was it Cobra? His deal?
Cobra and Heat were two very different
they
movies.
were cop adjacent? No?
Yeah. No, this Pacino, De Niro, Val Kilmer, like it's
Maybe I need to look it up.
Oh, do yourself a favor. Heat's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got me. Hey, unlike Caddyshack, you piqued my interest.
Oh no, it's a great movie. In fact, I think Abby she only watched Heat for the first time like a couple of weeks ago, and what made me laugh about it was she got like she was it's a great movie, and she's like I want to talk about Heat, and that was like an old Gaffigan bit where he talked about like when you finally see a movie like 10 years after everybody else did. You want to talk about Heat? Yeah, I saw that like a decade ago. Yeah, but I just saw it. I want to talk about it right now.
There was a great Cheers episode where Sam Malone tries to impress Diane's old professor boyfriend, so he reads War and Peace.
Uh-huh.
And they're getting ready to head out of the bar and go to dinner, and goes, I want to talk a little War and Peace with this guy. He goes, oh, that overrated. He's some stuffy boss tonight, refuses to talk about it with him.
It's the best of times. It was the blurst of times. All right.
Nate the Level-Headed, what do you have for us?
The
Someone said they would not be afraid of you as a knight. What's the night
The guy
movie?
that's like, we could actually come up with a better strategy right now than charging in here with our jousts.
Yeah, that would be. You wouldn't have worked in A Knight's Tale.
No,
you'd have everything that he wanted to do. You'd have said, nope, that ain't it, kid.
In general, it's good I wasn't in the military. I would have been the guy going, listening to this idiot.
See,
this guy right here.
That would have been funny.
The country would have been in trouble had I enlisted.
You would have been literally questioning everything. You'd have been like, no, and you would have debated it with a general, a 4-star general that you have no way to talk back to.
Yeah.
Nate would have been there going, You really came up with this idea? Really, the hill? You think the hill's the best idea? We're at the bottom of the hill.
But I never have any reactions like that when I read emails from my bosses here. I never do. I always think that they have the best guidance and direction for us here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Why would you put out there that you don't read Kevin's emails?
I think management here is just doing an A+ job. Chef's kiss.
Top to bottom.
All the way. Yeah, no, I love those guys. So
they love you.
They do. They do.
Again, who knows what next week brings.
They think I am earnest and sincere in everything.
Just keep going. Tomorrow's a Friday. Nobody ever gets fired on a Friday.
Just keep on rolling, okay?
Now it'll come the text about, actually, they don't do that anymore. Yeah, I know. I got it. I wasn't fired on a Friday, I can tell you that. Hey, you said the Nuggets got a schedule break.
I think they do. I like this matchup tonight. I know Sacramento's found their way, right? Doug Christie took over for Mike Brown after he got canned. They've won 10 of 11. Really good win last night against Golden State. I know you were grinding your molars watching the Avalanche last night. Very good game last night. Steph was terrific, but ultimately Sacramento, late third quarter run, 18-6 run, got themselves back in that game and then held off Golden State at home. They light the beam there at Arco or whatever you call that building now. But Sacramento is doing the old West Coast game, second night of a back-to-back fly to
they're
altitude.
Going to taste our misery a bit.
Affair.
Good.
Yeah.
Funny how they do that to Sacramento. They don't really make the Lakers and Golden State do that too often.
It's not been happening as often. But
Clippers have to live that life sometimes.
They do. They do.
I've noticed a trend. Anyway, please.
This is the first game of a 6-game roadie for the Kings. After Denver, they're playing the Knicks at the Garden. They go to Brooklyn, Philly, then back east, OKC, and Minnesota before returning home to play Orlando on the 5th of February. So think about this, okay? You're Doug Christie. Your team just pushed and got it was a great game last night. Emotional victory over Golden State last night at home. And don't forget, it's Rivals Week. You get that win. You fly to Denver, you lose an hour, you get in late, you wake up to play a rested Nuggets team that is rolling. Jokic didn't play the fourth quarter the other night against Philly. Right now, the Nuggets are locked in and ready. You know you're about to head off for a long road trip. Are you putting the hammer down on an altitude game on the second night of a back-to-back?
All right.
If you're Doug Christie, or do you simply say, okay, let's go in. Let's see where we're at the half. And this is the Nuggets got to do their thing here tonight. Okay, this is also incumbent upon Denver coming out playing well and getting this thing. But if this thing's an 18-point game midway through the third quarter, as it very well could be and should be for the Nuggets, if you're Doug Christie, you're just going to go, screw it. There's a good chance this is another night Joker doesn't play in the fourth quarter. And again, this is where I look at the Nuggets and I say, this is on you guys. You need to go out, have no letdown tonight, and go and get this thing. But this should shape up as a scheduled win tonight for the Nuggets.
All right. And I'm trying to, I'd like to push back. Someone said you'd be perfect for the Navy, so I'm trying to figure out my Navy ranks, my naval ranks, because I don't know what you'd be right now. What would you be? Maybe a lieutenant?
Mopping the poop deck?
Chief petty officer? You wouldn't be a vice admiral, fleet admiral, or petty officer, right?
Wouldn't I be?
Wait, petty officer third class? That sounds like you.
Would I be swabbing?
Is that lower than lieutenant? I don't know.
Wait, what is it? Petty officer?
Petty officer third class, though.
Oh, there's no question. I'm third class petty all day long.
There's seaman recruits. We could give you that. There's Master Chief Petty Officer.
That's me. I initially, Andy, like all of us, I started out as a seaman recruit. But today I'm third class petty.
Sure. Sure. We're going to go by that. Sub-lieutenant, that could be you too. Flax, you're out there. Help us out. What are these
Sub-lieutenant.
Or
like
Navy vet Mitch.
Like I'm in a sub?
I don't know. You're a sub
I don't want to
dash lieutenant.
I don't want to be in the sub.
You really don't. I had a friend that did that. He didn't turn out well.
I don't think I'd like that.
Breathing problems. But
yeah.
Yeah. Dude, that'd freak you out. We're in this tiny tube. Now we're going to dive deep
to
the depths of the sea.
I'm
No,
not
thank
into
you.
that.
Anyway, I'm going to push back on you.
Okay.
Though I like your thinking, and I think a lot of it is solid and adding up.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Michael Malone went pretty hard into the Kings organization about getting rid of Mike Brown, his buddy.
Yeah.
Back when it happened.
Yeah.
Is there any salty Doug Christie that says, rest of the road trip be damned, I don't like you popping off about my business? Is there such a thing as coach beef where you fire up your players that way?
So I don't think so, and let me tell you why. I don't think anything that Malone was saying was shot in the direction of Doug Christie is not a
Sure.
worthy replacement.
But guys make stuff up to have chips on your shoulder all the time.
Hating ownership in Sacramento is nothing new.
Is a shared think tank.
Ask basically anybody that's gone through that place in recent years. Ask George Karl. Ask if you've gone DeMarcus Cousins. The list is long and extensive, and I know these are guys that weren't necessarily beloved everywhere that they went. But disdain for ownership in Sacramento, that's a league-wide thing.
All right, I found your rank.
But you're right. Maybe Christie could try it.
Hey, I don't know. Maybe it's part of the pregame pep talk.
Do you think De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis care?
No.
But
I'm just saying
They're
it's
just
an
tired.
angle to play.
Yeah.
Your rank is ensign. Then there's lieutenant junior grade.
It's actually pronounced ensign.
Really?
Ensign. Yes.
That's not how it's spelled.
It's not.
How do you know that? Did you sign up to be an ensign?
Because in my many years as the public address announcer at Glendale's Infinity Park,
okay,
one of the events that that we did every single year, we did the Rugby Town Sevens, and there was a military branch. So the Sevens rugby team from the Army, the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force, and the Coast Guard, they were their own pool of play. And then there was always a remembrance ceremony that we would do to remember the fallen Ruggers. It's actually really cool. They would the Mile Highlanders, the bagpipe players would come out in the kilts and they'd play Amazing Grace and the drum roll and all of that. And then the guys would very solemnly walk out and place the rugby ball at midfield to honor their fallen teammates. And I would have to announce the names of all of the fallen Ruggers. And I know this because I mispronounced it the first year I did. I said ensign,
and they let you know.
Well, you know what?
Was there a fleet admiral next to you going, son?
I remember they didn't let me know right away, but the next year when I got the script, it was written phonetically.
So basically,
and I was like, and then it was like, oh,
this was your version of the shower gate was down.
Yes,
that we covered yesterday.
Oh, they didn't. Somebody put a note in one of the meetings. Your idiot public address announcer. He didn't know his ranks apparently. So anyway,
a lot of admiral availability, by the way.
Admiral,
rear admiral, lower half, rear admiral, upper half, vice admiral, admiral, fleet admiral.
Rear Admiral lower half?
Yeah, really getting specific there.
They are.
But commander, captain,
that is any
lieutenant
number.
Commander.
My tastes, though, so that all.
Listen, pal, just trying to read some ranks.
I'm suffering over here. Okay,
we'll come back.
I got the damn squash hands.
Yeah, Nate is not kidding. Nate has squash hands.
I have squash
I'm going to do the tease here. Come back. We'll get into a little bit of Broncos because some awards are announced today.
They are.
But Nate is going to fill you in on what squash hands are.
Yeah.
And does it have to do with actual squash or the game squash?
You'll find
popular
out.
at the DAC.
That's right. Keep it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, it is the Craigman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Like Andy said, we have got award finalists for the NFL awards. I like that we do it now like the Oscars. We get the 5, and then we eventually get to open an envelope and find out, and then maybe they'll say it was La La Land, and the dudes from, what was that movie, Moonlight, will just sit there and be like, what the hell?
What was the one where he announced it wrong and the guy got up there and goes, "No, wait, actually, it's your award." Was that the one?
Yes.
Okay.
It was La La Land. Mm-hmm.
I'm not an Oscar watcher. I rely on you for that.
Yeah, it was the La La Land was the Emma Stone, Ryan Gosling jazzy musical thing, which was fine, but it shouldn't have won.
Jazzy musical? Was there a lot of jazz hands in it? What made it a jazzy musical?
Like literally, it was that Gosling was super into jazz.
Okay.
And they were always dancing to jazz in that movie.
There are a couple movies. What was the one with Brad Pitt where he was the stunt man? I want to go back and watch that. Was that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
With DiCaprio?
Yeah.
Yes. Terrific.
Sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I have squash hands.
Yeah,
Andy.
let's talk about squash hands. So
I have squash hands.
You know, our guy, the billionaire Bill, he was a big squash player.
Our
Bill
oil
Armstrong.
Baron.
Yeah, the billionaire. The oil baron.
SMU booster. I did not play any squash today.
Oh, I think Jake Plummer likes a little squash and handball. Maybe it's just handball.
Yes, yeah, he's the big handball guy. Yeah. I can't remember the difference between all those very specific sports.
Handball, it's literally the
with
hand.
the hand. Squash, you have a racket.
Squash,
right?
what I couldn't figure out is because again, we had all these things at the DAC.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like badminton, but I don't think they use birdies. If somebody wants to go ahead and correct me, please.
It's called a shuttlecock, Andy.
Sure.
Fun word to say.
I like birdies.
I got squash hands.
How did you get squash hands? Did you get caught in the old dough roller?
Didn't know this was a thing today until today. No, today, middle of the day today, I sliced up a butternut squash.
And unlike me, you kept all your digits.
I did, but the unfortunate part is that I'm now having an allergic reaction to a chemical in the butternut squash, which I've never had before. I have sliced many a squash in my day. However, today I get done and I'm like, damn, man, my hand is dry. Like, what is going on here? So I just went and gave it a good scrubbing, put some lotion on, figuring I'd be okay. I look down at my hand and it's just peeling skin. It's pretty gross.
Show it to me. Show it to the Twitch camera.
Well, I got cortisone. You can't really tell, but if you look at it in the right light, you can see that the skin is flaking off of my fingertips on my left hand. I was using my knife with the right.
Holding the squash.
Holding the squash with the left. Okay, according to the internet, something called verywellhealth.com, this is a thing. While uncommon, butternut squash has been associated with the development of contact dermatitis. Contact dermatitis is a rash that develops in the skin as a result of direct contact with an external source. In this case, the source was a butternut squash. It adds, and this is crazy, listen to this. This won't be something that only happens the first couple of times you've handled butternut squash. Once you have been sensitized to an external allergen, you will develop the reaction whenever you come in contact with it. What the hell?
So now you're marked?
I guess.
You can't touch it again?
If you've experienced squash hands in the past but still want to cook with butternut squash,
glove up.
I got to wear gloves. But yeah, my hands are peeling as a result of this.
Now, hold on. Couldn't you just pass the task to Abby?
I mean, I could.
You both can't have butter. If you both get squash hands, though, then what do you do?
I don't know.
Is butternut squash one of your favorite vegetables, right?
I think it's technically a fruit. Yes.
Sure.
I believe it's one of those.
How often do you like to enjoy that?
A couple times a month. I'd say I'll pick up a butternut squash and just slice it up and roast it. It's good in the winter.
But this has never happened to you before?
It's in season. Today was the first time it's ever happened.
You didn't mention that. I thought maybe this is a new thing for you. So you've chopped up this fruit before.
Yes.
And it's not had this reaction?
Yeah, I'll either I'll roast it with chickpeas or I'll make it into a hash. That was the plan tonight. I'm making it into a hash. But this is the first time I got done with it. And I got this crazy rash. I got the cortisone here, Andy. I got the tub of lotion here. I'm peeling.
That's a tube.
Well, tub, whatever you want to call it.
Tub's bigger.
I left out an E.
A vat of lotion.
Well, actuallying me.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it says quit playing with your squash.
Yeah. So they are rather. A butternut squash is rather dong-shaped in its appearance.
Yeah, I didn't need that added in. I didn't need that description.
And this was a big guy. This was a girthy fella. So.
How big a hash were you trying to make?
It's going to be, I'm hoping to have leftovers. I'm hoping to get a few meals out of this. Yeah. Scott says butternut squash has stuff in it that dries your hands out. It did to me when I was a chef. Yeah, clearly. I have squash hands. I have contact dermatitis as a result of this. I need to get gloves, apparently. Yeah, so anyway, I have a food allergy. Squash hands.
The amount of things I'm learning via the text line. First off, thank you to the people that wrote in. Squash is like racquetball with a smaller, less bouncy ball.
Thank you.
You hit it against the wall. Okay. Josh just said vegetable is a made up classification for tax purposes.
Is this a conspiracy theory against Big Ag right now?
Big Vegetable is trying to get by without paying their fair share. Is that it?
I suppose.
So the next campaign, I will go after Big Vegetable. And I will not let the lettuce and the tomatoes, although I'll find out that's a fruit too.
Tomatoes
who
are
knows?
fruit. Yeah, tomatoes are fruit.
Well, then give me all the vegetables. Cucumbers, cucumber
avocados
vegetable.
are fruit. Good question. I don't know. It's got seeds in it.
Yeah, it's like your butternut squash. They're
Exactly.
quite linear.
Wait a minute. It's important to remember, this is the last paragraph of the story I just read. It's important to remember that symptoms of food allergies in general should prompt you to seek medical help since they can be life-threatening.
You're fine.
Am I going to die of squash?
Do you
hand?
have any breathing problems?
Tingling or itching feeling in the mouth.
Oh, boy.
Well, I always have that between 3 and 6. Hives. Face, tongue, or lip swelling. Vomiting or diarrhea. Dizziness. Difficulty breathing. Abdominal cramp. Or loss of consciousness.
Well, it's going to be a fun show. Hey, the ultimate tease. Get through the next 2 hours. Let's see if Nate makes it.
Kevin, I need to go home. I have squash hand.
Abby informed you she's watching on Twitch. Keep an eye out, Abby. If he goes down, I don't think he's playing.
Josh says, so Nate would say the squash was the Nick Foles
of the squash group.
The butternut, depending on which one you get. Okay?
Maybe don't pick the Dirk Diggler one next time, and let's go ahead and just go for your, your well-meaning butternut squash.
I mean, they were all sizable.
Okay.
It's a real thunder from down under over there, Andy.
Do you go to a certain spot for your Whole Foods in it up there today, or what were you doing?
It's just in my Safeway produce section. I didn't.
Well, Safeway's pretty proud of what they got available.
Well, their
Valentine's Day is coming up.
That's right. Their winter 4 times points event is
I would not
on
set
right
the
now.
Expectations too high.
And Safeway says you can earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Just be careful with that butternut
What
squash.
are you getting on that butternut squash? 4 times the points?
That's right. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter and itchiest. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. Start earning today.
Broncos up for awards.
They are.
The Broncos! That's your name. That's what's always going to get me.
I do need to talk about why cornerbacks never win Defensive Player of the Year. And I'll say something that I'm sure will be unpopular next.
Here we go.
Oh, it's Nate Kreckman over here just braving the debilitating effects of flaky skin on my hands from squash hands to tell you all about Sport Trade. Here's the good news. My right hand, my knife hand, that's fine. And that's my scrolling through Sport Trade hand. That's right. I can go right through the app with the right thumb, no problem. Skin fully intact. Look at that, Twitch. Sport Trade is available to you right now. Download it. GetSportTrade.com. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Terms, of course, do apply. Sport Trade is Colorado's premium sports betting experience. It's where the big bets happen, and it gives you the edge of the best prices that the industry has to offer. Minus 106 main lines. That is more earnings when you win at Sport Trade, plus the live wagering experience, best in the industry. Again, my right hand, my good hand, my scrolling hand. Yeah, that's right. I got no problem flipping through Sport Trade and being able to live wager on any game that I am watching, kind of like San Diego State Air Force last night. That thing was wild. You can do the same. Go to GetSportTrade.com. That's GetSportTrade.com right now. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
First down and goal at the 5. Madison the single back. Bryant in motion. Play action. Minshew looking. Throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown.
Yes, Patrick Surtain. Officially
I like
today.
Pat.
I do too. He becomes a finalist to win the NFL's Defensive Player of the Year award, Andy.
As he should be.
Along with Eagles linebacker Zach Baun. Here's what I don't like about Zach Baun. His name is spelled B-A-U-N. I'm in Denver. To me, that says Boun. But instead, it's Baun. I don't like that.
We're going to be open and real. Our Brown should be Braun. But whatever.
No, I think all the other Brauns should be Brown. I think Christian has improved the name.
Okay.
I'll continue.
Give me the Braun.
Don't mind me.
And it's Favre while you're at it.
Myles Garrett is a finalist. Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals led the NFL in sacks. Pat Surtain and TJ Watt. Those are your finalists to win Defensive Player of the Year this season.
You a little surprised Benito didn't sneak in there with the late season steam and national, big plays on national TV a few times?
I would have thought that he would have had a better chance at it, but maybe look at it this way of okay, Surtain kind of snags the glory, the juice a little bit for Denver's defense because Philly's defense was so damn good. They got to get somebody too. So they go with Zach Baun, apparently, even though I think Jalen Carter is the best player on that defense, but that's neither here nor there. Here's the thing, Andy. I want Surtain to win the award. I think he should. I also get why corners never win this award. And I'll tell you why. All right. There is something that doesn't quite connect here. And it's that when a season ends and you think back on all of the brilliance, you usually think of moments. You think of get out of your seat, pump your fist, scream, go nuts moments.
You're talking about the highlight package you put together as the players announce.
Right.
The old look back.
Right.
The old one shining moment montage.
Outside of that pick six that we played bumping in here, Surtain had 3 other picks, and 4 interceptions is great. But, the award is going to a guy. And look, I can recognize, his brilliance is that he takes away half the field. His brilliance is the way that he impacts opposing quarterbacks. His brilliance exists in what doesn't happen. And that's what's so strange about it. Jokic wins MVP awards, you're just think of all the 30-point triple-doubles, okay? McKinnon wins a Hart Trophy, and you're like, hell yeah, every time that guy gets the puck, it's heavy metal. This is awesome, With Patrick Surtain, you're like, give this guy an award because of all the things that didn't happen.
Okay.
And now I know that's inherently wrong. They didn't happen because he had excellent coverage on the play, because he was out there doing his job better than anybody else in the NFL. But also, and this is where it goes, you don't know ball. Get in there and watch the tape. You don't watch the tape either, nerds. All right? So that's what's so funny about all of this is it's we're giving the award to a guy who is very deserving, but he's not a get you out of your seat, make you go insane guy.
But here's where I feel like you're betraying part of your people.
Okay. Oh, the numbers exist. I know it.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it.
That's the only look. I understand what you're saying, but the reason why I think he does deserve it is even a dummy like me can go, look at those numbers. Look at the completion percentage. Look at how much this guy's number changes a day against Surtain than it does against any other corner.
He allowed 37 receptions against this season. Opposing quarterbacks had a 61.1 passer rating throwing against him. Like that is real. And there's a lot of pass breakups. But again, like, are you just going to be sitting around the fire one day being like, you remember that 2nd and 7, that coverage he had on Devontae Adams? Baby, that was blanket. Like, no, you think about Von Miller, and you think about strip sacks in the Super Bowl and a Super Bowl MVP and all of that. That's the disconnect that I'm having here is like, typically, awards go to guys where you're just like, F yeah, I remember that moment.
Well, it's why the Heisman's turned into a quarterback trophy.
Yeah.
Frankly.
Yeah.
Because until Ashton Genty this year, how many people had the kind of special runs that he had?
Right. You've had him a few times, but that's...
Well.
Yeah.
It's no squash hands, but I've had to scoot my way out of the studio here and there.
We all have our cross to bear, Andy.
Yeah, look, I feel like let's go back to the 2015 no-fly zone.
Yeah.
Who was the best corner on that team? Because frankly, you were picking your poison either way.
Right.
I mean, you know, look, I thought Chris did an incredible job in the slot where they've got to maneuver traffic.
Yep.
You know, it's a very tough cover because like a middle linebacker, you got to sift through the Yahweh, if you will, to use a Top Gun term.
And Harris's brilliance was in the part where it's like, okay, if you're in a 4DB set, he could go on the outside, but then, you know, when it was time to go nickel or greater than that, you moved him inside the slot, and he could navigate that traffic. That is such a hard thing to do, to have clean coverage without getting called for penalties in there. It's so damn difficult to do that job. That's why almost nobody in the NFL can do it well.
But the pick six guy was Aqib.
Right.
For the most part.
Yeah. And they were both amazing.
They really were.
Yeah.
See, to me, here's the thing that I think is the brilliance of but to your point,
you know
it's
what I'm
nuanced.
saying? This is why corners never win
No,
this
you're right,
award.
because and again, what numbers are real and do they buy the coverage numbers, this, that, the other. But here's where I felt like you looked at Joe Burrow. I watch a lot of Joe Burrow. You know that.
Yeah, he's your dude.
I know it drives people nuts, but I love watching him play ball. And when I go back to that Denver-Cincinnati game to watch, I knew Joe Burrow had a guy picked out. He didn't want to throw it.
Yeah.
Like, how many times did he just, and then he looked off and looked to try to, and sometimes he did find other people because Riley Moss is trying to get back, get a little of the rust off.
Surtain is so good that his brilliance becomes apparent. There's no doubt about that
But
in
to
the
your
way
point,
that it
you don't
impacts
see
guys.
it in the screen.
Yeah.
There is not enough of the football play for you to see a quarterback, in this case, in my example, Joe Burrow, decide I ain't throwing to the guy I want to throw to because Surtain's there.
I remember Legwald put it this way one time, and it was so smart, was pass rushers, follow me on this, pass rushers, even though they're technically defensive players, they're offensive. They're attacking. Right? That's what they do. Go see ball, go get ball, right? Corner, you're simply reactive. The same thing, the same concept that I'm talking about, it happens all the time in the NBA. Okay? Like I was looking up, we had Camby on the other day. Marcus Camby joined us on the show. The year that Marcus Camby won Defensive Player of the Year was 2007. I think he blocked damn near 4 shots a game that season, led the NBA in block shots, wins himself a Defensive Player of the Year award. Number 2 in the voting that season was Bruce Bowen of the Spurs, one of the great perimeter lockdown defenders in the history of the game. But guards have a hard time winning those kind of awards because their brilliance exists in not allowing an opposing ball handler into the paint. A shot blocker, you get to go attack.
It's the same thing, basically, what you're talking about, whether it's the guard or the corner, they're rerouting the play.
Yes.
And you don't get credit for us because
Yes.
a lot of us, let's be honest, a lot of us, no matter how much you think you know, don't appreciate or don't realize you just rerouted that play.
Yeah, and it's brilliance. It absolutely is. Surtain is 100% worthy of the award. And yet I can also acknowledge the part where it is goofy to give that award to somebody you barely notice most of the time.
So this leads to a whole lot of stuff. First off, where are the odds? Do you know the odds? Have you checked the odds? I know that's a tough question to ask you.
Give me a moment.
Because we can't easily
get
to the sites.
Let me take my phone off the internet.
But yeah, because he was leading the way there for a while, at least according to FanDuel.
I think he's going to win.
So he's still the betting favorite?
Last I checked at the end of the regular season, but now that we have finalists, I'm assuming he's going to win the award.
All right, so let's go off the Tennessee Titans statement from yesterday.
Okay.
Can Travis Hunter be valued as the number one pick with what you just laid out there for? Because Travis did the same thing.
Yeah.
I watched it with my own eyes.
Oh, without a doubt.
They didn't want to go Travis's side.
Again, don't confuse anything that I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying.
With being absence of respecting the value of the player.
But you're here for the show. You're here for a little pop.
Surtain is 100% a winning player.
But
there's a disconnect there.
You like a good highlight package with your award. And there isn't much with this case.
Yeah, years ago, when Nalen went into the Ring of Fame, I wrote this bit, and he loved it. I was really proud of it. We had a great voice guy, Zach Giltrap. Sheesh, love that dude, and he could do a killer Facenda like NFL Films voice. And so I wrote all of these, little vignettes for him of like describing like these great moments for the Broncos. And it's like on that day, John Elway led a fourth quarter touchdown drive. Terrell Davis rushed for 156 yards and 3 touchdowns. And Tom Nalen blocked some guy. And that was the whole thing. And it's like, he is one of the greatest to have ever done that job ever. And yet, does anybody remember the moment where you're like, way to pass protect, Nalen?
Yeah.
That
Way
was
to pancake
awesome.
a dude.
Right.
Way to double team that guy.
That's what's so funny about this sport. And again, it's why quarterbacks and skill position guys, in addition to fantasy football, just like they take up such an outsized part of the oxygen in the sport, is because they're the ones that do the cool things.
I'm curious, is Zach still in town? Do you keep in touch with him?
I talked to him a few months back. I think he is, yeah. He's great.
We ought to have him in.
Oh, he's awesome.
He's the one that quit Real Big Fish before they got big,
He
right?
was the original keyboard player of Real Big Fish.
We need it if he's willing to talk about it.
Yeah, and he's
Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it.
He's one of the best production guys.
Oh, we had him at iHeart for a long time.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's really good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He and Markey are the two best in town, man. That's for damn sure. So, again, it's give him the award. The guy's incredible. It's just that is a lame highlight package.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're going to get him up on the stage quick and let's move along. But,
Right.
You'll probably find a couple tackles in there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Do you get a guy to just go up there and draw, here's where the play was supposed to go in his best Madden, and here's where Surtain didn't let it go.
Watch Herbert's eyes here get redirected to the other side of the field. Yeah, or maybe Herbert's not the best example, but you know what I'm saying. MVP finalists. Josh Allen, Saquon, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson. Offensive Player of the Year, Saquon, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Derrick Henry, and Lamar Jackson. I love however we differentiate that award. It's so funny.
One will go to the running back. Saquon's got to get one of them, doesn't he?
I'm assuming
OPY goes to him.
Either Lamar or Allen is going to win MVP, and Saquon will get the OPOY. Yes. DPOY we went through before. Offensive Rookie of the Year does include Bo Nix, along with Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr. of the Jags, Brock Bowers, and naturally Jaden Daniels is going to win that award. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Cooper DeJean of the Eagles, one of Riley Moss's guys. Braden Fisk, Quinyon Mitchell of the Eagles. I like that guy in the draft. Chop Robinson of the Dolphins. And Jared Verse of the Rams. God, he was so good last week.
Oh, he was.
In that game.
He talked trash and backed it up.
Coach of the Year, Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, Andy Reid. It's Dan Campbell's, right? He's getting it this year.
I don't know. Do they finally give it to Reed just to crown the achievement?
15-2, and they weren't even that good.
Hell of a record, man.
I know.
As you were on your third Super Bowl run?
Yeah. Assistant Coach of the Year, Joe Brady from Buffalo, Vic Fangio, Brian Flores, Aaron Glenn, and Ben Johnson.
Well, that's interesting.
No VJ. Vance Joseph not getting any love right there. Comeback player of the year, Burrow, Sam Darnold. Didn't the NFL try to say that Darnold wasn't eligible for the award because they were trying to go off of the being a bad player and becoming a good player is not
Wasn't
actually
the
a
award?
comeback? Right.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
So why is he in there?
I think there was a huge outcry from the betting community, honestly. Because there were great numbers on him all year long, and they were taking bets on it. A lot of the books were taking bets on it, and then the NFL, I think, tried to push back on it. J.K. Dobbins, Christian Gonzalez, former CU guy, and DeMar Hamlin. You have to give it to DeMar Hamlin, right?
I would think.
He did die.
Any time that he's in it. Well,
Also, Burrow, I know he had an injury last year, but didn't he still play like 10, 11 games? He was still good.
yeah, I saw the Burrow thing this morning. I'm like, that is odd.
Yeah.
It was a late season injury.
Right.
What's
the comeback there?
Well, they were worried beginning of the year. Remember, there was talk about how he can't feel things right, and the wrist feels weird, and his throwing motion's different, and then he just goes out and smokes.
And then he
league.
went out and he ruled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, if they'd have been good, it would have been his award hands down, but they had no D.
So if Peyton Manning and Joe Burrow, have they taught us you don't actually have to have feeling in your hand to be a good NFL quarterback?
Well, that gives you hope for your squash hands.
It does. If I could go out and throw left-handed,
not feeling a thing.
Maybe this is my chance. You're just going to have my flaky skin particles all over the football when you catch it. It's pretty gross. I'm trying to raise awareness for squash hands. It's a real malady.
Yeah. Should we do a fun run like Michael Scott? You can have a bunch of fettuccine before circling the block a few times.
Let's get all the Altitude Sports Radio personalities together. We'll do our own We Are the World style sing-a-thon.
Well, there you go. You don't want to run?
To raise awareness.
We can run around our block here.
Of squash hands.
It's technically an allergic reaction, Nate. It might kill somebody a year just like rabies did.
I don't want to mess with it. Correctman and Lindahl. That was good. Thank you, Sprig. Crackman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets tonight, they got Sacramento over there at Ball Arena. Kings on the second night of a back-to-back. By the way, Andy, did you realize, I did not realize this, that win the other night against Philly, did you realize the Nuggets made history?
No.
Nuggets shot 61% from the floor, 52% from three, 96% from the line.
Wow.
The only other time in Denver history that they finished a game 60, 50, 90, February 25th, 1984, against the Kansas City Kings, now the Sacramento Kings. Denver only took 3 triples in that game. They made all 3. By the way, Bill Hanslick played 15 minutes that night, and he was 3 of 3 from the field. So Hans did his part that evening. But yeah, the first 60, 50, 90 game for the Denver Nuggets since 1984.
Hold on real quick. You said 96% from the free throw line?
They did. Mm-hmm.
How many free throws did they take? Because I'm just shocked because free throws have been a real problem for this team at times this year.
At times.
So good for them for getting that kind of
At times, they certainly have been. Let's see. I hadn't pulled up the box score, but now I can give you the official numbers. They were 24-25 from the line.
Wow.
Pretty good.
So even that's a pretty good number for them.
Pretty good. Christian Brown.
He screwed it up.
He was the lone misser of a free throw. He was 4 of 5 from the stripe, although 20 points plus 20, I think we can all forgive Christian Brown for that performance.
That's crazy.
60, 50, 90. Goes to show you, man, that Sixers team, it's not good. It's not good what's happening right there. They're also in the spot where it's just like, first off, I believe they owe their first-round pick to OKC.
Oh, no.
But it's top 6 protected. So like if they can get a pick in the top 6, I don't believe it would go to the Thunder.
Good.
Yeah.
That's another reason to root for it. That's the last thing we need. How do they screw us by sucking?
So
Come
it's
on.
like you really they probably should just like shut Embiid down and just tank it the rest of the way.
Yeah,
is
you really should.
What the Sixers should do, but
Maybe
then
Paul George while you're at it.
Yeah, but then if they get like the 7th pick after all the ping pong balls have done their thing, then that'll go to the Thunder.
Come on.
The OKC compiling of all the draft picks in the world, not the worst strategy, it turns out.
Gosh.
That's actually pretty good.
That team's a problem.
They sure are. Those guys are good. What'd Shea go for? 56 last night? Not bad. Not bad. I got a fun story here for you. We were doing Ichiro stories yesterday.
Yeah, I think I heard this.
Ichiro Suzuki wants to raise a glass with the voter who chose not to check off his name on the Hall of Fame ballot. He said through an interpreter Thursday, there's one writer that I wasn't able to get a vote from. After he got 393 of 394 votes to go into the Baseball Hall of Fame, he was not technically a unanimous pick. Ichiro said, I'd like to invite him over to my house. We'll have a drink together and we'll have a good chat.
Chat like the chat before the All-Star game you told us about yesterday that was F-bomb-lated and the most useless fire-up speech in history, but
doesn't "we'll have a good chat" sound kind of ominous?
It does.
It kind of sounds like a dad looking at a boy that came over to take his daughter out on a date, sitting there just like wiping off his shotgun while being like, "What are your intentions this evening?"
Home by 10 as he oils up another trigger.
Yeah, so is that enough to get the guy to reveal himself or the gal to reveal herself? Would that be enough to be like, well, I could go have a beer with Ichiro?
Is it some kind of reverse sexism for me to think there's no way it's a female writer? I promise you this is some old crusty guy that's of that school of nobody gets to be unanimous.
How do you, again, over 3,000 hits and he didn't even show up until he was 27?
Because you're that guy. You're that guy.
Here's the other thing, though. Have you seen what a Baseball Hall of Fame ballot looks like? This is the other part. The more that everybody is just like crusty old guy and we haven't been able to find out who it was, I bet it was just some dude that just filled it out wrong.
Think so?
That's my theory is...
But wouldn't you just come out and admit that?
But he might not know. That's just it. Like, it's a piece of paper. He checks his boxes, he sticks it in the mail, and he sends it back to the committee. He might not even remember it. Do you remember the whole hanging Chad thing in Florida?
Oh, I do.
That everybody was all worked up over? Like, you reach a certain age, you don't know what the hell you're doing anymore.
Yeah, I get it. Are we really checking boxes and mailing it back in?
That's what it's a piece of paper. I've seen the thing. Yeah, and that dude, that Thibodeau dude, the guy that tweets out and like tracks the whole thing, like people take pictures of him and send them in. Yeah. That's all. That's my theory on this is somebody just filled it out wrong.
All right. Did this person not get it back by the deadline?
Could have been. Well, no, I don't think your vote gets counted then.
Mailing it. Well, that's what I mean. Is that why he's not unanimous?
No, because I think they only count ballots that got sent in.
This is stupid. How is it not over the computer? I mean, come on.
I don't know. Because it's baseball. That's why.
Okay. So Tom wrote in, this is like your dad saying, I'm disappointed in you. What would be worse? Your dad giving you that I'm disappointed in you and your wife saying, we'll talk about this later. Because both of those are up there with Ichiro wanting to tip a glass with him.
Actually, I'm looking at it now. I suppose now they are electronic. But again, like I know a bunch of senior citizens that have no clue how to use their cell phones. Hell, I barely know how to use my phone.
Do you think the person feels bad seeing the blowback?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
And now just wants to stay in hiding.
I mean, okay. The most likely case is somebody did what you said nobody should be unanimous, even though Mariano Rivera was. Don't get me off on that whole tangent. And then they simply just said, okay, I'll go into hiding on this. My other theory is they messed up. That's my other theory on this. Somebody just simply made a mistake.
You know what? Someone said it. Rob, again, we get the Mark Jackson with the Nikola Jokic thing. Mark Jackson knew he was doing.
There you go, Andy. There's a photo
of the old ballot
of a Hall of Fame ballot right there.
I mean, look, in the NLL, I always got to vote for the end of year player awards, and I will give you this. Sometimes you're a little. It's like, what is this question? What? How are you? What? So I get that, but it's pretty easy.
What's the question?
Who do you think should be in the Hall of Fame? I honestly believe somebody was being a jerk, probably thought they wouldn't be the only one because of the old boys club, and ended up being the only one. And now they don't want anybody to know because they don't have any other good reason than, well, this is how we do it.
I don't need to take the internet slander, so I'll just remain
I'm
quiet.
A baseball writer. I don't have to answer to you, even though your job is to get people to answer for what they do all the time.
Yeah.
So I think you should come out and answer. Have a presser. You know what? Guess what? You get to reverse the roles for the first time ever. Have a presser about why you did what you did.
When I was a BCS voter, I published my vote on Twitter every single week. They didn't ask me to. I merely looked at it as, okay, well, it's content. And I put my vote out every single week. And yeah, I got some angry stuff coming my way. There was no doubt about it. People would get pissed off. Now, fortunately, the funny thing is like people would get worked up over polls that I would put out in like week 8, 9, 10, whatever it was. And then inevitably, one of the beauties of college football, especially under the old system, was it would always sort itself out by the end. It really did. Okay. So it wasn't all that bad, but I published my stuff. And again, I looked at it as content. And again, like if I'm pissing off some random Oklahoma State or TCU or hell, I remember I got Northern Illinois fans up in their hackles because it was the New Year's 6 slot, which went to a Group of 5 team, and I was putting Boise over Northern Illinois. I think Northern Illinois was like a 1-loss team in the MAC that year or whatever. And then I remember they lost to Utah State in whatever bowl game they played in, and all I heard about all year long from these dorks was how much better the MAC was than the Mountain West. And then sure enough, they lose to a Mountain West team in their bowl game. And I remember I tweeted at these guys like, what happened?
Where are you at?
What's going on?
Hi.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Come on back around.
Exactly.
See, it's interesting, and I don't know what the tone of it was, but Jeff writes in, Hank Aaron wasn't unanimous. Like, there's probably a guy thinking that way.
Oh, literally, Mariano Rivera is the only one.
Right.
Willie Mays wasn't unanimous.
But my point is, and you know this, there's a lot of the old school guys, like, and I don't, he's the one I know, so I'm going to use his name. I don't think he ever did this, but like the Tracy Ringlesby of whatever city who's upset that his guy wasn't unanimous could be going, well, I'm not letting him get in. My guy wasn't unanimous. And you know he's going to get voted in, so you feel like there's no consequences, right? Your vote's not going to keep him out. Your dissenting vote won't keep him out, so who cares?
Yeah.
But I'm going to let it be known because I work in Houston, and Roger Clemens never made it in unanimous, blah, blah, whatever.
Here's though where I will say that there's a part of all of this I appreciate, and I mean it in this regard. The Baseball Hall of Fame's the toughest one. Sometimes we laugh at the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Sure.
You know, they're 10-member class that goes in every single year. And it's not the NBA Hall of Fame. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. But there's a certain degree of like it's a little too easy. I like how, baseball doesn't have a quota like the NFL does of like, or the Pro Football Hall of Fame does of like this many guys have to go in every single year. With baseball, it's just like it's tough. It's legitimate. And I do appreciate that part of it. It's why I think it's the most interesting Hall of Fame discussion to be had. Football, the other one about pro football, and this goes back to a little bit of my point about Surtain earlier, is like, what are we measuring all of this on?
Hey, look, I will back you up on that 1,000% because my guy was always Steve Atwater. And I used to get so frustrated because to your exact point, how do you judge safety play?
Right.
How do you judge safeties? You think corners are hard to come up with? Like Steve Atwater would knock the snot out of some people. Guess what? Sometimes it was after a 3 or 4 yard gain. But the guy changed the position at the time.
It's so funny you bring up safety play. And I'll mention Nalen again here for a moment. I worked with Nalen for a few years, and the guy knew football inside and out. And he used to just sit there and be like, I don't know what safeties do.
Right.
Now, some of this was his way of just like trying to rankle people a little bit, but also like I'd press him on it and be like, really, I don't know what they're supposed to do.
Here's how I always made, and again, it wasn't just because he was my favorite player, but people would literally write, he's changed the position.
Right.
They would bring him down and use him like a linebacker and run support because safeties weren't as big as he was before he showed up.
I mean, most of the time
but to
today,
your point,
safeties are like, their job is just like, well, I shaded to that side of the hash.
Right. And look, we all love the guy. Most of us love the guy. Sean Payton didn't.
Yeah.
I love Justin Simmons.
Right.
I don't know how I would make a Hall of Fame argument for him. He was a fantastic center fielder, but they lost his entire time here. You know what I mean?
How many Hall of Fame safeties are in the NFL right now?
It's a great question. I don't know because the position is a weird position.
Like Kyle Hamilton's a playmaker.
He is.
He's a devastating player.
But
he's kind of he's the one that I feel, and again, maybe I'm falling victim to my own argument of noticing things. I noticed Kyle Hamilton out there. That's a playmaker.
Okay, but look, we felt like the Broncos got pretty good safety play this year, right? Neither P.J. Locke nor Brandon Jones is high-dollar real estate.
Brandon Jones.
Now, it's also been said they'd probably need to upgrade there.
Wasn't Brandon Jones he was like a PFF second-team All-Pro or something like that?
He probably was, but I also know, what was he, like a $5 million a year player from Miami?
Yeah.
Look, a great signing. I'm not knocking it. Great signing.
Good player.
But when we go back and we shake our hands about, how could they lose in the playoff? How could you not stay close? How could you not beat so-and-so? We're not blaming safeties half the time.
No.
Right?
I mean,
I'll use your word, they got perfectly cromulent safety play. Sure?
I blame Raheem Moore.
Yeah. That one you noticed. Poor Raheem Moore. I still feel bad for Raheem Moore.
He was a nice guy who made a god-awful play at the worst possible time. Yeah. God, you read those Mark Andrews quotes, the guy just feels horrid about what happened.
I do feel bad for him, but,
Catch the ball.
Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you. People trying to put that on Lamar, dude, he gave you the pass.
Make or miss league. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
and maybe because he is a Raven, and we just brought up the other incident.
Right.
Maybe I ain't heard as much.
That's what I brought up the other day.
You tasted for a while,
exactly.
Pal. You haven't. You take a big drink of that bubbly.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling with you Thursday afternoon. Oh, we got a fun one coming up for 520 here today. Rivals Week, Andy. Rivals Week in the NBA.
They've declared it. And guess what? They've identified the rivals.
That's right. To which I said, them?
You sure?
We'll dive into that coming up in 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. We've got football news, 5 biggest stories of the day at 5 o'clock. Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. My friends are Jerry and Wendy Jones. Great staff. I met a lot of the guys that work in the behind-the-scenes area, the garage, if you will, over at Colorado Off-Road. This is a great Colorado business. They're going on. I believe this is the year. I'm going to have to double-check this with Jerry, but I believe this is the year that they're going to celebrate 25 years in business in Colorado. So they've been cranking for a long time. They know what products work here and what products don't. If you need suggestions for things like a bed cover or step rails or the floor mats or, a towing kit in particular, what works best with what brand, he's more than happy to tell you. He can show you in the showroom. Again, he being Jerry Jones, because he's got display models. I always tell the story. I would have bought the bed cover. That would not have been something I would have been long-term happy with had I not gone and talked to Jerry first, because I was just doing some internet shopping. I cannot tell you, 5 years later, going on 6, my bed cover's still in perfect shape, and I really appreciate Jerry pointing me in that direction. Maybe you need a remote start with all the cold weather we've been having. They can do that too. That's frankly one of the, maybe the top thing I've been most happy with adding to my vehicle. It's Colorado Off-Road. Find them at 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC's where the showroom is. They're on the web at cooffroad.com or give them a call, 303-761-1264.
Just texted my guy in Vegas in the break. Who are the Raiders going to hire? He wrote back, maybe you.
If you put your name in, did I not know? Did you not tell me? Would you not tell me something like that?
I'm Andy. I'm a finalist for the Raiders job.
Andy, I hate to tell you, I threw my name in the hat.
My show prep has been lacking because I've been on Zooms with Tom Brady all day, every single day.
Are you going to mention the squash hands to him?
Could that be my undoing? I'm going to need to wear a glove like I'm Michael Jackson.
Look, part of the job may be preparing butternut squash for Tom Brady, or is that one of those vegetables that he doesn't eat?
Do coaches, do they have to get a physical?
That's a great question, Nate, because some of them, like Fangio, remember, Fangio didn't like how he looked after the first year on camera, lost a bunch of weight.
Well, also, like, okay, I don't want to be morbid, but I'm going to. We're not doing anything else on a Thursday. We got squash hands. I do. But would you hire a coach if there was a chance that that guy could have a grabber and drop dead on the sideline?
Well, I mean, all of them could be there whether they're fit or not.
I mean, exactly.
The what these guys do to themselves, I'm surprised.
But
I'm surprised Dan Campbell hasn't had one with as hot as he runs.
But if they like, let's say they run some tests, they find out your cholesterol's like in the 700s.
Sure.
Your blood's basically gravy.
Yeah.
You know,
feel seen.
You're between the nicotine and caffeine addiction that every single one of these guys has going on.
Propensity not to sleep. By the way, Andy Reid is getting all the strays right now on the text line.
That's what I'm saying. If Andy Reid took a physical right now, kind of.
Dude, I think about Dan Campbell because we heard about his 10-pump latte with 9 shots in it that he drinks twice a day, and then he's out there like at full emotional tilt with the vein popping out.
Andy, the football coach at my alma mater, Brett Bielema.
Okay, yeah, running 4 bills.
Maybe that. What size do you think that pullover is?
The guy I was surprised made it through any season was Mangini.
Oh, Mark Mangino at Kansas.
Mangino in Kansas,
right?
Dude, that dude was a house.
Now again, like this thing can happen to. Heart disease can befall any of us.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is, like, if they have a concern that perhaps because of health issues you can't make it through the year, like, in all seriousness, look at Fresno State football, okay?
Sure.
Sounds random. Jeff Tedford.
Hey.
Remember the great Jeff Tedford, longtime Cal coach, Coach Marshawn, Coach Aaron Rodgers? That guy left Fresno State, I think, twice. Didn't he get an NFL job and he left because of a health issue?
He did. Nate, we're forgetting the one right in front of us. What about Kubiak? Remember, Kubiak had to get cleared. His heart was okay to return.
You're right.
When he came to the Broncos.
And
then in the second year, it wasn't.
He missed time because of health issues.
Right.
I mean, availability is ability, et cetera, et cetera. I think they do want to hire somebody that they have a reasonable expectation that the guy's going to be standing on the sideline every Sunday.
It's a great question, man. I don't know. I don't know because how many of the staff, like how many
remember Jerry Kill?
Big former players are at positional coaches too. No, I don't remember.
Jerry Kill, it was when he was in Minnesota, right? He kept having seizures.
Really?
It happened numerous times where like an ambulance would have to come out in the middle of a game. Isn't he, I think Jerry Kill's at New Mexico State now, I want to say.
You are more dialed into the coaches than I am.
Yeah, no. Oh, Jerry Kill's a great guy and a great coach, but like this happens to these guys.
I'll tell you, people don't remember it probably because I'm old school and been here forever. But Dan Reeves had heart problems once upon a time.
Yep.
And remember, he looked to me anyway. He looked fit as a fiddle.
Foxy
Mr. Sharp. Yeah, Foxy had him here too.
Del Rio had to fill in for him a few times.
All the guys that let's just, to put it bluntly, all the big fat guys that you would like to blame, they're not usually the one. It's usually the fit dudes.
It can be, again.
That's why I kept telling you, Dan Campbell, I worry about.
Yeah, no, high cholesterol, that's hereditary, man. You can't do anything about your genes.
And my gosh, you keep shocking your heart with I'm telling you, we had a great laugh. All those, I wish you could go find the article again to describe that drink that Dan Campbell had like 3 of. It was the Starbucks. It was already like the nitrous coffee with like
extra
shots
espresso,
in
right?
It. Yeah, man. And I'm just telling you, like, you are going to stop. You could stop a rhino's heart with what he had in that thing.
So if I'm making that higher.
Yeah, you probably ought to get a physical. Clean bill. Dude, you just got done with this coaching search. I'm not doing this again.
Maybe that's why Ben Johnson didn't want to go to the Raiders. Maybe there was like a hint of like, you know, you're going to have to subscribe to the TB12 method if you want to be around here. And maybe Johnson was like, hey, man, I want my Zins and my Diet Coke. Leave me the hell alone.
You could be right. I think the 13 mil had something to do with it. What we know about Mark Davis's financials, I don't think 13 mil was the number on the contract.
Could that be why the Raiders haven't made a hire yet? Because they got Tom Brady lecturing them about the harm that can be done by nightshade vegetables.
Could be. Dude, like, would Brady be a good time as a boss? Because he's probably checking in with you, man. You bring that up in jest, but I do wonder, do I really want to work for this guy? He can't shut up about the thing that made him great on the TV all the time. Do I want him calling me and going, you know what made me great?
You'd have to constantly have him telling you about the game within the game.
Right. Back me and Bill.
I get it,
It'd be
Tom.
like the one time in Band Camp Girl where he's just calling you all the time from American Pie. This one time in New England.
I mean, they tolerate a lot of Saints stories here in
Okay,
Denver,
I'm
don't
going
they?
to ask you real quick. Do you think there's any outside chance? Everything points to Prime staying at CU. But I'm reading some interesting draft profiles that suggest Shedeur could fall. One guy put out there, he thinks he's got lower half of the NFL arm strength, which I don't know about that. Kid's got a pretty live arm that I saw, but maybe I'm wrong. But look, there's a chance he could fall to the Raiders. There's already weird. Now, the combine probably happens and everyone falls in love and quarterbacks and all this stuff stops. But it hasn't happened.
I don't think he's going to throw at the combine.
He'd be I'm not.
I can't imagine.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm not positive he actually plays in the Shrine Bowl.
If you're a first rounder, there's no reason to throw at the combine.
How do we know he's not just going to go practice at the Shrine Bowl and then not play the game? That's a move pulled by these guys.
I also firmly believe that Shedeur, and I don't want victims, maybe a strong word here, but he's going to have the fallout of being Shedeur Sanders on him. He is going to have the fallout of already being as famous as he is. Courtside, blinged out, son of Dion.
There's no doubt.
That's also going to be because we saw it. We see how people view Colorado football. Hell, we've talked about it before. The way that people view Colorado football with a skeptical eye, and yet then they just go out and win games.
He is the ultimate rebel personality quarterback, right. And sometimes those guys look. Jim McMahon. We could go through the list of guys that had a little of that renegade in them or whatever you want to call it, and they weren't always popular.
There's going to be the question of a helicopter parent and all of that stuff is going to be swirling around him. So.
But if he were to fall to the Raiders, I mean, look, you got to hire a coach before you get to the draft.
Sure, but they need a quarterback.
Well, I'm just saying. I've not heard much about what's going on with the Raiders. Everything had him connected to Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Does Adam Hill, our buddy out in Vegas, does he really – I'd be curious to press him on it. Any idea who they're talking to? I mean, I guess like Pete Carroll was there, right?
Yeah.
Are you to tell me Tom Brady's going to get fired up about Pete? Man, I don't know, maybe.
Pete Carroll, the guy that screwed up so that Tom Brady could win a Super Bowl?
That's a great call. Well, that is a great. I didn't even think about that. You're absolutely right.
Maybe Brady does like him more than we realized.
I don't get what Dallas is doing either. I know Spring's got all this in the high five, but
yeah, let's dive into this when we come back here on the other side. And always give your coaching candidate an EKG. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got football news to start hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. Mark Springer, what do you have for us?
It's time for the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Hey, the NFL honors are Thursday, February 6th in New Orleans. Awards will be given out, and 3 Broncos are finalists. Bo Nix is one of 5 finalists for the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year award. Sean Payton is one of 5 finalists for NFL Coach of the Year. Patrick Surtain, one of 5 finalists for Defensive Player of the Year, and he is the odds-on favorite to win that award.
Yeah, so, and that's a lot of fun. Hopefully Surtain's going to get it. Again, you can get my thoughts from that last hour here on the show. Looking at the Coach of the Year, Andy, and again, it's I think it's O'Connell or Campbell's award to lose this season. Roster be damned. Just straight coach, okay? If they took every single head coach in the NFL and just simply put them into a pool and said draft coaches right now.
Yeah.
Who would you take number 1 overall?
It's a great question, Nate.
That's why I asked it. Talk radio topic extraordinaire, Nate Kreckman.
Yeah, well, you're locking me up because you said roster be damned.
Yeah, just this is in a vacuum.
See,
Who's
the
the
Chiefs
coach?
have been so dang good under Andy Reid prior to the Mahomes arrival.
They were.
Now it's just been
They won with Alex Smith
Not
as
to
well.
mention he was pretty darn good in Philly.
Excellent coach, Andy Reid.
See, here's the hard part. I got to be honest with you. I'm really shocked with what Dan Quinn's been able to pull off.
Yeah.
Okay? Because Jaden Daniels has been a little bit up and down as a rookie. Remember, there was a minute there early, what was it, late November to early December, where people were like, hey, Bo Nix may overtake Jaden Daniels for this thing.
Yeah.
So he's had a hell of a last 3 weeks, but he's not just been that. And Dan Quinn, the guy the Broncos passed on twice. Twice they could have had this guy. I'll be honest with you. Of all the things we get mad at George Payton around about, this Dan Quinn thing may be the one that really comes up the rear and goes, how did you pass on him twice?
You know why I love Dan Quinn? He's the most aggressive 4th down coach in the NFL right now.
Well, there you go.
He is. And that has a lot of weight with me. Go for it. Try and win games. I like it.
So here's the thing. The tough part about Coach of the Year, I would probably, all right, I'll break down because it is talk radio, and I'll go, I don't know if I'd pick him to start a team with, but I'm going to give him Coach of the Year would be Kevin O'Connell. Because nobody saw you doing anything with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold was just supposed to be a nice little fit till you got J.J. McCarthy going, and then J.J. McCarthy was going to take over mid-year.
Total was 6.5. They won 14 games this year. Phenomenal job.
But I will ask you this. How do you
And he
fall-
hired Flores to run his defense, which was brilliant.
Like, I'll be honest with you. Why isn't the Buffalo coach, Sean McDermott, in there?
It's a great question. Again, skill positions change over, and yet that team only got better this year.
Right.
Yeah.
And everybody thought you gave up too many receivers.
Mhm.
And instead, they go to a run game. They do all this stuff. So I don't understand why McDermott is in there. With all due respect, I'll upset the hometown here. I'd have put McDermott in there instead of Peyton. Even Peyton would tell you, I've got better things ahead of me. He wants to get 12, 13 wins.
5.5, though, and you win 10. That's a pretty damn good season. Sean Payton did a great coaching job
There's
this
no
year.
doubt about it. But we're talking Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness, both O'Connell and Peyton bowed out in the same round.
Rookie quarterback, QB6, number 12 in the draft. Pretty damn good.
I'm just saying, don't we kind of, like Campbell and Reed, I think, get punished because you're just building upon past success.
Yeah, there's you win that award cumulatively, over a course of a number of years. And that's why I think Campbell absolutely deserves to get it this year, but I thought O'Connell did a great job as well.
Hey, I know, again, I won't be popular again.
Yeah.
If I were really basing it just off of, I think, tough task, I would hand it to Andy Reid. You have been the hunted for 3 straight years, and yet again you found some way.
You won every one-score
game.
game.
Home field advantage,
Right.
And everyone is all up in their fields, including me, that we're going to have to deal with you in the Super Bowl again. I really think we underappreciate Andy Reid from just this Chiefs run, this all makes me throw up in my mouth, Bronco fans. Yes, it does. But the reality is, this might be more impressive than what the Patriots did. Nobody can knock this guy out.
7 consecutive AFC Championship games.
Patrick Mahomes has never finished a season prior to the AFC Championship, and he's only finished it then twice.
Yep.
That's it.
I think my answer, and again, this is the in a vacuum, is Sean McVay.
Okay. Oh, wow.
That team won 10 games this year. 10 games with 36-year-old Stafford. You haven't had draft picks in years. You had no cap space. The Rams got a little bit of room to be able to operate this year. But that guy shows up year in and year out, and that culture is good. Andy, we saw it last year. When they came into practice against the Broncos, we stood around going, who the hell are these guys? And they kicked the ever-living snot out of Denver.
I'll give you this, man. Sean McVay ultimately feels like the ultimate figure-it-out guy.
Excellent culture dude. X's and O's wizard. Really, really good football coach. I think, that they got to figure out the Stafford thing, and they got to figure out a succession plan right there. And I'm not going to pretend that that's any small thing, but also I still think Stafford was the best quarterback in the NFC this year. And if he comes back and plays for you next year, you're right there in that.
But he's a multi-Super Bowl
division
appearance coach.
Yep.
Won one with Stafford, got there with Goff.
With Goff.
And for all the greatness that we love about the Lions, they still have not made it there with Goff.
Yeah, a great year for the Rams. They're really, it's 10 wins and going to the divisional round. There's nothing to be ashamed of with what the Rams did this year. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's get some NFL head coaching search updates. Let's start with the Cowboys and the Raiders as Pete Carroll is being connected to both of these jobs. So it looked like this morning that the Cowboys, reports were they were closing in on officially hiring their offensive coordinator, Brian Schottenheimer, as their new head coach. But over the course of the day, nothing has been finalized. And Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram reports that Jerry Jones has spoken with former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll regarding the opening. Also, Josina Anderson, in regards to the Raiders, she tweeted out today that Pete Carroll is growing more interest from the Raiders brass for their head coach vacancy. Nate, you had asked me to look at odds for the next Raiders head coach. Nothing current out there today, but I can tell you that on Monday, Bet365 had Ben Johnson as a plus 110 favorite to go to the Raiders.
That didn't work.
Pete Carroll right behind him at plus 150.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, what does that do for you if you're the Raiders? Is it your John Fox hire that just establishes things again? And maybe it brings credibility back to the organization? Because remember, one of the reasons you were able to get Peyton Manning was John Fox spent 2011 cultivating a way to win with Tim Tebow.
There's something to be said for just running a professional football organization.
And getting it back up to speed.
Exactly. Like that Foxy replacing McDaniels like you talked about. I think the Raiders are probably still dealing with the fallout from McDaniels and the fact that Antonio Pierce came in and was not equipped nor had the experience to be able to get this thing back on track. Also, Jim Saccomano always used to famously tell us, always look for the opposite in whatever the next coaching hire is going to be. The Raiders they've got a hire experience. And so that's why you're hearing names like Pete Carroll and Steve Spagnuolo attached to them as much as you are, because these guys are just, they're competent professional football coaches that they have massive Rolodexes. They know everybody in the league. They will put a good staff in place. They will put a good strength staff in place, and you will operate like a professional football franchise again.
Yeah, and things will get established, and, order is restored, if you will. Jeff Legwold's famous line was, there's an adult in the room again.
Yeah.
Which is probably what the Raiders need right now.
I would say so.
After both McDaniels and Pierce.
They require experience.
Josh always needs an adult back in the room when he leaves, it seems.
Yeah, that's why he's got Vrabel now.
Yeah, great call.
Mm-hmm. And Vrabel's kid pooping. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Here's a coaching update for the Jaguars vacancy. So yesterday they fired their GM Trent Baalke. Today it was reported that Tony Boselli, former left tackle for the Jaguars, their first inductee into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
The only good player in Jags history.
Exactly.
Yes.
And Boulder's own. He has joined the Jaguars coaching search process. So they brought in Tony Boselli. Also today, Liam Cohen, remember yesterday he had rebuffed the Jaguars, and then the Jaguars fired Baalke. It was expected that Cohen would sign a contract extension with the Buccaneers, but he ghosted them and went to Jacksonville to hang out with Shad Khan. So it looks like Liam Cohen is back in the mix.
Joel and Ethan Cohen weren't available, apparently.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What did they do? No Country for Old Men?
They did.
There we
yes.
go.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go star in a movie.
That's right. They did Lebowski, Fargo, etc. They got a good run right there.
There's all sorts of tweets going around about this thing. It's like crazy. I think about the time this started, like every insider you and I know is blown up and tweeted something about it. But apparently, I'm trying to find one of the tweets, but I think it was Adam put out there that Cohen did in fact tell Todd Bowles, hey, I am still interested in that Jacksonville job after learning about the bulky removal.
Yeah. Were you a big Perfect Strangers guy, by the way?
I like Perfect Strangers for a minute.
Mhm.
That, it was a fun 80s program.
Starring Balky Bartakamus.
Sure.
What was the question? He was from some Eastern European
We weren't sure.
country.
A lot like the 80s. Like, again, do you even really know who you were battling in Top Gun? They had Russian MiGs, but it suggested maybe they weren't
they
Russian.
just bogies?
Bogies. Everybody was a bogey.
Bronson Pinchot was the actor.
Yeah, I remember Bronson was popular for a while.
Yes, they did the Dance of Joy. 8 seasons. Perfect Strangers went 8 seasons, Andy.
Could be a lifetime.
I
think that's the exact length of Tyler Palomas' NFL career.
That's a great run.
It's a good run.
Yeah, you're vested.
Sure.
8 years.
Neither one of them, I think, did either one of them do anything. Wasn't your Bronson Pinchot? He was like Eddie Murphy's guy in one of the Beverly Hills Cops
He was
movies
in the Beverly Hills Cop movies, including apparently the new one. Oh, he was in True Romance. Okay.
He was?
Yeah. There you go. Bronson Pinchot.
Well, good for you, Bronson. You're our what the hell guy of the day.
How about some cookies? No dice.
Yeah.
And finally, Spring.
High five. Yesterday, after new Titans GM Mike Borgonzi and Titans team president Chad Fisker talked to the media, and they said that they would not pass up a generational talent with the first pick in the NFL draft. Well, now the odds have moved significantly. Travis Hunter on most sportsbook was about a plus 1,400, 1,500. Had those odds to go number one overall. Now he's all the way down to about plus 140, plus 150, depending on the book. ESPN Bet has 75% of the money on this market now coming in on Travis Hunter to be the first overall pick.
If you don't love the quarterback, just take the best football player, and that's Travis Hunter. It's not. Don't overthink it. Just take the best football player.
No, I'm with you, but you know how this goes. Teams get especially teams like the Titans that aren't quite sure what's going on with their quarterback positions. They don't want to have to take anybody else but a QB at number one.
Yeah.
Remember when the Chiefs had to take that? Who was it? The right tackle?
Yeah.
The A&M kid or whoever
right.
it was.
He wasn't even that good. Yeah.
He's all right, but not valued at not the number one overall pick. All right.
There's some years you just don't want to have it.
This might be one of the
right.
Yeah.
God, we've seen NBA drafts. Remember when Cleveland took Anthony Bennett, number one overall, like the worst number one pick of all time?
Oh, I don't know. Was it Kwame Brown? Doesn't he want a word?
Kwame Brown. Anthony Bennett was a worse NBA. Kwame actually had an NBA career. Like Anthony.
How about Greg Odom? Is he allowed to say hello?
Greg Oden, too.
Odin?
God, that poor dude.
Great Odin's beard.
Kevin Durant was number 2 in that draft.
Well,
ouch.
You couldn't argue with the size.
Eric Fisher. Thank you, Kyle.
Eric Fisher, you're the man. Yeah.
I knew we'd get home eventually. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We went we went all over the place right there. Yes. It's been an interesting show today. That's what happens when you're trying to overcome squash hands.
Hey, proud of you for fighting through. They'll do a 30 for 30 about this show one day. But it'll be 30 seconds.
What if I told you?
Well, you won't get 30 minutes.
2 idiots couldn't stay focused for 3
hours.
Oh,
no, that's not even. That's 0.3 for 0.3.
We have an actual topic, though, to discuss when we come back.
Can't wait.
It's
the
Rivals
NBA has done
Week.
us a big favor.
It's Rivals Week. The Nuggets take on the Sacramento Kings tonight in NBA's Rivals Week. Is that really a rivalry? We'll expand the conversation as only we can coming up next. Thought I was going to have to do my live read over the Game of Thrones music for a moment. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Apple Air. God, it has been cold recently. Not inside my house, though.
Preach!
We got a Dakin 2-stage high-efficiency furnace from my friends over at Apple Air, Denver's HVAC experts that truly do care. They care about saving you money. They care about doing quality work, and they care about you having a nice, comfortable home. Apple Air is family-owned and operated, serving the greater Denver area since 1988, and they have got a great offer available to you right now. $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace and AC system. That's $750 off. That's the very savings offer that I was able to take advantage of with Apple Air, and you can do the same. Call them up, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Again, they installed a heating system in our house. They did excellent work. Pros through and through. You will love them as well. Or you can just visit appleair.com. That's appleaire.com. We got Nuggets Kings tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game at 6:30 with Mark Bertinoli. That follows 30 minutes of Blitz.
I think it's actually, is it you or Dan Tanner? Berto's out tonight.
Yeah, Berto's sick.
Oh, I was not aware of this.
I was told not to tell you, and then you teased it. I was sharing that mic going.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So is it you or is it?
It'll be Dan Tanner.
You know why Berto's out, right? You know why he's sick? Because he was eating a salad the other day.
Ah.
Yeah.
Shock to the system?
Yeah, no. Mark Bertinoli is the classic example of, like, the guy that just had, like, bacon and you know.
He's our Peter Pan.
Yeah, bacon and whiskey his entire life for every
Yeah.
single meal, and then finally one day tried to slide in a vegetable, and kaput, that was it for them. That's what's happening with Mark Bertinoli. I saw him eating a salad the other day. If that guy is not eating a double-double from In-N-Out, then I'm worried about his health.
You know what was interesting? I was alerted to this. I didn't even realize I'd done it. Maybe it was Scotty was telling me. Somebody was saying that Berto asked if we were all right because I called you Mark. Is it really
Yeah,
that
he was
big a
off-put
deal?
by it, but I told him sometime you call me Mark, and it's not in a
Not
negative
in a dad tone. I just, you're Mark.
His name is Mark.
That's my name.
I was like, wow.
I don't think, have I ever called you Mark?
No, we talked about it, and Andy's like maybe the only person who calls me Mark at the station. But I respect it because that's what like everyone called me until I started doing this. It's because we have so many Marks here.
Too many Marks.
And it's funny. I was like, did I call him Mark? I don't remember calling him Mark, but I mean, it's your name. It doesn't like stand out. I didn't give you the full name treatment. The full name treatment's the only time you got to get worried.
Well, I
right?
mean, in terms of on-air personalities, we have two Marks here, and I don't call either of them Mark.
Yeah, everybody knows him as Berto.
Yeah.
Berto and
Actually, no,
Spring.
there's three then. There's Moj, too.
Nobody calls any of us Mark.
Yeah. Mosier, El Mojerino.
Well, when he goes by the Moj.
If you're not
every
into the
time
whole
that we're at
brevity thing.
hey, it's the Moj.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't show us the shower, by the way, last night. Did you notice that?
I
Not
didn't.
that I put the chances high he was going to remember to do that, but he didn't.
My life away from social media, I miss these things.
So anyway, Mark, I didn't mean to throw you off.
That's okay, Andrew.
I heard this. Now, see, Andrew, nobody, you either were an ex-girlfriend or a family member that calls me Andrew.
What about a Drew? Do you get a Drew from anyone?
I don't.
No?
It's all right.
Okay. Handy Andy?
Whoa. It was a thing that was a toy back in the day.
More like Handsy Andy?
Well,
okay.
I've had one of those.
Rivals Week, Andy. It's Rivals
All hepped
Week.
up for date night at the movies. Tried to get handsy during the movie Navy SEALs. Actually worked.
Did it really?
And God, that movie sucked.
Charlie
Sheen, Navy SEALs.
We've disagreed over this
tried
before.
to be serious about that.
Navy SEALs was that's an Oscar snub for me. God, come in, God. I love Navy SEAls.
Yeah, I do too. Second base was fun.
How do you define second base?
Well, you start at the top and you move down. There's places to stop.
So you got some chin. Okay, Rivals Week.
Let's not define everything that happened.
Rivals Week.
Teenage love.
Did you hear Michael Malone get asked about Rivals Week this week?
Did he?
This was good.
Do we have the answer?
This was good. So this was before the Philly game. The Nuggets also got Sacramento and Minnesota this week. Now, technically, tonight is not a Rivals Week matchup.
Okay.
The only rivals were the two national TV games.
So this is like it's a tournament game, but only it is.
I suppose.
You'll play a Friday and a Monday, but the Sunday's left out or something.
Nuggets and Minnesota on Saturday. That's a 1:00 on ABC. And then the Philly game the other night, again, even though Embiid didn't play and the Nuggets throttled them. Michael Malone got asked if he was fired up for Rivals Week.
Stoked for Rivalry Week as the rest of us are.
Well, what do you mean Rivalry Week? Is that what this is?
But that's what we're in right now for the NBA Rivalry Week.
Really stoked.
I say that in jest, of course, but it feels like the rivalries around the NBA have sort of fizzled. The NBA is obviously trying to recover that with weeks like these. Have the Nuggets during your time ever had a rival in your eyes? Has there ever been a team that you've looked to as painful rivalries or anything like that?
Not off the top of my head. I think when I think of rivalries, I go back to my father was coaching, and he was in New York, and the Knicks and the Heat, the Knicks and the Pacers. That was hate. That was rivalries. When he was in Detroit, and it was Detroit and Chicago. That was, to me, that was what a rivalry was. Here, it's so hard because the landscape of the NBA has changed. Players change so often. Teams change. The dynamics of the Western Conference change. So, yeah, you have teams in your division that, hey, Minnesota, we played them, obviously 2 years around the playoffs. Would I call that a rivalry? I don't know if I'm there yet, but, I think to your point, Ryan, the NBA is always trying to find ways to bring that about. Like in this game, in a perfect world, it's Joel Embiid versus Nikola Jokic, the two best centers in the world. And obviously it's not going to happen tonight. But that doesn't affect our preparation, how we go about things. All we're trying to do is come home and protect our home court against a team that's lost 6 in a row that's going to come out with great urgency.
Wow. Respect for that reporter, because, boy, the breathing and the anger and the tone of voice at the start of that thing, I didn't think he was going to play ball with that answer at all.
I think Malone revealed he also doesn't read his emails from the NBA.
Yeah, because his immediate, like that heavy, angry.
It's rivalry week. Some of this is in Michael Malone.
He's just like, here we go again.
He has such reverence for his dad and for that generation, and he's right about it. Like the constant roster turnover in the modern NBA, and this is across pro sports today. Like it's to have like what the Avalanche and the Red Wings had over 6-7 years. It just doesn't happen anymore in the modern NBA. Like it can get good for a minute, but then inevitably somebody's on another team.
Yeah, it doesn't happen in pro sports because we've capped all these things.
Yeah, it just, again, like
you get a super team. Hey, man, watching the Avs in Tampa Bay, watching the Avs in Edmonton keep all their guys that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, that'd have been real sweet. Watching the Nuggets being able to keep a KCP and a Bruce Brown and go against some of the teams from the play, that'd be real sweet. What are we talking about here? You and I have already talked about the Nuggets and the Avs today, and the guy's missing. Yesterday it was a focus on the Nuggets, and we talked about a KCP going, about should you bring a Bruce Brown back and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You brought up the Avs and Red Wings. It was awesome. You know why? I was a reporter during that time. You go to the locker room, Adam Foote would just not be afraid. He wouldn't tell you what was said on the ice. He was not afraid to seethe in front of you as how much he hated Brendan Shanahan.
Sure.
We don't have that going on anymore.
So
let me ask you this. Also with all these guys, especially in the NBA with the AAU ball, but again, they see each other at all these all-star games. They probably, who knows? Half these guys may team up on college teams with the free agency now. You just don't have
playing the national team.
Spite free. Like, again.
But again, that exists across sports in the NFL.
There's not one sport that can escape it.
They work out at the same off-season facility. Again, NHL has the international teams where all that, like, good old-fashioned hate just doesn't exist the way that it once did. Okay.
What about? Yeah.
All right. Let's do this.
Ask the question.
Participate in the exercise.
What's the
Here we
question?
Go. Who's the Nuggets rival right now?
What? All right. How about we define this a little bit more?
Nope. Who's the Nuggets rival right now?
What is a rival in your mind, though? Someone I hate?
Who is right top of your head? Don't
hate
overthink
losing
it.
to? Does that make them a rival?
Yeah.
It's the T-Wolves.
Okay. Minnesota. Of teams in the league right now, I'm still going to say it's the Lakers.
You're probably right, but I've had enough. Even though he's an awesome player, Anthony Edwards yapping at my guys is always going to. Although, you know what? I'm kind of getting tired of the ownage of OKC.
But no Karl Anthony Towns on that team anymore.
Yeah, but I don't like Rudy Gobert. I don't like. Now, hold on.
Nobody likes Rudy Gobert.
Did Brian Anderson leave? Is he? He's a Warrior now.
Kyle Anderson?
Kyle Anderson?
Yeah, he's gone. Mm-hmm. Brian Anderson's the announcer.
Wasn't there a coach named that too?
Who is the Avalanche's rival right now? I'll also say in the Nuggets, honorable mention to the luxury tax aprons.
That might be the biggest rival. That's a great call by you.
Avalanche, who's their rival right now?
I don't know. This is a perfect example of what you're talking about. I'm sick of Winnipeg, but
beat them last year. Beat them good.
Right. Technically, look, I still hate Minnesota.
Yep. When was the last time the Avs and the Wild played a playoff series?
What about Dallas? I really don't like Dallas.
Got you last year.
Really, but I don't like Jamie Benn. I don't like,
Oh, you've long hated that
Oh,
guy.
I've long hated him.
Yeah.
I'll go with the Stars right now, but it's not the same as Avs Red Wings.
Sure.
What would you do?
Probably the Stars.
Someone threw out Vegas Knights. Should we think about the Vegas Knights? I feel like
You haven't played them in the playoffs since, what, 3
Right.
years ago?
Right.
Since the COVID year, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, the Dallas, another reason why Dallas sticks in my craw, they've just been in the way of so many Stanley Cups for us. They're
Sure.
a team that you never seem to beat when it comes playoff.
You know who I want it to be? I want it to be Edmonton. Yeah. Because when the Avs got them, Draisaitl was a shell of himself.
Sure.
And you just smashed those dudes.
And they didn't have any goal contending.
Right.
Skinner's actually pretty good now. He's working out for them.
You know, you lose to Dallas last year, so you don't get to go to the conference finals and play those guys last year.
It would be very fun, to your point, if McDavid and McKinnon could have the same sort of thing going on that Bird and Magic did.
Yeah.
Who was Gretzky's big? Was it Gretzky and Lemieux? Remember, but they didn't face off too much. They weren't in the same conference.
I'll say Dallas too, for lack of.
Well, yeah.
Look, tough one.
It's backing up your reason for the exercise,
right? Because like think about this, okay? When you win the Cup, Nashville, St. Louis, Edmonton, Tampa. Next year you play Seattle. Next year you play Winnipeg and Dallas.
Great call.
There's no redundancy.
Yeah, you're not, and it's not those high leverage series like the Avs and the Red Wings played forever.
Who's the Broncos' rival right now?
I don't know, man. Look, Sean Payton wants it to be the Chiefs. He's got kind of a Bill McCartney thing going on where he called out how we would have beat the Chiefs at the end of your press conference. And fairness to Sean, he's 1 for 1 his 2 years here. He's got 2 wins against the Chiefs. He's gotten them both times at home, right?
Yeah, technically he does. Yes.
Technically, yeah, I'll give you that. Technically. I don't think they have one. They just have not been good enough for it to matter. Is it going to become Buffalo because they knocked you out of the playoffs? Like, again, there's got to be some playoff action for this to matter.
Right, like to me, Buffalo's rival is Kansas City.
Or at least steal the division from you. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, Kansas City's just lording over everybody.
Hey, you finally got off the schneid against the Raiders this year.
What about the Chargers? Are they setting up for anything?
Kind of.
I mean, there could be a good storyline there, as we all know that Harbaugh was the sought-after coach first up by the ownership.
The biggest thing is that the Broncos need to have Bo Nix be their starting quarterback for years. The Chargers have to stay with Herbert. Mahomes stays in place, and that's finally you start to build something up. Too bad they didn't get to go to the playoffs and play Russell Wilson and the Steelers. It's still annoying that team blew it.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem. Russ ain't going to be there next year.
No, he won't.
At least I don't think.
Yeah, it doesn't continue.
So it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
I would agree with you if we thought there's just nothing sustaining.
So I'll say Chiefs because there's not a good answer to it. Closest thing. Who's the Rockies' rival?
Nobody. Can you even fake one at this point? Who would it be? Baseball tried this NBA thing a few years ago and deemed it the Royals. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
I honestly, I can't come up with one single. I guess if you want to play, if we're going to give an answer for the sake of the exercise, I will play in the same sandbox as the Chiefs, and you could say the Dodgers. But the Dodgers aren't worried about you.
No, they don't. You are immaterial to them. Uh-huh. By the way, for a moment, I'd like it if, fair enough if you want it, like if you want to look at it narrowly and be like, I hate the Dodgers for signing everybody. But maybe, couldn't we all just look around at all the other clubs and go, why aren't any of you signing anybody?
Nate, the level-headed, we won't stand for that.
You guys can pay these guys too. Baseball players really like money, And if you paid them money, they would come to play for you.
The other problem that you always point out is they draft incredibly well.
They do.
And they go get everybody because guess what? They have desirable prospects. So if they decide they want to make a trade for the hottest trade person on the market, they've got the prospects that are desirable to make it happen.
29 other teams that these guys can sign with. The Dodgers are the ones that want to pay him.
All right, I'm going to bring this home for you, but
Dick Monfort, by the way, is the Rockies' rival.
Everybody is saying that. Yes, great minds. The true rivalry I think that is here is CU-CSU, especially with the little bit of the tension between the two coaches.
Yeah.
And what sucks the most is now they aren't even playing. They may never play again the way college football is going.
Don't they have like some 2030 something?
2031, but who knows what it's going to look like by then. By
Right.
then, all those contracts could be canceled
Yeah.
because everybody could be locked into these super leagues, and all you're going to do is play your league.
Yep.
And I will bet, I would put money down now. I don't think either Dion or Jay Norvell is there by the time we get to 2031.
Nah, they won't
But
be.
that right there's got the true roots of a rivalry because they don't like each other.
Right, like CU Nebraska, revive it a little bit for the last couple of years,
Sure.
but it's got no staying power.
It's not a regular thing. And again, you're
Right.
not knocking each other out of a conference title that could cost you a bowl appearance.
Yeah, exactly. So that's no longer a thing. I mean, CSU Wyoming, okay, fine.
But there's a good part of the state, I'm just speaking honestly, there's a
Doesn't
good
care.
part of the state that doesn't care about
Yeah,
it.
no, you're right about that. Yeah, CU-CSU is that's the best sports rivalry here locally. I know, and some hipster's going to tell us DU and CC hockey, okay. I agree, they hate each other.
There's no doubt about it.
CC has also been down for a really long time. Finally starting to come back a little bit. Yeah, so you'll hear that, but yeah, CU-CSU is the best rivalry here locally. And it's because the game this year wasn't even that good. Last year, amazing. All-timer.
But the knives still come out.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about rhetoric and true seething between the fan bases. That's the one.
653 says the Cellar is the Rockies' rival. Then why are they so comfortable there?
Wow.
Yeah. By the way, Ryan says the Rockies' rival, the Andes. Good done. Well done. Well done. Uh-huh.
That's the Andes Mountains.
Did the Alps play in a different division? Can't really take them serious.
That Ryan guy's a smart guy. Look at smart guy. Oh, smart guy on the text line, knowing geography and stuff.
See, the problem is nobody can hang with the Himalayas.
Listen,
they're too
Ryan.
powerful.
Did you know Sports Illustrated was written at a 5th grade level, pal? Just watch how high you want to go.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. Speaking of rivalries, does Mahomes Allen have any chance of being a Manning Brady? I think it does. I'll tell you why next.
Really stoked.
Snake Gripe, it's Andy Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, Andy, I don't know if you've heard, we got an AFC Championship game on Sunday.
No way.
Really stoked.
Yeah. That one's
That
not
sums
going
it
away
That one sums it up.
anytime soon. Yeah, it's Mahomes and Josh Allen.
Four.
Josh Allen. The right to go to the Super Bowl.
So this is against Drago.
Yeah.
This is the Drago round.
It sure is.
For them.
So, as you know, Mahomes he's got the edge in the postseason against Allen, 3-0, all time against Buffalo in the playoffs. However, Allen 4-1 against him in the regular season, which in some ways kind of mirrors a little bit of the Manning and Brady rivalry that existed low over the years. Brady winning the head-to-head 11-6 from 01 to 15. Manning and Brady met at least once every season, except 02, 08, and 11. Brady missed 08, Manning missed 11, so injuries made them miss each other a couple of times. They did not meet during the 2015 regular season. As you recall, Manning missed the game against New England that season because of his foot injury, but they did meet in the AFC Championship game. Brady won the Colts-Patriots series 8-4, also won the Broncos-Patriots series 3-2, although Manning's 2 wins both occurred in the AFC Championship game, which is pretty sweet. Brady was 8-2 against Manning in Foxborough. Peyton led the series in Indianapolis and/or Denver 4-3. They played each other an awful lot. Obviously, Brady got the best of him.
Well, it's eerie how similar they were as you read all that. Again, remember, it was just like Josh Allen always gets Mahomes in the regular season. Brady often got Manning in the early days. He would get him in the playoffs, and Manning would get him in the regular season.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that it went.
So
again, these two, 4-4 all time, but again, the playoff edge goes to Mahomes, and that is absolutely huge. With where these guys are at in their football careers right now, they're both pretty well entrenched as long as I'm a starting quarterback, my team's going to win 11, 12 games. That's just what both of these guys are. Does Mahomes, Allen have any shot to approach Manning, Brady?
Only if Allen starts winning some of these.
But again, 4-4 all time.
Yeah, but again,
got to get him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about the regular season one. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
You and I, let's be honest about it. Did the Broncos and Patriots, when Manning was here, mattered because that game often determined the tiebreaker for home field.
Yes.
So it did matter, but you only cared about who got him in the playoffs. So,
I mean, 11-6 is pretty substantial in Brady's in Brady's direction right there.
Oh, it is, because Manning, how many years in a row in the playoffs did he beat Manning in the early, as a Colt anyway?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
It was even in the playoffs here in Denver. Gosh, was it even that? So Peyton went.
It was 9-3 all time regular season. 9-3 Brady, 3-2 Manning in the postseason, 11-6 Brady overall. Yeah, you're right about that. Allen's got to get him this time. And I think it's got to happen now.
Oh, I agree with you.
Here's one of the other challenges that you're up against here, okay, is that the Broncos are currently in a spot where they would like to contend here in the AFC. In a world which not only Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, but also Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, C.J. Stroud, you got some quarterbacks, okay? There's even some young guys that might end up being pretty damn good. Peyton Manning played until he was 39. Until he was 39. And Brady was right atop the AFC that entire time as well. Played till he was, 45?
44, 45,
yeah. Last couple of years in the NFC, but he was basically in the AFC till he was, 43? Okay? Mahomes and Allen are still both in their 20s as we sit here today.
Burrow's same.
Right.
I think Lamar's
same
the
with
same.
Lamar. These guys are right there. Same with Stroud, same with Herbert. Again, like these guys are all just right there in their 20s.
Shoot, his Stroud is maybe mid-20s.
Yeah. Like that's, again, Greg Penner can sit up there and say, we're going to win a Super Bowl. And they could. Absolutely. Hey, Joe Flacco got one in the midst of all of that. Roethlisberger won a couple in the midst of all of that. It's not impossible, but it's just a stark reminder. Like those two QBs, Mahomes and Allen, they got another 10 years of bludgeoning each other if they play their cards right.
Well, and help me out. Another thing that's a daunting task when you really break it down, this is the way it goes many years. There hasn't been a road team to win in the AFC playoffs yet.
You're right. Yeah.
Washington is the only road team doing any winning in these playoffs.
Yeah.
And in order to have home games in the playoffs, you got to win the division.
Yep.
So you can get a couple head-to-head victories against KC, but you can't go and 0 for against the top quarterbacks like you did this